Chapter 1. The phone exploded. Wang Rongyao held his Huawei on her phone. Sensing something was amiss, it was uncomfortably hot. He cautiously unplugged the charging cable and glanced at the cheap charger and cable he had purchased online, contemplating whether he should seek a more reliable, albeit slightly pricier option. Having just revisited the Harry Potter film series at the age of 30, he considered himself a product of the Harry Potter phenomenon, having been introduced to it during his elementary school years when the franchise captivated the globe, China included. An avid reader from a young age, he eagerly anticipated each new installment of the Harry Potter books, even going so far as to study English diligently to enjoy the original text in their purest form. After the release of the Harry Potter films, he relished every moment of both the Harry Potter series and the Fantastic Beasts films, often daydreaming about the possibilities of magic. Upon reaching adulthood, Wang Rongyao enrolled in the Foreign Languages Department at Yenjing University, where he majored in English along with French and Latin. Possessing a somewhat handsome appearance, Wang Rongyao did not lack for female companionship, especially in the female-dominated Foreign Language Department. However, he had yet to encounter someone he wished to spend his life with. His relationships invariably ended in heartbreak, perhaps because his heart was still captivated by Emma Watson. Now pursuing a doctorate and even qualifying to teach at Yenjing University, Wang Rongyao could be considered an academic overachiever. His sole hobbies, aside from watching films, were playing Honor of Kings, though his rank lingered around Diamond due to his busy schedule, leaving him little time for gaming. Despite his salary being relatively satisfactory and not having to worry about rent or food thanks to the affordable staff housing and subsidized cafeteria at Yenjing University, Wang Rongyao still found himself striving to save money for a home. He opted for the cost-effective Huawei phone, yet today, while playing Honor of Kings, it unexpectedly malfunctioned. The phone became increasingly hot, prompting him to set it aside, but it was too late. Bang. The phone exploded. In a cruel twist of fate, shards of the device flew perilously close to Wang Rongyao eyes. All is lost, he thought as darkness enveloped him. There was no pain, merely an instantaneous loss of consciousness. In that moment, all traces and memories of Wang Rongyao were inexplicably erased from the world, leaving no one with any recollection of his existence. Upon awakening, feeling as though he had been asleep for an eternity, Wang Rongyao opened his eyes to a strange yet vaguely familiar environment. Where am I? He pondered, sensing something was off. Attempting to rise, he found himself devoid of strength. Hey, look, Ona seems eager to get up. A young man with a strong accent spoke in English, momentarily bewildering Wang Rongyao. Ona was a girl's name in English. Surely he couldn't be the one being referred to. Oh dear, a feminine voice chimed in. Ona is quite lively today. I was worried the boy would be too quiet. A boy? Wang Rongyao thought, relieved to hear that. He noticed a man and a woman approaching him. What's going on? He wondered, confused about his situation. It's rare for him to be awake. Is he perhaps hungry? The woman, with a warm smile, lifted Wang Rongyao into her arms. It was then that he realized he had transformed into an infant, gazing blankly at the woman. Perhaps he isn't hungry, she mused, gently patting him. Could it be that he was awakened by glory? Anna, don't be too concerned, they're just about to turn 1 month old. The man chuckled, adding, according to Chinese custom, they'll be inviting everyone for a full month celebration. Wang Rongyao looked at the man, who indeed resembled a Chinese person. Who am I? Where am I? What time is it now? He wished to inquire, yet all that emerged were coos and babbles. Do I need to hold him? The man asked, amused. Anna smiled as she passed the child, named Ona, into the man's embrace. Wang Rongyao made no objections. He lacked strength and felt more at ease being held by a fellow male than by the beautiful woman who appeared to be of English descent. It seems Ona is quite attached to me, the man said with a grin. Oh, I'm going to be jealous of you, Wang. Anna teased, a hint of envy in her tone. I'm the mother. I endured so much to bring you into this world. Despite her complaining tone, her enchanting blue eyes radiated affection, whether directed at Ona or at the man named Wang. At that moment, as if stirred from slumber, another voice cried out, "What?" Anna promptly scooped up another infant. Is Glory just waking up now? Wang Rongyao observed the newborn, who had just begun to cry, only to be soothed back to sleep in Anna's arms. The child appeared too young to discern any features. Perhaps he resembled him in a way. Ona remains remarkably calm. The man remarked, gently patting the baby's back. It seems he takes after me. Anna shot an incredulous glance at her partner. Are you implying Glory resembles me? Ha ha. The man beamed at his two children and Anna, basking in the joy of familial bliss. Wang Rongyao glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. June 22nd, 1980. What? Had he somehow traveled back to before his birth? However, his shock was short-lived as he felt the man, cradling his son, approach the calendar. It was a football fan calendar. Do you see this? Nottingham Forest. Our team was just crowned European champions when you were born. Nottingham Forest? Though he was a football enthusiast, Wang Rongyao knew that Chinese football was not particularly strong. A dual devotee of Spanish football and Real Madrid, he wondered what Nottingham Forest was and how they had managed to win the European Cup again. However, he was proud to note that his beloved Real Madrid had a record of 12 European championships, including 5 consecutive and 3 back-to-back titles. Unbeknownst to Wang Rongyao, who had only followed football since 2000, the late 1970s to 1980 marked Nottingham Forest's golden era, having achieved the remarkable feat of winning the League Cup after being promoted to the First Division in 1978, followed by back-to-back victories in the European Cup in 1979 and 1980. In 1979, they also claimed the League Cup again, only narrowly missing a third consecutive triumph in the League Cup final in 1980. The man, still cradling his son, pointed to a family photo beside the calendar. Look, this is your grandfather, Brian, and this is your uncle, Nigel. You will be proud of them one day. All right, Anna said with a smile. Your father will be visiting in a few days. After entertaining the children, the man, urged by Anna, returned Ona and the sleeping Glory to their crib before being sent off to take a shower. Lying in the crib, Wang Rongyao felt genuinely exhausted. As he closed his eyes, he attempted to recall any information about relatives or friends, only to be struck by the realization that he could remember nothing, only that he hailed from 2020 in China. Who was I again? Overwhelmed by confusion and fatigue, little Ona drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. The Zhuazhou. When little Ona awoke, he seemed unchanged, still dazed and bewildered. Under the attentive care of Wang and Anna, he and Glory thrived, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On May 28, 1981, Ona and Glory celebrated their first birthday, and the family gathered together joyously. The two children were dressed in festive attire, and Ona was held by a middle-aged man, adorned in a bright red tang suit that exuded celebration. Jean, this Zhuazhou sounds quite intriguing, one guest remarked. Indeed, Wang Jin replied with a smile. This is a traditional Chinese custom, and each item carries auspicious meanings. For instance, a pen signifies a writer, a book represents a scholar, a paintbrush denotes an artist, that seal symbolizes an official, and this peculiar brush is for calligraphy. The little pistol represents a soldier, while the money signifies a merchant. And of course, this small football symbolizes a football player. That sounds splendid. The enthusiastic Brian pointed towards the small football, addressing Ona. Little one, why not choose that? Ha ha, Nigel, only 15 but already a rising star in Nottingham Forest youth team, chimed in. They'll teach him how to play football. Forget it. Brian shot a disapproving glance at his son. Train well. We're currently in 7th place, and we've been struggling since Martin left for Norwich. I hear he's bound for Manchester City. Not to worry. We still have our formidable defenders, Viv Anderson and Kenny Burns, our goalkeeper Peter Shilton, and the powerful forward Trevor Francis. Soon, he'll become the next Martin O'Neill. Nigel's eyes sparkled with determination. Wang Jin chuckled as he patted Nigel's head. All right, let's get started. Come on, come on. Nigel, after all, remained a child at heart. Brian shook his head. He had only one daughter and one son. His younger son, Nigel, was born only after his retirement at the age of 31, while his elder daughter, Anna Clave, married Wang Jin at the age of 24. Wang Jin, hailing from the southern region of Huaxia, moved to Hong Kong with his parents at the tender age of 12. Later, the astute and diligent Wang Jin caught the eye of a baronet, and after the untimely death of his father, he found himself unencumbered and was brought to England at the age of 23 to serve as the baronet's professional manager. overseeing a company. Anna, at the age of 22, secured a position as Wang Jin's assistant at this very company. Over the course of 2 years, the two young souls blossomed into lovers. During this same period, Brian Clough led Nottingham Forest in an astonishing promotion miracle, clinching the top league championship and the League Cup, followed by victories in the European Champions Cup and a successful defense of the League Cup the subsequent year, ultimately becoming a legendary coach in English football. Thus, the union of his daughter and Wang Jin became quite the newsworthy event at the time. In their first year of marriage, Wang Jin and Anna welcomed a pair of twins, a son and a daughter, named Glory and Honor, respectively. Coincidentally, their birthdays fell on the same day that Brian's Nottingham Forest triumphed in the European Champions Cup, prompting a jubilant Brian to bestow upon the children names of honor and to seize the opportunity to win the European Super Cup as a celebratory gift. With the promising potential of his son Nigel emerging, Brian suddenly felt that such a life was indeed remarkably fulfilled. "Come on, Glory, you go first," Wang Jin chuckled, encouraging his wife Anna to release Glory, who was captivated by various trinkets. Today, Glory was adorned in attire reminiscent of a princess, garments purchased from Chinatown, while Anna donned a traditional qipao. The moment Glory was freed from her mother's grasp, she unhesitatingly lunged for a music box she had been eyeing for quite some time, a sentimental gift from Wang Jin to Anna. "Huh, it seems Glory will be a musician in the future," Nigel exclaimed joyfully, startling Glory momentarily. Nevertheless, she continued to clutch the music box tightly until Anna lifted her up and confiscated it. Initially, Glory seemed on the verge of tears, but her attention was swiftly diverted by a doll that Wang Jin had thoughtfully prepared. Next up is Honor. Brian could hardly contain his excitement as he set Honor down. Honor glanced at the dazzling array of toys and quietly crawled towards them. The entire family held their breath as they watched Honor resolutely grasp the little soccer ball that had been on Brian's mind for so long. And in that moment, the Clough father and son beamed with joy as if they had reached the pinnacle of European football. Wang Jin and Anna exchanged knowing smiles. They resided in the Chelsea district of London, a fortunate arrangement thanks to Sir Robert, who had taken Wang Jin under his wing and offered him a long-unused small detached villa, half sold, half gifted. Sir Robert owned numerous properties and several companies, with Wang Jin overseeing their operations. Each company had managers and supervisors appointed according to their scale. Within just 4 or 5 years of arriving in England, Wang Jin had successfully doubled the market value of most companies, possibly due to the previous manager's limited capabilities, which allowed the industrious Wang Jin, having risen from the grassroots, to gain a clearer understanding of market dynamics. By November, Wang Jin intended to discuss a potential acquisition of a drilling company named Gloning located in Surrey. "When Honor turns 6, will you consider sending him here?" Brian suddenly inquired during dinner. "No rush," Anna replied first. "This place is not far from Chelsea. We can let Honor attend training there. The foundational education is likely to be better." Indeed, Brian mused, realizing the merit in her suggestion, for time was still on their side. "By the way, it seems rather unsafe lately. I've heard of frequent disappearances." Wang Jin quickly shifted the topic. "Is it the same in London?" Nigel naturally chimed in. "It appears there have been several cases of disappearances and explosions in Nottingham. Some say it's the return of Robin Hood." "Nonsense. Let's just hope for peace and tranquility." Brian clearly preferred to steer clear of such discussions. Honor Jin quietly sipped his milk. His ears perked up. Was the security situation in England truly so dire? He felt a sense of forgetfulness wash over him, as if many memories eluded him. Yet when he touched the soccer ball, fragments of recollection surfaced, mostly concerning football, such as next year's World Cup in Spain, where Italy ultimately triumphed over West Germany. "Last year, I accompanied Brian to Italy for the European Cup. Unfortunately, we only attended matches in Rome, Turin, and Naples. This year, I wonder where Brian plans to go. Can I stay in London?" Nigel asked. "Of course," Brian responded with ease. "Why don't we travel to Italy?" Wang Jin suddenly proposed. "I think he'll pass." Brian shook his head. "Nigel can go. I still need to prepare for player transfers." "Is that possible? When shall we depart?" "Let's aim for Saturday, the 6th of next month." Anna, and I still need to arrange the company's affairs. Chapter 3. A serendipitous encounter in Rome on June 6, 1980. The Clav family arrived in Rome, Italy. Due to Jean's Huaxia identity, although Sir Robert had assisted him in acquiring English nationality, Wang Jin ultimately chose to join the Clav family through marriage. Brian had grown accustomed to addressing him as king, which means king in English and sounds similar to Jean, while Anna preferred to call him by his given name, Wang, as it felt more distinctive. "There are so many people," Anna exclaimed, cradling glory as she gazed at the throngs of tourists from across Europe and the world. On the weekend, Nigel was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to commence their adventure. "Let us visit the Musée d'Orsay," Anna exclaimed with excitement. "First, we should head to the hotel," Wang Jin said, smiling as he held on to Ona. Upon arriving at the hotel, Nigel followed the Wang couple to the museum. Such astonishing works. Anna, a graduate of the London Business School, had a profound appreciation for art, yet during her studies, Brian's relentless work for their livelihood compelled her to pursue a business major instead. Indeed, Nigel replied somewhat dismissively, yet his gaze was fixated on a nude statue of a woman. Wang Jin chuckled, noting that this statue was one of the museum's most renowned pieces, The Rape of Proserpina. The two children remained quiet, with Glory appearing noticeably intrigued, while Ona stifled a yawn, seemingly weary. "Is Ona uninterested in art?" Wang Jin remarked with a smile. "Shall I take him for a stroll outside?" "Perhaps not. It is quite hot out there, and besides, it is not easy to come inside," Anna replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Very well." Wang Jin observed the sculpture closely. "Is that a hound behind?" "Yes. It should be the Cerberus," Anna answered. "Cerberus? The three-headed one?" Ona perked up, looking up to confirm. Indeed, it was the three-headed hound of the underworld. "Excuse me, are you also from England?" suddenly inquired a gentleman nearby, holding a small infant. Wang Jin glanced over. The man was accompanied by his wife. "Yes," Wang Jin replied, casting a sidelong glance at Nigel, who wore a Nottingham Forest jersey. "Wonderful. I am William Granger, and this is my wife, Jennifer. While we are quite interested in art, we do not possess much knowledge. You seem quite familiar with the exhibits. May we accompany you on your tour?" "Of course. I am Kim Kraft. And this is my wife, Anna Kraft. This is Nigel, my wife's brother," Wang Jin said with a smile. "And this is my son Ona, and my daughter Glory. This is my daughter, Hermione," William proudly presented his daughter, whose large, curious eyes were fixated on Ona. "Hermione Granger?" Ona's eyes lit up. Could it be from the world of Harry Potter, or merely a coincidence? "What a delightful little princess," Anna complimented. "Mr. William, did you recognize my jersey?" Nigel inquired. "Are you a fan of Nottingham Forest?" "Nottingham Forest? Are you referring to football?" William shook his head. "I rarely watch football." "Oh," Nigel felt a profound disappointment. It seemed a rarity for an Englishman not to enjoy football. "I apologize. My wife and I are dentists, and we seldom encounter football enthusiasts. I genuinely do not care much for it," William admitted sheepishly. "No worries," Wang Jin interjected to ease the tension. "My father is a football coach, and besides, we are here to explore." Oh, William seemed unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, Anna quickly began to introduce the exhibits. "This is a work by the renowned Italian sculptor Bernini, completed when he was merely 23 years old. Their essays sell portrait of Bernini over there. Let us go take a look." The group followed Anna forward. After a tour of the Musée d'Orsay, as dinner time approached, the Granger couple learned that the Wang family resided in Chelsea. "Many of our clients are from Chelsea. Our clinic is not far from there. If you need anything, do come by, or you are welcome to visit us at home." William insisted on treating the Wang family to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. The Wang family, unable to decline, agreed, and after their meal, they arranged to visit the Colosseum together the following day. The next day, Nigel continued to accompany the Wang family to the Colosseum, where they met the Grangers. After visiting the Colosseum, the Arch of Constantine, the ruins of ancient Rome, and the Vittoriano, they ultimately reached the Mouth of Truth. After this series of attractions, all five were utterly exhausted, especially with the responsibility of caring for 3 children. "I shall treat us to lunch today," Wang Jin cheerfully proclaimed. "A light meal will suffice," William agreed without much resistance. No. I have already made a reservation at a recommended restaurant nearby," Wang Jin said with a smile. After dining, while the men engaged in conversation, Anna began to entertain Glory, Ona, and Hermione, discussing matters of parenting. Once they had rested, the group continued their Roman adventure, visiting the Pantheon, the Fountain of 4 Rivers, the Fountain of Neptune, Castel San Angelo, and the Vatican. Even though Wang Jin was not a Christian, he felt the visit to the Vatican, the seat of the papacy, was worthwhile, considering most Englishmen are Protestants. That evening, they dined at another restaurant, this time with both families sharing the bill. They planned to explore another day before departing for other cities. "Shall we first head to Florence, then Venice, followed by Milan and Turin, and finally Genoa?" The two ladies confirmed the itinerary, and Wang Jin and William had no objections. After spending an additional day in Rome visiting the Trevi Fountain and a few more sites, the families prepared to journey to Florence. Known as Firenze, they spent 2 days there before heading to Venice, where they enjoyed a gondola ride through the enchanting water city. After only a day in Venice, they set off for Milan. In Milan, they marveled at the cathedral and Da Vinci's mural, and that evening, the two ladies eagerly indulged in shopping, leaving the three men, especially Wang Jin, who had to care for 2 children, feeling overwhelmed. After a long day, Wang Jin collapsed onto the hotel bed, exhausted, leaving Anna to tend to a lively Glory who had an abundance of energy. The next day, both families enjoyed a rare late start, only setting out in the afternoon. They hurriedly visited a few sites before returning to the hotel to rest, preparing for an early departure to Turin the following morning. Upon arriving in Turin, known as the chocolate capital, the 2 little girls were thrilled, gazing longingly at the adults enjoying chocolates. What is so delightful about chocolate? Ona wondered. It smells divine. After spending just a day in Turin, the group traveled south to Genoa, the birthplace of Columbus and Paganini, where Marco Polo penned his travels. They spent 2 days exploring the numerous attractions of Genoa before returning to London. Before parting ways, both families exchanged addresses and phone numbers, promising to reunite for future adventures. Little did they realize the profound impact this encounter would have on the 3 children. Chapter 4. Strange omens upon their return from Italy. Wang Jin and Anna resumed their work, entrusting Glory and Ona to a nanny highly recommended by Sir Robert. Over the course of a year, the Kraft family became quite familiar with the children. Life seemingly returned to normal. Even the momentous wedding of the Prince of Wales and Princess Diana in July did not disrupt the Wang family's routine. By the end of October, Wang Jin successfully negotiated the acquisition of Glanning Company. Young Sir Robert was initially quite wary of him, yet on the eve of Halloween, the elder Sir Robert hosted a dinner for the Wang family. After the meal, he summoned Wang Jin and his son to his study for a private discussion lasting nearly 2 hours. Upon their exit, young Sir Robert's demeanor towards Wang Jin had notably softened, even going so far as to present Ona and Glory with high-quality candies and chocolates specially prepared by the elder Sir Robert. Upon returning to their villa in Chelsea, Anna inquired about the meeting, to which Wang Jin elaborated on the circumstances dating back to their time in Hong Kong. At the tender age of 12, I accompanied my father to Hong Kong. My father had once been a Taoist priest, akin to the wizards of your legends, though more accurately resembling a pastor from a church. It was 1966, a year marked by a political movement against feudal superstitions in China, reminiscent of the British Parliament's decision to overthrow the Queen, the aristocracy, and the Church. It is said that my father had a prophetic dream about my great-grandfather, which prompted him to retrieve some items from a hidden room in our ancestral home. He sold the house and fled with me to Hong Kong. Shortly thereafter, the temple where he had once practiced was demolished, yet we preserved our home through its sale, which funded our new life in Hong Kong. Upon our arrival, my father resumed his role as a Taoist priest, gaining a modest reputation. Sir Robert, who was conducting business in Hong Kong at the time, faced considerable challenges until he heard of my father's renown. He invited my father to assist him, and soon the company began to flourish. A friendship blossomed between them, though my father's health steadily declined. Before his passing, he entrusted me to Sir Robert, who subsequently adopted me as his godson. Despite my lack of religious belief, it was, at that time, the best course of action. In his final moments, my father bequeathed to me the belongings he had brought from our hometown. He cautioned against pursuing his craft, explaining that his untimely demise was a result of overexerting powers he could not bear. He urged me to learn the art of business from Sir Robert, hoping that my descendants would discern when to embrace such knowledge. As I regarded my son, Ona, I realized that I would wait until he was 6 before introducing him to these matters. Is it the items concealed in the small secret chamber of the wine cellar? Anna inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, I replied, adjusting my posture. Within lies the ancestral tablets of the Wang family and a mysterious chest. My father instructed me that if it could be opened, it would reveal its contents. If not, it must remain untouched. There are also books and tools stored in a cabinet, accessible only upon unlocking the chest. Very well, Anna acknowledged, her interest undiminished, though she remained focused on the events of the evening and what transpired thereafter. Upon arriving in England, Sir Robert introduced me to young Robert. However, he harbored suspicions regarding my intentions. At that time, he had just begun his studies at Cambridge University. Now, having graduated, he sought to restrict my influence within the company. As you are aware, I had assumed that adopting the surname Kraft would allay his concerns, but he believed that Brian would afford me a greater advantage, suspecting my motives were less than honorable, thus intensifying his scrutiny. I remained unfazed. Brian had also approached me, expressing a desire for my assistance in Nottingham. While I did not acquiesce, it presented me with an additional option. Oh, was that during my pregnancy? Anna pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, I smiled. Yet Sir Robert has been exceedingly generous to me. Unless he consents, I shall not part ways with him. What was discussed this evening? Anna pressed. Sir Robert clarified my situation to young Robert and drafted a will in our presence. He pledged that upon Robert's marriage, he would transfer all his shares to him, while also granting me a 5% stake. In truth, prior discussions with Sir Robert had aimed to instill urgency in young Robert, encouraging him to fully engage with the company. His performance has now reached a level that satisfies Sir Robert, and to avoid misunderstandings, this explanation was deemed necessary. Furthermore, I was unaware that my father had once saved young Robert's life. Young Robert, it turns out, is a decent fellow. He offered me an apology on the spot and proposed an additional 5% in shares, which I declined, yet he was willing to restore much of my authority. That is splendid news, Anna acknowledged, fully aware of the efforts I had invested over the past 2 years. Now, let us retire early. We must visit the newly acquired Browning Company next week. However, on November 2nd, perhaps due to the recent passing of Halloween, peculiar figures draped in unusual robes wandered about, and flocks of owls soared overhead. That night, a meteor shower graced the skies. The following day, the phenomenon seemed to intensify, prompting television news to report on this unusual occurrence. What is happening? I inquired while watching the news, noticing yet more owls flitting past. Anna cast an anxious glance out the window. This year's Halloween appeared particularly lively. Could something fortuitous be unfolding? She mused. Yet, the news speculated as well. And I shook my head. In any case, let us rest early. We have a journey to Browning Company ahead of us, and it is quite a distance. Owls? Ona gazed out the window, and suddenly, an owl swooped by. Is this truly the world of Harry Potter? By the way, the supervisor, Vernon Dursley, seems rather competent, I remarked, glancing over the documents once more. His performance improved significantly after he assumed his position. I intended to have a thorough discussion with him and potentially offer a modest raise. Vernon Dursley? Ona turned to his parents, confirming the name. The day passed with a sense of unease lingering in the air until Anna and I returned home, exhausted. I missed you dearly, I exclaimed as we entered, each of us lifting our child, as we had departed at 8 in the morning and returned by 9 at night. Thankfully, a maid had been there to care for our little one, allowing us some peace of mind. Vernon took the day off. Apparently, there was an urgent matter at home, Anna remarked with a chuckle. However, the staff seemed to fear and resent him. All the better, I replied. A strict supervisor ensures employees remain vigilant and diligent. A weak and lenient manager only fosters complacency. I was indifferent to the situation. He was unaware of our impending visit, yet opportunities to encounter him would surely arise. Chapter 5 5 years later, Ona listened intently, though Anna and I were already engrossed in discussions regarding company adjustments. Ona began to ponder the information he had gleaned. If my memory serves me correctly, today marks the first day Harry Potter was delivered to the Dursleys' home. As this thought crossed my mind, I could not help but smile wryly. I could not recall my own identity yet retained every detail about Harry Potter and the associated literature. What do I truly remember of myself? In the blink of an eye, 5 years have swiftly passed. On May 28, 1986. After celebrating her 6th birthday and preparing to advance from the 1st to the 2nd grade, Ona, along with her sister Glory, enjoyed a splendid birthday surrounded by family blessings. Among the attendees were Sir Robert and his son, young Robert, as well as Robert's newlywed wife, William Granger, and his wife, along with their daughter and classmate, Hermione Granger. Even the Dursleys, with their portly son Dudley, were present, while Harry Potter remained an obscure figure to most. Speaking of Hermione Granger, born on September 19, 1979. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Emma Watson from the films, which naturally endeared her to Ona. Both the Kings and the Williams were pleased by this. Although Glory found herself somewhat troubled as Dudley Dursley, the chubby lad, did not meet her aesthetic standards and persistently sought her companionship. Fortunately, her uncle Nigel, perceptive as ever, arrived with his girlfriend to provide support. Currently, Nigel Clough has become the beacon of hope for Nottingham Forest. In recent years, the team's performance has been erratic, ranking 12th in 1982, climbing to 5th in 1983, and reaching the top 3 in 1984, while Liverpool achieved a remarkable hat-trick of championships. However, in 1985, Nottingham Forest fell to 9th place, as Everton triumphed over their city rivals to claim the championship. Liverpool faced further calamity on May 29, 1985. Just a day after Ona's 5th birthday, when they clashed with Italian giants Juventus in the Champions League final at Heysel Stadium in Brussels, Belgium. Tragically, a massive fan conflict erupted before the match, leading to a stadium collapse that resulted in 39 fatalities, predominantly Italians. This incident profoundly impacted Liverpool, who lost the final to Juventus due to a controversial penalty, denying them a 5th European Cup trophy for 2 decades. The catastrophe was compounded by the Bradford fire disaster on May 11th, where a celebratory event for Bradford's promotion to the 2nd division turned tragic when fan cigarette butts ignited the wooden stands, resulting in 56 deaths and over 200 injuries. In response, Margaret Thatcher mandated a 5-year ban on all English clubs from participating in European competitions, with Liverpool facing a 10-year suspension. This prohibition severely affected English football, marking a stark contrast to the dominance of English clubs in the European Cup from 1977 to 1985. Nigel, however, began his ascent into professional football during this turbulent season, scoring his first goal for Nottingham Forest in 9 appearances, and at 19, he was rapidly gaining recognition. As the event unfolded, Dudley Dursley, reluctant to remain, eventually departed early, as the attendees were not his usual peers but rather the legendary coach of Nottingham Forest and emerging star players. Meanwhile, the Williams family, having accepted the King's invitation, moved to the Chelsea area, living adjacent to them. Hermione and Glory attended Pembroke Hall Girls' School, where Glory exhibited exceptional artistic talent. Ona, on the other hand, enrolled in Weatherby School, which only accepted male students. It was rumored that Prince William was set to join Weatherby Nursery School, likely leading to his enrollment at Weatherby School, making Ona his senior. The following day, Brian and Nigel had to journey to Liverpool for the memorial commemorating the Haysel tragedy. Before their departure, they extended an invitation to the Kings to join them in Mexico for the World Cup, a tradition that had become a hallmark of the Clough family. This trip was as much about professional pursuits as it was about the need for relaxation after establishing their careers. In the 1982 World Cup, 2-year-old Ona traveled with her parents to explore major Spanish cities, witnessing England's triumph in the group stage, where Trevor Francis, Nottingham Forest star, shone brightly. Despite England's eventual defeat in the semi-finals against West Germany, the tournament marked a significant chapter in her life. In 1984, during the European Championship in France, 4-year-old Ona accompanied her family to cities like Paris and Marseille, although Brian and Nigel attended. England's failure to progress to the finals allowed Nigel to indulge in sightseeing while Brian focused on scouting players. The host nation, France, ultimately claimed victory. Excitement brewed within Ona as she anticipated witnessing the legendary Diego Maradona's crowning during the upcoming World Cup. Yet, before that, she was led by the Kings into a secret chamber within the wine cellar. Chapter 6. The Secret Room in the Wine Cellar on the evening of May 30th. Anna took Glory to dance training, while Ona accompanied the Kings into the wine cellar. Although she had known of its existence since she was 1, she had never ventured there, confident that the Kings would eventually guide her. After a 2-day wait, her curiosity nearly compelled her to sneak in herself. Son. King stood at the far corner by the wine cabinet. I have never spoken to you about your grandfather. Ona nodded obediently, watching as Wang Jin pushed open the wine cabinet, revealing a hidden door behind it. The design led to a small chamber specifically intended for the storage of valuable items. Wang Jin retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Our family does not possess many items of significant worth. The only treasures are those left by your grandfather. Yet, for the majority, including myself, these hold little monetary value. Upon entering, the modest room was nearly filled by a single table adorned with several memorial tablets. And it appeared that an incense burner had recently been used. When you were younger, I would light incense for your grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors. Today, you too shall offer a stick of incense. All right, father. Taking the incense from Wang Jin, Ona respectfully bowed 3 times, imitating Wang Jin's solemnity. As per the order of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, my name is Wang Jin, not Jean Calafo, Wang Jin stated gravely. You belong to the wood generation. I have named you Rongyao. Remember your lineage name, Wang Rongyao. Wang Rongyao. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded Ona's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. I'm Wang Rongyao. Indeed. Wang Jin expressed his satisfaction, while Wang Rongyao recalled an abundance of memories, all related to the game Honor of Kings. Now that the incense has been offered, I wish to discuss matters concerning our family. Following the instructions of Ona, Wang Jin began to recount the tale. My father, who was also your grandfather, is named Wang Kuan and hails from Changcheng in the Guangdong province of China, where he practiced in the renowned Qingyun Cave Taoist Temple. Changcheng is celebrated as the birthplace of martial arts in China and is a city steeped in historical culture. The Qingyun Cave Temple was established in 1893 during the late Qing dynasty, hence its name, as cave is a term used for significant Taoist structures. Our ancestral lineage, the Wang family, is said to trace back to Prince Wang Jin, while our branch claims descent from Wang Su. Although I cannot ascertain the entirety of this lineage, we do possess a tablet honoring the esteemed Mr. Guguzi. Wang Jin gestured for Ona to observe the highest tablet, which indeed bore the name of Guguzi Wang Su. Ona's knowledge of Chinese culture is attributed to Wang Jin's teachings, although he had some understanding beforehand. First, there is Wang Chongyang of the Chuanjin sect from the Song dynasty, followed by Wang Yaoming, also known as Wang Shoren, from the Ming dynasty. To be candid, I am somewhat skeptical and thus transitioned directly to my great-grandfather, Wang Miao, who is said to have overseen the construction of the Qingyun cave and possessed the ability to arrange formations. Arrangements? Ona appeared bewildered. Guguzi is traditionally recognized as a master of formations, with notable disciples such as Sun Bin, Pang Wan, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi who have all left their mark in history. Perhaps it was merely a matter of geomantic arrangement. Wang Jin, having been raised in Qingyun cave, was not entirely convinced, as he felt no distinct difference in his upbringing. Next in line is my grandfather, Wang Jiang, from whom most of the legends were conveyed. As for my father, your grandfather, he indeed displayed remarkable abilities. However, it is significant to note that both my grandfather and father departed this world in their 40s, preventing me from learning the incantations passed down by my great-grandfather. At this juncture, Wang Jin fell into silence for a moment and remarked, to be honest, I do not know if you can learn this, but it is worth a try. Instead of opening the box, Wang Jin retrieved a small package from the drawer of the desk, from which he produced a talisman and handed it to Ona. Upon inspection, Ona realized it was a bagua with the yin-yang symbol at its center, and he cast a curious glance at his father, fixated on the central Taiji diagram. Wang Jin spoke briefly. As Ona gazed intently at the two enigmatic eyes, a thunderous sound resonated within his mind. The Taichi before him appeared to rotate, while the surrounding bagua illuminated with a golden glow. It seemed as if he could hear someone reciting an incantation amidst the whispers of the wind and the cries of cranes. In an instant, a surge of information flooded into his consciousness. In observing the interplay of yin and yang, one names and defines all things, understanding the portals of existence and extinction, strategizing the beginnings and endings of myriad forms, deciphering the principles of the human heart, witnessing the signs of transformation, and presiding over their thresholds. Before he could fully absorb this profound passage of classical prose, a captivating voice chimed. Mysterious energy detected. System activation in progress. Please hold on. As Ona's vision darkened, it resembled the moment when a Huawei phone restarts, an enigmatic symbol gradually illuminating the screen, revealing the icon of Honor of Kings. The image transitioned from a dull gray to a resplendent gold, shimmering brilliantly. Suddenly, another icon flickered to life, emblazoned with the letters HP. Where the lower half of the P was depicted as a lightning bolt, encircled by a golden orb with wings, radiating its own dazzling glow. Welcome to the world of Honor of Kings and Harry Potter. The simultaneous voices echoed, one in Mandarin and the other in English. Time seemed to stretch and compress. Wang Jin merely felt his son glance at the token, and in that instant, a glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes, followed by a sudden gust of wind within the chamber, lifting both their garments dramatically. Remarkably, a box emitted a sudden glow, and with a crisp sound, it sprang open. The pages of the topmost book appeared to be stirred by the breeze, flipping autonomously. In no time, the entire volume had been turned, and then a tiger's roar reverberated through the air. Wang Jin jolted from his astonishment. Noticing a fleeting glimpse of a tiger stripe in the shape of the character, Wang briefly illuminated his son's forehead, vanishing so quickly that he questioned his own perception. Meanwhile, Ona continued to receive a barrage of notifications. Detection of books related to Guguzi, activating Hero Guguzi. Detection of Taoist inner strength techniques, activating Hero Paikanhu. What on earth was happening? Ona was perplexed, recalling having read a few novels about transmigration systems in a previous life, yet never anticipated being endowed with such a bewildering system. It appeared that this realm was indeed the world of Harry Potter. What purpose did possessing Honor of Kings serve? Detection of magical energy surging, successfully attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. An acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is expected in 5 years, at which point the main storyline will commence. Detection of interaction with the primary character Hermione Granger, side quest activated. Miss Know-it-all's childhood friend. Detection of interaction with the secondary characters, the Dursley family, side quest activated. Reforming hearts. Ona was utterly taken aback. Is there really a duel system? Has it succeeded? Wang Jin murmured. Son, how do you feel now? I don't know, Ona replied, regaining his composure, sensing he had grasped something yet remained in the dark. It's all right. Ultimately, you have received the acknowledgement of the token, Wang Jin said reassuringly. I am unaware of what lies within the box. It was personally placed there by your great-grandfather. When I completed the test, he sighed, and now I finally understand why. Does my sister not need to be tested? Ona inquired. Wang Jin hesitated for a moment. My father said the inheritance is passed down to males only, but with your question, I find myself at a loss for an answer. Ona blinked her eyes. Wang Jin's old face flushed with embarrassment as he murmured. It might be because these few generations are all only children. Otherwise, when glory returns, I shall bring her to see. Ona nodded. Wang Jin treated both children equally, and perhaps even held a greater affection for his daughter, Glory. Although Ona's suggestion posed a slight dilemma for him, he ultimately decided to allow his daughter to have a go at it. Chapter 7. The mysterious box. Now that the box had been opened, you may as well see what lies within. Wang Jin refrained from touching the open box, for he was an adult and had long since outgrown the age of indiscriminate curiosity. As for the items left behind by your grandfather, I have only checked for any damage and have not examined them closely. You are welcome to take a look as well. Ona had been eagerly anticipating this moment. He first picked up the book that had already been flipped through, quietly turning over to Hua Tuo's 5-animal play, the tiger play. Wang Jin also noticed and remarked. Oh, the 5-animal play? Shouldn't there be 5 sections? Ona inquired. Indeed, continue to look further. Perhaps there is more, Wang Jin suggested, recalling something. It seems your grandfather had another volume among his collection. He swiftly walked over to another box, opened it, and searched for a moment. Look. The 5-animal play, the deer play. Onana held the 5 animals play tiger routine, and his mind instinctively began to replay the complete sequence of tiger movements. Unconsciously, he performed the initial gesture, and a warm current arose from his dantian, surging upward. Unable to contain himself, Onana let out a fierce roar. His fierce yet adorable expression caused Wang Ji Duo to burst into laughter. What are you roaring at? Upon exclaiming, Ona felt an overwhelming sense of relief, disregarding Wang Jin's remarks. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the book in her father's hands. May I take a look? Certainly, here you go. As Ona held the book, her eyes gleamed once more, and a message echoed in her mind. Taoist internal cultivation method detected, activating hero yell. Current energy insufficient. Please master the tiger play technique before proceeding to the next level of study. Ona hastily placed 2 books on the table and began to peer into the box. Inquiring of his father, is there more? Oh, let me have a look. Ultimately, within the box, he discovered 2 volumes of bear play and monkey play, while Wang Jin found another book on bird play. All 5 animal plays have been located. Detection of Taoist internal cultivation techniques initiated the activation of the hero Agudo. Detection of Taoist internal cultivation techniques initiated the activation of the hero Sun Wukong. Detection of Taoist internal cultivation techniques initiated the activation of the hero Yun Zhongjuan. Current energy is insufficient. Please master tiger play before proceeding with further studies. With each book encountered, a prompt resonated. Father, could you assist me by bringing all the books over? I wish to organize them. Ona implored, though he remained uncertain of the utility in activating heroes. He felt compelled to explore. There is no need for such trouble, Wang Jin replied, lifting the 2 boxes from the corner. They're all right here. Ona, no longer in a hurry, began to examine the contents of the mysterious box. Inside, he found 3 volumes of the 5 animal play, a copy of the Ghost Valley Master, and a notebook, which had been left by the Taoist Wang Miao. After perusing these texts, the father and son learned that Wang Miao was a descendant of Wang Yaming. During the upheaval of the Qing army's southward advance, a portion of the Wang clan fled from Jiangsu and Zhejiang to the eastern Guangdong region, choosing a life of seclusion to demonstrate their loyalty. To evade repercussions from the Qing dynasty, they practiced their Taoist teachings in Chan City, preserving books and artifacts from their family. By the time of Wang Miao, he had gained considerable renown in the area, establishing the Qingyun Cave. During the foundational period of Qingyun Cave, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden cavern containing a mysterious box and a medallion resting upon it. A stone tablet within the cave bore an inscription indicating that it was meant to be opened by a fated descendant of the Wang family. Wang Miao, believing it to be a divine omen, opened the box, which contained several Taoist texts. Upon reading them, he attained profound insights and true mastery of Tao, leading to the fame of Qingyun Cave. However, this prosperity was short-lived. During the waning years of the Qing dynasty, China faced invasions from Western powers and internal rebellions. As a martial arts hub, Chan City became a target, and despite Wang Miao's formidable skills, he ultimately fell victim to treachery, meeting his end. In his notes, he expressed the belief that his grandson Wang Kuan lacked spiritual insight and thus instructed his son, Wang Jiang, to seal the box, waiting for a future descendant who might be worthy to unlock it. Alas, your grandfather was fiercely determined throughout his life and did not wish to seal the box. But it was my grandfather who, in a fit of anger, closed it before my very eyes, Wang Jin sighed. Your grandfather had already secretly taken out those 2 volumes of the 5 animal play. In truth, your great-grandfather was aware of this, yet ultimately yielded to compassion. As for the other books left by your grandfather, they were not from the box but were instead brought by our branch's ancestors from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Seeing Ona inspect the covers of all the books, Wang Jin elaborated further. Indeed, there was no sound indicating any system prompt, not even from a volume of Zhuangzi. It appeared that the box discovered by Wang Miao in the cavern truly possessed extraordinary qualities. Besides the texts, the box contained other artifacts, a turtle shell, a go board, and a piece of wood. Upon detecting the divination turtle shell, the hero Ming Shirin was activated. Upon detecting the Taoist essence go pieces, the hero I Xing was activated. It seemed these were all remarkable items. Wang Jin scrutinized the objects. Is this a turtle shell? Does it contain any coins? Ona gave a slight shake, and indeed, there it was. Go. It had been ages since Wang Jin had last played. He reminisced about his modest renown as a skilled chess player, often challenged by young Robert, who had seldom managed to secure a victory against him. William, on the other hand, lacked prowess in chess, while Brian occasionally triumphed. As for Go, he had not played since leaving Hong Kong. Let us set these aside for now. Perhaps we shall revisit them when the opportunity arises, Wang Jin chuckled, observing Ona engrossed in studying the tortoise shell and the 5 copper coins within. Very well, father, Ona replied, neatly arranging the items before departing the secret chamber with only the tiger play. When Glory returns, I shall invite her to try her hand at it as well, Wang Jin said, securing the door and turning back. Ona nodded, desiring nothing more than to retreat to his room and delve into the intricacies of the system within his mind. The first was the Harry Potter system, however. Aside from 2 side quests and 1 main quest awaiting activation, no further guidance was provided. The first side quest, Miss Encyclopedia's childhood sweetheart, required him to defeat the original Ron Weasley and become Hermione's lifelong companion. The second, Changing Hearts, aimed to persuade the Dursleys to relinquish their prejudice against Harry Potter, granting him a wholesome childhood. The side quests could be voluntarily abandoned without penalty. Hermione, he mused, seemed like a rather appealing task. As for Harry Potter, opportunities would inevitably arise. Within the Glory of Kings system, only a few hero icons illuminated: Guguzi, Paikinhuz, Yao, Agudo, Sun Wukong, Yun Zongjin, Ming Shirin, and I Xing. Was this not a significant windfall? Currently available heroes included Guguzi, activated by the Gigu command, at level 1, with the option to select 1 skill. Paikinhuz, Activated via the 5 animal play, Tiger play, also at level 1, with a skill available for selection. Ming. Activated by Gaguzi's turtle shell and the great 5 imperial coins left by Wang Yangming of the Ming dynasty, was likewise at level 1 with a skill to choose. Yixing. Activated by the ghost stones of the Tang dynasty master Wang Jisun, was at level 1, with a skill to activate. Was that all? After pondering for a while, Ona finally discerned the distinction between the two systems. The Harry Potter system was task-oriented, while the Glory of Kings system resembled an external enhancement. Gaguzi? He contemplated Gaguzi's skills, which included passive abilities, strategic mastery, wherein, when wielding a staff, he could emit the mysterious Zuinwizi, vanishing from the enemy's sight for 3 seconds, subsequently consolidating within the staff, enhancing the next spell's effect and inducing a slow on the adversary. He possessed 3 active skills: Prophet, Divine Concealment, enveloping himself in Zuinwizi, merging with his surroundings to enter a state of disguise for a certain duration, during which his mobility increased, rendering other spells ineffective. All things of spirit allowed him to pull enemies toward him using Zuinwizi, stunning them for a period, and upon hitting an enemy, granting his side a spell shield to absorb a portion of damage. Prophet, Mist Shadow, which cloaked allies within a 15-meter radius in Zuinwizi, entering a disguised state for a duration, enhancing their speed while making other spells ineffective. Currently, the only skills available for activation were Prophet, Divine Concealment, and All Things Have Spirit, but both required the enigmatic Zuinwizi. To possess Zuinwizi, one needed a staff, thus, even if Ona could activate a skill, he could not utilize it. Frustrated, Ona thought of the next hero, Peikenhus. Peikenhus possessed 2 forms, and Ona immediately recalled a unique transformation spell from the Harry Potter universe, Animagus. Transforming into a tiger seemed an excellent choice, he contemplated. At this stage, Peikenhus was only in his human form, thus his passive ability was Qi emission, allowing him to unleash a wave of Qi. However, having just acquired the tiger play, Ona found himself unable to wield it. Peikenhus' human form boasted 3 skills: Fist of Charge, directing a wave of Qi towards a specified direction, slowing the target's movement speed for a duration; Qi Guard, enveloping himself in Qi to form a shield that lasted for a period, enhancing the speed of his physical attacks; and Form and Intent Unity, unleashing a Spirit Blast to inflict area damage while increasing movement speed for a time. Yet, similarly, due to insufficient Qi, even if the skills were activated, he would be unable to employ them. Ona felt a twinge of disinterest in continuing to observe the divination and go, of which he had no understanding. However, unable to quell his curiosity, he stole a glance. Ming Shireen, passive ability, Great Fortune, enhances one's own luck, activated. In that moment, Ona felt an overwhelming sense of good fortune, as if the very air he breathed had turned sweet. Admittedly, this deviated significantly from the skills in the game Honor of Kings, yet it undeniably aligned more closely with the demands of reality. Finally, Ona possessed a skill of tangible utility. The other 3 skills were Lingua Wuyo, the ability to designate an individual, choosing to enhance or diminish their attack strength, while also augmenting their movement speed; Shigua Fei, the ability to designate an individual, choosing to enhance or diminish their defensive strength; Taigua Changxing, the ability to designate an individual, allowing one to sacrifice their own health to restore the other's vitality, or to inflict upon them the same injuries endured by oneself. Ona felt a sense of frustration. The first 2 skills were quite commendable, yet the final one, which seemed to embody self-sacrifice or perhaps malevolence, appeared excessively reminiscent of the 7 Injuries Fist. Regrettably, due to a lack of understanding of the I Ching and its hexagrams, Ona was unable to utilize active skills. However, there was a silver lining. The passive skill of I Ching was indeed accessible. When struck by a fatal blow, the skill Qi he would allow the user to slip into the void, rendering them immune to all damage for a brief duration while simultaneously enhancing their movement speed. Furthermore, it would automatically leave behind 2 game pieces. Normal attacks would be augmented, and striking an adversary would increase the range of the next attack, while inflicting double damage. It is worth noting that this skill, once triggered, would entail a cooldown period of 120 days. Ona is exceedingly pleased with this passive skill, as it embodies a remarkably miraculous means of self-preservation, offering up to 3 opportunities for survival each year in the worst-case scenario. Yixing's active skills include Dingshi Zhenshin, which allows the placement of a black chess piece at a designated location, inflicting continuous damage on surrounding foes while granting a certain degree of perception within the vicinity, thereby enhancing spell potency. A maximum of 3 pieces can be placed, each lasting for 15 seconds. Another skill, Dingshi Igai, permits the placement of a white chess piece at a specified location, which functions similarly to the black piece, but instead of amplifying spell strength, it reduces cooldown times. Moreover, within a defined radius, the black and white chess pieces can attract one another and explode, inflicting area damage upon enemies. The greater the distance of attraction, the higher the damage dealt, accompanied by a temporary slowing effect. Tian Yuan establishes an immense void chessboard, dealing spell damage and causing dizziness to enemies within its confines, while preventing them from leaving the board for a specified duration. Currently, both active skills can be activated due to the presence of the chess pieces, albeit each usage depletes their quantity. At present, there are 181 black pieces and 180 white pieces remaining. After a moment of contemplation, Ona ultimately opts to activate Ding Shi, Jin Shun. Following this activation, Ona now possesses 3 usable skills: the passive De Ji De Li, the passive Qi He, and the active skill Jin Shun. Although the chess pieces are consumable, the system notes that they can be crafted independently, requiring specific materials such as meteorite iron, sulfur, and chalk, alongside the activation of one of the heroes, Tai Zhun Run, Lu Ban De Shi, or MOZ. Ona resolved to diligently practice the 5-animal play, aiming to swiftly activate his heroic skills. When Glory returned, Wang Jin indeed took his daughter to the secret chamber, but alas, Glory was unable to confirm the unlocking of the box with the token. However, Ona's Harry Potter system alerted him that his twin sister also possessed magical potential, albeit it had yet to erupt. That evening, within the confines of their room, Glory, filled with discontent, inquired of her brother, Ona, "Is there truly no possibility for me to learn the Wang family heritage?" Ona, sensing his sister's dissatisfaction, acknowledged that such potential was traditionally reserved for males. Moreover, "If I were able to teach you, I certainly would not withhold my knowledge." Indeed, Glory, being merely 6 years of age, was more driven by a sense of envy over what her brother possessed, swiftly losing interest in their father's ominous words. By the way, Ona, do you not wish to learn the piano with me?" "I wish to learn the guitar," Ona coolly replied. "Otherwise, the pipa would suffice." "What is a pipa?" Glory was unfamiliar with traditional Chinese instruments. "It is akin to a guitar," Ona elucidated. "Oh, but Glory still favored the piano. What of dancing?" "I learned a new move last night. That kind of dance does not quite suit me." Ona was aware that Glory was studying ballet. "There are boys who dance in our community." Glory lamented, feeling that with school separating them, their time together was dwindling. "Grandfather wishes for me to play football." Ona shrugged. "I fear I lack the time to learn dance." Chapter 9. On Saturday morning, Ona rose early and began practicing in the garden. Following the explanations and illustrations of the tiger play. The tiger play involves 4 limbs on the ground, a sequence of movements, a long waist extension, and a side foot elevation toward the heavens, each movement executed 7 times. The illustrations accompanied the explanations, and besides the movements, there were breathing techniques. Ona first familiarized himself with the basic postures according to the instructions in the book. Unlike his predecessors, he lacked elder guidance, yet the system provided precise assistance, even allowing for adjustments based on Ona's physical condition. "Ona, what are you doing?" Glory, upon not spotting her brother in the morning, discovered him mimicking a cat's movements on the grass, which she found particularly amusing. "Are you learning from Hermione's kitten? Would you like to join me?" Having already worked up a sweat and accustomed to the movements, Ona was ready to incorporate breathing techniques. "Sure." Glory nodded but then recalled, "Hermione is coming over soon." "Oh, I know, you both are reviewing," Ona replied. Both he and Hermione excelled academically, often ranking at the top of their grade, while Glory, lacking a natural aptitude for studies, managed to stay within the top 10 of her class, which typically comprised around 30 students, and her school was exclusively for girls. Nonetheless, Glory excelled in the arts, was adorable, had a sweet voice, and though her grades were average, they were not poor, earning her the affection of her teachers. "Indeed, my sister is rather dull. You must teach me well," Glory said with a cheerful grin. The reason Ona performed well was that he had already studied in a past life. As for Hermione, she was genuinely intelligent. Glory, rather than being treated as Ona's sister, was regarded as a younger sibling by him. It is worth mentioning that although Ona was aware he hailed from a different timeline, most events in this world mirrored those of his previous existence. Subsequently, Ona began instructing Glory in the postures of the tiger play. Shortly after, Wang Jin and his wife arrived in the garden. "What are you two up to so early?" Anna inquired, astonished. "We are learning to be little cats," Glory replied eagerly. "Little cats?" Anna was perplexed. "Anna, this is a fitness regimen that Ona acquired yesterday," Wang Jin explained with a smile, a response he had prepared in advance. "If interested, we could learn together." "Yoga?" Anna observed the children mimicking the movements and began to show interest. "No, it is an ancient fitness routine passed down for thousands of years." Ona completed a full set of movements, feeling a gentle warmth surge through him, rising as a faint mist under the sunlight. "Perhaps we can learn more later?" Anna suggested. Noticing the sweat on Ona and Glory, "You two should go change your clothes. The Granger family will be here shortly." Once Ona and Glory had changed, Hermione's family had already arrived. "Hi." Hermione, with her thick, tousled brown hair and bright brown eyes, appeared somewhat like a little beaver due to her prominent front teeth. The 3 children were approximately 1 meters tall, though Ona and Glory were half a year younger than Hermione, and they might surpass her in height as they grew. "I haven't had breakfast yet." Glory hugged her dear friend. "Would you like to join me for a bite?" "I haven't eaten either." Hermione, having overslept, was somewhat lazy but felt reassured knowing that her best friend would share her food. "Breakfast is ready, children." Anna called the trio to the dining room, while Wang Jin engaged in conversation with William and his wife in the living room. Hermione, let me tell you, I have a Chinese name too, Glory exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as they sat down. What name? Hermione, aware that Uncle Wong was Chinese, became intrigued. Wong Rongyu, Glory announced proudly, then turned to Ona, who was spreading blueberry jam on his bread. Ona, what is your name? Wong Rongyao. Ona replied calmly, passing the knife to Hermione. It actually carries the same meaning as our English names. Could you give me a Chinese name too? Hermione asked, accepting the knife with a curious expression. Of course. Glory urged, you should also bear the surname Wong. Surname Wong? Hermione recalled something, glancing at Ona, who was drinking milk. His sleek black hair, fair complexion, high nose resembling Anna's, and dark eyes with long lashes gleamed like obsidian. Suddenly, Hermione's cheeks flushed. That sounds great. Well, Glory, deep in thought about Hermione's name, failed to notice her friend's unusual reaction. Wong Rong mean? Farmer? Ona, who was focusing on breakfast, nearly choked. Then you think of one. Glory urged, feeling anxious. Wong Ona. Ona glanced at Hermione, who was staring intently at him. Do you truly wish for a Chinese name? Yes. Hermione insisted. It should sound nice. Caught off guard by Hermione's fervent gaze, Ona suggested, Wong Zhaojun? No. Hermione immediately dismissed the idea. I want a name with Rong in it. Ona, exasperated, looked at Hermione, noticing the sparkling determination in her eyes. We are siblings. It is customary to have similar names, you know? I want it. Hermione was a strong-willed girl, unwilling to relent. Wong Rong Ona. Ona lamented, why do you want a Chinese name so badly? My mother never requested one. She does. Glory declared proudly, her name is Wang Ya. Ona was taken aback. Mom has a Chinese name too? Is that what Dad named her? Glory chuckled cheerfully, remarking that Anna signifies elegance. Oh, does Aunt Anna go by the name Wang Ya? Hermione pondered, why do you refer to me as Wang Jiaojun? That is one of the 4 great beauties of Huaxia. Ona casually commented, I merely mentioned it in passing. The 4 great beauties? Hermione's ears instantly flushed crimson. Are they truly beautiful? Are there photographs? That was a figure from 1,000 years ago, you know? Ona rolled her eyes, swallowing the last morsel of her bread. Very well then. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the notion. Am I truly to be called Wang Jiajun? Ona stared in astonishment. Is that not permissible? Hermione lifted her chin, speaking with an air of superiority. I shall inform my parents shortly. Do as you please. Ona felt a wave of exhaustion, finishing her milk to steady herself. Regardless, we shall not typically address you in that manner. There will surely come a time when it will be useful. Hermione swiftly devoured her bread, even without jam. It was rather dry, and she hurriedly drank her milk before dabbing her mouth with a napkin and darting off to the living room. Ona paused momentarily, exchanging glances with Glory. Chapter 10, The Zoo. So you really said that? Ona could not help but inquire an hour later while the 3 were completing their homework in the room. Of course. Hermione replied swiftly, her focus unwavering as she wrote. Have you finished already? Is the homework at your school that simple? Ona remarked, with a hint of exasperation, considering the simplicity of a 6-year-old's assignments. I need to speed up, Hermione retorted, quickening her pace. Unfortunately, Ona cannot attend our school, Glory lamented. Otherwise, I wouldn't need you to come and tutor me all the time. No worries, I enjoy it. Hermione exclaimed as she hastily completed her final strokes. I'm done. Just waiting for you. I'm almost there. Glory replied nonchalantly. You 2 can take a break. I need another 10 minutes. Did Dad say anything? Ona disregarded her sister's words and asked. He said the name. Hermione laughed, radiating joy. Anyway, I really like it. Ona remained silent, glancing over Hermione's work. You made a mistake here. Huh? Let me see. Hermione exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, snatching the notebook away. Oh, it's all your fault. Writing so fast distracted me and made me write it wrong. Ona shrugged, picked up the book Gaguzi, and prepared to read. Hermione checked her work several times. And when she was certain of its accuracy, Glory finished her assignment and looked at her anxiously. Shall I help you? Is there anything you don't understand? Hermione glanced over and found minimal issues. I suppose not, Glory pondered. Here and here, you've made mistakes. Hermione pointed out 2 questions. Come, let me explain. Ignoring the 2 girls' tutoring session, Ona was absorbed in Gaguzi. This text, a representation of Taoist and military philosophy, as well as the progenitor of strategists, was challenging for him, especially with its classical Chinese annotations. However, soon the system assisted him with explanations. What are you reading? After helping Glory with her problems, Hermione looked at Ona, who was engrossed in his book. It was given to me by my father. It belonged to my grandfather, Glory explained, losing interest upon realizing it was in Chinese characters. It's all in Chinese. I don't recognize much of it. Ona is so impressive. Hermione, not content, gazed at the rigid characters, finding them rather appealing. I want to learn too. I can teach you. Glory seized the opportunity to showcase her knowledge. This is 1, then 2, and 3. Is it that simple? Hermione asked in astonishment. Whereas the 4? Glory felt her friend was as naive as she once was and quickly added a 4. And, at noon, Anna came to summon the children for lunch, and Ona finally set down the book. This text primarily discussed Taoist philosophy, intertwining military strategy and the art of negotiation. While some concepts were outdated due to the limitations of the era, the system had adjusted and gradually revealed a hidden Taoist principle. However, Ona clearly lacked the time to delve deeply, as lunch was followed by a visit to the zoo. Although the zoo trip had long been planned, Ona intended to use the opportunity to observe various animals to facilitate his study of the five-animal play. Upon arriving at the zoo, Ona and Wang Jinxin exchanged a knowing glance and headed directly to the predator section. The others had no objections, but alas, the tigers at the zoo preferred to lounge lazily on the ground. Though they occasionally moved, it fell short of Ona's expectations. Boring, he muttered as a tiger let out a low growl, causing him to pause, realizing he understood it. Can you understand me? Ona called out. The tiger perked its ears and incredulously lifted its head to gaze at Ona outside the enclosure. Hey, were you just imitating my growl? Hermione and Glory turned their attention to Ona. Can you speak with me? The tiger, intrigued, stood and approached Ona, emitting a low growl that sounded threatening to others. Well, the tiger is coming. The nearby children exclaimed excitedly as a crowd began to gather. Well, roar, roar, roar. The children mimicked, but to the tiger, it was mere noise. Is that you? The tiger focused on Ona, uncertainly growling to drown out the chatter of the tailless monkeys. It's me, Ona replied with delight. My name is Ona. I never knew I could talk to you. The tiger, a Siberian variant known in China as the Northeast tiger, responded, Hello, I am Anton. This is my first time communicating with a non-kin animal. Hello, Anton. Zoo staff hurried over, anxious to disperse the crowd. Having noticed the unusual interaction between Ona and the tiger, Children, do not provoke the tiger. It's dangerous, a kind lady warned. It's all right. He means me no harm, Ona reassured her, waving at Anton. It seems I cannot communicate with you further. Perhaps I will return another time. The tiger nodded regretfully. Goodbye. They always worry about something. I grew up here. I don't know what the outside world is like. My mother once spoke of jungles and such, but I have never seen them and cannot imagine. After the tiger growled for a while, the zoo staff, initially trembling at the sound, were relieved by the earlier nods of understanding. It would be best not to do this again, should he attack you, even with the cage as protection. It would frighten the others. Ona nodded regretfully, compelled to leave the tiger enclosure under the staff's persuasion. Can you really communicate with him? Hermione questioned. Her expression tinged with skepticism, as the notion seemed rather fantastical. Perhaps, Ona replied, his enthusiasm waning. It would be preferable to observe the more untamed tigers. The London Zoo, one of the oldest in the world, boasts a history exceeding 200 years, although new wildlife is introduced from time to time. The zoo has experienced a decline since the emergence of various animal protection movements in the 1980s. Presently, while visitor numbers remain respectable, they pale in comparison to former days. It is crucial to understand that the maintenance of these animals requires substantial funding. They continue to view European brown bears, various monkeys, deer, reindeer, and a multitude of birds. The owl seemed particularly fond of the three children, yet Ona could not decipher their utterances. The remainder of the time was spent exploring. Honestly, there were quite a few children enjoying the day. Although there was some disappointment, Ona felt the visit was worthwhile. And the ability to communicate with the tiger was a delightful surprise. By the time they returned home, it was dinner time. The two families dined together before parting ways. Chapter 11. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed, and it was now 1991. Having celebrated his 11th birthday, Ona and Glory had both completed their respective school studies, as had Hermione. Over the past 5 years, Ona had mastered the teachings of the Ghost Valley Master, acquiring a Taoist mental discipline known as mysterious subtlety, and had largely learned the five-animal play, which embodies a form of internal martial arts. Unlike mysterious subtlety, the principles of the five-animal play remain unnamed in tradition, in homage to Hua Tuo, the creator of this practice. Ona specifically referred to it as the Green Bag Classic. After 5 years of unwavering dedication, not only had Ona made notable progress, but even Wang Jin and Glory had greatly benefited. Throughout these years, the Wang family had avoided major illnesses, and even minor ailments like colds and fevers had become rare, save for a few sprains during initial practice. Though the intention behind this martial art was not to conquer adversaries but to strengthen the body. With the enhancement provided by the tiger's embrace, Ona could project his energy outward, causing harm invisibly. However, he refrained from bullying others, only occasionally intervening against unruly troublemakers. Additionally, Hermione and the Granger couple had also taken to practicing, particularly Hermione, who was quite enthusiastic about correcting Ona's movements through physical contact. As Glory's proficiency increased, she took over this role, allowing Hermione to return to a more typical demeanor. At present, the heroes and skills activated by Ona include 1. Ghost Valley Master. Level 6, having advanced 2 levels in the first year, once after 4 months and once after 8 months, 1 level increase in the second year. No increase in the third year, and ascended to level 5 in April of the fourth year, recently achieving level 6. The maximum level is 15. And according to the system, earlier levels rise swiftly, while later upgrades become increasingly challenging. Passive, Strategic Mastery, Active Skills, Seer, Divine Concealment, Spirit of All Things. Seer, Misty Concealment. However, due to the absence of a staff, none of these can be activated. 2. Pei Qing Tiger, Level 5, Passive, Chi concentration. Active skills, fist strike form, Chi guard form, form and intent unity. Notably, form and intent unity is a martial art, prompting Ona to seek out a Xingyiquan school in Chinatown for 3 years to activate this skill. 3. Ming Shirin, level 4, passive, great fortune. Active skills, divination, carefree, master divination, flying wings, supreme divination, longevity. The Ghost Valley Master Text contains some explanations of divination, which inadvertently led to an upgrade in his fortune-telling abilities. To aid this, Ona found a book on the I Ching for study. However, divination is intricate and elusive, resulting in slow progress, though the skills are now usable. 4. I Ching, level 5, passive, energy fusion, active skills, set form, divine suppression, set form, leaning cover, celestial origin. Ona learned Go from Wang Jin. The Wang Jin had regressed due to a lack of practice. Nonetheless, Go is relatively easy to learn, allowing for quick level advancement. Currently, Ona has gained some recognition in London's Go community, having achieved amateur 5 dance certification. 5. Agujuo, level 5, passive, forest wonders. Active skills, wild growth, savage charge, forest mobilization. Agujuo was activated through the mastery of bear play, though it regrettably requires the collection of various extraordinary plant seeds and a special panda for activation. An additional benefit is the ability to communicate with bear-like creatures and easily gain their favor. However, the skill to summon assistance necessitates prior consent from the animals and must be paired with a teleportation skill. 6. Yao, level 4, passive, mountain spirit, white deer. Active skills. If someone is present, wind whispers through the trees, alone upon the mountain. Yao is activated through the mastery of deer play. With a passive skill that complements I Ching's abilities, when affected by control skills such as stun or knockback, one can enter a state of void, rendering them immune to attacks while also unable to retaliate. All active skills require a staff and cannot be activated. Yao can communicate with deer-like animals. 7. Sun Yukong, level 5, passive, divine might. Wielding two-handed staff-like weapons can trigger a powerful blow in the next attack. Active skills, protective spell, battle charge, Rui Jingu Bang. The protective spell has been activated, allowing for the absorption of 1 instance of damage and granting a temporary spell shield. The battle charge requires the use of a two-handed staff-like weapon, enabling leaps into the air. Rui Jingu Bang, when wielded, can stun enemies within a certain radius upon striking the ground. This hero's skills are somewhat lackluster. Aside from the protective spell, most require a staff, which tends to break after using Rui Jingu Bang, preventing further skill deployment. 8. Cloud Sovereign, level 4, passive, Cloud Journey. Active skills, Sky's Call, Radiant Blossoms, Wind and Thunder's Guide. Regrettably, this hero is particularly impractical for Ona, as it essentially necessitates wings. In comparison, he would prefer to activate the hero Nakaruru. Both involve companions. Yet why does Bear Play activate Agujuo while Bird Play activates Cloud Sovereign? I am not a bird person, Ona silently lamented. Nevertheless, due to the nature of Bird Play, his level increased, seemingly making this hero more suited for a charming girl. The sole utility lies in communicating with birds, which are the most common creatures in urban environments. Over these 5 years, Ona did not lack attempts to gather certain items, yet he achieved no significant results. He meticulously examined the artifacts associated with the 8 activated heroes, determining that the most beneficial would be those directly linked to the historical prototypes of the heroes, such as Ghost Valley Master, Wang Su, and I Ching, Wang Jisun. Furthermore, authentic related practices like the 5 animal play and divination arts were essential. Ona has recently garnered a modest reputation in the realm of football. His uncle, Nigel Clough, has exhibited remarkable performance at Nottingham Forest over the past 5 years. During the 1986-87 season, he made 42 appearances and scored 14 goals, leading Nottingham to a commendable 6th place. In the subsequent 1987-88 season, he played 34 matches and netted 19 goals, propelling Nottingham into the top 3. However, England faced elimination in the group stage of the 1988 European Championship, suffering 3 consecutive defeats. The 1988-89 season saw Nigel participating in 36 matches, scoring 14 goals, yet the team remained stagnant in 3rd place. Nevertheless, in the League Cup, Nottingham Forest triumphed over Luton with a score of 3-1. Reaching the finals after a 9-year hiatus and lifting the trophy once again after a decade, Nigel ascended from the England U21 national team to the senior squad. Tragically, on April 15, 1989, during the FA Cup semi-final between Nottingham Forest and Liverpool, the infamous Hillsborough disaster occurred. Due to being in the middle of the academic term, Ona's family was unable to attend. The calamity resulted in 96 fatalities and over 200 injuries. Merely 6 minutes into the match, Nigel was caught in the chaos. Consequently, during the 1989-90 season, he appeared in 38 matches, scoring only 9 goals, and Nottingham Forest slipped to 9th place. However, in the League Cup final, they narrowly defeated Oldham 1-0, securing back-to-back titles. Unfortunately, Nigel missed the opportunity to participate in the 1990 Italy World Cup, where the team widely regarded as the best since 1966, was eliminated in the semifinals by West Germany in a penalty shootout, with the latter advancing to defeat the defending champions, Argentina, 1-0 in the final. In the 1990-91 season, Nigel's form experienced a slight resurgence, scoring 14 goals in 37 matches, yet Nottingham Forest only managed to secure 8th place. Although they reached the FA Cup final, they ultimately fell 2-1 to Tottenham Hotspur after extra time. Chapter 12. Harry Potter. Today is June 23rd, a Sunday. Ona, having just completed a set of 5 animal play in the yard, heard Hermione's voice from afar, and he and Glory immediately knew that Hermione's family had come to visit. Hermione, you're here, Glory exclaimed as she rushed towards her best friend for a warm embrace. Due to her practice in 5 animal play and dance, 11-year-old Glory had grown significantly taller than Hermione, who was older by half a year, which left Hermione feeling a bit disheartened. Despite Hermione also studying 5 animal play, perhaps due to comprehension issues, her height advantage was not evident. Even Ona stood half a head taller than her, while Glory towered over her by a full head. You all just love going to the zoo, Hermione playfully complained. Don't you enjoy it as well? Glory replied, holding Hermione's hand. Noticing that Ona had not approached, and the Williams and Wong families had already begun chatting, she discreetly asked, have you confessed to Ona yet? What? Hermione's face flushed. Isn't it supposed to be the boy who makes the first move? Ona is so exceptional, a star from Chelsea's youth camp. Many girls have confessed to him. Glory teased her friend intentionally. Humph. Hermione had long since become immune to Glory's mischievous antics. Which school are you planning to attend? Ona remarked that there was no rush, as schools would soon extend invitations to the 3 of them. Glory had unwavering faith in her brother, asserting that even their parents were not anxious. But there has been no news. Hermione frowned. We'll know by July, Ona interjected as he approached. All right, are you sure we can attend the same school? Hermione asked nervously. It should be fine, Ona replied with a smile. After breakfast, the group set off for the zoo, with Ona bringing an abundance of fruits and meat that he had promised to the animals during their previous visit. Hey, Dudley. As soon as they parked the car, Ona spotted the Dursley family. He had actually planned for a serendipitous encounter with the renowned Harry Potter. Dudley turned curiously, his expression shifting dramatically, and the Dursleys' faces mirrored his pallor. Had they known they would encounter the Clough family, they would have thought twice about bringing Harry Potter along. Indeed, aside from the stout father and son duo, along with the long-necked Petunia, there was a small boy with black hair. Of course, Dudley's friend, Piers, was also present, but the noticeably smaller Harry Potter was easier to identify. Hello, Vernon, Petunia, Wang Jin greeted amiably, as he had always been kind to his subordinates. Vernon's new car was purchased with a bonus he received. Oh, Mr. Clough, Mrs. Clough, what a coincidence. Vernon quickly adjusted his demeanor. And Mr. and Mrs. Granger. What a surprise to see you at the zoo. Wang Jin chuckled. Indeed, it's Dudley's birthday, so we thought we'd take the children out, Vernon said, attempting to downplay Harry's presence. Let the children roam freely. Let us go have a cup of tea, Wang Jin suggested, and Vernon dared not refuse. What an honor. Petunia cast a worried glance at Harry, hoping this peculiar child wouldn't cause trouble for Ona and Glory, but she could only accompany her husband. Dudley. Long time no see, Ona greeted coolly. Mr. Ona, Dudley stammered, cautiously glancing at Glory and Hermione. After having been dealt with by Ona a few times, he dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Glory. Shall you not introduce your friends? Ona, being of similar stature to Dudley, appeared even taller due to his physique. Oh. This is Piers, and this is Harry, Dudley managed to say. Harry? Ona glanced at the bespectacled boy who was curiously observing him. You have black hair too. It seems we are destined to meet. Let us walk together while you all enjoy yourselves. Ona waved Dudley off. All right, Dudley, not daring to say more, hurriedly pulled Piers away. Is he afraid of you? Harry asked with intrigue. Indeed, Ona chuckled. I am Ona Clough. You may also call me Wong Rongyao. Harry Potter. For the first time, Harry encountered someone his age treating him so kindly, especially since Dudley was clearly intimidated by him. This is my sister, Glory. And this is my good friend, Hermione Granger. Ona introduced the 2 girls as the 4 of them made their way to the zoo entrance. Let us grab an ice cream. Noticing Harry eyeing the ice cream cart, Ona seized the opportunity to win his favor. The 4 children each received a large chocolate ice cream, and Harry felt extraordinarily lucky today. Not only had he escaped the Dursleys, but he also had 3 companions, especially one as beautiful as Glory. Indeed, Harry Potter was instantly captivated by Glory's beauty. Let us explore together. Ona, oblivious to Harry's apparent weakness for girls of Asian descent, suggested. Ding. Encountering Harry Potter has activated the friendship system. Current friendship level with Harry Potter, 30. Hermione Granger, 100. Ding. Activating summoner skills. Current character level, 3. Available skills, restoration, healing, sprint. Skills available at level 4. Punishment, level 5. Finisher, level 6. Berserk. Level 7. Disruption, level 8. Stun, level 9. Purification, level 10. Weakening, level 13. Blink. Ona had little time to spare as he led Harry through several exhibition areas. Hey, long time no see. Harry gazed in bewilderment at Ona, who was conversing with the animals, while Hermione and the others seemed unfazed. You're back again. Anton had passed away. Yet his children had grown familiar with Ona. In fact, it was Ona who had named them. Nina, Ona said, smiling at the tiger that approached him, seeking affection. They want tea, let me touch you. Indeed, whenever Ona appeared, staff members approached with palpable anxiety. It seemed as though this child returned every few months to engage with the animals, yet nothing adverse had occurred. The animals merely became excited at his presence. From the earliest tigers to subsequent bears, deer, monkeys, and birds, the zoo staff expressed their exhaustion. This is rather dull. Nina devoured the meat that Ona had tossed her. The staff had grown weary of attempting to intervene and could only let things unfold. At noon, the three families gathered for a meal. Harry enjoyed himself immensely this time. As the saying goes, one must consider the Buddha's face rather than the monk's. Since Ona shared a good rapport with Harry, Vernon dared not show favoritism. In the afternoon, everyone visited the reptile house, where the narrative repeated itself. When the glass vanished, Ona regarded it with utmost seriousness, confirming it was merely an inadvertent display of Harry Potter's magical abilities. Unlike Dudley and his companions, who were rendered speechless, Ona carefully shielded the two girls and watched the Brazilian python glide away. Although he could not comprehend Harry's words, he sensed that when speaking with the animals, the sentiment was likely similar. After the incident, everyone hurried home. Before Vernon, Ona extended an invitation to Harry, hoping he might visit more often. Vernon and Petunia wore sour expressions but could only manage forced smiles. Chapter 13, The Admission Letter. Before one knew it, it was July 24th, a seemingly unremarkable Tuesday. After Una and Glory completed their morning exercise, they spotted two owls flying together towards their mailbox. Are you here to deliver a letter? Una inquired casually. Indeed. The owls replied with a hint of silliness. Suddenly, the two owls realized something and nearly plummeted from the sky. They had been waiting for the right moment to deposit the letters meant for Muggle households into the mailbox. When they recognized that a human was conversing with them, even these owls, accustomed to the wonders of the wizarding world, were left astounded. You can speak with us? They exclaimed, choosing to forego their delivery duties and instead perched on Una's shoulders, one on each side. Luckily, Una was in excellent shape and felt no burden. Oh, it's a gift, Una explained with a sense of pride. Are you here to deliver letters to us? That seems to be the case. The owl on the left said, glancing down at the envelope. Una Craft. The one on the right added, Glory Craft. Can you read? Una noticed the left owl's actions. Not really, the honest owl replied. I just need to think it through since it doesn't have to be delivered directly to the recipient. Well, I'm Una Craft, he said, removing the envelope and taking down his sister's letter as well. This is my sister, Glory. What is this? Glory had already noticed the letters the owls were carrying, but had waited patiently while her brother babbled away. An acceptance letter, Una said with a smile. Is this the one you mentioned? Glory asked curiously as she took a look, reading the address. Miss Glory Craft, 2nd floor bedroom, 60, Drayton Gardens, Kensington, Chelsea, London. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address written in emerald green ink, and on the reverse side, a beautiful wax seal adorned with a coat of arms, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent surrounding the capital letter H. The method of mailing from this school is rather unique, Glory observed. Not immediately opening the envelope, but instead glancing at the two owls with interest. Do they specifically train owls for delivering letters? You are correct, Una chuckled. Aren't you going to have a look? I'll wait until I get back to my room to open it with scissors. This wax seal is quite lovely. Glory replied with a smile. Would you mind joining me for some bread inside? Una asked the owls. Ah, finally, a task that includes tasty bread. The right owl exclaimed joyfully. Vinny, is that okay? The left owl, appearing more cautious, questioned. Neo, please, we've already delivered several letters. This is the last one. And we should be fine returning later, Vinny replied with a sly demeanor. All right, it's settled then. Perhaps we will often meet at school. Una said as he led the way into the dining room. Anna was pouring milk when she noticed the two owls perched on Una's shoulders, momentarily stunned. Mom, the milk. Glory quickly intervened, pressing her hand down to prevent the milk from spilling over. Oh dear. Anna hurriedly set down the cup. What is this, Una? These are Vinny and Neo. They brought us letters, Una said with a smile as he handed the acceptance letter to Anna. An acceptance letter? Anna glanced skeptically before turning to slice open Una's correspondence with a letter opener. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Indeed, Una replied calmly, tearing off pieces of bread to feed the two owls in turn. Glory also opened her letter. Albus Dumbledore? Awaiting a reply from the owls before July 31st? Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall? Anna was bewildered. Is this your prank? No, Una said steadily. But I assure you it is genuine. Don't you think it's quite magical that I can communicate with animals? Well, Anna hesitated, having always assumed Una was merely being mischievous. At that moment, Wang Jin entered the dining room, examining the acceptance letter for quite some time. Is there really magic in this country? Just like Taoist and Huaxia? Una chuckled. Didn't you already suspect as much, Dad? Not really. Wang Jin double-checked the attached list. We still need to buy quite a few things, including books. Where are we supposed to purchase these? I'm not sure, Una said, suppressing his conscience. But there will surely be a solution. Shall we reply first? So, Hermione will also be attending this Hogwarts? Glory confirmed. Yes, Una said, brushing off the breadcrumbs. Neo, Vinny, please bear with us. We will respond shortly. All right. Vinny tilted his head. I should have suspected it wouldn't be that simple. Let me write, Wang Jin said, picking up a pen and paper to compose the response swiftly. Since Una is so convinced, we should believe him. Do we need an envelope? Anna pondered, glancing between her husband and their 2 children. Not necessary, Una and the 2 owls confirmed. No worries, Wang Jin said, retrieving an envelope. Though they lacked a seal as exquisite as the wax one, he could only use glue to secure it. Thank you for your efforts, Una said as he handed the envelope to Vinny, who flapped his wings and took flight. Neo, can you wait a moment? There might be another letter. Then I'll take my leave. Vinny flew out the window. Una. Shortly after, Hermione's voice called from outside. Did you receive a peculiar letter? Hermione was running over, with the Williams still outside. This one? Glory held up the envelope. Yes, we received it from 2 owls. Cool. Hermione felt relieved but quickly grew suspicious. Are you sure it's not one of Una's pranks? Rest assured, Una replied with a hint of annoyance, casting a glance at the 2 girls. Do you think I enjoy playing pranks? That's certainly not the case, Hermione glanced at Una. So, there really are wizards? I believe we might encounter wizards soon. Una pointed to Neo. Would you like to reply? Oh right. The Williams and Wang Jin families discussed and confirmed the authenticity of the letters. Ultimately, they decided to respond affirmatively regarding admission. Though Una was the youngest, he displayed the most maturity. We've already replied, Wang Jin said with a smile. There happens to be another owl here. You can ask it to send your response. Without hesitation, William wrote his reply. And Neo obediently took the envelope and flew out the window. It's hard to fathom that this world contains wizards, and our children are among them. William shook his head in disbelief. My ancestors in Huaxia were also considered wizards, Wang Jin chuckled. Really? Jennifer inquired. I heard Wang mention it, and I nodded. Chapter 14. Farewell. Harry. After both families clarified matters and replied to the letters, they gathered for a meeting. By afternoon, more letters arrived, once again from Vinny and Neo, delivering messages to Wang Jin and William. Hogwarts expressed their honor at receiving the response and requested their presence on July 31st at Charlie Cross Street in Westminster, London, where someone would be waiting to receive them. Wang Jin looked at the message, pondering whether there would be a magical bookstore nearby. Who knows? William shrugged. For there lay the renowned street of bookstores, particularly the Foyles bookstore, heralded as the largest in the world. This area is a haven for an array of unique second-hand bookstores, yet what truly immortalizes Charing Cross Road is the novel titled 84, Charing Cross Road. It is worth mentioning that Ona frequently ventured there in search of antiquarian books capable of awakening heroes, albeit with little success. Nevertheless, it was merely a 10-minute drive. A pleasant excursion nonetheless. That evening, Ona found herself alone in her room, finally able to assess the system's status. She had received her acceptance letter, and the main system of the Harry Potter universe had activated. The task was clear: assist Harry Potter in obtaining his acceptance letter, with a deadline set for July 30th. There would be no penalties for failure, but success would yield a mysterious reward. Ona reflected on the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of Harry Potter's admission letter. Today should be the day when all eligible students receive their acceptance letters, which implies that Harry Potter has not received his. It seems necessary to visit the Dursleys tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ona expressed a desire to visit Harry. Harry? Wang Jin recalled. Oh, the little boy with black hair who went to the zoo with Vernon. Perhaps due to the shared black hair, Wang Jin had a lasting impression of the frail child, feeling a twinge of sympathy as he noticed the ill-fitting and worn clothes he wore. Very well, let us visit Groning, he concluded. Today, Glory had made plans with Hermione to go out, and it seemed that the 2 girls often left Ona behind to shop, but he remained indifferent to this. Wang Jin and Anna called young Robert and set off with Ona towards Groning in Surrey. Vernon Dursley was particularly irritable today. His furious roars could be heard even from the ground floor of the office building. Ona shrugged, while Wang Jin and Anna ascended the stairs. He made his way to the Dursleys' residence in the small district of Little Whinging, Surrey. Number 4, Privet Drive was easy for Ona to locate, and he rang the doorbell. Who is it? Penny Dursley opened the door and paused momentarily upon seeing Ona. Good day, Mrs. Dursley. I have come to visit Dudley and Harry. I hope I am not disturbing you? Ona inquired politely. Oh, no. Penny replied, somewhat flustered, nervously scanning for that damned letter, and quickly ushered Ona inside. They are upstairs in the bedrooms. I am relieved that I moved Harry from the cupboard to the 2nd floor yesterday. It was a wise choice, albeit for reasons beyond my control. It is far better than being perceived as an abusive parent by the boss's son. Shall I take you to see them? Will you be joining us for lunch at home? Penny asked. Oh, no need. Would it be appropriate for me to invite Dudley and Harry to dine out instead? Ona smiled. It would be more convenient, as we are all of similar age and can converse easily. Ah, then I shall have Dudley treat you, after all. You have traveled quite a distance, and we must extend our hospitality, Penny responded warmly, even somewhat obsequiously. No, Thank you. What are they doing? Ona inquired as they ascended the stairs. Dudley is going to Smeltings, while Harry's grades are poor, so he can only attend Stonewall High, Penny explained anxiously. They should be relaxing now. Which school are you considering? Is it Chelsea Private School? They have sent us an acceptance letter. I remain calm. But I have yet to decide, Ona replied. You haven't decided. I understand that is an excellent school. It appears that there are even better options for you? Penny probed. Well, there is one, but it is an all-boarding school, so I would be away from London for an extended period, Ona chuckled, not waiting for Penny to deduce which school it was. He arrived at Dudley's bedroom door, where he found Dudley, wielding a cane and throwing a tantrum. Dudley! Penny called out, unable to ponder the school matters any longer. Dudley ignored her, continuing to strike some indistinguishable object with his cane, which appeared to be a toy car now in disarray. Dudley! At this, Penny lost her composure and turned to Ona, apologizing. Dudley is a bit temperamental today. Please take a seat downstairs while I have him join you shortly. It's quite all right, Ona replied with a smile. Hearing Ona's voice, Dudley paused, turning to see him at the door, his face flushing crimson. After all, his parents had repeatedly instructed him to make a good impression on Ona. And now it seemed all his prior efforts were wasted. Sorry, there was a bug, and I accidentally, he stammered. No worries, Ona shrugged. I'll see you in a moment. Penny hurried into the room, signaling Dudley to welcome Ona, while she began tidying up. Dudley approached Ona helplessly, unsure of what to do. Take me to Harry's room, Ona stated calmly. Dudley pointed to the adjacent room. It's right here. Harry, Ona knocked on the door. I've come to see you. Harry quickly opened the door, his impression of Ona being quite favorable, as they both shared dark hair and he had a lovely sister. I'm here alone today, Ona said, noticing Harry glancing back. He couldn't help but smile. How has your holiday been? Not bad, Dudley interjected hastily, fearing that Harry might reveal to Ona that he had been locked in the cupboard for a long time since their return from the zoo. Harry cast a silent glance at Dudley, his mood soured by the issue of the letters. How about this? Would you like to change into some other clothes? We could go out nearby for a stroll and perhaps grab some lunch? Ona suggested cheerfully. Harry nodded. Getting out for a bit would be nice. Once Harry had changed, the three of them left the little whinging area under Penny's watchful gaze. Are you familiar with the area? Any recommended places to visit? Ona naturally assumed the lead, standing slightly taller than Dudley, though not as robust. I think the Brooklyn Museum is open. Dudley pondered. How about this? Dudley, you go ask your friends. And Harry and I will wait for you here. Ona easily dismissed Dudley, who was too oblivious to sense any underlying issues. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Harry, not lacking in wit, inquired as Dudley hurried towards the pair's home. Have you seen this? Ona smiled, producing his own acceptance letter. You have one too? Harry Potter gazed in astonishment at the familiar cream envelope. Although it was not addressed to him, he suspected the contents were likely similar, aside from the name and address. He had been thinking about it for 2 days. Let me show you. Ona smiled as he handed the letter to Harry Potter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Harry Potter read the letter in a blur. Is this real? Indeed. Ona replied with a smile. Glory and I received our letters, as did Hermione. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it? Harry was taken aback. Among the few people he had encountered who left a good impression, all had received this acceptance letter. I believe the school will send someone to confirm the validity of this matter, Ona assured him with a smile. But do remember to reply to them. Reply? Harry was distraught. Uncle Vernon would never allow me to go. I believe he won't have much say in the matter, Ona hinted. Just be patient. Are you sure? Harry questioned skeptically, glancing around. Could this be a wealthy child's frivolous prank? Do you remember what happened at the zoo? Ona explained. I felt as if you could communicate with that boa constrictor just as I could with tigers, birds, and so forth. So we really are wizards? Harry recalled that day's events. Yes, I am certain. Ona couldn't possibly divulge that he was the protagonist of a system from another world. Can wizards communicate with any type of animal? Harry asked doubtfully. No, I believe it to be a rare gift, Ona shrugged. In truth, he doubted most would believe them if he told them, but he felt they could trust each other. Well, Harry felt grateful that Ona was willing to share this letter with him. Even though he had seen its contents, he remained uncertain about what to do next. Yet, there would surely be a way, wouldn't there? Ona retracted the envelope as Dudley and Piers appeared in the distance. For now, this would suffice, perhaps in due time. They would have more opportunities to converse. Hey, Dudley confidently dashed towards the two, addressing Mr. Ona. I believe Piers can take us to some intriguing places. Perhaps you would enjoy engaging in some amusing activities. Dudley cast a malicious glance at Harry Potter. Oh? Ona glanced at Dudley, then I shall await your arrangements. After perusing the letter, Harry's sense of urgency diminished considerably. The four of them managed to have a rather pleasant day. When Wang Jin and Vernon returned in the afternoon, Ona casually invited Dudley and Harry to visit his home. Although Vernon was reluctant, he ultimately did not decline. The brothers from Chelsea, accompanying Ona, still felt somewhat restrained. Particularly Dudley, who recoiled at a mere glance from Glory. It was only after Hermione invited Glory to her home for the evening that Dudley began to act more normally. Likewise, Harry, who had been covertly stealing glances at Glory, returned to a more typical demeanor. Ona silently scoffed at the thought that she considered him a friend while he aspired to be her brother-in-law. The following morning, Harry's acceptance letter arrived at Ona's home. Maintaining her composure, Ona handed the letter to Harry before Dudley had awoken. As Harry penned his response, he noticed a reminder indicating that a task had been completed. However, Ona did not rush to claim her reward. After assisting Harry in delivering his reply to their old acquaintance, the Alneo, she called Dudley. Regrettably, it seemed the narrative of Dudley sprouting a pig's tail would not unfold. They ventured together to explore some attractions near Chelsea. During dinner, the Dursleys came to pick up Dudley and, coincidentally, took Harry along. Vernon remained anxious, fearing that something untoward might transpire. Nevertheless, with no new letters arriving and Dudley exhibiting no unusual behavior, Vernon breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that the magical school had relinquished its intention to enroll Harry. After bidding farewell to the Dursley family and returning to her bedroom, Ona finally had the opportunity to receive the rewards from the system. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Harry Potter's acceptance letter. Reward. Mysterious item chest. Would you like to open it? Without hesitation, Ona eagerly agreed. Ding. A flash of golden light appeared before her. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest, advanced the plot, and prevented the deterioration of Harry Potter's relationship with the Dursleys. Reward. 1 advanced magical pet. Generating randomly. Please select. Before Ona lay a spinning wheel adorned with 7 distinct compartments, each depicting a majestic eagle, a crow, a hunting dog, a panda, a chestnut steed, a wolf, and a great fish. Ah, Ona instantly recognized them. The beloved Mamaha of Nakaruru, the crow of Miyu, the howling celestial dog of Yangjian, the Chio Chio of Agu Duo, the red hair of Guan Yu, the Tsang wolf of Genghis Khan, and the Kuan of Zhuangzhou. As Ona reflected silently, memories of the letter from Hogwarts surfaced. It appeared that none of these creatures were suitable. Students were permitted to bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Yet, considering Ron's Agmagillus mouse, perhaps the requirements were not so stringent after all. Ona contemplated, silently invoking the extraction. The roulette whirled rapidly before gradually decelerating. Ona perceived that whether she drew the panda to activate a Gujuo or acquired a new pet to unlock a new hero, both options would serve her well. Thus she held no particular preference for either choice. Congratulations on obtaining the high-level magical pet, Mamahaha. The reward will be dispensed immediately. Please pay attention to the window. Ona was taken aback by such abruptness. He hurried to the window and flung it open. Against the backdrop of the inky night sky, the luminous moon hung high, and in the distance, a shadow gradually emerged, soaring gracefully. He recognized it as the reward from the system. As it drew closer, he discerned that it was a fully grown male eagle, boasting an impressive wingspan of over 2 meters, adorned with a striking pattern of brown and white stripes, exuding both elegance and majesty. With its wings fully spread, it perched itself on the windowsill and gazed up at Ona, as if scrutinizing him. Mahaha? Ona inquired. Is it you? Are you my master? The eagle called out. Indeed, I sense the essence of the spirit of nature emanating from you. Ona was momentarily taken aback, however. As a practitioner of the way, he understood the natural order of things. Reflecting on Nakaruru's background, he grasped the essence of Mamahaha's words. It appeared that the pet most suited for him at this juncture was indeed Mamahaha. My master, I can sense the bond that exists between us. Mamahaha earnestly proclaimed. Please accept my allegiance. There is no need for such formality. Ona replied with a smile, extending his hand to gently stroke Mamahaha's back. I am Ona, and we are companions. Mamahaha seemed to smile in return. Very well, Ona. Chapter 16. The promotion banquet. Just as the eagle's cry echoed, Wang Jin and Anna arrived at the door, astonished to see the magnificent bird perched on the windowsill. These are my parents, Ona said with a smile. I also have an elder sister, but she will be staying at a friend's house for the next few days. Greetings. Mamahaha bowed its head. Unfortunately, Wang Jin and his wife could not comprehend its words. They anxiously watched the eagle, which appeared quite docile under their son's gentle caress. Do not worry, Mom and Dad. Ona reassured them. As you know, it is quite normal to have a pet at a magic school. This is the pet I intend to bring with me, Mamahaha. What a peculiar name, Wang Jin remarked, his inherent fascination with the majestic eagle prompting him to step closer. May I touch it? Of course, Ona replied with a grin. It can also deliver messages for you. Well, Wang Jin exclaimed, noticing Mamahaha's lack of resistance to his touch. How can it do that? Ona quickly concocted an explanation. I have known it for quite some time. Now it wishes to accompany me, so I decided to take care of it. He felt no concern. In England, the practice of falconry had once been the hallmark of nobility. Is that so? Wang Jin, though slightly skeptical, could only accept the situation upon witnessing Mamahaha's gentle demeanor. Anna couldn't resist the urge to pet Mamahaha as well. Should we prepare something for it to eat? Mamahaha did not understand Anna's words. But upon inquiry from Ona, it nodded in agreement. Anna hurried off to fetch some steak to grill for Mamahaha's meal. Ona and Wang Jin ascended to the attic, utilizing old bedding to fashion a simple haven for Mamahaha. Summoned by the system, Mamahaha lacked a place of repose. To facilitate Mamahaha's comings and goings, they even opened a window in the attic. Once Mamahaha was settled, the hour had grown late. After finishing his bath, Ona returned to his room to peruse the system messages. Congratulations on activating the hero Nakaruru. You may now merge Nakaruru's skills with Yunjongjuan's, activating the Hero Skill Fusion module. What? Although Ona had surmised that Nakaruru could be activated, he had not anticipated such delightful news. Nakaruru's passive skill, Blade Dance, although it bore the character for Blade, merely required a successful hit to enhance the subsequent attack. Her active skills included Eagle Strike, summoning Mamahaha to assault a target, Wind Blade, dashing in a specified direction to strike enemies while regaining a portion of health, and Eagle Rush, where Mamahaha would grasp Nakaruru and soar into the air to launch an attack, slowing the target for 3 seconds upon a successful hit. The skills of Yunjongjuan could also be activated, designated for Mamahaha. Yunjongjuan's passive skill was Cloud Wanderer, with active skills, Sky's Resonance, Radiant Elegance, and Wind and Thunder's Call. The following day, Glory and Hermione hurried over upon receiving the news, surrounding Mamahaha with expressions of envy. Ona, I too wish for a pet akin to Mamahaha. Alas, I cannot assist you, Ona replied with a wry smile. Surely there must be a place where you can procure your desired pet. Wow, Glory exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is it like a pet shop? Have you forgotten that the notice mentioned the possibility of acquiring an owl, cat, or toad? Ona observed as the two girls incessantly petted Mamahaha, confirming that it seemed to relish the attention. However, I doubt Mamahaha is available for purchase, he added. Hermione, unlike Glory, was not so easily swayed by Ona's words. But the issue remains that you cannot comprehend what they say. Ona suddenly recalled a more compelling rationale. Mamahaha has been acquainted with us since a tender age. Does it not have siblings? Surely there must be others, Hermione inquired eagerly. And given its beauty, perhaps it has a mate? Ona found himself at a loss for words, hastily asking, Mamahaha, can you tame other eagles? Tame. Mamahaha tilted its head, glancing at Ona. I can, but I will only heed your commands. Ona, unperturbed, listened as Mamaha laughed and remarked, but there is no possibility of finding one like me. Indeed, Ona turned to the two girls, noting that Mamaha had mentioned that even if they found one, it wouldn't be like hers. Furthermore, if it couldn't comprehend their words, they might as well choose an owl, as they undergo specialized training. Besides, Mamaha was sufficient for their trio's needs for delivering messages. Very well, Hermione reluctantly conceded. In the following days, Mamaha became the center of attention for everyone, while Ona enjoyed a leisurely wait for Harry's birthday. On July 30th, Ona personally visited the Dursleys to extend an invitation for a gathering at his home. Despite his reluctance, Vernon had no choice but to accompany Petunia, Dudley, and Harry, even though the next day was Tuesday. Since receiving the letter the previous week, Vernon had been on edge, especially when Dudley and Harry stayed over at Ona's. However, with no new letters arriving, he had slightly eased his anxiety. What gathering is this? Harry mused from the back seat, enduring Dudley's hefty frame pressing against him, as he began to feel a sense of anticipation, ever since learning that Ona, Hermione, and Glory would be attending the mysterious Hogwarts school with him. Harry had struggled to mask his excitement, which only served to irk Vernon further. Welcome to our gathering. Wang Jin drove Ona to invite the Dursleys, while Anna remained home with Jennifer to prepare the evening feast. Our children have all received acceptance letters, and we thought it would be lovely to celebrate together. We initially considered the weekend, but Ona felt today was more suitable. Congratulations. Which prestigious school is it? Vernon, after parking in the spot reserved by Wang Jin, approached with his elegantly dressed wife and son, along with Harry, who awkwardly wore one of Dudley's outdated garments. Oh, this school is exclusive to a select few, Ona interjected. The majority have never heard of it. Ah, it must be exceedingly distinguished. Petunia chimed in eagerly. Indeed, it boasts a history of over 1,000 years, Ona replied smoothly. But time is of the essence, so let us all come inside. 1,000 years? Petunia faltered, struggling to conceive of any institution with such longevity. Considering England's unification in 829 and the current year being 1991, which made it nearly a millennium ago, I must be mistaken. It must simply be a child's fanciful notion. The gathering itself was rather unremarkable, with the Bryan family in attendance, along with the Grangers, the Dursleys, and the Robert family. Although everyone was curious about the school attended by Ona and the others, Wang Jin opted to keep the magical world Impact a secret, describing it merely as a prestigious boarding school. As time passed, the gathering began to wind down, and Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley took their leave, leaving Harry behind with Ona. Mr. Dursley, I plan to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. I feel a connection with Harry and would like him to accompany me. I will return him home by evening. Chapter 17, Hagrid. Despite their reluctance, Vernon and Petunia could not refuse Ona's request. Now, tell me, why have you decided to keep Harry here? Wang Jin and Anna closed the door after the Dursleys departed. The Grangers had also left, and Hermione had essentially made herself at home since the day she first encountered Mamaha. Firstly, the four of us will be attending the same school, Ona stated nonchalantly. Secondly, Harry's 11th birthday is approaching, is it not? Harry nodded, touched that someone remembered his birthday. Lastly, we are awaiting the arrival of a guest. But I must caution you not to be alarmed, Ona added with a smile. Who is it? Anna inquired curiously. As the hostess, she needed to know if she should delay tidying up the dining area for another guest. It should be approximately 11 o'clock, perhaps in half an hour? Ona had already instructed Mamaha to keep an eye out for any developments nearby. Aside from Wang Jin and the Grangers, no one else knew of Mamaha's existence. Setting aside the yet-to-arrive guest, Ona produced a specially prepared chocolate cake, but as the time had not yet come, the group busied themselves with rearranging the setup. This birthday celebration was unlike any graduation gathering. The 4 children were now seated on the sofa. Compared to the familiarity shared among the 3, Harry felt somewhat out of place, glancing around to avoid continuously staring at Glory, who was animatedly conversing with Hermione. "I envy you," Harry remarked, observing Wang Jin bustling about under Anna's direction, unable to restrain himself from voicing to Ona. "My parents truly treat us well," Ona replied warmly. "As you approach your 11th birthday, do you have any particular gifts in mind?" I don't know," Harry stammered, feeling the conversation shift as he began to anticipate. "Are you preparing a gift for me?" "Of course," Ona replied with a grin. "I believe I am not the only one preparing a gift for you." Hearing this, Glory exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione before hurriedly racing back to her room, internally chiding Ona for not mentioning the gifts sooner. "What about them?" Harry asked, puzzled as he watched the 2 girls leave. "Pay them no mind," Ona chuckled, scratching his itchy nose to suppress a sneeze. "Shall we create a list of items to purchase tomorrow? I suspect it might be cumbersome for you to manage. So you can leave it with me, and we can go together." "Tomorrow?" Harry was once again diverted. "Yes. We will likely be heading to that mysterious magical street to procure some items. I think we should compile a list of potential necessities to ensure we do not overlook anything." Time swiftly passed, and as the clock neared midnight, a series of knocks on the window suddenly drew the attention of everyone gathered in the living room. "It's Mamaha." Hermione joyfully dashed over to the window, opening it to let Mamaha in. "Wow." Harry marveled at the fierce bird for the first time, feeling a tinge of panic. "Do not be afraid," Ona reassured, approaching Mamaha. "This is my pet, Mamaha. He has arrived, albeit he is currently figuring out how to ring the doorbell. To be honest, it's rather tricky," Ona added, as Mamaha shook out its feathers, recalling how the previous visitor had regarded him with an intensity that made even the eagle uneasy. "I shall go greet him," Ona said with a smile, turning to head for the door. The others exchanged curious glances, wondering if this was the mysterious guest. Upon opening the door, a towering figure stood before them. "Hey, kid, are you Harry Potter?" "No, I'm Ona Kraft, but Harry Potter is here too." "You're quite tall," Ona observed, while Wang Jin, Anna, and the others trailed behind him, equally bewildered at the sight of the giant. The newcomer towered over them at an estimated height of 3 meters. His features were obscured by darkness due to his height, but Wang Jin stepped forward, opening the gate to allow the guest entry. "Hello," Wang Jin greeted. Feeling somewhat dwarfed despite not being short himself, the guest was easily 1.5 times his height, making him feel slightly awkward. "Hello, are you Mr. Kralov?" The guest extended a large hand to shake Wang Jin's, eliciting barely suppressed laughter from the others. Wang Jin felt an inexplicable sense of fragility. "I am Rubius Hagrid, from Hogwarts." "Greetings, Mr. Hagrid." Wang Jin realized that inviting Hagrid inside might be somewhat uncomfortable for him. So he hurriedly instructed Anna to set the prepared food and tea on the table in the courtyard, which was his favorite spot for brewing tea and engaging in games. "Oh, Mr. Kralov, you are too kind." Hagrid, with a self-aware demeanor, chose to sit on the ground. Under the courtyard's light, they finally discerned Hagrid's face. Nearly obscured by unruly long hair and a tangled, bushy beard, yet his beetle-like eyes sparkled beneath the hair. Although he appeared fierce and uncouth at first glance, the kindness emanating from his eyes revealed that Hagrid came with good intentions. "It's nothing. We were just planning to celebrate Harry's birthday. Ona mentioned you would come. But did you contact him beforehand?" As the host, Wang Jin initially intended to brew a cup of tea from Huaxia for Hagrid. But upon comparing the Huaxia teacup with Hagrid's hands, he silently abandoned that notion. "Oh," Hagrid seemed intrigued. "I never mentioned I would come. To be honest, I didn't expect to encounter 4 new students." "Well, you see," Ona interjected hastily, sensing a potential slip. "I deduced it from the admission letters. Tomorrow is the deadline for enrollment, and since we all accepted the invitation, the school should arrange for a teacher to guide us in acquiring our school supplies and books. Thus, I knew someone would come. Naturally, it wouldn't be during the day. After all, darkness is the best cover for secrets. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hagrid?" Hagrid, his eyes widening, instinctively responded, "Yes, indeed." Then, sensing something amiss, he was interrupted by Ona once more. "How about we arrange a place for you to rest tonight?" "Oh." Hagrid quickly waved his hand. "No need. I have ways to rest. I doubt you have a bed suitable for me." The 2 young girls couldn't help but chuckle, while Harry looked at Hagrid with a mixture of shyness and curiosity, having heard Hagrid inquire about his name upon his arrival. Very well. Although Wang Jin felt it was inappropriate, he respected Hagrid's insistence on managing his own rest, and was relieved when Anna brought over the brewed English tea, served in a beer mug, which delighted Hagrid immensely. "Thank you." As the clock struck midnight, Anna wheeled out the birthday cake into the courtyard. "Children, and Mr. Hagrid, let us celebrate Harry's 11th birthday together." "Oh right, Harry." Hagrid suddenly remembered the primary purpose of his visit. He rummaged through his pocket for a while. Dressed in a thick black overcoat, He seemed to place significant importance on Harry Potter, as he produced a somewhat flattened box from an inner pocket. I have a gift for you, though I may have damaged it in places. But Hagrid glanced awkwardly at the cake before sheepishly offering it. You can eat it tomorrow. Harry instinctively accepted it, opening it to find another chocolate cake, adorned with green icing that read, Happy birthday, Harry. Thank you. Harry initially thought it was a last-minute gift, but seeing the cake, he realized it was far from it. Harry, I have a gift for you as well. Ona, noticing Harry's bewilderment, cheerfully handed him a small package she had kept in her pocket all day, a gift box, setting the cake aside to share with everyone later. Harry took the gift box from Ona and opened it to discover a glasses case. His excitement surged as he eagerly pulled out a new pair of glasses. Circular and black-framed, but evidently of much superior quality than his current pair. I noticed your glasses seemed a bit unsuitable, so I had a new pair made for you. Hoping your myopia hasn't worsened. Ona smiled, having inquired about the prescription beforehand, though Harry remained oblivious to any underlying issues. Oh, is this Oliver Goldsmith? Hermione recognized it immediately. This is a royal eyewear brand. Ona, you've gone too far. Harry felt somewhat overwhelmed, mistaking Hermione's reaction for anger over receiving such an extravagant gift. It's just because I didn't inform you in advance about the gifts. Ona dismissed, confident that Harry wouldn't mind. Yes, Harry chuckled upon realizing the reason. I'm just thrilled that you all want to celebrate my birthday. This is the first birthday I can remember. What? Not only Hermione, but even Hagrid exclaimed. Where are the Dursleys? Hagrid's towering figure radiated an intimidating presence as he stood in anger. How dare they do this? Oh, the Dursleys have already left. Although Wang Jin shared some dissatisfaction with Vernon's neglect of his nephew's birthday, he felt compelled to calm the visibly furious Hagrid. Mr. Hagrid, please sit down. You'll frighten the children. Oh, my apologies. Hagrid glanced at the two pale-faced girls and the bewildered Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly sat back down, nearly toppling the cake as he did so. Let us do this, Ona suggested quickly. Let us give Harry his gifts first, and then we can enjoy the cake. Wang Jin signaled for Anna to retrieve the prepared gifts. Although they hadn't received prior notice, they had sufficient time to select a decent gift for Harry. This gaming console was originally intended for Ona, but he was interested, so we decided to give it to you instead. I hope you don't mind. Wang Jin felt a bit apologetic. Although the gift was brand new, it wasn't specifically prepared for Harry. Thank you, Mr. Krull of Mrs. After adjusting his glasses, Harry tucked his old pair into his pocket, carefully placing the glasses case on the table before accepting the gaming console with both hands. Having long wished for one of his own. You've all given gifts, Hermione said, feeling a bit glum, but I don't have anything with me. I do have a book I just bought and Haven T had the chance to read, so I'll give it to you. As she tore open the makeshift wrapping paper, it revealed a comprehensive guide to English birds. Although somewhat unexpected, Harry gleefully accepted it. Here, Glory is coming too. Ona hadn't informed her in advance, so she prepared to sing a birthday song for Harry. Please don't mind it. No, not at all. Harry's face flushed. I'm very happy birthday to you. Glory, accompanied by Hermione with her accordion, played and sang, and everyone joined in the renowned birthday song for Harry. Thank you. Harry thought he wouldn't shed tears, yet they welled up involuntarily. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Ona had already ignited the candle while singing, and Hagrid watched the lighter with great interest. It seemed that Ona casually handed the lighter to him, which he held cautiously. Fortunately, the lighter was designed in the shape of a pistol, making it somewhat manageable for him, and he played with it joyfully. 11 candles were placed atop the cake, and Harry carelessly wiped his face before extinguishing the candles. After indulging in the cake, both Glory and Hermione felt a bit drowsy. Yet Hagrid appeared to have something to convey to Harry, prompting them to muster their energy to listen. Harry, Hagrid seemed to recall something, his voice trailing off. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You know Hogwarts, right? Ah, yes, Harry nodded. It's a school of magic. Indeed, the greatest school of magic. Hagrid beamed with pride. Magic, you see? Your parents were formidable wizards. They were quite renowned, and so are you. Harry stared at Hagrid in confusion. My parents? Renowned? Me? You don't know? You truly don't know who you are? Hagrid exclaimed incredulously. What? Harry was baffled, feeling as though this imposing man knew everything about him while he remained in the dark. You are a wizard. Dumbledore left you a letter. You should have been aware of this. Hagrid pondered for a moment. Did those two muggles not inform you? Muggles? Harry repeated. Yes, muggles. Our term for those who cannot perform magic or do not believe in it. Hagrid suddenly noticed the Dursleys. My apologies. It's all right, Mr. Dursley smiled. We believe in magic. Well, I feel a bit embarrassed, having consumed your tea and cake, Hagrid continued. But, where was I? Oh yes. I don't understand why Dumbledore insisted on leaving you with that family. You seem quite knowledgeable about my past situation? Harry inquired hesitantly as he sat in his chair. Of course. I was the one who brought you there after your parents' tragic passing. Dumbledore and McGonagall were present. Hagrid remembered vividly the events that transpired. Did my parents die in a car crash? Harry asked timidly. A car crash? Hagrid roared in disbelief. How could a car crash harm Lily and James? Absurd. Then how did they die? Harry pressed eagerly. Hagrid's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of anxiety. Chapter 19. The Dark Lord. I never anticipated it would unfold this way, Hagrid said solemnly, appearing somewhat despondent. Dumbledore warned me that finding you might be troublesome. For there are many things you do not know. Though locating you went smoothly, I never expected. Oh, Harry. I'm unsure if it is appropriate for me to tell you, but someone must inform you that you cannot enter Hogwarts entirely unaware. Please, go on, Ona urged. I believe Harry yearns to know everything. All right, I shall share what I know, though I cannot divulge all, as many matters remain shrouded in mystery. Hagrid paused. I suppose I must begin with a name you must surely know. Unbelievably, everyone in our world knows him. Who? Harry inquired. Unless absolutely necessary. I prefer not to speak his name. No one wishes to utter it. Why not? Because of those rampaging Death Eaters, Harry. People still tremble at the thought. It was a wizard who turned dark, utterly malevolent, his name. Hagrid swallowed hard, struggling to articulate it. Can you write it? Harry suggested. No, I cannot spell it. Well, his name is Voldemort. Hagrid shuddered. Please, do not compel me to repeat his name. Everyone calls him the Dark Lord. In any case, this wizard began gathering followers. Some out of fear and others seeking to learn from him due to his immense power. Those were dark times, Harry. You had no idea whom to trust. And one dared not befriend unfamiliar witches and wizards. Many horrifying events transpired. He took control of our world, and those who opposed him were slain. It was terrifying. The only safe haven was Hogwarts, for the Dark Lord feared Dumbledore and dared not touch the school. At least, that was the case then. The Dursleys listened with rapt attention, having been completely oblivious to that world, while Ona remained composed, quietly absorbing the tale. Now, let us speak of your parents. They were the finest wizards I have ever known. At Hogwarts, they held the positions of head boy and head girl. What perplexes me is why the Dark Lord did not recruit them. Perhaps he was aware of their close ties to Dumbledore and wished to avoid associating with darkness. As Hagrid spoke, he could not help but feel tears welling up. Just moments ago, Harry had shed tears, and Hagrid feigned playfulness with the lighter, concealing his own tears behind his hair and beard, unnoticed by anyone but Ona. Perhaps he thought he could persuade them, or perhaps he simply intended to eliminate them. Everyone knows that on the eve of Halloween a decade ago, he came to your village when you were but a year old. He arrived at your home. Hagrid suddenly produced a stained and grimy handkerchief, blowing his nose with a sound akin to a trumpet. My apologies, he addressed everyone. This is indeed unfortunate news. I knew your parents. There were none better than them. Regardless, the Dark Lord killed them. Yet it is perplexing that he sought to kill you as well. Perhaps he aimed to eradicate every trace of them, but he failed. Have you ever pondered how you acquired that lightning-shaped scar on your forehead? It is no ordinary scar, but the result of a powerful curse that killed your parents and destroyed your home. Yet, it had no effect on you. And thus you became renowned, Harry. Anyone marked for death by him could not escape, except for you. He annihilated many remarkable witches and wizards, like the McKinnons, the Peverells, the Potters. You were the sole survivor. Harry's mind conjured horrific images, and as Hagrid's tale approached its conclusion, a blinding green light flashed. Clearer than any memory he had ever experienced. He recalled a chilling, sinister laugh that resonated in his ears for the first time. Ona, Hermione, and Glory gazed at Harry with sorrowful empathy, their maternal instincts awakened upon learning of his parents' murder. Yet, at that moment, Harry remained oblivious. Engulfed in profound grief and haunting visions, Hagrid looked at him sorrowfully and continued, I personally brought you from that ruined house, delivering you to the Dursleys. But what happened to Voldemort, excuse me, the Dark Lord? Ona interjected, echoing Harry's unspoken question. Upon hearing the name of the murderer, Harry immediately turned to Hagrid, eager to learn more. Excellent question. Hagrid gazed at Harry, who had vanished, missing on the very night when he was to have been killed, which only amplified your notoriety. This is the most perplexing aspect. One might wonder why, as his powers grew stronger, he chose to disappear. Some claim he is dead. Yet I believe that is utter nonsense. He likely retains little humanity, making it improbable for him to have perished. Others suggest he lurks in the vicinity, waiting for the opportune moment, perhaps, but I remain unconvinced. Those who once supported him have returned to our side. Some have awakened from their nightmares. And had he been poised for a resurgence, they would not have acted thus. Most of us believe he still roams this area, albeit stripped of his powers and rendered too feeble to pose a significant threat. A certain force within you has thwarted him, Harry. Something unforeseen transpired that night, the nature of which remains a mystery to all, yet it is undeniable that the power within you has impeded him. Hagrid regarded Harry with eager reverence. Yet Harry felt neither joy nor pride. Instead, he perceived this as a dreadful mistake. Although he was aware of his identity as a wizard, he questioned whether he could avenge his parents against their murderer. What of the power within him? Why had he never sensed it until now? When Ona brought it to his attention, Ona, Harry exclaimed suddenly, drawing puzzled looks from everyone. You know something, don't you? I feel it's my first realization as well, Ona replied with a hint of reluctance, but I suspect it may relate to your parents. Well, it's getting late. Mr. Hagrid, do we have plans for tomorrow? Oh, right, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It is indeed late. We must set off early tomorrow to buy books and such. Most of this text adheres closely to the original, as I personally believe in writing fan fiction that corresponds with the source material. Perhaps, when I was younger, I did not sense the nuances, but upon revisiting it, I find certain elements somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, I ultimately respect the original text. Consider it a moment of indulgence. Chapter 20. The Leaky Cauldron. To be frank, aside from Hagrid, no one else had a restful night. Hagrid was roused by an owl. As he had subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and the owl required payment. After settling the fee, Hagrid was nearly fully awake. Glancing around, he recalled having declined Mr. Weasley's invitation to enter his home the previous evening, opting instead to spend the night in the tent Mr. Weasley had provided. This tent, purchased for family outings, was designed for 4, anticipating the children's growth. However, even so, Hagrid found himself needing to extend his feet outside. He had accepted the bedding offered by Anna, resulting in a slumber that was more restorative than usual. As everyone had bathed the night prior, no one had yet risen except for Ona. Ona continued to rise early for his morning exercise, while Hagrid watched with great interest as Ona completed his routine. Is your name Ona? Hagrid recalled the magnificent eagle he had seen the previous night, and could not help but inquire. Indeed, Mr. Hagrid, Ona replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Is there anything I can assist you with? Shall I prepare something to eat for you? Oh, thank you ever so much. It is truly a delight to have a friend like you, and I am also quite pleased that you have joined Hogwarts. Hagrid felt a pang of hunger. By the way, I believe I saw a stunning eagle at your home yesterday. Yes. Ona paused, contemplating his steps towards the house. There is one. I wanted to ask if I could bring it to school. Oh. Hagrid's interest piqued. Typically, new students bring owls or toads. But can your eagle deliver messages? I'm not certain, but I believe it should be capable of delivering messages. Ona glanced at the attic, where Marmara had already poked her head out of the window. What a beautiful bird! Hagrid exclaimed upon noticing. May I touch her? Marmara, come down. Ona called. And without hesitation, Marmara flew over and landed on Ona's shoulder. Remarkable! Hagrid approached cautiously. Though she is a tad smaller, she is certainly far superior to other elves. Ona cast a discreet glance at Hagrid's stature. Indeed, in comparison, the creature known as Marmaraha seemed rather diminutive. Should the castle prohibit its keeping? Fear not. If you refer to it as Marmaraha, you may place it with me. I reside in a quaint cottage at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where it would surely thrive amidst the natural surroundings. Hagrid gently patted Marmaraha, observing that it was unperturbed by his presence, which lifted his spirits considerably. If there is a need, I shall trouble you, Hagrid remarked amiably. Ona was unbothered. He shared a profound connection with Marmaraha, allowing for remote communication, though it would only convey the need for Marmaraha's presence, while the specifics would necessitate face-to-face dialogue. Very well, Marmaraha, keep Mr. Hagrid company for a while. I shall prepare some food and rouse the others. Seeing that Marmaraha appeared quite comfortable with Hagrid, Ona felt assured in allowing them some solitude. Marmaraha nodded and took flight, perching upon Hagrid's shoulder, which brought immense joy to the giant. He produced 2 sleeping dormice. Let's just pretend they are not Hagrid's pets, and Marmaraha, displaying no airs, eagerly accepted the meat. Ona first went to the master bedroom to awaken her parents before she commenced preparing breakfast. The girls suggested that Anna be responsible for rousing them, while they decided to wait until breakfast was ready to call Harry, as girls typically require more time to get ready. Harry was sleeping in the guest room, and Ona politely knocked on the door. Come in, came Harry's voice after a considerable pause. It's time to rise. Ona opened the door to find Harry, his hair in disarray as usual. Mr. Hagrid is waiting for us to go shopping together. All right, Harry replied, hastily putting on his new glasses. I'll be ready in a moment. Ona smiled and returned to her room to take a shower, while Hagrid's breakfast was delivered by Wang Jin. Harry carefully donned the clothes that Wang Jin and Anna had specially found from Ona's past wardrobe. Ona had grown too quickly, and some of the newly bought garments were already unwearable, making them perfectly suited for Harry. By the time Harry descended for breakfast, Hermione and Glory had just finished their morning routines. After the children had enjoyed their meal, Ona, freshly bathed, joined them downstairs. He had eaten breakfast before going to fetch Harry. Wang Jin and Hagrid were seated in the yard, engaged in conversation. Wang Jin curiously glanced at the newspaper in his hands, where the photographs appeared animated, much like a moving image, which he found quite fascinating. The Granger couple had also arrived in their vehicle, responsible for transporting the girls, while Harry and Ona would ride in Wang Jin's car. As for Hagrid, there was some confusion about his transportation, but he dismissed it nonchalantly, stating he had a motorcycle parked not far away. I shall lead the way on my motorcycle. You all can follow me, Hagrid declared. He stepped outside briefly and soon returned, riding a motorcycle that was at least several decades old. Ona recognized it as a Triumph Thunderbird, the very model ridden by Marlon Brando in the 1953 film The Wild One, which, by now, was nearly half a century old. A motorcycle paraded through the city, its rider a towering giant, easily 2 meters tall or more. Strangely, no one seemed to notice this peculiar sight. Wang Jin and the accompanying William followed closely behind, and indeed they were headed towards Charlie Cross Street. Hagrid parked his motorcycle by the roadside. But Wang Jin and William could not simply stop anywhere. They instructed Ona and the others to wait at the curb while they skillfully located nearby parking spots. Quickly rejoining the group. Well, we have arrived, Hagrid announced once everyone was gathered. Where is it? Wang Jin inquired, surveying the bookstore and record shop with skepticism. Right here. The Leaky Cauldron. This is a renowned establishment. Hagrid led the way toward a narrow, dingy barn nestled between two storefronts, with Ona and the others closely trailing behind him. Wow! Wang Jin and William exclaimed in unison, astonished that they had walked past this place without noticing it. Had it not been for Hagrid's guidance, they believed they might never have discovered it. This was a place of little renown, dark and unkempt, where several elderly women sat in the corners nursing small glasses of sherry. One was puffing on a long pipe, while a small man in a top had engaged in conversation with the bar's proprietor, who resembled a shriveled walnut. Upon Hagrid's entrance, the cacophony of chatter abruptly ceased. As though everyone recognized him, they smiled and waved in greeting. The bar owner picked up a glass, asking, "The usual, Hagrid?" "No, Tom. I'm here on business for Hogwarts," Hagrid replied, playfully patting the bar owner's shoulder with his mighty hand, nearly toppling him. "Good heavens!" the bar owner exclaimed dramatically, suddenly focusing on Harry with exaggerated scrutiny, saying, Could it be?" The Leaky Cauldron, already small, fell silent as everyone seemed to anticipate something momentous. "Oh my," the bar owner whispered. Though everyone could hear him clearly, "Harry Potter, what an honor." He quickly straightened up, emerging from behind the bar to rush towards Harry, grasping his hand with tears of joy in his eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back." Harry was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. The elderly woman with the pipe continued to puff away, oblivious to the fact that her pipe had gone out. Hagrid chuckled heartily, and soon the chairs began to creak as Ona quietly stepped back with the two girls, leaving Harry to the wizards. Harry suddenly found himself shaking hands with the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron. "I am Codally, Mr. Potter. I can hardly believe it. At long last, I meet you." "What an honor, Mr. Potter, truly an honor. I have longed to shake your hand. My heart is racing. I am so delighted, Mr. Potter, words cannot describe my feelings." "I am Diggory." When Diggory became overly excited, his hat fell off as Harry exclaimed, "I saw you once in a shop. You bowed to me." To his astonishment, Diggory remembered. He turned to everyone present, declaring, "Did you hear that? He remembers me." It felt akin to being taken to Nottingham by Brian. Glory remarked quietly to Ona and Hermione. "It does bear a resemblance," Ona mused, casting her gaze toward the next person. This was a true meeting of the greats. A pale young man approached, visibly anxious, his eye twitching. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid announced. "Harry and Ona, Glory, Hermione, Professor Quirrell is one of your teachers at Hogwarts." Quirrell glanced around, seemingly disinterested, his lips quivering, but Ona sensed he was muttering words like muggle and mudblood. He maintained a smile, knowing he must not react in such a situation. If memory served, the purple turban Quirrell wore emitted a peculiar odor, leading Ona to contemplate whether Voldemort was hidden within. Reflecting on the narrative where Quirrell could not touch Harry, Ona pondered the implications of revealing whatever was concealed within Quirrell's turban. Would it lead to an immediate resolution? However, Ona recognized that he could neither display his knowledge of the magical world nor expect others to believe him, as it might attract Voldemort's attention. Moreover, among those present, aside from Hagrid, how many could be relied upon to confront a Hogwarts professor? Ona was unwilling to gamble. Especially with his family standing behind him, there was no need to take such a substantial risk. "Potter," Professor Quirrell stammered, taking Harry's hand. "It is a pleasure beyond words to see you." Ona observed intently, noticing no sign of discomfort from Professor Quirrell. It appeared that the magic within Harry had yet to be activated. In other words, Voldemort had not yet exerted control over Quirrell. "What type of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell?" Harry inquired with curiosity, eager to make a favorable impression on his future instructor. "Defensive spells against the dark arts," Quirrell replied ambiguously, as though he preferred not to elaborate. "You won't need to learn that yet, will you, Mr. Potter?" He let out a nervous laugh, adding, "Are you preparing to purchase your necessities? I too must acquire a new book on vampires." The mere thought of it seemed to terrify him. However, the others would not allow Quirrell to chat with Harry indefinitely. For instance, Codley insisted on shaking Harry's hand once more after each person had greeted him. It took Harry approximately 10 minutes to extricate himself from their incessant chatter. Amidst the clamor, Hagrid raised his voice to call out, "It's time to go. We have much to buy. Come along, Harry." During those 10 minutes, Hagrid had not been idle. He briefly conversed with Wang Jin and William about their upcoming plans. "You see, the currency in the magical world is quite different from your paper money," Hagrid said kindly, observing Harry surrounded like a star by admirers. "First, we must exchange some money. I'll take Harry to collect a few things. You can handle the exchange at the counter with your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Each person is allowed a fixed amount to exchange each year. Here, we calculate that 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, which is equivalent to 493 nuts. To be honest, I find it quite bothersome, as I am not very adept with numbers." "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid," Wang Jin replied, always serving as the representative for external communications. "We can inquire about specifics later." "Oh," Hagrid chuckled, "no need for thanks. I believe you're wonderful people, a fine family. I truly hope Harry gets to spend more time with you. You are far more reliable than his aunt and uncle." After Codley shook Harry's hand one last time, Hagrid led their group of 8 through the bar to a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Aside from a trash bin and some weeds, there was nothing else, making the 9 of them, especially with Hagrid, feel rather cramped. Hagrid grinned broadly at everyone. Didn't I tell you? Harry is quite famous here. Even Professor Quirrell trembles in his presence. However, I must remind you that he often shakes with fear. Is he always this anxious? Wang Jin asked. Oh, indeed. Poor fellow. He was exceptionally bright and did well in school. Yet, after taking a year off for some first-hand experience, he encountered a vampire in the Forbidden Forest, and an old witch caused him considerable trouble. Since then, he has become an entirely different person, fearful of students in the very subject he teaches. As Hagrid spoke, he counted the bricks above the trash bin. Remember, count up 3 bricks, then 2 across. Now, everyone step back. Hagrid produced a tattered pink umbrella from his coat pocket and, like a sword, tapped the wall 3 times with its tip. Chapter 22. Diagon Alley. Everyone marveled as the brick Hagrid had tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually widened. Before long, a broad archway appeared, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. Welcome. Hagrid beamed at the astonished faces before him. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Seeing that everyone was caught in a state of shock, Hagrid grinned and led the way through the archway, with Harry hurriedly following and Ona guiding the 2 families along. Harry glanced back in curiosity, and upon witnessing everyone pass through, saw the archway narrow once more, reverting to its original solid wall. Absolutely incredible! Wang Jin and the Grangers attempted to touch the wall, and had they not just walked through, they would never have guessed that it concealed a passageway. Haha, this requires magic to open, Hagrid explained without haste, but by next year, Ona and the others will be able to unlock it themselves. Ona carefully surveyed Diagon Alley, where the brilliant sunlight cast its rays upon a stack of pots positioned outside a nearby shop. Above the pots hung a sign, copper, brass, tin, and silver cauldrons. All models available, with automatic stirring and foldable features. Oh, the first years will need to purchase one, Hagrid noted as everyone gazed at the sign. But we must first exchange some money. Upon hearing this, Harry's expression suddenly shifted. Ever since he discovered he was a wizard, he had been filled with immense joy, as if a balloon of happiness had gradually inflated within him. Just moments ago, it had swelled to its fullest, leaving him elated. But the mention of money punctured that blissful balloon. Money? Harry murmured. Hagrid? What is it? Hagrid hastily inquired, noticing Harry's abrupt change in demeanor. I don't have a single canute. I believe Uncle Vernon wouldn't spend a penny to send me to learn magic. He never even mentioned anything about magic to me, and didn't he want me to receive my acceptance letter? If it weren't for Ona's help, I might still be unable to respond to Hogwarts. Harry cast a furtive glance at Ona and the others who had already moved ahead and whispered, You needn't worry about that, Hagrid reassured him, scratching his head. Do you think your parents left you nothing? But what if they lost everything, including their house? Harry lamented. They wouldn't have kept gold at home, my boy. Our first stop is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, Hagrid chuckled. There's a bank for wizards? Harry's interest peaked. Only one, Gringotts. It's run by goblins. Goblins? Both Harry and the families of the Weasleys and Grangers, who had just pretended to be observing the cauldron, were intrigued. Indeed. So listen closely. If anyone were to attempt a bank robbery, they would surely be insane. You must never anger the goblins. If you seek a safe and reliable place to store your belongings, I believe Gringotts is second only to Hogwarts. In fact, regardless, I must visit Gringotts to handle an official matter for Dumbledore regarding Hogwarts. Hagrid proudly puffed out his chest. He was always entrusted with important tasks, such as escorting Harry or retrieving items from Gringotts. He knew he could be relied upon. Do you understand? So, we are indeed going to Gringotts to exchange currency? Ona inquired. Yes, Hagrid nodded. Follow me. The group then continued through various magical shops, with Harry and the others wishing they had 8 more eyes. As they walked down the street, everyone, except Hagrid, was eagerly looking around, hoping to absorb everything. All the shops, the items outside, and the bustling shoppers. A plump woman stood outside a potion shop, shaking her head as they passed. Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce, they've gone mad. Dragon liver? They all glanced, but saw nothing. However, the price board at the entrance did list various potion ingredients, if dragon liver was among them. Hagrid's strides were long, requiring everyone to quicken their pace to keep up. They had felt it before, but once Hagrid focused solely on moving ahead, the children found it somewhat challenging to keep up, especially Ona, who could hardly resist the urge to sprint. A low, gentle moaning emanated from a dimly lit shop, with a sign out front reading, Elop's Owl Emporium, Barn Owl, Screech Owl, Tawny Owl, Brown Owl, Snowy Owl. Yet to Ona, it seemed to say, Hey, folks, do you think I might be taken home by a reliable owner today? I am the most exquisite of you all. How amusing. Don't kid yourself, clearly. I am the most glamorous one here. I'm starving. I wonder if anyone has taken a liking to me. Were you lot starved to death in your past lives? I can't even get a bite to eat. I'm hungry too. I haven't had enough. Ona nearly burst into laughter. A few boys, of a similar age to Ona and Harry, pressed their noses against the glass of a shop window, which displayed a flying broomstick. Look, one of the boys exclaimed. That's the new Firebolt 2000, the fastest model available. Other shops offered robes, telescopes, and an array of peculiar silverware that they had never seen before. Some windows were filled with baskets of bat spleens and elis, piled high with spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion vials, and globes of the moon. We've arrived at Gringotts, Hagrid announced. At last, Hagrid came to a halt, and everyone hurried forward to gaze upward. Before them stood a towering white building, gleaming above the surrounding shops. Beside the bright bronze doors stood a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. Indeed, it was a goblin. As they approached the white stone steps, Hagrid calmly whispered, "That goblin is about a head shorter than Harry, with a clever, dark face, pointed beard, and notably long hands and feet." Upon entering, the goblin bowed to them. The girls felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated a creature of striking beauty. But now they were left with something decidedly more peculiar. Next, they encountered a second door, silver in hue, inscribed with the following warning: "Enter, stranger. But beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without earning shall incur the harshest penalties. Thus, if you seek to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, you have been forewarned. Beware of what you summon, for it may not be treasure, but retribution." As I said, if you intend to rob a bank, you must be mad, remarked Hagrid. Chapter 23, Gringotts. 2 goblins bowed to them and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat upon high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins on brass scales, others inspecting gems with eyepieces while hastily noting entries in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various destinations, with many goblins directing patrons in and out. Hagrid led the group toward the counter. "Good morning," he greeted a free goblin. "We have a few matters to attend to. These 3 little ones need to exchange Muggle currency, and we also require some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault. Do you have his keys, sir?" The goblin seemed particularly intrigued by the vault, though Harry would naturally handle the currency exchange during his visit to the vault. "I brought it," Hagrid replied, emptying his pockets onto the counter, inadvertently scattering a handful of moldy dog biscuits across the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled its nose in response. Meanwhile, Anna, Jennifer, and even Glory and Hermione were fixated on the goblin to their right, who was weighing a pile of rubies the size of glowing coals. As for Harry, he was uncertain whether he was captivated by the rubies or by Glory. Ona, Wang Jin, and William observed the other fairies around them, noting the day's exchange rate of pounds to gallons as 5.11. In other words, it required 5 pounds and 10 pence for a single gallon. William and Wang Jin prepared to exchange 200 gallons for each child, amounting to a total of 1,020 pounds. Based on Hagrid's introduction, they understood that 1 gallon equated to 17 sickles, and 1 sickle was worth 29 nuts. At last, Hagrid declared, raising a small golden key. The fairy examined it diligently, assuring there were no issues. "I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid stated solemnly, puffing out his chest, concerning that item in Vault 713. The fairy scrutinized the letter carefully. "Excellent," he replied, returning the letter to Hagrid. "I shall arrange for someone to escort you to these 2 vaults." Lark, another fairy, was summoned. After Hagrid stowed the dog biscuits back into his pocket, Eek and Harry followed Lark through one of the doors, departing the hall. Ona and her companions did not follow behind. The fairy turned her head and asked, "How much would you like to exchange?" 390 galleons, and additionally 160 sickles, along with 290 nuts, Wang Jin replied. He produced 40 50-pound notes and 2 20-pound notes. "Let me see the acceptance letters," the fairy requested. After taking the notes and the 2 letters, she said, "Very well." Once the notes were counted meticulously, the fairy skillfully retrieved 4 bags, each containing 100 galleons. Placing them on the counter, they felt somewhat heavy. "I will take 10, Wang Jin declared. The fairy opened one of the bags and extracted 10 gold coins. Wang Jin accepted the bag, glanced inside, and confirmed it contained 90 coins. The other 3 bags were also verified by the others. Seeing Wang Jin nod, the fairy produced another 10 small bags. 170 sickles, she announced. She repeated the process, removing 10 silver coins from one of the bags. Wang Jin, feeling somewhat lazy to confirm, assumed these bags were standard Gringotts bags, which contained a fixed quantity before being opened. The fairy then tossed out 10 more money bags, stating, "All accounted for. I'm not responsible once you leave the counter. Is there anything else you require? I also wish to exchange 195 galleons, 75 sickles, and 290 nuts," William stated, announcing his desired amounts. "Very well," the fairy replied. She prepared 2 gold bags, extracting 5 coins from each, followed by 5 loose silver coin bags, each containing 17 coins, from which she took 10 coins. Then came 10 loose copper coin bags. They appeared rather cumbersome. Wang Jin sighed, exchanging glances with William. Relieved he had opted for a backpack, William grimaced as he was carrying a heavy tote filled with gold bags, while Wang Jin had to carry for both of them. "Have you considered opening a vault at Gringotts?" the fairy inquired with interest. "Not for now." Wang Jin and William deliberated briefly, conferring with their wives before ultimately deciding to wait for Ona and the others to open one themselves. "Thank you," they said. "No need for thanks. Uncertain of the wizarding world's price fluctuations, they first distributed the silver coin bags to the children, giving each one, along with 2 copper coin bags. They also counted out 20 gold coins as a reserve. Wang Jin took 50, to hand over to their respective wives, after which the gentleman collected the remaining money bags. You may wait over there. The fairy politely gestured towards a door, indicating a lounge area. They may not be out quickly. Indeed, it was not long before Hagrid emerged, his face pale and covering his mouth, stumbling out, while Harry followed carrying a bag. You don't look well, Ona remarked to Harry. No, I don't, Harry admitted. Feeling somewhat unwell from the rapid journey, though he found the experience novel. It's fine once in a while. It seems rather heavy, Ona noted, pointing at the bag Harry was holding. I didn't pay attention, Harry replied honestly. Hagrid helped me pack it. Need any assistance? Ona offered with a shrug. It's fine. Harry smiled, clutching the inheritance left by his parents. It's the first time I've had so much money. Very well, the group followed Hagrid out of Gringotts. Blinded by the bright sunlight, Harry carried a bag full of coins, and so did Wang Jin. We can go buy uniforms first, as we need to get measured, Hagrid suggested, pointing to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. If you don't mind, I'd like to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a refreshing drink. You wouldn't mind, would you? That little cart at Gringotts was quite bothersome. He indeed appeared quite unwell, prompting them to enter Madame Malkin's shop. Leaving Hagrid as their guide, and a sense of nervousness washed over them. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch with a warm smile, dressed in purple robes. Are you here for Hogwarts uniforms, dears? She asked before Wang Jin or the others could respond. We have plenty in stock, in fact. There's a young man trying on robes in the back. In the rear of the shop stood a pale, thin young man on a footstool, while a witch pinned his black robe. Who would like to go first? Ona glanced over and said, Harry, you go first. Harry handed the pouch of coins to Ona, and then took a seat on another stool beside the young man. Madame Malkin draped a robe over him, fastening it with pins to suit his height. Hey, are you going to Hogwarts too? The boy inquired. Yes, Harry replied. Are they as well? The boy cast a glance at the mirror, his gaze briefly passing over Ona and Hermione before settling on Gloriana's face. Chapter 24. An unpleasant conversation indeed, Harry responded, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the scene, his tone somewhat brusque, though the boy remained oblivious. My dad is next door buying my books, and my mum has gone out to find a wand. He spoke slowly, his words drawn out in a manner that was rather grating. Then I'll drag them to see the flying broomsticks. I don't understand why first-year students can't have their own brooms. I think I'll pressure my dad into getting me one and then find a way to sneak it in. The boy deliberately stated this, seemingly for Gloriana's benefit. Harry's expression shifted. Do you have your own broom? The boy continued. No, Harry replied, feeling reluctant to continue the conversation, sensing the boy's ulterior motives. Have you played Quidditch? The boy's thoughts were clearly not on the scrawny lad beside him. No, Harry answered, somewhat taken aback. I have. My dad says if I'm not selected for our House S team, it would be quite embarrassing. I would have to agree with that sentiment. Do you know which house you'll be sorted into? The boy finally shifted his gaze from the mirror and glanced at Harry. I don't know, Harry admitted, feeling utterly uninformed. Of course, no one truly knew which house they would be sorted into before arriving at school. But I know I'll be sorted into Slytherin, as my whole family graduated from there. If I were sorted into Hufflepuff, I think I would drop out. Don't you think? The boy returned his gaze to the mirror, pleased to see that everyone was listening intently to him. Harry acknowledged this with a restrained response. Hey, look at that guy. The boy suddenly pointed toward the window. Hagrid was standing there, grinning at Harry and gesturing with several large ice creams, indicating he couldn't enter the shop. That's Hagrid, Harry said. Everyone else noticed Hagrid too, and they left Harry behind to go help him fetch the ice creams. Seeing everyone depart, Harry quickly added, he works at Hogwarts. Oh, the boy said, watching Gloriana and the others approach Hagrid, feeling a bit disheartened. I've heard of him. He.S. a servant, right? He.S. the keeper of keys and grounds. Harry's disdain for the boy grew. Yes, quite so. I've heard he.S. rather rough. Lives in a little hut on campus, drinks too much, and has a habit of performing spells that result in him burning his own bed, the boy said nonchalantly. His gaze fixated on Gloriana as she smiled and accepted an ice cream from Hagrid, which only added to his irritation. I think he is quite clever, Harry retorted coldly. Is that so? The boy shifted his gaze back, a hint of mockery in his voice. Why is he here with you? What about your parents? That man with the black hair? You don't seem to share their complexion, and they look like muggles. They're all deceased, Harry said, unwilling to delve into that subject. Those muggles you mentioned are all good people. Oh, I'm sorry, the boy responded, lacking any genuine remorse. They're just like us, right? They're witches and wizards. I suppose that's what you mean. Harry noticed Ona and the others enjoying their ice creams and wished to join them soon. I truly believe they shouldn't allow such outliers to enroll, don't you? They're different, having never received our education, unacquainted with our world. Some of them hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their letters. I think the school should only admit students from ancient magical families. By the way, what is your surname? Before Harry could respond, Madame Malkin interjected, It's all fitted, dear. Harry quickly jumped down from the stool. The boy seemed unfazed, saying, All right. I guess I'll see you at Hogwarts. Once outside, Harry received the chocolate raspberry and nut ice creams Hagrid had bought them, remaining silent as he ate. What's wrong? Ona noticed Harry's discontent and asked. Nothing, Harry said, continuing to eat his ice cream. Ona didn't press further. And the three of them finished quickly before heading inside to get measured. Harry silently watched the boy glance back 3 times as he departed, feeling a sense of relief. When Ona and the others returned, they continued to the next shop, this time to purchase parchment and quills. Harry discovered a bottle of ink that changed colors while writing, which significantly lifted his spirits. Hagrid, what is Quidditch? Harry suddenly asked as they exited the shop. Oh my goodness, Harry, I forgot you all know so little. Not even knowing about Quidditch, Hagrid said, glancing apologetically at everyone. Please, don't let my mood worsen. Harry recounted the pale-faced boy's words about not allowing muggleborns like him to attend. Ona, however, was unfazed. He recognized at a glance that the boy he had just seen was none other than Draco Malfoy. Yet, he chose not to engage with him. Nor did he trigger any related plot quests. Glory and Hermione, in stark contrast, were visibly indignant, lamenting how they had just commented on the boy's decent appearance. Only to discover he was of such a character. I never said that, Hermione quickly clarified, noticing Ona's gaze. Oh, that's not the point, is it? Glory waved her hand dismissively, lamenting how they had wanted to inquire about any necessary precautions. How much could he possibly know? Hagrid interjected, his mood slightly dampened. I've seen many of the finest wizards emerge from Muggle families, like your mother. What exactly is Quidditch? Harry inquired with a chuckle, ultimately seeking clarification. It's a sport of ours, a game played by wizards, Hagrid explained. Much like football in the Muggle world. Everyone enjoys playing Quidditch while riding enchanted broomsticks in the air. There are 4 balls, but explaining the rules can be rather intricate. Football? Hermione and Glory exchanged glances at Ona. Ona should find it rather intuitive, shouldn't he? Why is that? Harry asked. Ona is a star player from the Chelsea Football Academy. Hermione proclaimed proudly. Ona, he chuckled. I don't perceive riding a broomstick as akin to playing football. It's more accurate to say that Quidditch is as popular among wizards as football is among muggles. What then are Slytherin and Hufflepuff? Harry hastily redirected the conversation, as he was not well versed in football, given that the Dursleys did not watch matches. They are the names of the houses. The school is divided into 4 houses, and it is said that Hufflepuff has many slackers, Hagrid explained. I suppose I shall be sorted into Hufflepuff, Harry said glumly. I would rather be in Hufflepuff than Slytherin. He added. Hagrid, with a grim expression, interjected, there has not been a single wizard or witch who turned dark that did not come from Slytherin. Even the Dark Lord himself was one. Voldemort went to Hogwarts? Many years ago, Hagrid concluded, falling silent thereafter. Chapter 25, Books and Snowy Owls. After acquiring all the necessary textbooks from Flourish and Blotts, Ona initially hesitated to make a purchase, believing that he and Glory could share a single copy. Ultimately, Wang Jin deemed it prudent to buy 2 sets, considering the possibility that they might be sorted into different houses, rendering a shared book inconvenient. Ona discovered a complete set of Hogwarts freshman enrollment books for sale and quietly made her way to the bookshelf, which towered all the way to the ceiling. The shelves were adorned with books ranging from large, leather-bound tomes the size of paving stones to silk-covered volumes no larger than a postage stamp. Some books were filled with peculiar symbols, while others were entirely blank. The other 3 children were also perusing books that piqued their interest. Harry held a tome on curses and counter-curses, Hermione browsed modern magical history, and Glory flipped through significant magical events of the 20th century. Ona smiled as she searched for a book on the legends of Merlin. When they finally left the bookstore, Hermione had purchased several additional volumes beyond her textbooks, including the 2 she and Glory had been examining, and seemingly another on the rise and fall of dark magic. Ona paid little heed to the others' choices, as their selections were all interchangeable. Upon finding the book related to Merlin, a long-forgotten notification chimed as she completed her purchase. You have acquired a book imbued with magic, associated with the great wizard Merlin. Though it is not one that Merlin himself used, the entire magical realm is inextricably linked to him. Congratulations on activating the hero Angela. This surprised Ona, but an additional hero skill was indeed a fortunate development. She glanced at the details. Angela, level 1, passive, spellfire, with a burning effect causing damage over 10 seconds. Active skills, Fireball, summoning 5 fireballs for attack. Chaos Ember, releasing a fiery vortex at a designated location. Inflicting magic damage into 1. 5-second slow, with a 1-second stun upon hit. Blazing Radiance, delivering a 3-second linear damage effect at a specified location. Creating a mana shield that grants control immunity. Of course, she currently lacked the means to cast Fireball, as it required a wand or a spellbook. And the book she possessed did not qualify as such. Harry momentarily contemplated purchasing his book, intending to discover a method to curse Dudley. Dudley? Hagrid paused in surprise. My cousin, Harry replied succinctly. That's not a bad idea, but you cannot use magic in the Muggle world, unless under very special circumstances, Hagrid explained. However, you won't be able to utilize those spells just yet. You have much to learn before reaching that level. Hagrid guided them back to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Harry wished to buy a pure gold cauldron, but Hagrid insisted, stick to the list. The properties of potions are related to the tools you use. Some potions are unsuitable for that. Nevertheless, Hagrid permitted Harry to acquire a high-quality scale for measuring ingredients and a folding brass telescope. Ona and the others also purchased scales, but opted against the telescope. They then visited Slug Jigger's apothecary. Upon entering, the girls, including Anna and Jennifer, recoiled, covering their noses, as the shop was permeated with an overwhelming stench reminiscent of rotten eggs and decayed cabbage. The men, undeterred by the odor, explored with interest, observing barrels filled with sticky substances and jars lined with herbs, hay roots, and vividly colored powders, bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and furry claws hung from the ceiling. Hagrid bought 4 standard doses of various potion powders from the clerk behind the counter, while Harry and Ona examined a horn made from a unicorn's horn, priced at 21 galleons, and dark, shiny beetle eyes, merely 5 nuts. Ona thought of Hagrid's eyes. William, the dentist, was investigating powders for treating cavities, uncertain if these remedies would be beneficial or harmful to ordinary non-magical people. King was simply engrossed in the pictures of legendary magical creatures, having just purchased a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Upon exiting the apothecary, Hagrid double-checked the shopping list. All that's left is the wand. Oh, and I must get Harry a birthday gift, he cheerfully declared. Cake doesn't count. You needn't bother. Harry replied, blushing. I know you mean I don't need a gift, Hagrid said, urging everyone to leave their purchases at the leaky cauldron for safekeeping. Here's the thing. I want to get you a pet, not a toad. Toads have fallen out of fashion years ago, and people would laugh at you. I also dislike cats, as they always make me sneeze. I'll get you an owl. All children love owls, and they can deliver your letters and packages. Hermione and Glory had no intention of acquiring pets, as Hermione already had a cat and was considering the possibility of bringing it to Hogwarts. As for Glory, she and Ona already had Marmalade, but accompanying Harry to look at pets was still an enjoyable prospect. A few minutes later, they arrived at the dimly lit Elopsal Emporium. King and the others did not enter, as the shop was crowded, and the various scents emanating from it were overwhelming. Perhaps it was also because the store only sold owls and no other animals. With Marmalade around, the Kings had no interest in owls. They were not children anymore. Here comes another one. He's quite large. Must be for sale? Choose me, choose me. Look at me, look at me. Ona listened to the cacophony of the owls, feeling somewhat dizzy. Harry, I suggest we choose a snowy owl. They are quite exquisite. Hagrid, relying on his towering stature, strode directly to the counter. Do you have any more snowy owls? Just one left, the shopkeeper replied. There weren't many to begin with, and they are in high demand. Snowy owls primarily inhabit the tundra regions of the circumpolar Arctic and the islands within the Arctic Circle that are not entirely enveloped in ice and snow, such as Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Scandinavia, and parts of the former Soviet Union, although they can also be found in England. I'll take it, Hagrid declared without hesitation, immediately reaching for his money. Excellent. The shopkeeper appreciated such straightforward customers. I'll fetch it for you. After a short while, the shopkeeper returned, carrying a large birdcage that housed a beautiful snowy owl. Its head nestled beneath its wings in peaceful slumber. Would you like me to wake it? No, that won't be necessary. Hagrid gazed contentedly at the lovely white snowy owl. This is a gift for you. Harry accepted the cage, and the nearby girls were also captivated by its beauty. How stunning, Gloria exclaimed. All right, let us head outside. Hagrid parted the crowd, leading everyone away from the rustling wings and the gem-like sparkling eyes. Ah, another snowy owl. Is my tawny owl not attractive? Do you not have any self-awareness? Even my horned owl remains silent. Well, the last snowy owl has been acquired. Now it is our turn. Ona had been suppressing the urge to speak, fearing that should he open his mouth, all the owls would flock to him. In merely 20 minutes, Hagrid had procured Harry's owl, which did not come as a surprise given Hagrid's foresight in selecting the perfect owl for Harry. Harry could not help but stammer his gratitude repeatedly, sounding akin to Professor Quirrell, perhaps due to Glory's constant admiration of the snowy owl beside him. Chapter 26, Hedwig. No need for thanks, Hagrid rasped. I suspect the Dursleys won't be gifting you anything. Now, we only need to visit Ollivander's. The Ollivander family specializes in wands, and there you shall undoubtedly find the finest one. Perhaps his voice had risen a notch, for the snowy owl stirred awake, gazing vacantly at the 2 girls surrounding it. Its head was round and small, the facial disc not prominent, lacking ear tufts, and its beak was nearly obscured by the downy feathers. Its eyes shimmered in golden hues. Its beak was slate gray, and its claws were gray with black tips, its entire body a pristine white adorned with black spots. Wow, it's stunning, Glory exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out to touch the beautiful snowy owl. Be careful, Hermione quickly admonished, slapping her hand away. Ona, Glory turned to her brother. I want to touch it. All right. Ona nodded and asked the snowy owl, can you hear me? Oh. The snowy owl looked at Ona in surprise. You can communicate with me? Indeed, my sister wishes to touch you. Would that be all right? Ona stated straightforwardly. Can she comprehend what I say? The owl mused. But I can understand her desire to touch me. I am quite accommodating. The snowy owl hopped to the edge of the cage, making it easier for Glory to reach her. All right. Ona gestured for Glory to proceed, and while she caressed the snowy owl, he turned to Harry and said, This is a lady. Let us bestow upon her a name. Hagrid's jaw nearly dropped. Ona, you can truly converse with owls. Not just owls, Hermione proudly interjected, but also tigers, deer, bears, and so forth. Well, Hagrid's eyes sparkled. Can you talk to dragons? I have always wanted to raise a dragon. You know. The reason they say only madmen would attempt to rob Gringotts is twofold. On one hand, the goblins wield powerful spells and enchantments. On the other, the most secure vaults are guarded by dragons. You miss the sight of it, but Gringotts extends underground for hundreds of miles. Do you understand? If you truly had the means to steal something, before you could find your way out, you would have starved. You just mentioned wanting a dragon? Harry noted. I have wanted one since childhood, Hagrid replied without hesitation. All right, Harry, have you decided on a name for her? Ona inquired. What about Hedwig? Glory suddenly interjected, recalling something she had seen in her textbook. What do you think? Ona asked Harry. Sounds perfect. I love it. Harry immediately took a liking to the name. The snowy owl in the cage stretched her wings comfortably. I like it too. Very well, Ona shrugged. We should proceed to purchase wants. The final shop was small and dilapidated, with a peeling golden sign above the door that read, Ollivander, established 382b. C. The finest wants. Everyone could not help but feel a sense of solemn respect. After all, that was nearly 2,300 years ago, approaching 2,400. A flicker of realization crossed Ona's mind. That was around the same period as Giguzi. In the dust-covered window display, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion, and Ona felt an inexplicable pull towards it. Upon entering the shop, a series of chimes resonated from somewhere in the back, and the small interior felt cramped with so many people. Ultimately, Mr. and Mrs. Wong and Mr. and Mrs. William chose to wait by the door until it was their turn to pay. Harry entrusted Hedwig to Mr. Wong while Anna imitated Glory in teasing the owl. Hagrid settled onto the bench to wait, and Harry and his companions felt a peculiar sense of being in a meticulously managed library, suppressing the myriad of new questions swirling in their minds as they began to peruse the thousands of narrow boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. Good afternoon. A gentle voice startled them, though Ona remained unfazed, having heard the shopkeeper's footsteps earlier. Hagrid, however, was quite taken aback as a loud clattering sound suddenly erupted, prompting him to spring from the bench. An elderly gentleman stood before them, his pale eyes shining like two radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. Hello. Everyone greeted the old man. Oh, yes, he replied, gazing at Harry. Indeed, I knew I would soon meet you, Harry Potter. That is no surprise. Your eyes are just like your mother's. She came here to purchase her first wand. It feels like just yesterday. 10¼ inches long, made of willow. It swishes splendidly, a fine wand for casting spells. Mr. Ollivander approached Harry, who was quite anxious. Your father was quite different. He favored a mahogany wand, 11 inches in length, supple, and possessing greater strength, ideal for transfiguration. When I say your father liked it, I mean, of course, that the wand chooses its wizard. Mr. Ollivander drew closer to Harry, his nose nearly touching the boy's face. Ah, here it is. Mr. Ollivander gently traced the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead with his pale, slender fingers. I deeply apologize. This was the work of a wand I sold. It is 13½ inches long, crafted from you. Its power is immense. Exceedingly so, yet it has fallen into the hands of malevolent individuals. Had I known the devastation it would cause once fashioned, I would have acted differently. He shook his head, then recognized Hagrid, which seemed to relieve Harry somewhat. Rubius Hagrid. It is a joy to see you again. Oak, 16 inches long, slightly bent. Am I correct? Indeed, sir, Hagrid replied. That is quite a fine wand. Yet, I suspect it may have been broken when they expelled you? Mr. Ollivander's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Ah, indeed, it was broken. Yes, Hagrid said awkwardly. I still possess the splintered wand. But you no longer use it, do you? Mr. Ollivander inquired hastily. Oh, no, sir. Hagrid clutched his pink umbrella tightly. Mr. Ollivander glanced at him before turning to the three children. I cannot say I recall you. Yes, we have just arrived here, said Luna with a smile, dismissively. Welcome. Mr. Ollivander nodded, then continued. Very well, let us begin. Mr. Potter, come forth, let me see. He retrieved a long measuring tape adorned with silver markings from his pocket. Which arm do you wield your wand with? Oh, I am accustomed to using my right hand, Harry replied. Raise your arm, good. He measured Harry, first from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, he measured the circumference of Harry's head. As he measured, he spoke. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties, which is its essence, Mr. Potter. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings, among others. Every Ollivander wand is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are alike. Naturally, should you wield a wand that belongs to another wizard, the results will not be as favorable. When measuring the distance between Harry's nostrils, he noticed the tape measure was operating autonomously, which others had already observed. Mr. Ollivander was navigating the shelves, selecting various long boxes to bring down. Ah, here we are, he said, as the tape measure fell to the ground in a heap. Now, Mr. Potter, give this one a try. Made of beech wood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches long, quite flexible. Give it a swish. Harry took the wand, and as he waved it, Mr. Ollivander promptly snatched it back. Maple, phoenix feather, 7 inches long. Decent elasticity. Try this one. Just as Harry was about to lift it, Mr. Ollivander seized it once more. No, not this one. Ebony and unicorn hair. 8.5 inches long, with strong resilience. Come now, try this. Harry attempted wand after wand, all eyes upon him, with the exception of Hagrid, who was utterly perplexed by Mr. Ollivander's criteria for suitability. The wands he had tested piled up on the bench, growing ever taller. Yet, the more wands Mr. Ollivander withdrew from the shelves, the more elated he appeared. A discerning customer, eh? Not to worry. I believe we shall find the most ideal, perfect one for you. Let me ponder for a moment. Ah, here it is. How could I have overlooked it? An extraordinary combination. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. Quite nice. And also flexible. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ollivander's eyes as the familiar formula resonated. Indeed, as Harry grasped the wand, he felt a warmth at his fingertips. He raised the wand high above his head and with a swift motion, swept it downward through the dust-laden air. A vibrant red light erupted, resembling a shower of golden stars from the wand's tip, as the dancing specks illuminated the walls around them. Hagrid applauded enthusiastically. And the trio of Ollivander, along with Harry, felt a surge of excitement, eager to try their hand. Mr. Ollivander exclaimed with fervor, "Oh, splendid! Truly magnificent! My goodness! How marvelous, simply marvelous!" He carefully placed Harry's wand into a long box, wrapping it in brown paper while continuously exclaiming, "Marvelous, marvelous!" Harry then interjected, "Excuse me. What aspect did you find so marvelous?" Mr. Ollivander gazed intently at Harry. "I remember every one I have sold, Mr. Potter." "Indeed." 2 tail feathers from the same phoenix were used. One crafted this wand, while the other fashioned its counterpart. You are destined to wield this wand, and its brother, well, it is precisely that brother which left you with that scar. A collective gasp arose from those present. Indeed, 13 inches in length, made of purple wood. How extraordinary. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. I believe you shall achieve great things, Mr. Potter. After all, the name that cannot be spoken has accomplished remarkable, albeit terrifying, feats. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand. Then it was Hermione's turn, which seemed to progress much more swiftly. Ah, splendid. Vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core. Measuring 10 3/4 inches in length, possessing remarkable resilience. Gloria's wand was equally remarkable. How wonderful. Rowan wood, with a mermaid's hair core. Measuring 10.5 inches, slightly pliable, yet quite springy. Finally, only Ona remained. As usual, her measurements were taken, and what a perfect physique she possessed. Mr. Ollivander observed her with interest. A perfect golden ratio. Perhaps she would be the most discerning of customers. Like Harry, Ona tried numerous wands, yet none satisfied Mr. Ollivander. At last, Ona spoke. "May I try that one in the display case?" Ollivander ceased to search, gazing at Ona with astonishment. "Are you certain?" he inquired. "Indeed," Ona affirmed, trusting his instincts. "How marvelous." Ollivander scrutinized Ona, noting his black hair and dark eyes flecked with hints of gold, his features a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western attributes. For mixed heritage often begets a striking appearance. "Why choose it?" he asked. "From the very first glance, I felt an undeniable connection," Ona replied candidly. "The wand chooses the wizard." Ollivander mused, moving toward the display case to retrieve the wand. This wand had been passed down through generations, its origin shrouded in antiquity. "What material is it made of?" "I cannot say," he continued, holding the wand in his hand. Ona observed it closely. It measured approximately 12 inches in length and appeared rather unremarkable, perhaps weathered by the sun, with charred marks that hinted at its history. Possibly singed by fire? "What is the core?" Ollivander admitted, "I cannot ascertain. Regrettably, this wand is as old as this very shop, having awaited a suitable master for over 2 millennia. It is rather coarse, to be honest, yet I dare not alter it. Only its creator would have the audacity to do so." Ona gazed at the wand, a profound intuition swelling within her. How intriguing. Observing the yearning in Ona's eyes, Ollivander sensed that the wand in his grasp seemed to shed its stillness, faintly quivering with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he noticed that the others had grown impatient and departed, leaving only the 2 of them behind. Ollivander was struck by an uncanny premonition that something extraordinary was about to unfold, causing his hands to tremble, an unimaginable occurrence for a master wand maker. "Let us see," Ollivander declared gravely, extending the wand towards Ona. As soon as Ona's right hand made contact with the wand, a series of system notifications echoed through the air. However, he had no time to regard them. It felt as if he had touched a piece of iron glowing red-hot, exuding an intense heat, and simultaneously as if he had pricked his fingertip with a needle, causing a drop of blood to emerge, which the wand promptly absorbed. In an instant, the temperature of the wand plummeted, transforming into a warm embrace. He grasped the wand tightly, instinctively raising it above his head. Countless specks of light converged from every corner, and Ollivander's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the shop illuminated in a breathtaking glow. Ona felt a profound resonance. This must be Zoo and Wheezy. Instinctively, he waved his hand downward, and 5 fireballs were instantly propelled forth. Ollivander was taken aback, and Ona's eyelids twitched. What if those ones were destroyed? How much would he have to compensate? Chapter 28. 7 Galleons. Fortunately, although the fireballs were launched, Ona sensed that their intensity was not particularly formidable. Perhaps it was due to his own magical prowess being rather limited. The fireball struck the wall, producing a resounding explosion. However, the wall seemed to be safeguarded by magic, leaving only a dark mark behind, while scattered flames ignited a portion of a cardboard box. Ollivander instinctively drew forth his wand, exclaiming, "Aguameni!" In an instant, a stream of water gushed from the tip of his wand, effortlessly extinguishing the flames consuming the cardboard box. He sighed in relief. Those boxes were merely empty ones he had discarded moments earlier, while the wands now lay piled upon the bench like a miniature mountain. How remarkable! Ollivander carefully stowed his wand, fixating his gaze intently on the wand held by Ona. Truly astonishing. Ona apologetically remarked, "I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." "Oh, not at all." Ollivander began to smile. "What was that just now? A fireball spell? How did you accomplish that?" "What fireball spell?" Ona was fully aware, yet adamantly denied it. "I have only just acquired my wand. I cannot perform any magic." "How extraordinary." Ollivander remained non-committal. "What were those particles of light just now? Where did they originate?" "Typically, we merely employ the fire spell. The fireball spell was favored by ancient wizards, and it usually conjures a small fireball. However, what you summoned was 5 fireballs. It resembled a rapid fire spell, yet even that sends forth 1 fireball at a time. How could 5 appear at once?" Ollivander shook his head. "Mr. Kraft, you truly have opened my eyes. Could it be the wand's influence?" Ona held up his wand, feeling as though it were an extension of himself. Wait. Suddenly, Ollivander recalled something. He approached the display case, retrieved a faded purple cushion, and discovered a button, which he pressed to reveal an ancient piece of parchment. "I believe I have an inkling," Ollivander sighed. "This wand, strictly speaking, was not crafted by us, but rather discovered." "What does that mean?" Ona inquired, furrowing his brow. According to the records, Ollivander meticulously examined the script on the parchment. "This wand was brought from a distant land in the east, and it has always been this way. It is said to have been struck by lightning." "Lightning struck wood?" The term flashed through Ona's mind. "What is its core?" Ollivander continued to scrutinize the text. Based on various comparisons from that time, it is suspected to be peachwood. As for the wand's core, it is said to be derived from a creature resembling a great serpent, which was struck by lightning and subsequently consumed by flames, ultimately resulting in the complete fusion of the creature's essence with this remnant of wood. An elderly man transported it from the east on the back of an ox. And one day, both he and the ox vanished, leaving only this piece of wood behind. Rather than a wand, it could be regarded as a memorial. Upon hearing this, Ona was profoundly shaken. What on earth was this? Had the tribulation failed? And that individual riding a bull out of the western gate, was that lousy? Ahem. I mean the air? Remarkably, the timeline does seem to align perfectly. Ollivander found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He had watched that wand would rest in the display case since his youth, and never had anyone considered it anything but a wand. If it had not been for the recollection of his father's parting words, advising him to check the note beneath the cushion should he ever need something from the display, he would have long forgotten. Yet, astonishingly, someone had indeed managed to utilize it as a wand. As for the price? Suddenly, it dawned on Ona that, owing to empirical reasoning, after Wang Jin settled the price for Glory's wand, he had, it seemed, left 7 galleons with Ona, which was the customary price. "I cannot say," Ollivander said, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. "Though it possesses a storied history, it feels more like a relic entrusted to us. If we must assign a value, let it be 7 galleons." Ona silently handed over the coins from his pocket to Ollivander, allowing him to assist in packaging the wand. As time was of the essence, he expressed his anticipation for the wand's future performance. Ollivander presented the wand to him with a bow, ushering Ona out of the shop. As the group prepared to leave Diagon Alley, the sun was setting, and they were reminded that crafting robes required considerable time. They had lunched at the Leaky Cauldron, which had been somewhat awkward. "Well, ladies and gentlemen," Haggard announced as he mounted his motorcycle. Wang Jin and William had arrived earlier to park their vehicle, loading the various bags into the trunk. The most cumbersome item was the birdcage in Harry's hands. Fortunately, Ona had foreseen this and had previously procured a custom cover for the cage from Madame Malkin. Hedwig seemed to take a liking to the cover, which had several breathable holes, yet from the outside, one could not discern its contents. "We part ways here. Are you all right, Harry? You've scarcely spoken a word." "Everyone thinks I'm special," Harry replied, glancing back at the Leaky Cauldron. "Professor Quirrell, Mr. Ollivander, but I know nothing of magic. How can they expect me to achieve anything? I have fame, yet the events that earned me that fame are completely lost to me. On the night my parents were killed, I had no idea what transpired." Hagrid's bushy beard and eyebrows parted to reveal a kindly smile. "Don't worry, Harry. You will learn in no time. At Hogwarts, everyone starts from the basics. You'll do well, just keep your spirits high. I understand this is difficult for you. You've been all alone, but now you have 3 good friends. You will have a splendid time at Hogwarts, honestly, both in the past and now. It has been enjoyable." "Oh, the rampaging Errol's. I almost forgot," Hagrid exclaimed, patting his head. He produced 3 envelopes from his pocket and handed them to Harry. These are your tickets to Hogwarts, dated September 1st, departing from King's Cross. By the way, if the Dursleys give you trouble, just write a letter. And Hedwig will know where to find me. Until next time, Harry, and everyone. With that, Hagrid revved his motorcycle and vanished into the traffic. As before, the 2 vehicles returned to Wang Jin's home, where they shared a meal. Hermione and her parents departed, needing to organize their purchases from the day. Meanwhile, Ona and Harry sorted through their treasures from the day, and upon seeing the house, the majestic marauder felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. Hedwig, upon encountering the majestic marauder, nearly frightened him away with her enthusiasm. The marauder belonged to the eagle family, possessing extraordinary vision by day, while typical eagles were virtually blind at night. However, the marauder was a magical creature, so its night vision, though not as acute as during the day, was still comparable to an ordinary owl's. As for owls, they saw poorly during the day but excelled at night. In truth, Hedwig should have felt intimidated by the large marauder, yet its aura captivated her. Chapter 29. Harvest and Reward. What do you mean? Vernon Dursley exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Ona and Harry. Early the following morning, Ona accompanied Harry to Vernon's office in Wang Jin's vehicle. Now, Vernon had his own independent office. The 4 of them sat on the couch. And before Vernon could report to Wang Jin about his work yesterday, he was taken aback by Ona's words. I mean, Harry has been accepted into the school I intend to attend, and he has received an acceptance letter, Ona reiterated to Vernon. Vernon's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Harry is going to the same school as you? Indeed, Ona replied calmly. You may confirm this with my father. Wang Jin chuckled at the fluctuating colors on Vernon's face. He had not initially cared much for Vernon's family matters, but it seemed that Ona was deeply invested in Harry's situation. Yes, not only Ona, but Glory will be attending as well. Vernon fixed a gaze on Harry, who was hiding behind Ona. So you already knew? I just found out, Ona responded. Vernon had long harbored resentment towards Harry, and facing Vernon's scrutiny, Harry instinctively lowered his head to avoid eye contact. Enough, Wang Jin interjected, unable to endure the tension. Vernon, you must have been aware for some time, right? Confronted by his employer, Vernon, despite his anger and fear, could only respond obediently. Yes. I knew about their world even before marrying Petunia, and I was aware of Harry's parents. Then it's settled. Wang Jin waved his hand dismissively. Since you know, I needn't elaborate further. Ona, Glory, Harry, and Hermione will all attend Hogwarts, and I hope you will not hinder this. Understood, boss. Vernon slumped on the couch, despondent. I've known for ages. Once I saw that letter last week, I realized everything could no longer be concealed. All right, Vernon. Wang Jin poured himself some tea. As was his custom, he enjoyed tea, and Vernon felt compelled to learn how to at least offer it to Wang Jin. Do not be overly anxious about this matter. I believe there are many others, including important figures, who are aware of that world. But, Vernon grimaced. He had initially intended to argue that it was undignified. But upon seeing Ona, he tactfully changed his stance. But isn't that world supposed to be dangerous? We have no choice, Wang Jin replied calmly, placing the teacup before Vernon. If you are afraid, I can adopt Harry and have him live with me. What do you think? No, Vernon exclaimed, startled, clutching the teacup as if it were a beer mug, appearing somewhat ridiculous. I can take care of Harry. Is that so? Ona regarded Vernon skeptically. Today is August 1st. There remains a month, and during this time, Harry can stay with us. Really? Vernon, perhaps scalded by the tea, turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Very well, Ona patted Harry's shoulder. Then we shall take Harry back shortly, along with his belongings. If I discover that Harry is not well taken care of, it won't happen. Vernon's sweating intensified. Enough, Ona. Wang Jin finished his tea. I trust Vernon. I have known him for a decade. He is not a bad person. Vernon appeared to release a breath of relief. Setting down the teacup and pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, a smile emerging on his face. Thank you, boss. All right, Harry. Wang Jin turned back to him. You and Ona are friends, and Vernon is your uncle. He is closer to you than we are. However, do come over often, while Ona has many friends. It seems only you and Hermione will be heading to Hogwarts together. Okay, Harry sighed with relief, feeling the bitterness of the tea dissipate, replaced by a sweetness swelling within. Thank you, Uncle Wang Jin. Then it's settled, Wang Jin declared, noticing everyone had finished their tea. You may leave now. I have business to discuss with Vernon. Ona took Harry outside, while Vernon reported the relevant business affairs of the company to Wang Jin with even greater deference. Without mentioning Petunia's hysterics upon their return home, Ona began to study his panel after arriving back. After a long day exploring Diagon Alley, he was quite fatigued and did not delve further into it. He first had Hedwig send a letter to Harry, and early in the morning, Hedwig, naturally, occupied the spot where Marmalade usually rested. However, Marmalade seemed indifferent. As he continued to roam freely during the day, after taking a shower and lying on his bed, Ona began to tally the system notifications. Ding. Encountered Rubius Hagrid. Current friendliness level, 80. Harry Potter, friendliness level, 100. Hermione Granger, friendliness level, 100. Draco Malfoy, friendliness level, 0. Quirinus Quirrell, friendliness level, 0. The above data updates in real time. Ona found that building rapport was quite effortless. When assisting Harry in obtaining his admission letter, their camaraderie reached an impressive 70. A mere birthday gift further solidified this bond. As for Hagrid, the rapport was even easier to cultivate. Upon their first encounter, it began at 30, and after helping Harry celebrate his birthday, it soared to 50. Mama Haha contributed an additional 20, while Hedwig lent her support with 10. Ding. A renowned landmark discovered, the Leaky Cauldron. Experience points awarded, 50. One complimentary overnight stay voucher granted. Ding. A famous landmark identified, Diagon Alley. Experience points awarded, 100. A retail contract for a shop located at number 93, Diagon Alley. Ding. A distinguished landmark located, Gringotts. Experience points awarded, 100. A vault key issued, numbered 567. Ding. Encountered magical currency, unlocking the system marketplace. Ding. A notable landmark discovered, Flourish and Blots. Experience points awarded, 30. A photographic memory acquired. Ding. A celebrated landmark identified, Ollivanders. Experience points awarded, 50. A personalized wand has been bestowed. Ding. Main quest completed. Procurement of Hogwarts supplies. Experience points awarded, 300. A space travel trunk received as a reward. Ding. Side quest completed. Harry Potter's first best friend. You hold a uniquely special place in Harry's heart as his first same-age, same-gender companion. Everything you do is acknowledged. And he is eager to share all aspects of his life with you. Reward. Mastery of Harry Potter's Nimbus Broomstick. Ding. Level up achieved. Current level, 4. Summoner skill, Smite activated. Ding. Wand detected. Activating the following hero skills. Giguzzi skills activated. Yao skills activated. Angela skills activated. Summoner skill, Restoration. Providing a 5-second continuous recovery of health and mana, but can be interrupted by attacks. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Healing spell. Instantly restores a significant amount of health to allies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 120 minutes. Dash. Increases movement speed for 10 seconds. Negating any slowing effects during activation. Cooldown, 90 minutes. Smite. Inflicts true damage on non-human entities, stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 30. The System Marketplace. Ona reviewed her bounty, retrieving her trunk. Upon opening it, she felt as if she had unveiled a wardrobe. Inside were compartments for clothing, shoes, and storage, alongside a full-length mirror. The wardrobe revealed ample space for garments, and hidden within the various cabinets was even a safe, seemingly capable of holding money or valuables. Ona was still troubled about how to pack his belongings, but now it had become much simpler. He neatly arranged several sets of wizard robes, winter, autumn, and summer. Anna generously purchased clothing for the children, despite Ona repeatedly expressing that he was still growing. Glory was no different, wanting various styles of robes for herself. Fortunately, Hermione fared better in this regard, as all the robes were complimentary. The reason being that Anna and Madame Malkin, during their conversation, surprisingly reached an endorsement agreement, with Glory and Ona providing their images free of charge. This resulted in several robes being photographed by a photographer specifically invited by Madame Malkin for promotional purposes that very afternoon. Madame Malkin had even considered involving Harry, but he ultimately chose to decline. Reflecting on this, Ona felt a headache coming on. According to their agreement, he and Glory still needed to meet Madame Malkin in Diagon Alley in the coming days. Anna suggested that Madame Malkin select several representative locations for the photo shoot. After explaining the positive impact of advertising on sales, along with examples, Anna, who also managed the company's advertising alongside financial management, found this knowledge to be quite elementary. Madame Malkin was eager to hire Anna as a consultant. As a long-established wizard robe tailor, Madame Malkin faced significant competition from the upscale clothing store also situated in Diagon Alley. Increasingly, high-end clients opted for the exquisitely priced, yet prestigious offerings of the extraordinary shop, with reports indicating they had even secured a significant order that day. Anna advised her to target a mid-range clientele, particularly wizards of Muggle descent who had more specific requirements for their robes. Furthermore, as time passed, the aesthetic preferences of younger wizards would gradually align with external influences. Anna and Jennifer elaborated on the developmental strategies of several light luxury and fashion brands to Madame Malkin. Thus, even though Hermione did not become the spokesperson, she received substantial discounts on her robes. After placing the over 100 galleons given to him by Ron into his safe, Ona repurposed part of a storage cabinet as a bookshelf. Upon communicating with Madame Malkin, he learned that it was permissible to wear his own clothes beneath the robes, prompting him to select some of his favorite garments to place inside. After organizing his suitcase, he handed it over to Glory, who, along with Anna, expressed astonishment. Ron, curious about the origin of the suitcase, inquired. Ona had already devised a response. "Oh, this is something I asked Hagrid to purchase for me. I've already given him the galleons." Given that Hagrid would not have the opportunity to meet Ron soon, if Ron wished to ask further, it would have to go through Mama Haha. How much? Ron pondered, intrigued as he too desired one. 50 galleons. Ona had already inquired about the price. This nearly exhausted the savings he had set aside for robes. However, sharing it with Glory made it quite economical. That's not bad, Ron mused. Could you help me buy one in the next couple of days? I can give you a little extra in pounds to exchange for 500 galleons. Sure. Ona didn't mind. He had some pocket money saved and intended to convert most of it into galleons. After Hermione visited to admire Ona's suitcase, she insisted on placing her own clothes and belongings inside it. Ona nearly fainted at the thought, as he had not packed much himself. But the two girls had a plethora of items. Ultimately, he promised Glory a new suitcase in exchange for convincing Hermione to share his. With the luggage situation resolved, Ona began to explore the skills he could currently utilize. Giguzi, passive, mastery of military strategy, active skills, profit, divine concealment, all things have spirit, profit, mist concealment. Essentially invisibility skills, akin to the disillusionment charm in the Harry Potter universe. The second skill is a control type ability. Paikanhu, passive, chi manipulation, active skills, punching style. Chi guarding style, form and intent unity. This is a type of qigong skill, providing a significant advantage to relatively frail wizards. Mingxirin, passive, great fortune. Active skills, divination, worry-free, master divination, flying wings, great divination, longevity. Aside from the passive ability, all are supportive skills for others. Yixing, passive, chi harmony. Active skills, fixed pattern, spirit suppression, fixed pattern, support, celestial origin. The active skills are used in conjunction with specially designed pieces. Yao, passive, mountain spirit, white deer. Active skills, if someone exists, wind whispers through the trees, independent on the mountain. This skill utilizes Xianwei as a probing attack. And the final skill requires learning to summon divine guardians for execution. Sun Wukong, passive, divine might. Active skills, protective spell, battle charge, Rui Jingu Bang. This skill requires the use of both hands to wield a staff, and the incantation for the protective spell seems to be from the Diamond Sutra, Om, Virata, Anibala, Idwa. Shaha. It took Ona considerable effort to master the incantation. Yun's Hongjin, passive, cloud travel, active skills, celestial resonance, heroic splendor, wind thunder guidance. Skills from Mamahaha. While the feather arrows are actually Mamahaha's natural energy. Nakaruru, passive, flowing blade dance, active skills, eagle strike. This skill, too, belongs to Mamahaha, allowing her to appear directly at the location summoned by Ona, regardless of distance. Angela, passive, spell fire, active skills, fireball spell. Ona once again opened the system's marketplace, which offered a variety of equipment, including those for physical attack, magical attack, defense, mobility, and support. These items could be procured using gallons. Regrettably, Ona currently possessed only 100 gallons. After sorting the items by their coin value, she examined those priced below 300 coins. Alchemical amulet, 120 coins. Restores a certain amount of mana every 5 seconds. Revitalizing crystal, 140 coins. Restores a certain amount of health every 5 seconds. Sapphire, 220 coins. Increases maximum mana. Cloth armor, 220 coins. Provides physical defense. Magic cloak, 220 coins. Offers magical defense. Iron sword, 250 coins. Enhances physical attack. Swift boots, 250 coins. Boosts movement speed. Broad hunting blade, 250 coins. Inflicts damage and slows enemies when using the punishment ability. Increases damage to wild creatures. Dagger, 290 coins. Increases attack speed by 10. Tome of Sorcery, 300 coins. Augments magical attack. Red agate, 300 coins. Increases maximum health. Knowledge gem, 300 coins. Enhances movement speed by 5. Other items were even more expensive. Ona found himself in a quandary. His meager supply of galleons not sufficient even if he were to exchange for an additional 500. His earnings from the training camp, combined with a few allowances, amounted to just over 15,000, which translated to approximately 3,000 galleons. The dilemma lay in his aspiration to acquire a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. The price tag of 2,899 galleons for the Nimbus 2000 was daunting. Purchasing equipment from the System S shop seemed far more practical. Yet, as a wizard, who would not yearn for a broom of their own? In the wizarding world, a broomstick holds a status akin to that of a motorcycle in the Muggle realm. Perhaps even more esteemed. Chapter 31. In August, beset by various conflicting emotions, Ona retired early to bed. In his dreams, he soared through the skies on his Nimbus 2000. When suddenly Professor Quirrell appeared before him, glaring fiercely. Unfazed, Ona conjured a protective charm to deflect Quirrell's malevolent gaze. Gripping his broom tightly, he shouted, "Charge!" and executed a somersault before Quirrell, exclaiming, "Rui Jingu Bang!" as he struck Quirrell's turban with a resounding thud, shattering the Nimbus 2000 into pieces. Awakening with a pang of sorrow, Ona placed a hand over his heart, contemplating whether it would be wiser to invest in some equipment instead. After completing Mrs. McGonagall's magical magazine chute and exchanging galleons for a trunk, Ona cautiously secured his hidden 3,000 galleons in his safe. He reassured himself that first-year students were prohibited from bringing broomsticks, and besides, he had plans to profit modestly from next year's European Cup. In the ensuing days, Ona endeavored to learn magic. After studying the textbooks with Hermione, they discovered they could indeed perform a few simple spells. The spellbook emphasized that the effective use of magic necessitates a clear intention from the caster, requiring a strong mental focus to affirm the desired outcome. Spells serve as a means to reinforce this intention, while nonverbal incantations allow for magic to be cast without verbal assistance. Additionally, sufficient magical energy is essential, as the potency of a spell is directly influenced by the amount of magical power available. The flames conjured by a novice may resemble those of a lighter, whereas the effects produced by an experienced wizard could be akin to a flamethrower at full blast. Some spells do not require supplementary materials. The more intricate incantations may demand them. Furthermore, a medium for casting spells is imperative, with wands being the most common. The core of the wand is crucial. The hair or tendons of magical creatures constitute the finest materials, having been imbued with magical properties over time. A skilled wizard, after mastering the art of magic, may find that their own body, especially the arm used for casting, exhibits similar capabilities, allowing for magic to be performed even without a wand. However, wandless magic is not universally applicable, typically limited to spells in which the wizard is proficient. Lastly, the sequence that composes a spell must be considered. Given the same magical energy, transforming and uniting the surrounding elements ultimately allows the caster to achieve their intended effect. The crux of spell reduction lies in this phase. If we liken the casting process to product manufacturing, then the design phase corresponds to the intention. Material input represents magical energy and necessary supplements, and the casting medium can be viewed as the machinery of production. The final spell sequence resembles the manufacturing process, with each conversion method acting as a catalyst or stabilizer. Some may prioritize stability and precision, thus minimizing catalysts, whereas others may seek rapid, explosive results, thereby reducing stabilizers. Ona was pleased to have grasped the principles governing the use of spells. It seemed that frequent visits to Wang Jin's various companies were not without merit. Under Ona's guidance, Hermione and Glory learned rapidly. Prior to their enrollment at school, the use of wands did not attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic. The reason was simple. While wands were registered for sale, individuals could not be considered regulated underage wizards until they had completed their registration at Hogwarts. It was exceedingly rare for young wizards to teach themselves magic in advance. Most young wizards, even those from wizarding families, typically did not possess magical skills before their schooling commenced. Perhaps this was related to the Western emphasis on joyful learning. After acquiring a preliminary understanding of several spells, Ona's focus shifted to honing his skills. He had little interest in prank spells such as the Itch Charm or the Dance Charm, as they served no purpose beyond embarrassing a fellow young wizard. However, he diligently practiced more practical spells like the Levitation Charm, the Unlocking Charm, the Fire-Making Charm, and the Repairing Charm. Time passed, and the most significant event during this period was the August 19th incident, namely the Soviet coup. The failure of this coup hastened the dissolution of the Soviet Union. On the 21st, Latvia declared independence, followed by Belarus on the 25th and Kyrgyzstan on the 31st. The repercussions of these events were uncertain, plunging the wizarding community in the Soviet Union into considerable turmoil. However, for Ona's family, it had little impact. Wang Jin, prompted by Ona's subtle reminders, made some strategic acquisitions, including several factories that were previously state-owned in the Soviet Union, some of which were involved in military production. Last year, during the reunification of East Germany, Wang Jin and Robert had already completed the purchase of several East German factories. The company gradually transformed into a conglomerate, even attracting the attention of the illustrious Rogers-Royce Company, a world-leading manufacturer of aviation generators, which had spun off the renowned luxury car brand Rolls-Royce. Just before Ona was set to depart for Hogwarts, Robert and Wang Jin accepted an equity acquisition from Rogers-Royce, with the Robert Group serving as a supplier. Rogers-Royce invested $100 million to acquire a 40% stake in Robert Company, while Robert and Wang Jin each received a 1 equity stake in Rogers-Royce. During this time, Harry was invited to join Ona for study sessions 2 or 3 times, staying for 3 or 4 days. After perusing several volumes of wizarding history, Harry was often greeted with Hermione's cheerful exclamation, "Hey, Harry, look, you're mentioned here." Typically, Harry would respond with a bashful expression before reading the passage carefully. However, despite the frequent mentions, he found little personal relevance in them. Both Ona and Hermione, not to mention Glory, treated him with utmost normalcy, and he remained unaware of his own prominence within the wizarding realm, which felt akin to the state he was in at the Leaky Cauldron. Additionally, under Anna's suggestion, Madame Malkin invested in a week-long advertisement in the Daily Prophet, and within a mere fortnight, her robe sales skyrocketed nearly threefold, quickly recouping her advertising expenses. Other shops, like Extraordinary and various other wizarding supply stores, followed suit, although the effectiveness of their advertisements remained uncertain. On August 31st, they made one final visit to Diagon Alley. Due to the sudden surge in Wang Jin's financial resources, Ona confidently requested him to procure a Nimbus 2000 for him, to which Wang Jin readily agreed. The savings from this purchase allowed Ona to invest in a system marketplace. Unlike the familiar shops, this marketplace offered only basic items for sale. while advanced equipment was available through synthesis plans. For instance, to obtain a powerful wand, one would first need to purchase a spellbook and then acquire a synthesis plan, allowing for the creation of the wand that would be 3 times more effective than the spellbook alone. The spellbook cost 300 galleons, while the wand synthesis plan was priced at 500 galleons. Chapter 32. Weasley. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Ona decided against an immediate purchase of equipment, reasoning that it was not yet a time of danger, and he could afford to wait. On the afternoon of August 31st, Harry arrived at Ona's home with his luggage, escorted by Uncle Vernon. Vernon declined Wang Jin's invitation and hurriedly left, seemingly eager to escape the situation. Since Vernon's last visit, the Dursleys had shown little inclination to return to Chelsea, with Vernon only delivering Harry. Dudley was astonished to realize that his parents were increasingly indifferent towards Harry, even more so regarding Ona. Despite Robert Company's impressive growth, it did nothing to brighten Vernon's demeanor. Wang Jin remained unfazed, viewing Vernon merely as one of his many subordinates. As the company expanded, he had handed over most responsibilities to Vernon without much concern, focusing instead on his investments in Eastern Europe. Harry, on the other hand, felt quite at ease. Vernon and Petunia no longer forced him to work, acting as if Harry had never existed in their home. They would leave meals outside his bedroom door rather than inviting him to join them. Aside from seeking out Ona, Harry spent most of his time confined to his room, accompanied by Heather. In the evenings, he would open the window to let Heather come and go, always remembering to dispose of the dead mice she brought back. Harry and Ona arranged for Harry to stay with them on August 31st, and they planned to head to King's Cross Station together on September 1st. Following Ona's recommendation, Harry purchased a suitcase, opting for a shade different from Ona's black leather case. He chose a deep blue one, while Glory selected a pink version of the same style. Ona merely smiled, reminiscent of Glory's grin upon realizing Hermione's resolute decision to share a suitcase with her. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Ona and her companions were fully prepared for departure. Mama Haha was also secured within a large birdcage, although he could have chosen to remain at Ona's residence and awaited her arrival to summon him using her abilities. Ona opted to bring him along to avoid any unnecessary complications. Wang Jin and William similarly drove the children to King's Cross Station, a hub that has been operational since 1852, situated in the heart of London. The journey from Drayton Gardens took about an hour, so they arrived at 10:30. After parking, they gathered 3 suitcases and 2 birdcages onto a cart, with Harry volunteering to push it. "All right, children, we have arrived," Wang Jin remarked, feeling somewhat familiar with the locale, as he often traveled for work and had visited King's Cross Station on numerous occasions. "The 9th platform is over here. Is there a mention of how to reach platform 9 3/4? Do we need to knock on something?" I inquired with Hagrid. He initially intended to come and fetch us. However, he mentioned he was feeling unwell on the train, so he guided me on what to do. Ona replied with a smile. "Follow me." Ona was intent on discovering the fabled wall of separation when she lifted her gaze and beheld a gathering of individuals. At the forefront stood a short, plump woman, clasping the hand of a red-haired little girl, engaged in conversation with 4 boys, all sporting similarly crimson locks. Naturally, the area was teeming with muggles. Harry and his companions overheard the exchange, and it was evident that the boys were undoubtedly wizards, as they too were wheeling luggage and accompanied by an owl in a cage. Ona was taken aback, not expecting to encounter the Weasley family. He stepped forward and said, "My apologies, madam." "Hello, young one." Mrs. Weasley felt that the child before her looked somewhat familiar. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" "I know," exclaimed the little girl, her voice high-pitched and exuberant. "Yes, the brother from the newspaper, the one who keeps changing his robes." Ona felt a moment of embarrassment. Ever since Wang Jin had read the Daily Prophet published by Hage, he had specifically subscribed to a copy at the Prophet's office in Diagon Alley. Anna had even taken the liberty of collecting the advertisements featuring her children separately. "Oh," Mrs. Weasley suddenly recalled, her warmth evident as she addressed Ona. "Those robes look quite dashing on you. And what of your sister?" "Hello." Glory greeted Mrs. Weasley sweetly, while Hermione and Harry quickly offered their salutations. "Oh, how lovely to see you 3. Mrs. Weasley responded kindly. "Are you all first years?" "Ron." She then pushed a tall, slender boy with a face dotted with freckles, large hands, and big feet forward towards Ona. "This is my youngest son, Ron." "Hello." Ona extended her hand, introducing herself, "Ona Cloth." "Ron Weasley," the boy replied. His cheeks flushed as he awkwardly shook Ona's hand. "This is my sister, Glory. That's Hermione Granger, and that gentleman over there, Mother," interrupted the eldest of the red-haired boys suddenly. "We're running out of time." "Oh dear," Mrs. Weasley glanced at the clock. "You should go ahead, Percy." "All right." Percy strode towards the gap between platforms 9 and 10, while Wang Jin and the others watched intently, hardly daring to blink, fearful of missing anything. However, a sudden surge of travelers obscured their view, and by the time the last large canvas backpack was moved aside, Percy had vanished. "Fred, it's your turn, Mrs. Weasley said to one of the remaining twin brothers. Ona noticed that they had been observing her and Glory with great interest. Perhaps it was due to their twin nature? "I'm not Fred. I'm George," the boy indicated with a grin. "Honestly, you claim to be our mother, yet you can't tell I'm George? My apologies." "George, dear." Mrs. Weasley chuckled. Just a jest. I'm Fred, the boy quipped as he moved forward, with George urging him on from behind. The two of them headed straight for the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and then suddenly disappeared. Did you see that? Mrs. Weasley inquired enthusiastically. I did, ma'am. But one question remains, if our parents aren't wizards, how did they get through? Ona glanced at Wang Jean and the Williams couple, posing her query. Leave that to me. Mrs. Weasley replied without surprise. You all go ahead. Ron can accompany you along with this little boy. She smiled at Harry. Don't hesitate. Don't be afraid. Just run straight through. It's vital. If you feel anxious, just sprint. Off you go, and Ron will follow you. Oh, very well. Harry aligned the trolley with the wall and charged forward. Ona chuckled silently, signaling for Glory and Hermione to follow, before leisurely approaching the barrier. Ron stole a glance at Glory before bringing up the rear. Ona distinctly felt as though he were traversing a veil of illusion. He observed Harry dashing forward a few paces before coming to a halt, turning back to see Glory and Hermione approaching hand in hand. While Ron was pushing a luggage trolley, preparing to pass through the wall, it was as if he were gazing into a one-way mirror, where the outside world was visible, yet concealed from view. A fleeting thought crossed Ona's mind. Would someone pushing an exceedingly tall luggage cart collide with those entering? Chapter 33, Platform 9. Regaining his focus. Ona continued to stride forward, while Hermione and Glory could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Before them stood a deep crimson steam locomotive. Stationed beside a platform teeming with travelers, its sign proclaiming, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Upon reaching the platform, Ona glanced back to see whether his parents and the Wangs had caught up, only to discover that the previously solid wall had transformed into a wrought iron archway, inscribed with Platform 9. Harry and the others too had taken notice, finding it as wondrous as the entrance to the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley. The Wangs, aided by Mrs. Weasley in arriving at the platform, were equally awestruck, watching as the steam billowed above the bustling crowd, reminiscent of a scene from the 19th century. The First Industrial Revolution? Wong commented with a smile, to which William readily concurred. Initially, the Wangs intended to assist the children with their luggage onto the train, but Mrs. Weasley interjected, the children are embarking on their educational journey with your support. What will they do once they arrive? Do not worry, Ona replied with a smile. We are capable of managing on our own. Harry, accustomed to independence, felt a sense of joy at Ona's reluctance for their parents to assist. Hermione, observing the myriad of cats weaving through the feet of the crowd, felt a pang of envy. Her own cat, an aging British blue shorthair, had been a beloved companion for many years, and William was reluctant to let her take it along. Hence, Hermione ultimately had to part with her pet. Ona observed amidst the hum of conversation and the clattering of cumbersome luggage. The owl's shrill call echoed back, signifying a reunion. I heard Rose and Jack have taken a liking to each other. Any news? Nonsense. Jack is with me. With that, Ona felt liberated from the torment of foraging, relieved to return to Hogwarts without the burden of seeking sustenance. After listening for a while and finding no intriguing tidbits, she allowed Ron to lead the group onward. The initial carriages were already brimming with students, some leaning out of the windows to converse with their families, while others engaged in playful antics in their seats. They could only shuffle forward on the platform in search of an empty compartment. Ona overheard a round-faced boy lament, Grandma, I've lost my toad again. Oh, Neville, sighed the elderly lady. A quick glance revealed it was Neville Longbottom with his grandmother. Meanwhile, on the other side, a boy with dreadlocks was surrounded by other children. Let us see too. Lee, hurry up. A child opened the box he was holding, revealing a furry creature with long legs, causing the surrounding children to shriek and retreat in fright, while Ron's face turned an even paler shade upon noticing the commotion. Ona cast a glance at the two girls and noticed that they were engrossed in watching the darting cats, which put her at ease as she continued forward. The group maneuvered through the crowd and found an unoccupied compartment near the rear of the train. Ona first helped Hedwig and Mamaha aboard, then hoisted her leather suitcase onto the train. Glory and Hermione teamed up to carry Glory's pink suitcase. Harry struggled to drag his deep blue suitcase towards the door, attempting to lift it onto the step, but found it utterly unyielding. After 2 attempts, the heavy case landed painfully on his foot. Need a hand? Inquired one of the Weasley twins. Yes, please lend a hand, Harry panted. Hey, Fred, come over and help, George shouted. At this moment, Auna had settled the girls, and he leaned out of the car window to catch a glimpse of the Weasley twins assisting Harry. He quickly prepared to retreat and head towards the car door. With the help of the twins and Auna, Harry finally managed to push the trunk into the corner of the compartment. Thank you, Harry said, brushing the sweat-drenched hair from his eyes. What is that? One of the twins suddenly pointed at Harry's lightning-shaped scar. Oh my goodness, the other exclaimed. Could you be? The first twin continued. Are you? He asked Harry. What? Harry replied. Harry Potter, the twins echoed in unison. Oh, him, Harry said. I mean, yes. That's me. The twins stared at him in awe, causing Harry's face to flush with embarrassment. Just then, a voice called from the open doorway of the car, providing Harry with a sense of relief. Fred? George? Are you on the train? Coming, Mom. The twins cast one last glance at Harry before hopping out of the car. Harry settled into his seat by the window, partially obscured. He could see the red-haired family on the platform and hear snippets of their conversation. Mrs. Weasley was rummaging for a handkerchief. "Well, Harry," Auna said, sitting beside him, while Glory, seated by the window, and Hermione, by the aisle, looked on. "You are indeed quite famous among them." Harry mumbled, feeling a bit perplexed. He thought he would blend into the background in front of Auna and Glory, especially since their smiling photographs had recently graced the pages of the Daily Prophet. "Ron, you have something on your nose," Mrs. Weasley remarked, prompting Harry to glance over. The little boy nearby attempted to duck away but was caught by Mrs. Weasley, who wiped his nose. "Mom, let go of me," he protested. But his face turned crimson again when he caught Glory smiling at him, his nose glowing bright red, perhaps due to Mrs. Weasley's firm touch. "Well, Ron, you little rascal. Have you bumped your nose again?" one of the twins inquired. "Shut up," Ron retorted, sneaking another glance at Glory. "Where's Percy?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "He's coming." They saw their brother striding towards them in his flowing black Hogwarts robe. Harry noticed a gold-red badge pinned to his chest, emblazoned with the letter P. "I can't stay long, Mom," he said. "I'm at the front where they've reserved 2 compartments for the prefects." "Oh, Percy, you're a prefect now?" one of the twins exclaimed in astonishment. "You should have told us sooner. I had no idea." "Wait, I think I remember him saying that," the other twin chimed in. "Maybe once or twice, no. It was all summer long." "Hey, pipe down," Percy interjected. "How do you think Percy got that new robe?" one of the twins asked. "Because he is a prefect," Mrs. Weasley interjected. "All right, dear, have a successful term. Make sure to send me a letter with the owl once you're at school." Chapter 34, The Compartment After Mrs. Weasley kissed Percy on the cheek. He walked away. She then turned to the twins, saying, "Now it's your turn. You two need to behave this year. If the owl sends me a message saying you blew up a toilet, we've never blown up a toilet. That's a brilliant idea. Thanks, Mom. This is no joke. Take good care of Ron. Don't worry, Ron will be safe with us," the twins assured. "Shut up," Ron muttered, disappointed to see Glory now saying goodbye to their mother, while Bill and Charlie were explaining something to Auna and Hermione, and Jennifer was quietly wiping her tears. "Hey, Mom. Guess what? Guess who I just met on the train?" Harry quickly ducked back to avoid being seen eavesdropping, as the others remained oblivious. "You know the dark-haired boy standing next to us at the station with those 2 pretty girls? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "Harry Potter." "Oh my goodness, Mom. Can I go on the train to see him? Please." It was Ginny, the little girl being held by Mrs. Weasley. "You've already met him, Ginny. That poor boy isn't a zoo animal for you to gawk at." "Is he really Harry?" Fred asked. "How do you know?" "I asked him. I saw his scar. It's right there, like a lightning bolt. Poor kid. But I see he's getting along well with the Grangers and the other kids are quite polite." "Forget about that. Do you think he remembers what Voldemort looks like?" Mrs. Weasley suddenly grew serious. "You are not to ask him, Fred. No questions. Do you want him to think about that on his first day at school? All right, don't get upset." A whistle blew. "Quick," Mrs. Weasley urged. As the 3 children hurriedly climbed aboard the train, they leaned out of the window for a final farewell kiss from their mother, while their little sister began to cry again. "Don't cry, Ginny. We'll send you lots and lots of owls. All right, we'll get you a Hogwarts toilet seat." "George, I'm just joking, Mom." Ona, Glory, and Hermione bid farewell to their parents, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ona gently patted Harry's shoulder, signaling Wang Jin to speak with him. "Harry," Wang Jin said kindly, "if there's anything you need Ona's assistance with, do not hesitate to ask. Also, Mr. Hagrid is at Hogwarts, so feel free to seek help from him or any other teachers. If you require anything from me, I would be more than willing to play a guiding role." Harry's eyes reddened as he replied, "Thank you, Mr. Cloth. Well then, I wish you and all of you a successful term. We will await your return in London. Remember to have Mama send us a letter. Hedwig can too." "All right." The children chorused in unison. The train began to move, and everyone saw Mrs. Weasley, the Clove couple, and the Granger couple waving goodbye. Virtually all the parents on the platform were doing the same. Ginny laughed and cried simultaneously as she ran alongside the train until its speed left her behind, still waving fervently at them. Harry continued to gaze at the 6 figures on the platform until the train rounded a bend and they vanished from sight. Houses flashed by the window, and Harry felt a thrill of excitement. He was unaware of what lay ahead, but it was certainly better than the past he was leaving behind. The compartment door slid open, and a small red-headed boy entered. "Is there any room left?" Ron asked, as the compartment typically accommodated 4, and all other spaces were filled. "We can squeeze in," Ona smiled, noting the compartment was quite spacious for a group of 11-year-olds. "Ona, come sit here." Hermione patted the space beside her. Ona stood and moved over, while Ron thanked her and settled next to Harry. He shot a glance at Harry, then quickly turned his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice him. "Hey, Ron, the twins are here too. Listen, we're heading to the middle carriage." Lee Jordan got his hands on a gigantic bag of spiders, Ron muttered. "Oh, I saw that." "Harry, and a few others," Fred said. "We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Fred, and this is George Weasley. This is Ron, our younger brother. You've all just met. All right, see you later. Goodbye." The 5 children chimed as the twins casually pulled the compartment door shut. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. Oh, really? I thought Fred and George were pulling my leg, Ron remarked. So you're the one. He pointed to Harry's forehead. Harry brushed aside a lock of hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Ron's eyes widened, while Hermione and Glory took a serious look. Though they had known, Harry had never been keen on displaying his scar. Is this what you know who did? Yes, Harry replied, but I don't remember it. Not at all? Ron asked eagerly. Well, I only remember a lot of green light. Nothing else, Harry said. Wow, Ron said, sitting there staring at Harry for a while, seemingly realizing what he was doing before quickly averting his gaze to Glory. Is your whole family wizards? Harry inquired, discovering a mutual curiosity between himself and Ron, as well as with Ona and the others. Oh, yes, I suppose so, Ron replied. I think my mom has a distant cousin who is an accountant, but we never talk about him. Then you must have learned a lot of magic? Harry had learned a few spells with Ona in August, but he never felt particularly confident. I heard you lived with muggles afterward. What are they like? Ron asked. Terrible. Though not all of them are. The Cloves and the Grangers are wonderful people, even if they can't do magic. But my uncle, aunt, and cousin are dreadful. I wish I had 3 wizard brothers, or at least someone like Ona. Ona chuckled softly, while Glory and Hermione whispered amongst themselves, their conversation a mystery. 5, Ron remarked, a hint of displeasure evident in his demeanor. I am the 6th child in my family to attend Hogwarts. One could argue that I ought to look up to them as role models. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill served as the president of the student council, and Charlie captained the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect, and despite Fred and George's mischievous antics, their academic performance is exemplary. Everyone expects me to be just like them. Yet, if I were to achieve that, it would hardly be remarkable, for they had accomplished it before me. If you have 5 brothers, you will forever be deprived of new possessions. I wear Bill's old robes, wield Charlie's discarded wand, and even have a rat Percy no longer wanted. Chapter 35. Chocolate Frogs. Ona and Harry listened to Ron's grievances, clearly perceiving that he had been harboring his frustrations for quite some time. Ron reached into his jacket pocket and produced a plump, gray rat that was fast asleep. Its name was Scabbers, and it had become utterly useless, dozing the days away. Percy became a prefect, and my dad gifted him an owl. They couldn't afford one for me, so they gave me the rat instead. Ron's ears flushed crimson, as he seemed to realize he had spoken too much and turned his gaze towards the window. When he revealed the rat, Glory appeared startled, though she did not panic. Her forced smile betrayed her aversion to the rodent. Hermione was more composed, as her cat occasionally caught mice. Harry reflected that not being able to afford an owl was not such a misfortune after all, considering he had been devoid of wealth just a month prior. He confided in Ron, sharing that he had always worn Dudley's hand-me-downs and had never received a proper birthday gift before this year. This revelation seemed to lighten Ron's spirits. Regarding robes, Ona chimed in, Madame Malkin gifted me several sets, but I clearly cannot wear them all. Once we arrive at school, you may take them. They're all brand new, rest assured. Ron's face turned a shade deeper red, and Harry noted that Ona had also given him a few sets. Finally, Ron shyly expressed his gratitude, for the bonds of friendship among children are often easily forged through sharing. This birthday was particularly fortunate, for had it not been for Ona and her friends, I would have remained entirely unaware of my parents' situation and the matter of Voldemort. Ron gasped in fear. What is it? Harry inquired. You uttered the name of he who must not be named. Ron exclaimed, a mixture of shock and admiration crossing his face. I always thought that among everyone, only you would dare to speak his name. It is not because I am brave, Harry replied, but rather because I never understood that the name was forbidden. Do you grasp my meaning? I am certain I have much to learn. I dare say I shall be the worst student in the class. Not at all. Many students, like Ona, come from Muggle families, yet they learn quickly. Ona observed that the train had already departed from London. They were racing along fields adorned with grazing cattle and sheep. A moment of silence enveloped the group as they gazed at the meadows and pastures gliding past them. Ona took the opportunity to claim the reward related to Platform 9. Ding. Encountered Molly Weasley, current friendliness level 50. Ron Weasley, current friendliness level 60. Ginny Weasley, friendliness level 60. Fred Weasley, friendliness level 30. George Weasley, friendliness level 30. Percy Weasley, friendliness level 0. The above data updates in real time. Ding. Discovered a famous landmark. King's Cross Station, Platform 9, reward experience points, 100. A ticket for King's Cross Station. Allowing free travel on any train departing or arriving at this station, the Hogwarts Express from Platform 9 is exclusively for transporting Hogwarts students and does not require a fare. This ticket is valid in the Muggle world. Ding. Main quest completed. Departure. Reward experience points, 300. Reward. Space travel bag expanded by 100. Around 12:30. A loud commotion echoed through the aisle as a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, Dear, would you like to purchase any refreshments from the trolley? The children nearly jumped up, and Ron's ears flushed red as he muttered that he had brought sandwiches. Ona and the others stepped into the aisle. Do you have any chocolate frogs? Harry inquired. What is that? The woman asked, astonished. I have Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Fizzing Wispies, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice ones, and more. Harry bought some of everything, spending only 11 sickles and 7 nuts. Hermione and the others opted for pumpkin pasties and cakes, while Ona purchased nearly all the chocolate frogs. Are you hungry? Ron stared intently as Harry brought the purchased snacks into the compartment, dumping them onto the table by the window. No, I just want to try them. Harry started with a pumpkin pie because it was what Gloriana had eaten. Ron opened a bulging paper box containing 4 sandwiches. He took one out and said, "She never remembers that I don't like corned beef. Let us trade," Harry said, picking up a pie. "Come on, you won't like this. It's too dry." Ron replied, "She doesn't have time. You see, she has to take care of all of us siblings. Come on, have a pie." Ona finished a pie and found it quite delightful. Ron ultimately could not trade his sandwich, and everyone enjoyed their pasties and cakes while chatting, creating a pleasant atmosphere. "What are these?" Harry asked Ron, pointing at the chocolate frogs Ona had bought. "They aren't real frogs, are they?" Gloriana silently consumed her cake. "Still not fond of creatures like mice and frogs." "No," Ron replied. "Look at the pictures inside. I'm missing an Agrippa." "What?" "Oh, of course, you and T know. Each chocolate frog comes with a collectible card featuring famous wizards. I've nearly accumulated 500 cards, just missing Agrippa and Ptolemy." Harry opened a chocolate frog and retrieved the card. It depicted a man with half-moon glasses, a crooked long nose, silver hair, and a flowing beard. The name beneath the picture read, Albus Dumbledore. "Oh, it's Dumbledore," Harry exclaimed. "You can't tell me you've never heard of Dumbledore," Ron said. "Could I have a chocolate frog? Maybe I'll get Agrippa, thanks." Harry flipped the card over, while Ona also opened a chocolate frog, revealing a card of Merlin, the legendary wizard. He smiled and handed the card to Harry. "You keep it." Harry accepted graciously, glancing at Dumbledore's card, which had already vanished. Having been accustomed to the moving images of the Daily Prophet, he found the animated cards rather unremarkable. "I got another Morgana. I already have 6 of her cards. Here, you can have it. You can start collecting too." Ron's eyes were fixed on a pile of unopened chocolate frogs. "You take one," Harry urged. And Ona didn't mind. Harry watched as Dumbledore slipped back onto the card, smiling faintly at him. Ron was solely interested in devouring the chocolate frogs, while the other 4 were engrossed in perusing the cards of renowned wizards. Like Ona, Hermione, and Gloriana showed little interest in card collecting. In the end, Harry managed to collect cards of Hengist, Abraxas, Slytherin, Paracelsus, and Cleona. Mainly, Ron was unable to eat any more chocolate frogs. With a wistful glance, the remaining chocolate frogs were claimed by Ona. Chapter 36, Neville Longbottom Try This. Ron forced himself to stop gazing at the chocolate frogs and randomly picked up a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, opening it and offering it to Harry and the others. "Be careful with these. The so-called every flavor means every conceivable taste, including not only chocolate, peppermint, and orange marmalade, but also flavors like spinach, liver, and tripe." George chimed in. "Once, I even had a bean that tasted like a dried nose." Ron picked up a green bean, examined it closely, and took a bite. "Oh dear, I see. It's a grass-flavored bean." This assortment of every flavor beans brought everyone much enjoyment. There were flavors like toast, coconut, baked beans, strawberry, curry, grass, and sardines. Harry even bravely licked a strange gray bean that Ron wouldn't dare touch and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's pepper." At that moment, the desolate fields raced by outside the train window, the once orderly farmlands having disappeared. They were now replaced by dense woods, winding rivers, and dark green hills. Someone knocked on their compartment door, and the round-faced boy who had brushed past them at platform 9 entered, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wanted to ask if you've seen my toad." Everyone shook their heads, and he burst into tears. "I lost it again. It always tries to run away from me." "It will come back," Harry reassured him. "You could use the summoning charm," Ona suggested. "But I wouldn't know what your toad looks like." "Yes," Neville said sadly, "so if you see it, please let me know. I'm Neville Longbottom." Seeing everyone nod in agreement to help keep an eye out, Neville departed. "I don't understand why he is so upset," Ron remarked. "If I bought a toad, I'd find a way to lose it as quickly as possible, the sooner the better. But since I have scabbers, I suppose I have no room to talk." The rat remained napping on Ron's lap. Ona appeared perplexed, recalling that the mouse was an animagus, specifically Peter Pettigrew, the indirect perpetrator of Harry's parents' demise. It might have perished long ago. In any case, its existence mattered little. Ron, displaying irritation, remarked, "I attempted to transform it into a vibrant yellow yesterday, to make it more amusing, but my spell lacked potency. Allow me to demonstrate." He rummaged through his suitcase for a considerable time, eventually extracting a rather battered wand. Its surface peeling in places, with one end emanating a faint white glow, nearly revealing the unicorn hair within. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they observed Ron. After all, they had all dabbled in magic and could conjure a few commendable spells, albeit none had ever attempted to use magic on animals, let alone humans. Feeling the weight of Gloria's gaze upon him, Ron's ears flushed crimson. He cleared his throat and recited, "Daisy, sweet cream, and sunlight, transformed this foolish, plump mouse to yellow." With a flourish of his wand, nothing transpired. The mouse remained gray, blissfully asleep. "Are you certain that was indeed a spell?" Hermione couldn't resist inquiring. "It seems rather ineffective, doesn't it?" We've practiced several simple spells at home, and they all worked. This spell is useless. George informed me of that. I dare say he has long known it to be a futile endeavor, Ron said, embarrassed, as he tossed the wand back into his suitcase. Perhaps he feared you might inadvertently harm the mouse, Harry suggested as a pretext. No, they simply relish in pranks, Ron retorted, visibly annoyed. I find them rather amusing. Ona chuckled. They would excel at performing stand-up comedy or a comedic dialogue. They undoubtedly brought joy to others, though misfortune seemed to befall either Percy or Ron. The latter felt a twinge of embarrassment. By the way, which houses do your two brothers belong to? Harry inquired. Ever since Hagrid had mentioned Slytherin and Hufflepuff, he could not shake his fascination with the various houses. Fortunately, Hermione had acquired a history of Hogwarts, revealing that the institution comprised 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Gryffindor, Ron replied, his demeanor darkening once more. Mother and father were also in that house. I wonder what they would say if I were sorted elsewhere. All my brothers are Gryffindors. Truth be told, there is nothing particularly wrong with Ravenclaw, but for heaven's sake, do not let me be placed in Slytherin. That is where, excuse me, that is where you know who resided, correct? Indeed, Ron said, slumping in his seat, looking quite despondent. I hope we all get sorted into Gryffindor. It's said to be the best. I've heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, though I suppose Ravenclaw isn't too shabby. Hermione gazed at Ona, secretly wishing to share the same house with her. With their aspiration to attend the same school fulfilled, being in the same house would be a delightful bonus. We should quickly change into our robes. We are likely to arrive very soon. Ona and the others exited the compartment, allowing the 2 girls to change clothes, thereby preventing Ron from witnessing Hermione utilizing her own suitcase, which Harry had already known about since morning. By the way, you mentioned your 2 older brothers. What are they up to now that they've graduated? Harry inquired. Charlie is studying dragons in Romania, and Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa. Ron replied. Have you heard about the situation at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has been filled with reports of an attempted robbery at their highly secured underground vault. I've heard. Ona thought to herself, knowing it was the doing of Professor Quirrell, although Harry remained oblivious. Do you know what happened afterward? Harry asked, believing Ron's magical family might possess further insights. Nothing much, actually. That's precisely why it became such a major news story. They weren't caught. My dad said that evidently. Only the most powerful dark wizard could evade Gringotts' pursuit. However, they didn't take anything, which is rather peculiar. Of course, whenever such incidents occur, everyone is on edge, fearing that a mysterious figure might be orchestrating events behind the scenes. No need to worry, it was him, Ona thought disdainfully. Which Quidditch team do you support? Ron decisively shifted the topic, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense. Oh, I know nothing about it, Harry admitted. If it were football, I would confess to being a Nottingham Forest fan, Ona shrugged. What? Ron appeared astounded. Oh, wait a minute, that is the best entertainment in the world. He then launched into an exuberant explanation of the 4 balls, the positions of the 7 players, vividly recounting the famous matches he attended with his brothers, and declared that once he had some money, he would purchase his favorite broomstick. Just as he was reaching the most thrilling part of the match, the compartment door swung open, revealing the 2 girls now clad in their wizarding robes. It's your turn. Let's take a stroll and see if we can assist that boy from earlier. As the 2 girls walked hand in hand, they entered the compartment and closed the door. However, just as they were about to change clothes, the door opened once more. Did something fall? Ona asked, only to discover 3 boys entering. Harry immediately recognized one of them as the pale boy he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. The boy gazed at Harry with a significantly greater interest than he had shown in Diagon Alley. Is it true? Everyone on the train is talking about how Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, it must be you, right? Yes, Harry replied, observing the other 2 boys, who were both stout and particularly unattractive, standing on either side of the pale boy like a pair of bodyguards, which oddly reminded him of Dudley and Piers Polkiss. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle, the pale boy said casually, noticing Harry's scrutiny. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat softly to stifle a laugh. Draco Malfoy regarded him. Do you find my name amusing? No need to ask who you are. My father has informed me that the Weasley family consists of red-haired, freckled individuals, and they have so many children they can hardly afford to raise them. He then turned to Harry, saying, You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. You wouldn't want to befriend the less desirable, would you? I can assist you in that regard. He extended his hand for a handshake, but Harry disregarded him. I believe I can discern who is undesirable on my own. Thank you. Ona raised an eyebrow at the scene before him, remaining silent. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks did not flush crimson. Instead, they bore a faint blush. If I were you, Potter, I would exercise great caution, he said slowly. You ought to be more polite. Or you might find yourself following the same path as your parents. They were equally foolish. If you associate with unscrupulous characters like the Weasleys or Hagrid, you will surely be influenced. Ron and Harry, incensed, discarded their robes, with Ron's face matching the hue of his fiery hair. Say that again, Ron demanded. Oh. You wish to fight, do you? Malfoy sneered. Unless you leave this instant. Harry, glancing at Ona for support, his greatest source of confidence. Having overheard Dudley mention how Ona had once dealt with him, retorted, "But we have no intention of leaving, do we, lads? We've polished off all the food. And it seems you still have some here." Goyle reached for the sweets beside Ron, prompting Ona to intervene. "Enough of this ruckus." With a gentle wave of his hand, he unleashed a force that sent Goyle's hand flying away, simultaneously knocking the eager cat, Scabbers, off balance, leaving the rodent bewildered on the seat. Malfoy and his companion stood stunned, unable to comprehend how Ona had not physically touched Goyle, yet Goyle's hand had clearly been repelled. "I recognize you," Malfoy remarked, eyeing the more handsome boy, the model from Madame Malkin's. "And you have a lovely sister. Well, Gloria, would you be interested in becoming my friend?" With that attitude, Ona chuckled. "I believe we would struggle to find common ground." Malfoy's face flushed in response. Crabbe attempted to charge forward, but this time, Ona did not hold back. A swift push sent him crashing against the carriage window, while Goyle hurriedly shielded Malfoy and retreated. Crabbe, trembling, touched his chest as the trio cast a fearful glance at the nonchalant Ona before hastily retreating. "Wow." Ron and Harry gaped, nearly unable to close their mouths. What just happened? Hermione and Gloria returned just in time to witness the open compartment door and the astonished expressions on Ron and Harry's faces. "You should have seen it," Ron exclaimed. "Ona sent a guy taller and sturdier than me flying." "Oh, is that all?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Anyone who dares bully me or Gloria will face the same fate from Ona." "What was that?" Harry inquired. "Was it magic?" "No, it's Chinese martial arts," Ona replied with a smile. "How remarkable," Ron exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Can I learn it?" "Like magic, it depends on talent, at least." "They're not ready for these moves yet," Ona said, gesturing towards the girls. "All right," Ron and Harry replied, somewhat disappointed. "By the way, Scabbers," Ron exclaimed, noticing the cat had been motionless on the chair for quite some time. He lifted Scabbers by the tail. "I can't believe it, he's fallen asleep again. By the way, have you ever encountered Malfoy before?" Harry recounted his encounter with Malfoy at Madame Malkin's. "I've heard about his family," Ron said darkly. "After Voldemort's disappearance, they were among the first to return to our side. They claim to have gone mad. My dad doesn't believe it. He says Malfoy's father easily fell to the dark forces without any excuse. Well, let us not dwell on that. You should hurry and change into your robes." "I just asked the driver at the front, and he said we will be arriving soon," Hermione urged. Harry glanced outside the window. Night had fallen. He saw dark mountains and forests beneath a deep purple sky. The train seemed to be slowing down. Hermione and Gloria exited the compartment to close the door, while Ona and the others donned their black robes. Ron's robe was a tad short, revealing his sneakers, prompting Ona to insist he wear a new robe. Delighted, Ron put on the new robe and stuffed the old one back into his suitcase. Once dressed, Hermione and Gloria re-entered the compartment just as a voice echoed through the train. "In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We will deliver it to the school for you." Harry and Ron felt a twinge of nerves, but Ona and the others remained composed, tidying their belongings, such as stowing away leftover sweets, as they joined the throng heading toward the front. The train slowed further before finally coming to a halt. Passengers jostled each other, eager to disembark onto a dimly lit platform. The chill of the night sent shivers through Harry and Ron alike. Then a lantern swayed above the students' heads, and Harry heard a familiar voice call out, "First years. First years over here." Harry, amidst the crowd, spotted Hagrid's beaming face framed by his bushy beard. "Come on, follow me. Any first years left? Watch your step. All right. First years, follow me." They followed Hagrid, slipping and sliding down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. The darkness flanked them, and Harry thought it must be dense woods on either side. Silence enveloped them, broken only by Neville's occasional sniffle. "Ah. The drafts are all used up." These were hastily penned. Chapter 38. Hogwarts turned this corner, and you shall behold Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. Then, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted. At the path's end, a vast, dark lake unfurled before them. Upon the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hill, its towers piercing the night sky, and its windows twinkling like stars. Ona felt a rush of exhilaration as his heart raced. A sensation he had never experienced at Diagon Alley or Platform 9 at King's Cross, reminiscent of the moment he first encountered the enchanted object in his own hidden chamber. No more than 4 people on each boat, Hagrid bellowed, gesturing towards a row of small vessels moored at the shore. As Ona observed Harry and Ron board one of the boats, he felt a twinge of resignation, joining Gloria and Hermione in a different vessel, with Neville trailing behind. Harry felt a bit awkward, but with 2 more students climbing aboard, he had no choice but to settle in. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called out, taking a boat all to himself. "All right, let us set sail." The small fleet glided across the glassy lake, enveloped in silence as they gazed at the towering castle that loomed above them. As they approached the cliff where the castle perched, it seemed to hover ominously overhead. "Duck!" Hagrid shouted as the first boats neared the sheer rock face. Everyone lowered their heads as the boats passed through a curtain of ivy draping the cliff. Arriving at a concealed entrance, they traversed a dark tunnel that seemed to lead underground, finally emerging at a dock-like area, where they ascended onto a surface of gravel and pebbles. "Neville, you're towed," Ona instinctively checked for any stray creatures before disembarking, discovering a toad hiding beneath Neville's seat. "Thank goodness," Neville exclaimed, throwing his arms wide in joy. "Ona, if it weren't for you, I would have searched for ages." They then followed Hagrid, illuminated by his lantern, up a rocky passage until they reached a flat, damp patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. They climbed a set of stone steps, gathering before a massive oak door. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch clad in emerald robes, her expression stern and unyielding. "First-year students." "Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here," she replied, pulling the door wide open. The entrance hall was vast enough to accommodate the entire Ona family home, with flickering torches illuminating the stone walls. The ceiling soared so high it seemed to vanish into the heavens. Before them lay an opulent marble staircase leading to the upper levels. They followed Professor McGonagall across the stone floor, hearing the distant buzz of conversation from behind a nearby door, suggesting that students from other years had already arrived. However, Professor McGonagall led the first years to a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. They crowded inside, jostling against one another, nervously taking in their surroundings. Ona ensured the 2 girls were safe. He caught sight of Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, whose face paled upon making eye contact with him before hastily averting his gaze. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began. "The sorting feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a vital ceremony. For during your time here, your house will be your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, reside in the dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the common room with your housemates. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasting its own illustrious history and nurturing exceptional wizards. Throughout your education at Hogwarts, your achievements will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in a loss of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will bring pride to your house." Professor McGonagall paused, allowing the weight of her words to sink in before continuing. "In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to compose yourselves and present a spirited demeanor while you wait." Her gaze flickered over Neville's cloak and Ron's nose, standing among them. Harry nervously smoothed his hair. "Once everything is ready, I will come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Please remain quiet while you wait." She exited the room, and the students collectively exhaled. "How can they accurately sort us into houses?" Harry inquired of Ron. "I suppose there must be some sort of test," Fred remarked. Though Harry suspected he was jesting, Ron shook his head. "A test? Surely they won't require us to perform magic?" Harry touched his wand apprehensively. Ron's face paled as he remembered he had carelessly tossed his wand into his suitcase. He glanced around anxiously, noting the collective unease among the others, including Glory, who seemed deep in thought, while Hermione muttered spells under her breath, frantically trying to recall which incantation to use. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, causing Harry to jump in fright, as several voices behind him shrieked. A horde of translucent, pearly white ghosts surged forth from the wall behind them, gliding through the room and whispering amongst themselves. Seemingly oblivious to the first years, they appeared to be engaged in a debate. We should forgive, we should forget. I say we ought to give him another chance," a plump, monk-like ghost suggested. "My good fellow, have we not already given Peeves ample opportunities? Yet he has bestowed upon us the most unflattering nicknames. You see, he doesn't even qualify as a proper ghost," another spirit interjected, noticing the first years. No one responded. "First years." The rotund ghost smiled at them. "I presume you are preparing for the sorting?" Some students nodded silently. "I hope you are sorted in a Hufflepuff," the ghost declared. "I was in that house once. Now, move along," a sharp voice commanded. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghost drifted away, vanishing through the opposite wall. Chapter 39. The Sorting Hat. Now, from a single line, Professor McGonagall instructed the first years. "Follow me." Ona stood in line, with Harry and Ron before him, and Gloria and Hermione behind him. The group exited the room, traversed the foyer, and passed through a pair of grand double doors into the opulent hall. Ona cast a glance around the hall, where students from other grades were already seated around 4 long tables. Above them, thousands of floating candles illuminated the space with a radiant glow. The tables were adorned with gleaming gold platters and elegant goblets. At the head of the hall, another long table was set for the faculty. Professor McGonagall ushered the first-year students to the front, positioning them before the assembled upperclassmen, with the teachers standing behind them. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, as hundreds of faces gazed at them like pale lanterns. Ghostly figures mingled among the students, shimmering with a soft silver light. The velvety black ceiling sparkled with tiny stars, enchanted to resemble the sky outside, a fact I had read in Hogwarts, a history. Hermione and Gloire whispered to each other. Harry seemed to overhear them, staring in disbelief, unable to fathom that there was indeed a ceiling above. He had once thought the hall was open to the sky. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students and set an old, tattered, and exceedingly dirty sorting hat upon it. "Are we expected to clean this hat?" Or is it for some other purpose? Hermione inquired of Ona. Ona smiled faintly and said, just wait and see. All eyes were fixed on the hat, and the hall fell into an expectant silence. Suddenly, the hat began to stir, splitting open with a wide seam, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. Ona listened intently as the hat recounted the virtues of each house before announcing the need to wear it. When the song concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 dining tables before coming to a standstill. It appeared that all one needed to do was don this hat. Ron whispered to Harry, I swear I'll kill Fred. He makes it sound like we're about to battle a troll. Harry chuckled, realizing that wearing the hat was far preferable to casting spells. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat and take a seat for sorting, she declared. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of line. Putting on the hat that obscured her eyes, she sat down, and after a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their midst. Ona noticed the ghost of the fat friar waving joyfully at her. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Susan dashed over to sit beside Hannah. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. This time, the second table on the left burst into applause. As Terry joined their ranks, several Ravenclaw students stood to shake his hand. Mandy Brocklehurst, Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. The farthest table on the left erupted in cheers, and Harry spotted Ron's twin brothers booing. Millicent Bulstrode, Slytherin. Iona Clave. Ona smiled and raised an eyebrow at Glory. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville. Here I am. Oh, it's that boy from the Daily Prophet. His sister has come as well, quite handsome indeed. His sister is also very lovely. I wonder to which house they will be assigned. Ona approached the sorting hat, bowing respectfully to Professor McGonagall. Professor, is something amiss? McGonagall glanced at her in surprise. The surrounding crowd, having taken notice, fell into an expectant hush. Could we perhaps tidy up the hat a bit? It seems somewhat unbefitting of Hogwarts' esteemed image. While Ona did not possess an obsession with cleanliness, it appeared that Glory was rather reluctant to don the sorting hat. Although she did not voice her discomfort, Ona sensed it, as they were twins. If you wish to, feel free to give it a try. McGonagall had encountered similar situations before but had never intervened to assist a newly arrived young witch. She had never heard of anyone managing to clean the sorting hat. Thank you. Ona extracted her wand and performed a cleansing charm. The sorting hat sneezed, releasing a cloud of dust, and then exclaimed, Ah, delightful. I feel rejuvenated. If only I had hands, I would embrace you. However, if I had hands, I wouldn't require your assistance in cleaning. Everyone always thinks I should be filthy. It's been nearly 2 millennia. Only Madame Hufflepuff has ever taken the time to clean me. McGonagall felt a twinge of embarrassment. She could certainly have achieved a similar, if not superior, result with a flick of her wand, yet such a thought had never crossed their minds. Very well, Professor McGonagall nodded. You have performed admirably. Should you be sorted into a house, I would not hesitate to award you 5 points. Professor Dumbledore observed with keen interest, having initially focused on Harry Potter. He was well acquainted with the Ona family and had been pleasantly surprised by the Craft siblings, particularly Ona, over the past month. He had not anticipated an even greater surprise. Casting a contemplative glance at Ona's wand, he felt a peculiar vibration emanating from his own, the legendary Elder Wand, a component of the Deathly Hallows alongside the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak. As Onata donned the sorting hat, it felt as though it had leapt onto his head. He settled onto the stool and suddenly, a faint voice echoed in his ears. It was a rare occurrence, as it whispered, You possess the wisdom and erudition of Ravenclaw, the integrity and loyalty of Hufflepuff, the remarkable bravery of Gryffindor, and the astuteness of Slytherin. From you, I sense the essence of Merlin. So, where do you wish to go? Without much contemplation, Onata replied, Gryffindor, I suppose. Gryffindor, the sorting hat exclaimed with fervor. Ona removed his hat, and the long table of Gryffindor erupted in cheers. He approached the table, where Prefect Percy extended his hand to him, expressing gratitude for aiding the house and securing 5 points. Fred and George exchanged mischievous glances in his direction. Glory Claw. Professor McGonagall continued to announce the names with a smile, and the beauty of Glory captivated all present. Gryffindor. Glory took her seat beside Ona, while several upperclassmen, with ulterior motives, hastily called out their names. Ona smiled and intervened to put a stop to it. Michael Corner, Ravenclaw. Stephen Comfort, Ravenclaw. Vincent Crabbe, Slytherin. Tracy Davis. Ona no longer paid attention, as Lavender Brown persistently attempted to engage him in conversation. He could only manage a few disjointed exchanges with her, occasionally catching snippets of names. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Overall, the proceedings were swift, although some students seemed to pose a challenge for the sorting hat. For instance, the next student, Seamus Finnegan, took nearly a minute before the announcement came. Gryffindor. Chapter 40. Fool. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. As the 4th new student joined Gryffindor, Lavender Brown realized it was not an opportune moment to continue her conversation with Ona, allowing him to finally focus once more. Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw. Gregory Goyle, Slytherin. Hermione Granger. Ona gazed at Hermione, who shot a fierce glare at both him and Lavender Brown, causing him to stifle a chuckle. Hermione hurriedly dashed to the stool, swiftly donning the hat. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed. She quickly settled beside Ona, placing herself between him and Lavender, then cast a possessive glance at Lavender as if to assert her claim. Lavender furrowed her brow at Hermione, a flicker of animosity evident. Daphne Greengrassnot, Slytherin, Wayne Hopkins, Ona. Before Ona could fully absorb the names, Hermione tugged at him. What were you just discussing with that girl? Nothing much, Ona replied with a smile. She merely asked me where I was from. Neville Longbottom. Upon hearing the familiar name, Ona turned to see Neville tripping as he raced toward the stool, eliciting peals of laughter from everyone. The hat took its time before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Ecstatic, Neville dashed away with the hat still on, prompting the Sorting Hat to exclaim in exasperation, Foolish boy, put me down. Ultimately, Neville had to scurry back amidst the laughter to return the hat to Professor McGonagall. Though her expression was somewhat displeased, she refrained from commenting. Neville found a seat beside Glory, not giving it much thought, simply seeking the comfort of familiarity. Ona offered him a few words of encouragement. Morag McDougal, Ravenclaw, Ernie Macmillan, Hufflepuff, Draco Malfoy. Ona cast a glance and observed Malfoy striding over with an air of arrogance. Almost as soon as the hat touched his head, it shrieked, Slytherin. Ona observed Malfoy as he made his way to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, a look of self-satisfaction adorning his features. Pansy Parkinson, Slytherin. Parvati Patil, Gryffindor. Padma Patil, Ravenclaw. Ona noted the presence of a pair of twin sisters, two striking Indian girls with lustrous black hair. What a pity, remarked the Weasley twins, for if your sister were also sorted into Gryffindor, we would have 3 sets of twins. Parvati chuckled, choosing not to respond, her own surprise evident. Are they attractive? Hermione inquired, her gaze fixed on Ona. Quite lovely, Ona replied, causing Hermione to sulk in silence. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out, calling for Harry Potter. Ona and her companions turned their gaze towards Harry, who was making his way to the chair. A sudden murmur of whispers erupted in the restaurant, akin to the faint sizzle of small flames. Potter. Was she referring to that Potter? Was it indeed the renowned Harry Potter? Ona could distinctly perceive that everyone's interest in Harry far surpassed that directed towards himself and Glory. Nevertheless, Ona remained unfazed. After all, Harry was the protagonist of this world. After a considerable time with the Sorting Hat perched atop his head, Harry finally heard the hat exclaim, Gryffindor. Upon removing the hat, the entire Gryffindor long table shook with exuberance. Ona observed as the majority of Gryffindor students fervently pounded on the table, celebrating, while students from other houses, though engaged in animated discussions, clearly lacked the same fervor. After placing the hat back on the stool, Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table. Ona noticed Percy stepping forward to firmly grasp Harry's hand, while Fred and George exuberantly shouted, We have Potter. Bewildered, Harry took a seat beside Neville, facing the ghost adorned with a ruffled collar who reached out to pat Harry. Noticing his shivering demeanor, Ona surmised that the sensation must be akin to the Ice Bucket Challenge. Liza Depan, Ravenclaw, Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. As Ron plopped down beside Harry, he seemed utterly exhausted, revealing his earlier anxiety. Well done, Ron, splendidly done, Percy exclaimed exaggeratedly. Blaise Zabini, Slytherin, with the final newcomer sorted. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and departed with the Sorting Hat in hand. A palpable sense of hunger began to circulate among the crowd, and at that moment, one individual rose from the central guest table on the high platform. Ona and the others immediately recognized him as Albus Dumbledore, the very likeness depicted on the chocolate frog card. Previously seated upon an ornate golden chair, he now stood, beaming at the students with open arms. As if nothing could bring him greater joy than the sight of his students gathered together, Ona observed that Hagrid was seated in the nearest corner, and with his stature, it was nearly impossible not to notice him at first glance. Professor Quirrell was also present, now adorned with a large purple scarf wrapped around his head. Welcome, Dumbledore began. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. That is, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Ona and the others exchanged puzzled glances, failing to comprehend the meaning behind it. Thank you, everyone. Dumbledore resumed his seat, and the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Is he slightly unhinged? Ona overheard Harry inquiring of Percy. Unhinged? Percy whispered back, he is a genius, the finest wizard in the world. Yet, you are not wrong. He's indeed a bit eccentric. Would you care for some potatoes, Harry? Ignoring Harry's astonished expression, Ona began to help himself to the suddenly available array of delectable dishes. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even peppermint candies. Having trained extensively, his appetite was considerable. Glory, on the other hand, leaned more towards vegetables, though she couldn't resist taking a piece of steak. Everyone was genuinely famished. The midday meal had been merely a snack and could not sustain them for long. This looks truly splendid. The ghost watched intently as Harry sliced into the steak, lamenting, You wouldn't care for a morsel, would you? I have not consumed anything in 500 years. The ghost continued, I do not require sustenance, yet I certainly miss the exquisite flavors. I suppose I have yet to introduce myself? Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 41. Nearly Headless Nick, I know who you are. Ron suddenly exclaimed, My two brothers have spoken of you. You are the nearly headless Nick. I would prefer if you called me Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the ghost replied. A hint of discomfort evident in his demeanor. However, the sandy-haired Seamus Finnegan interjected, Nearly headless? How could you be nearly headless? Sir Nicholas appeared quite vexed, evidently reluctant to discuss the matter. Just like this, he said impatiently, grasping his left ear and tugging downward, his head wobbling as it slipped from his neck, coming to rest upon his shoulder as if it were hinged. It seemed someone had attempted to sever his head but had not succeeded entirely. Nearly headless Nick relished the astonished expressions on their faces, then gently popped his head back onto his neck, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, All right, new Gryffindor students. I hope you will assist us in winning the House Cup this academic year, all right? Gryffindor has not gone this long without a victory. Slytherin has claimed 6 consecutive titles. The Bloody Baron is simply intolerable. He is the ghost of Slytherin. Everyone turned to gaze at the Slytherin table, where a ghost sat, fearsome and gaunt. With vacant eyes and a robe stained with silver blood, the Bloody Baron was seated right next to Malfoy, who appeared quite displeased with his seating arrangement. How did he get himself covered in blood? Seamus inquired with great curiosity. I've never asked, Nearly Headless Nick replied awkwardly, once everyone had finished their meal. The remaining food vanished from the platters in an instant, leaving them as pristine as before. After a short while, pudding was served. An array of ice creams in various flavors, apple pie, syrupy fruit tarts, chocolate souffle s, fried jam donuts, sherry trifle, strawberries, jelly, and rice pudding graced the table. Ona opted for a bit of pudding to aid digestion, while Glory selected strawberries and other fruits. As for Hermione, she unabashedly chose several sweet treats. Aren't you worried about your teeth? Ona inquired with a chuckle. Not at all. Hermione shot him a glare, clearly still miffed, her mood transforming her displeasure into a ravenous appetite. All right, Hermione, Glory interjected, unable to watch any longer. Consuming too many sweets not only leads to weight gain but could also result in cavities. Just imagine how upset Uncle William and Aunt Jennifer would be. Wait, are you all quite familiar? Simon chimed in with curious enthusiasm. Is everyone in your family a wizard? Not at all, Ona replied nonchalantly. Hermione's parents aren't magical. Our grandfather might have dabbled in it, but he passed away before we were born, and our parents lack any magical abilities. Oh, I see. I'm half and half, Simon stated. My father is a muggle, and my mother only revealed her wizarding identity to him after they got married. It was quite a shock for him. Laughter erupted among them, and Glory, intrigued, asked, So how did they meet? Just as neighbors, Simon responded with a grin. And you, Neville? Ron inquired. Oh, I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch, Neville shared. But for many years, my family treated me as a muggle. He recounted his experiences, culminating in the tale of his uncle Algy gifting him a toad. Percy, Hermione said after sampling a few bites of ice cream and realizing she couldn't finish it all, generously poured the remainder onto Ona's plate. She then seized the opportunity to consult Percy. I would like to ask you some questions about the courses. Of course. What would you like to know? Percy, as a prefect, was more than willing to assist the new students. It's about transfiguration, Ona admitted, feeling somewhat troubled. If there was one aspect of spell learning in August that left Hermione at a loss, it was indeed transfiguration. Ona appeared to possess an inherent talent in this area. Though the reason eluded him, perhaps it was linked to the essence of the Xianwei. All things possess spirit, and Xianwei is the fundamental composition of that spirit. Transfiguration, in essence, is merely the transformation of the physical form of spirit. To him, the fundamental makeup of all things was the same. Therefore, what could possibly be unchangeable? At the stall of Onajuo, Hermione exclaimed, I truly wish to be more straightforward. There is an overwhelming amount to learn, and I am particularly fascinated by transfiguration. You know, transforming one object into another is undoubtedly quite challenging. One should start with small items, such as turning a matchstick into a needle. Percy, with patience, imparted his own insights as a prefect, for his academic achievements were exceptionally remarkable. Ona observed Harry stifling a yawn, his gaze drifting towards the head table, seemingly inquiring as to when the banquet might conclude. Following his line of sight, Ona noticed Hagrid indulging in his drink, though he appeared to have only just begun to savor the taste of wine. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore were engaged in conversation, perhaps discussing matters that might lead to the end of the festivities. While Ona did not feel fatigued, she anticipated that the day would yield ample rewards. Professor Quirrell was conversing with a rather oily-haired, hook-nosed, sallow-skinned teacher, and Ona instantly recognized him as Professor Snape. Oh dear. Harry was shielding his forehead with one hand, seemingly in discomfort. What is the matter? Percy, Ron, and Ona inquired in unison. It's nothing, Harry replied, lowering his hand as if he were indeed fine. Who is that teacher speaking with Professor Quirrell? Oh, you're already acquainted with Professor Quirrell. His nervous demeanor is hardly surprising. That individual is Professor Snape, who teaches potions. But it is well known that he is reluctant to teach this subject, as he covets Professor Quirrell's position. Snape is exceptionally skilled in the dark arts. Harry remained silent, merely observing Professor Snape. As the pudding vanished, Professor Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall returned to silence. Ah, Now that everyone is well fed and thoroughly quenched, I wish to impart a few words. At the commencement of the term, I must draw your attention to several important matters. First, your students. Please note that the forested area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Some of our older classmates ought to remember this as well. Dumbledore's sparkling eyes swept toward the Weasley twins. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind you all not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The selection process for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all of you. Those who wish to avoid unexpected misfortunes and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Harry and a few others erupted in laughter, while many, particularly the older students, appeared pensive. Surely he cannot be serious? Ona heard Harry murmur to Percy. Impossible, Percy replied, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Dumbledore. Oddly enough, he usually provides reasons for places that are off-limits, such as the forest being home to many dangerous creatures. A fact well known to all. I believe he ought to at least clarify this matter to us prefects. Chapter 42, Gryffindor Tower now, before we retire for the evening. Let us all sing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. Ona noticed that the smiles of the other teachers seemed to freeze. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon soared into the air, twisting and coiling like a serpent above the dining tables, forming lines of text. Everyone may choose their preferred tune, Dumbledore instructed. Ready, sing. Thus, the entire assembly of teachers and students burst into song, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. To be honest, it truly was a cacophony of voices, with each person singing their own melody. Even the melodious Gloria found it difficult to continue, and ultimately, they finished the school song in disarray. With only the Weasley twins continuing to sing in time with the slow rhythm of a funeral march, Dumbledore conducted their last few measures with his wand. And upon their conclusion, his applause was the loudest. What accompaniment is this? Gloria could not help but remark, her love for music evident as she expressed her distaste for the dissonance they had just created. Music, Dumbledore replied, wiping his eyes, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for bed. Everyone, return to your dormitories. The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy, navigating through the bustling crowd, exiting the hall and ascending the marble staircase. The figures in the portrait on the corridor whispered amongst themselves as they passed, pointing and gesturing. Percy led them through two concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and draped curtains, and after climbing several flights of stairs, they encountered a small surprise. A bundle of wands floated in the air, capturing everyone's attention. Percy stepped forward, and the wands flew towards him. It's Peeves, Percy whispered to the first years, a ghost who delights in mischief. He then raised his voice, Peeves, reveal yourself. The response was a loud, shrill sound akin to a balloon deflating. Do you wish for me to fetch the Bloody Baron? With a pop, a diminutive figure emerged, possessing wicked black eyes and a wide mouth, floating cross-legged in midair, clutching the bundle of wands. He cackled. It's the pesky first years. How delightful. Suddenly, he lunged towards them. The students froze in shock, but a glint of determination flashed in Ona's eyes. With a swift motion, she pushed Peeves away, causing him to tumble and drop the wands, which landed squarely on the unfortunate Neville's head. Leave us alone, Peeves, or I shall inform the Bloody Baron. I am not jesting, Percy shouted, believing Peeves merely sought to tease them. Peeves cast a suspicious glance and, sticking out his tongue, vanished. They heard him soar away, the armor clanking as he flew past. You should be wary of Peeves, Percy cautioned, leading them onward. The Bloody Baron is the only one who can keep him in check. He doesn't even listen to us prefects. We have arrived. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather plump woman dressed in a pink gown. Password? She inquired. Dragondung, Percy replied. The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular hole in the wall. They all crawled through the opening, with Neville requiring a helping hand from Ona. And they soon found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular chamber filled with soft armchairs. Percy guided the girls through one door to their dormitory, while Hermione and Gloria yawned, hand in hand as they walked at the rear, waving goodbye to Ona before departing. After watching them leave, Ona followed Percy and the boys through another door. At the top of a spiral staircase, they clearly found themselves in a tower, where they finally discovered their sleeping quarters, 5 four-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been delivered, and Ona, Harry, Ron, Seamus, and Neville were perfectly matched, 5 in total. Ona began to experience a throbbing headache, recalling that Hermione's clothing was still in his possession. The other 4 had already changed into their pajamas and succumbed to slumber, leaving Ona to tidy his own attire into a prearranged Muggle suitcase. He intended to lend this suitcase to Hermione for her use. As he carried the suitcase back to the common room, he hesitated to approach the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, Hermione seemed to sense his predicament and emerged at that moment. How fortunate! Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. I was just wondering how to find you while battling this headache. No worries, Ona replied, handing the suitcase to Hermione. You may take it for now. I don't have much clothing anyway. And I already shared half of my robe with Ron. All right then, Hermione said, accepting the suitcase before hurriedly departing. Ona shook his head as he returned to his chamber, discovering that everyone else was fast asleep. He then retrieved some garments and proceeded to the bathroom to wash away the day's fatigue. After changing into fresh attire, he placed his soiled clothes in the designated basket at the bedside, assuming that the house elf would assist with the cleaning. Noticing the absence of Mama Haha, he speculated that she must have been dispatched to the Ollery. Reclining upon his bed, Ona began to tally his recent accomplishments. Ding. Encountered Minerva McGonagall, current affinity level, 30. Albus Dumbledore, current affinity level, 40. Ron Weasley, affinity level, 80. Fred Weasley, affinity level, 50. George Weasley, affinity level, 50. Percy Weasley, affinity level, 30. Neville Longbottom, affinity level, 70. Draco Malfoy, affinity level, -30. The aforementioned data updates in real time. Ding. Notable landmark discovered. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, experience points awarded, 500. Reward. A blueprint of Hogwarts, encompassing its inception to renovations, revealing that the current Hogwarts holds no secrets from you. Ding. Main quest completed. Enrollment. Experience points awarded, 300. Reward. Lateral thinking, enhancing your ability to think divergently during your studies. Ding. Main quest completed. House sorting. Experience points awarded, 300. Reward. 1 magical item. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up, current level, 5. Skill activated. Termination. Ona sensed a notable enhancement in his magical prowess. Nearing the total capacity of the Weasley brothers in their 3rd year, he cast a glance at the terminal, which indicated that he could inflict an additional 15 points of damage to nearby humanoid entities, including giants, untransformed werewolves, and vampires. As for the magical artifacts, Ona discovered yet another spinning wheel, adorned with an array of books, weapons, and an assortment of peculiar items, such as a gourd. He decided to draw from the wheel. Noting that his 4 roommates were blissfully asleep, the wheel began to spin and gradually came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a ruler. Ona gazed in bewilderment at the rewards before him. He retrieved a ruler, which was approximately the same length as a wand. He resumed work on Chapter 12. Chapter 43, Class Schedule. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the hero, Old Master. The moment he grasped the ruler, a notification echoed in his mind from the system once again. Ona was plagued by a headache, for he found himself overwhelmed with the diverse methods required to level up each hero. Take a Guzi, for example. He needed to cultivate his heart method. The 5 heroes of Wakinxi not only had to master Wakinxi and Kingnaging, but also met additional conditions. Pei Kinher evidently needed to become an Animagus, while Yun Chanjin required Mamaha. Yao was expected to learn the Guardian spell, and Sun Wukong had to study staff techniques. As for the last one, Egudo, he was still at a loss, seemingly in search of a special seed. He could only place his hopes on the herbalism class. Furthermore, the ghost skills of Yixing and the divination prowess of Mingshine made Ona wish he had a time turner. He glanced at the skills of Lousy, level 1. Passive, Master S Dignity, normal attack stack admonitions upon hitting, up to 5 layers, enhancing his movement and attack speed, accompanied by true damage for 5 seconds. Active skill, Sage S Admonition, pulls the enemy before him, dealing physical damage and slowing them. Analogous learning boosts movement speed and reduces damage for 2 seconds, while reflecting enemy attacks. Sage S Might, charges forward, binding the first enemy struck within the lantern, confining them within the lantern's radius for 5 seconds, reducing damage, with a cooldown of 30 days. However, one must fuse the magic staff with the ruler to utilize these abilities. Fusion? Ona lifted the ruler and examined it, then retrieved the magic staff. Placing the 2 items together, a chime rang out, indicating that the 2 items could be fused. Would he like to proceed with the fusion? What was the cost? Aside from the loss of the ruler, there were no additional costs. Fusion. Ona watched as the ruler transformed into particles of light, merging into the magic staff, henceforth. This would be known as the magic ring. Time was fleeting. Ona lay down, and upon awakening, it was the next morning. After changing his attire, he took out the architectural blueprint of Hogwarts, a roll of parchment revealing the room he currently occupied. It seemed vaguely familiar, upon reflection. It was akin to a navigation system. He selected the fastest route to exit the castle and was astounded to discover a hidden escape slide from the tower's handrail. Testing it, he found that, thanks to magical protections, this slide, though seldom used, was functional. He was uncertain if Harry's father and others had discovered this passage and slid down to some room, which was now used as a hayloft. Filled with straw, perfect for a soft landing. It was likely a deliberate design, indicating that nearby there must have been a shelter for magical creatures intended for escape, though it appeared to have been removed. Disregarding further thoughts, Ona commenced his morning exercises on the lawn. As for Hermione and Glory, they could utilize Ona's spatial suitcase, which had been expanded to twice its original size, providing ample space for the 2 girls to practice. Last night, Ona had left a note for Hermione. However, she would undoubtedly inquire why his suitcase had suddenly expanded, and he had spent the entire night concocting an excuse. When Ona returned, she could only obediently descend the stairs, though it was still early and few students were around. After Gloria and Hermione finished their grooming, they spotted Ona already prepared to head downstairs. Good morning. Hermione greeted with a smile. Let us go have breakfast. The 5 boys from Ona's dormitory were still in deep slumber. Ona attempted to rouse them, but it was just past 7, and her efforts proved futile. Today was Monday, September 2nd, 1991. Ultimately, Harry and Ron managed to catch breakfast, which was served from 7:30 to 8:30. The first class commenced at 9 o'clock and concluded at 10:10, followed by a 20-minute break. The second class ran from 10:30 to 11:40. Lunch was scheduled for 1 hour and 10 minutes. After which there were 2 afternoon classes, the first from 12:50 to 2 o'clock, followed by a 20-minute break, and the second from 2:20 to 3:30. After 3:30, students had free time, with dinner served from 5 to 6:30. If there were special evening classes, they would take place from 6:30 to 7:40, followed by another session from 7:50 to 9. During breakfast, Professor McGonagall distributed the schedule for the new academic year to each student. In this year's Gryffindor cohort, there were 10 new students, 6 boys and 4 girls. Ona perused the course schedule. On Monday morning, there was a class on magical theory, followed by a session on magical creatures and a herbology class in the afternoon. Tuesday morning comprised a lecture on the history of magic and another herbology class, with the afternoon dedicated to charms and transfiguration. On Wednesday, the morning featured a herbology class and a defense against the dark arts lesson, while the afternoon included a history of magic session, a magical creatures class, and 2 astronomy lectures in the evening. Thursday morning involved a charms class and a transfiguration lesson, followed by an afternoon of defense against the dark arts and flying. Finally, Friday morning was reserved for 2 potions classes, with no lessons scheduled for the afternoon. Ona and her companions returned to their dormitory to fetch their magical theory books, notebooks, and quills before hastily making their way to the classroom. The magical theory class commenced at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Upon arriving at the designated classroom, Ona discovered that they were to attend class alongside the Ravenclaw students as she spotted the pair of Indian sisters seated together. With the assistance of a map, Ona, Glory, and Hermione arrived early, taking their seats in the front row, which was Hermione's preferred spot. At the stroke of 9, a lady entered, cradling her textbooks. Just slightly ahead of her, panting and out of breath, were Harry and Ron. Why are you so late? Harry complained. The way here is exceedingly difficult to navigate. We were even confronted by that wretched caretaker, Filch, who accused us of attempting to trespass into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor and threatened to lock us in the dungeon. Ron grumbled indignantly. However, at that moment, the professor arrived, forcing them to hastily silence their complaints. Good day, everyone. The professor greeted with a warm demeanor. I am Professor Basilida Babbling, and for the upcoming academic year, I shall introduce you to the fundamentals of magical theory. Let us begin with the roll call, starting with Ravenclaw. As she called out names, she paused when she reached Harry Potter, scrutinizing him for a moment before saying nothing further. First, I must clarify that wizards are not a separate race. Many of you hail from Muggle families. This is nothing to be ashamed of. How did the first wizard come into existence? Babbling paused, gazing at the students. Some proposed it was due to awakening, others cited divine intervention. While the prevailing belief is that wizards have emerged across the globe, from Europe to Africa, Asia, and even the Americas. You will delve into these topics in your forthcoming History of Magic class, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. A mysterious smile graced Babbling's face. As if she had recalled something, before she continued her lecture, magic is not solely for human use, various beings can wield it as well. Thus, the first aspect of magical theory we shall explore is the essence of magic. Given that this is a purely theoretical course, most students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds who have only recently discovered their wizarding identities, were earnest in their attentiveness. Their excitement was tinged with a sense of uncertainty, which may well explain why magical theory was scheduled for the inaugural class. Chapter 44, Magical Theory. Magic is fundamentally a process of harnessing energy. What we refer to as a surge of magical power, or the primary prerequisite of being a wizard, is the awakening of one's ability to communicate with magic. Defined in text as perception, one must first perceive the force of magic, known as magical energy, in order to wield it. Key concepts to remember are magical energy, perception, and magic. This form of energy we designate as magical power. As Ona and her companions wrote fervently, the only sounds accompanying the professor's voice were the soft scratching of quills or fountain pens gliding across the pages. Allow me to present 2 simple equations. Magical energy plus perception equals magical power. Magical power plus magical energy equals magic. Do you comprehend now? Observing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, Babbling waited patiently until all pens had come to a halt before she continued. Understanding why you have become a wizard and how wizards wield magic is essential for your learning in other areas. Magical energy exists naturally within our environment, adhering to the law of conservation of energy, remaining constant without increase or decrease. The origins of magical energy remain a subject of debate. Some claim it arises from celestial bodies, while others attribute it to the elements of water, fire, earth, and air. Although our academy is indeed structured around the latter perspective, it is evident that the red of Gryffindor symbolizes fire, the blue of Ravenclaw represents air, the yellow of Hufflepuff stands for earth, and the green of Slytherin signifies water. However, Even recognizing the four fundamental elements in that context was a considerable achievement, with the celestial theory emerging only in the last few centuries. Stemming from the rise of heliocentrism, Ona had come to a realization. He raised his hand. "Are you Ona Clove?" Professor Babbling inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, Professor Babbling." Ona replied, standing confidently before the assembled crowd. "Is there a question?" "Yes," Ona interjected. "I can accept the law of conservation of energy. But I wish to understand how energy was first generated. From the perspective of the Muggle world, the Big Bang occurred, leading to the formation of planets, and eventually resulting in the current state of affairs. The Earth is approximately 4.6 billion years old. Has magical energy always existed?" "Fascinating," Professor Babbling remarked. "You are not the first student to pose such inquiries. The textbooks do not address this matter, but that does not imply that no wizard has pondered it. Indeed, many powerful wizards have contemplated the origins of magical energy. There must have been a beginning, yet, curiously, no one knows. Muggles believe that God created the world, but who, then, created God? This question remains unanswered. We can only teach based on what is known." Ona expressed understanding, and Babbling gestured for him to take a seat. Gryffindor gained 1 point. "I appreciate profound contemplation. It is regrettable that you are not a student of Ravenclaw." "Teacher." Hermione was equally determined. With Babbling's consent, she stood up. "I wish to inquire, can magic truly bring the dead back to life? While the individuals in magical photographs are one thing, how is it that those depicted in paintings can think and communicate? Furthermore, what is the nature of ghostly existence? They seem to possess their own thoughts. Could there be a possibility of their resurrection?" "Oh, another Gryffindor, is it? Have the standards of Ravenclaw now been exchanged with those of Gryffindor?" Babbling cast a dubious glance at the attendance roster. "Well, these matters are rather intricate, so I shall address them one by one. First, regarding resurrection. Adalbert Waffling mentions in the fundamental rules of magic that tampering with the deepest secrets of life's origins and the essence of the self requires one to be prepared for the most extreme and perilous consequences. Noticing that the students appeared somewhat bewildered, Babbling elucidated, "It is quite simple. It is indeed possible, albeit under exceedingly challenging conditions. Are you familiar with the legendary Deathly Hallows? In the final chapter of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, the legend of the three brothers is recounted, and in truth, this tale is not without basis." "I know." Hermione's eyes sparkled with recognition. She had this book among her collection. "It is the Resurrection Stone." "Indeed," Babbling affirmed. "She was a rather amiable teacher. Though you ought to be aware of the outcome, the resurrected individuals often find no joy in their return, as evidenced by Cadmus Peverell, who took his own life after utilizing the Resurrection Stone, demonstrating that returning from the dead is not a state to be desired. Secondly, magical portraits are created by wizards who infuse them with substantial magical energy. Each canvas, especially those of significant portraits, is prepped with sufficient runes and magical arrays before being layered with paint, most of which is derived from precious magical materials. After the painting is completed, specific spells and potions are employed to activate it. The wizard depicted in the portrait must imbue their own magic to shape the portrait's character, bestowing enough mental strength to achieve the current effect. Should the portrait be damaged, it may incur permanent harm. However, there are exceptions. If a damaged portrait is surrounded by other canvases created in the same manner, the figures within can communicate, as it effectively creates a planar world. When a matching canvas is replaced, the original portrait can be restored. Some may question whether the world within the painting can become real. Yet no matter how three-dimensional it may appear, it cannot alter the intrinsic properties of the canvas. Even with magic, it resembles a photograph, which requires merely potions and spells. However, without the canvas and the wizard's enhancement, it cannot provide the same sense of reality as a portrait. It is somewhat akin to an upgradable intelligent AI, Ona mused. Lastly, the existence of ghosts. Generally, ghosts are transformed wizards, such as the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw and the Bloody Baron of Slytherin, who were once students or even teachers at Hogwarts, along with nearly headless Nick of Gryffindor and the Fat Friar of Hufflepuff. Babbling paused, noting that there are also ghosts who are not transformed wizards, like Peeves. Strictly speaking, they are referred to as wraiths. It is believed that Peeves originated shortly after the founding of Hogwarts. The birth of ghosts is not uncommon, yet not all are willing. Only those with strong obsessions can transition into ghosts, and it is difficult to ascertain whether this is beneficial or detrimental to them. Babbling appeared somewhat perplexed. Additionally, wizards killed by magic find it challenging to become ghosts. Their souls are believed to be bound to the wands that harmed them, disappearing as the wands are destroyed. This is merely a legend. After completing her explanation, Babbling glanced at Hermione, awarding Gryffindor another point. Subsequently, she seemed less interested in answering questions and continued with her lesson. The principles of magic, in essence, revolve around usage. The most direct method of application is through spellcasting. Babbling casually performed a levitation charm, causing the textbook to float in midair. The specifics of casting and spells can be learned in your charms class. I am merely providing a simple demonstration. Furthermore, utilizing items imbued with magical power is essential, though the creation of magical artifacts is a complex process, encompassing wands, magical items, potions, and more. Herbology is comparatively simpler, primarily involving the extraction of naturally occurring magical essences. These are subjects you will learn in your respective courses, so I shall not elaborate further. Feeling time was of the essence, babbling hastened her pace. The next topic I wish to convey today is the methods for enhancing magical power. Chapter 45, Assignments. Ona noticed all ears were perked up, including Glory's. The enhancement of magical power is initially constrained by one's physical constitution. Babbling reluctantly acknowledged that even if you are exceptional wizards, disparities exist. Innate talent determines your limits. However, through extensive research, wizards have discovered that talent can change. For instance, aging or injury can diminish a wizard's magical power, or in other words, their perception. Babbling cleared her throat. In other words, it is also possible to enhance it. The first step is to reach your maximum potential as quickly as possible. You are currently in the beginner phase, and it will be quite some time before you encounter your limits. Generally, those of average talent reach a bottleneck by the 5th year, those with better talent by the 7th, and some may not reach it until their 20s or 30s. Babbling waved her wand, and the chalk jumped to the board, writing on its own. Assuming the average adult wizard has a magical power level of 10, you are currently at most 1 to 2. By 5th year, you might reach around 7 to 8, and by 7th year, it could be approximately 9 to 10. If exceptionally gifted, one might achieve 15 to 20. To become an Auror, you should exceed 20. Professors at the school typically reach 15 to 25, with the 4 house heads conservatively estimated at 25 to 30, while Professor Dumbledore likely exceeds 50. Note that this is merely an estimation of individual magical power. When considering wands, magical items, spells, pets, potions, battle experience, and so forth, Professor Dumbledore can be regarded as the most powerful wizard in the world. I now wish to convey that if you do nothing at all, your magical power will indeed grow naturally. However, through the use of spells, the application of magical power, and the use of potions, you can enhance your magical ability to varying extents. Pay close attention, comprehend the principles, practice diligently, and strive for mastery. If possible, I hope you can surpass your limitations. Babbling tucked away her wand. Wizards tend to live slightly longer than muggles, yet life is unpredictable. The struggles among wizards are often more brutal and direct, which is why our school offers defense against the dark arts classes. That concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Please take the time to review your books. Your assignment is to discuss your understanding of the principles of magic and your thoughts on enhancing magical power. I will be in the Great Hall on Friday morning to collect your assignments. 5 inches of parchment. Do not attempt to take shortcuts. Adhere to the textbook's font size. Farewell. As they exited the classroom, they found a considerable number of first-year Slytherins and Hufflepuffs had already gathered outside, as the next lesson was their magical theory class. Ona, Glory, and Hermione made their way directly to the library before lunch, affording them ample time to complete their assignments. Ona did not produce the parchment but instead chose to inquire with the other upperclassmen who were passing by to observe Harry Potter. A senior, seemingly from Hufflepuff, volunteered to lead them, as Hufflepuff always boasted the largest number of students each year. I believe we could simply return to the common room, Ona murmured. The atmosphere in the library is more conducive to study, and how long would it take to write this? We could also see if there are any intriguing books available. Hermione countered. Are you hoping to see that Indian girl? What are you thinking? Ona replied, bewildered, while Glory stifled a laugh. The trio, buoyed by their spirits, completed their assignments shortly after 11 o'clock. Ona focused primarily on formulating principles of magical theory, asserting that magical energy exists in every corner, with its concentration influenced by affinity, which, from a wizard's perspective, translates to perception. He posited that a wizard's mental focus could enhance their perceptual abilities and introduced the concept of meditation as a potential means to augment sensitivity to magical energy. He subsequently proposed mental training methods, such as interference resistance training. Glory approached the matter from a musical standpoint, suggesting that relaxation through music could enhance perception, with training akin to practicing an instrument or painting, elevating skills through personal interest. Hermione, on the other hand, meticulously dissected the theoretical knowledge from books and proposed the idea that reading could heighten perception. Once they completed their assignments, Hermione sought out a few books for further study on magical theory. You see, I plan to check on Mama Haha, Ona declared as he prepared to leave. Then I shall accompany you, Hermione exclaimed, hurriedly returning the books to the shelf, having not seen Mama Haha in quite some time. The three of them made their way to the Ollery, where they encountered Hedwig but did not find Mama Haha. Hedwig, have you seen Mama Haha? Ona inquired. She left, finding this place unsatisfactory, and has gone off in search of a better residence, Hedwig replied, tilting her head. The environment was indeed somewhat lacking. Ona observed Glory and Hermione hesitating at the entrance, reluctant to enter. This was the top floor of the West Tower, where the owls rested, and the surroundings, devoid of glass, struggled to eliminate various unpleasant odors. Ona summoned Mama Haha, and before long, Mama Haha swooped down. You must be feeling a bit out of place here, right? Ona led Mama Haha out of the hut, allowing the girls to pet it. It is somewhat disconcerting. Mama Haha glanced back at the hut, its eyes filled with disdain, though the food here is quite satisfactory. Who sent you here? Ona inquired with curiosity. A rather diminutive fellow used magic to transport me directly from my cage to here. It was rather amusing. Mama Haha squinted as Glory affectionately stroked its head. Did they say anything? Not at all. Many people are still unaware of my existence, Mama Haha replied. Is it convenient to make a return trip? Ona retrieved the letter she had just written while waiting for Glory to finish her homework. Sure, there's really nothing to do here anyway. Mama Haha took the letter. And Hermione had prepared another note, requesting Mama Haha to deliver it as well. There are no telephones here. We must rely on you, Hermione said somewhat regretfully. It's a trivial matter. Mama Haha prepared to return immediately, feeling a pang of nostalgia for Ona's attic, forgetting that Hermione could not comprehend its speech. Ona, I will remain in London. Should there be an emergency, or if you need me, simply summon me. Very well. Ona was also concerned that Mama Haha might be discovered by the professors after lingering too long, as eagles do not belong to the owl category. As Mama Haha vanished into the clouds, the three turned back towards the hall. It was time for lunch. Where have you been? At the dining table, Harry asked Ona. We just went to the library to complete our homework, Ona replied as she sat down, selecting several meat pies. Where did you go? What? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually finished your homework? Was it difficult? Hermione shrugged. Ona and I spent less than half an hour, while Glory took a bit longer, around 20 minutes more. Goodness. Harry suddenly felt that lunch was not as appetizing anymore. Ron and I returned to the common room. Harry fell silent, recalling how engrossed they had been studying wizard chess. Leaving the homework for the evening, Ron happened to come down with Seamus and exclaimed, I won again. Harry, won what? Ona asked. Wizard chess, Ron declared proudly. Oh? Ona was slightly intrigued. Let's see how it goes tonight. No problem. Ron sat beside Harry, ravenously devouring the food on the table. They had completed their morning assignments. Watching Ron eat so voraciously, Harry couldn't help but comment. What? Ron was startled, choking slightly, and hurriedly gulped down some pumpkin juice. Finished? Aren't we supposed to submit it on Friday? We still have 2 classes this afternoon, Ona kindly reminded. Chapter 46 Magical Creatures After Lunch. Ona and the others returned to the tower to prepare the items needed for their afternoon classes. First were the textbooks, followed by dragon hide gloves and wizard hats. Today, the sun shone brightly. Although it illuminated the dining hall, the brightness lacked warmth, indirectly confirming the fact that the hall had a ceiling. The first class in the afternoon was Magical Creatures, followed by Herbology. Every wizard's robe had pockets that typically contained some spatial magic, which explained the high cost of uniforms. Usually around 5 galleons per set. Considering a wand costs 7 galleons, and a space trunk 50 galleons, plus a Nimbus 2000 costing between 2,000 and 2,900 galleons. The prices in the wizarding world were truly perplexing. However, reflecting upon it, even the cheapest shooting star broomstick was priced at 199 galleons and was soon discontinued due to common issues of stalling and height limitations after prolonged use. Nevertheless, Ron's family used this model, and many wizarding households provided it for their children as a toy, as it was not too fast and suitable for beginners. The commoner models of broomsticks typically range from 1,000 to 2,000 galleons, with the best model, the Clean Sweep 7, priced at 1,999 galleons. However, considering the scarcity of sports in the wizarding world, this was somewhat acceptable. Lost in thought, Ona and the others soon located the classroom. It was said that this course was primarily theoretical for the first and second years, with interaction with living creatures commencing in the third year. The afternoon class should be held with Hufflepuff, and the number of students was noticeably larger. Hermione still clung to Glory, occupying the front row, while Ona sat beside them. Harry seemed to be in some trouble. Upon entering the classroom, he appeared to exhale in relief, while Ron looked on enviously. What's wrong? Ona asked. You have no idea. Harry began. Other students from different years would rather wait outside the classroom just to catch a glimpse of me as I passed. How splendid. Ron beamed with pride. I am utterly envious of you. Harry shot Ron a distressed glance, ultimately saying nothing. Class was about to commence. As the time struck, an elderly witch entered the classroom, her gray-white hair cut short, with a prominent chin. She held a pipe in her mouth, seemingly in a hurry. I will be your instructor for the Magical Creatures course. The witch reluctantly set down her pipe. My name is Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank. Our course is quite simple. Devour this book. Grubbly-Plank raised the book, authored by Newt Scamander, a remarkable magical creature researcher. It is an engaging read, and I encourage you to explore it further. If given the opportunity, I shall invite him to sign it for you. If that fails, I will ask Professor Dumbledore to step in, as he pinned the preface to this book. Noticing many students' eyes brighten, especially those from Hufflepuff, it was known that Newt Scamander had once attended Hufflepuff House, though he was later expelled, with Professor Dumbledore providing him considerable assistance at the time. Next, we shall revisit familiar territory, although this book is fascinating. Consider that I must reiterate its contents twice a year. Grubbly-Plank couldn't help but take a puff from her pipe. First, let us discuss what constitutes an animal. Grubbly-Plank exhaled a smoke ring, seemingly less agitated. The book lists 3 cases: werewolves, centaurs, and trolls. If fortune smiles upon us, we may encounter all of them. However, I do not consider encountering a werewolf to be fortunate. With a flick of her wand, familiar scenes emerged as chalk danced across the blackboard, writing by itself. The book introduces how Burdock Muldoon attempted to define any bipedal member of the magical world as a person in the 14th century, yet he was mistaken. Bathilda Bagshot referenced this in the history of magic, and I shan't elaborate further. Naturally, professors will discuss this with you. Then there was Elfrida Crack, who asserted that any being capable of speaking human language could be classified as a person, yet even at that conference, she was unsuccessful. It wasn't until 1881 when the Minister for Magic, Grogan Stump, issued a decree stating that a person is any creature possessing sufficient intelligence to comprehend the laws of the magical society and bear the responsibilities entailed in the formulation of these laws. Mere people were first recognized as persons, although this was revoked a year later. Trolls, fairies, house elves, and goblins were classified as animals. There were even extremists who attempted to classify muggles as animals. Grubbly Plank disdainfully took a puff of her pipe. Frankly, muggles simply lack magic. Wizards are merely a special subset of muggles. Setting that aside, centaurs reject human identity, insisting on maintaining their animal status, while werewolves have yet to be conclusively defined. However, those bitten by a werewolf, whether wizard or muggle, have a high likelihood of transforming into a werewolf, and the same applies to vampires. Everyone harbors a certain trepidation. After all, no one wishes to become something inhuman. Professor, Hermione has once again raised her hand prematurely. Yes, speak, Professor Grappland said, his pipe in hand, gesturing for her to proceed. Professor, may I inquire whether ghosts are considered human? Intriguing, Grappland shrugged. The textbook mentions that ghosts were rejected during the first gathering due to their inability to walk on two legs, and they left of their own accord the second time. As for the third, to be frank, by definition, they can be deemed human, even in death, as they possess the capacity for thought. However, they are ultimately not classified as animals, for they have passed away. Grappland briefly elucidated, and you are? Hermione Granger. Ah, noted. Gryffindor earns 1 point, he remarked, allowing Hermione to take her seat. Before she sat down, she cast a proud glance at Ron. Let us continue. Numerous magical creatures have been witnessed by muggles, such as fire dragons, sphinxes, unicorns, phoenixes, centaurs, and so forth. By the year 1692, the International Wizarding Confederation engaged in discussions lasting 7 weeks, ultimately deciding to conceal 27 species of creatures. Gradually, more were hidden, while some have become extinct. As muggles encroach upon once uninhabited territories, the habitats of magical creatures dwindle, and wizards persist in the exploitation of certain creatures for their flesh, blood, and fur, rendering our curriculum, initially focused on magical creatures, a study in protection, a bitter irony. In 1750, the International Magical Secrecy Act was amended to include Article 73, which you can read in your textbooks. I shan't repeat it. But it will be on the exam, Grappland said languidly. The infamous Ilford Comm incident of 1932 is also crucial for your studies. Additionally, the Yeti of Tibet and the Loch Ness Monster of Scotland are frequently cited by muggles, another essential point for the exam. Grappland observed with satisfaction as his young wizards diligently took notes. For those interested in creatures, I encourage you to study our course rigorously. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures is the second largest division within the Ministry of Magic, surpassed only by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And they require numerous wizards each year. This department is dedicated to addressing the diverse needs of various magical creatures. Chapter 47, Herbology. In truth, the paramount concern for magical creatures today remains the safeguarding of their habitats, Grappland continued. Forests inhabited by centaurs and unicorns, rivers and lakes where mermaids dwell, and so on. Yet, certain creatures yearn to transcend their designated territories. Food also presents a significant challenge for wizards. For instance, fire dragons perceive both muggles and wizards as potential prey. And the acromantula. At this point, Ron involuntarily trembled, producing a slight noise. Grappland cast a glance at the pale-faced Ron, noting his lack of intent, and continued with his lecture. Some magical creatures crave attention, such as the Loch Ness Monster and the Crumplehorn Snorkack. I will delve into these creatures in subsequent lessons. The illustrations in the book are rather rudimentary. Newt is not an accomplished artist, rendering them more akin to silhouettes. I shall procure some superior images for your viewing pleasure. And if possible, I would not object to bringing live magical creatures to broaden your horizons. Grappland puffed on his pipe, observing the students below as they excitedly whispered to one another. By the way, the 1965 ban on breeding creatures for experimental purposes has rendered the creation of new magical species an illicit activity, another vital point for your examinations. Ona raised her hand. Oh, what is it? Grappland had initially intended to speak a little more to conclude the lesson. You just mentioned creating magical creatures? Is it possible for new magical creatures to form naturally? Ona inquired as she stood up. Indeed, many magical creatures have been created, such as the 8-eyed giant spider, the serpent beast, and the 5-legged creature. As for the cat raccoon, it is a breed we have cultivated locally. Regarding your second question, it is difficult to say. The world is vast, and I cannot guarantee that all magical beings have been discovered. Perhaps the earliest magical creatures, like wizards, also evolved from ordinary species, Grapland replied. Are you Onacroft? Yes, Professor, Ona responded, somewhat surprised. I heard from Hagrid that you have an eagle. Yes. It is indeed beautiful and possesses a magical aura reminiscent of a thunderbird. We intended to see it last night. But it seemed to have noticed us and flew away before we could reach it. Is it around? Oh, I apologize, Professor. He helped me deliver a letter home this morning. What a pity, Grapland said, somewhat disheartened. Gryffindor earns 12 points. Hermione's face flushed, but she could only glare fiercely at Ona, who had taken a seat. Well, the time is nearly up, and there isn't much left to cover. The disillusionment charm and the oblivion charm are not part of my curriculum. I want to emphasize that the importance of the magical creatures class lies in protection. Now, for your assignment, a 5-inch essay on your understanding of magical creatures. I do not wish to see verbatim copying from texts. Submit it to me before the next class begins. Class dismissed. Students from both classes hurriedly packed their belongings and made their way to the greenhouse, which was located outside the castle. The Hufflepuff students were particularly anxious as it was their headmistress Pomona Sprout's class. Upon reaching the castle's entrance hall, everyone instinctively donned their wizard hats, which effectively shielded them from the sun and offered some cooling properties. Along the way, they encountered students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin, who were equally hurried, busy shaking off the dirt from their robes and the leaves clinging to their dragon hide gloves. Before class began, they finally arrived at the greenhouse. Welcome, everyone, Sprout said kindly. She was a short, plump witch with flowing gray hair. Despite her patched-up, wide-brimmed hat and being covered in dirt, no one dared to underestimate her. Not even in relation to the scissors she wielded. Let me introduce myself. I am Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor and part-time head of Hufflepuff House. After all the young witches and wizards bowed and greeted her, Sprout opened the greenhouse door. Hufflepuff students, please go in. I recognize you. Gryffindor students, please wait a moment while I take attendance and get to know you. The Hufflepuff students filed inside, while 10 Gryffindor students waited at the door. Apologies for the wait. Let us not dawdle and begin. After taking attendance, everyone followed Professor Sprout into the greenhouse, where workstations were set up for the students. They could see remnants of soil and herbs left from the previous class, and someone had even forgotten a quill made from goose feathers. Let us clean this up, Sprout said, waving her wand with one hand, and instantly, the dirt and scattered herb remnants vanished. The quill hopped into the trash bin, seemingly unused. Everyone, please take your seats. The textbook is indeed necessary to read, but I would prefer you learn through hands-on experience alongside me. You can review the textbook later. Noticing Hermione pulling out a thick textbook, Sprout remarked, herbology emphasizes practice, not to mention the subjects of charms, transfiguration, potions, and defense. Our lessons will incorporate practical plant instruction. Considering your levels, I will start with harmless plants before gradually introducing more dangerous common plants. Not every plant qualifies as an herb, nor do all herbs come from plants. Sprout explained. Analyzing the characteristics of herbs inevitably requires experimentation. Currently, mice are often used for experiments. The monkeys and gorillas are also employed. In potions class, you'll have ample opportunities for such experiments, Sprout added with a smile. At least the content I am teaching now does not require such methods. There are thousands of magical herbs, and we will begin with the more common ones. As Sprout spoke, she casually pulled a plant from the surrounding soil. This is yarrow, also known as milfoil or saw leaf grass, commonly found in Hungary, growing between 12 to 35 inches tall. You can see its erect stem, covered in white downy hairs, with gray-green needle-like leaves that are alternate and serrated along the edges, hence the name saw leaf grass. Sprout instructed all the tables, with 4 to 5 students each, to choose one plant to examine. Ona, Hermione, Glory, Harry, and Ron gathered around one table. Hermione was the most proactive, rushing to find a plant, while Ona and her brother were unfazed, though Ron frowned at Hermione, finding her somewhat overwhelming. After each student returned with a yarrow plant, Sprout surveyed their findings with satisfaction. Very good, she said, as they returned to their seats and shared their observations. Hermione eagerly shared her insights with her close friend, while Ona quickly memorized all the characteristics, leaving only Harry and Ron gazing intently. We can observe, Sprout said, pointing with her scissors to the flower's top. The inflorescence is a flat-topped cluster, with the involucre being rounded. It bears small white or pink flowers, with the achene being oval and pale green, flowering and fruiting from July to September. Sprout swiftly trimmed the yarrow plant in her hand. This plant is notably cold-resistant and thrives in sunny environments with fertile, well-drained soil. As for its uses, who knows? Ona raised her hand, calling for silence. Chapter 48, The Emergence of Conflict. Excellent. Sprout praised. Gryffindor earns a point. Though this herb is common, there are more effective alternatives, which is why it is only briefly mentioned in textbooks. To answer accurately is no easy feat. Thank you, Professor Sprout, Ona replied, not allowing herself to feel overly proud. This herb has been utilized for treating wounds since ancient Greece. Its name derived from the hero Achilles in Greek mythology. Wonderful, Sprout continued. This herb not only alleviates pain and stops bleeding, but also possesses antibacterial properties and can mitigate emotional turmoil. It was even once employed to enhance the success rate of divination. Hermione, somewhat displeased, flipped through her book and eventually found the brief mention of Yarrow. She glanced at Ona, incredulous. You are the first person I've encountered who can recall such obscure knowledge. It is evident that you have put in considerable effort. And I hope you maintain this diligence, Sprout said, her spirits soaring. I chose Yarrow for your first lesson because I do not wish for you to perceive herbology merely as a precursor to potion making. While some plants require potion brewing to be transformed into useful medicines, we must recognize that certain herbs can be used directly. Not only wizards or centaurs, but even muggles and non-magical beings utilize them. Direct applications include extracting juices or chewing, while indirect methods involve brewing teas and tinctures. Remember this. Sprout raised her voice. Herbology can sometimes save your life. Do not assume that magic is omnipotent. Should you ever exhaust your magical reserves without potions on hand, you may have to rely on herbs to save you. Now, take out your pens and be ready to take notes. Sprout expertly established her authority. Today, you will comprehend the significance of herbology and the value of this seemingly inconspicuous herb. There are many others like it, even if they're in the textbook. Unless you can memorize them along with their images, you might mistake poisonous plants for life-saving remedies. Many plants may appear similar, yet their effects can be drastically different, even entirely opposite. The students diligently recorded their notes. Is everyone clear? Now, go and fetch a sprig of yarrow, Sprout instructed, wielding her scissors. Ultimately, the majority of students completed the task successfully. Even Neville performed admirably, though some stumbled. Ron Weasley? Sprout frowned. Were you paying attention? Look at what you brought. Ron awkwardly glanced around, realizing he hadn't observed the herb Hermione collected, but had instead been distracted by Gloriana. When he saw Harry gather a plant, he carelessly picked one nearby. Who can tell me what this is? Sprout inquired, somewhat displeased. Professor, this is Deerhorn. Hermione raised her hand first. Correct. Sprout's expression lightened. What is its use? Hermione hesitated. It can relieve indigestion? Not bad, Sprout replied, albeit regretfully. But not the primary function. It invigorates the blood and alleviates bruising, Ona added. Exactly. This herb has the opposite effect of yarrow. It accelerates bleeding. A smile finally broke on Sprout's face, and Gryffindor earned another point. Now go and find yarrow. Ron turned, embarrassed, but this time he successfully located the correct plant. Returning to his seat with the fresh, muddy herb, Hermione couldn't help but disdainfully remark. The difference between these two plants is immense. What were you even looking at? Ron shot a glance at Gloriana and replied sullenly, I didn't remember clearly. I'll pay more attention next time. Hermione turned away, ignoring him, as Sprout began explaining how to process the flowers, leaves, roots, and stems of yarrow. The students hurriedly took notes. Before long, the class concluded. You may find more information about yarrow in the library. 6 inches will suffice. Professor Sprout announced as she collected the processed herbs. Now, Ona and her peers understood why the Slytherin and Ravenclaw students emerged covered in dirt and twigs, especially the girls who felt quite unkempt. They marveled at Professor Sprout's forbearance in tolerating it all. Clean up. Ona waved her wand, enjoying the magic. Though she couldn't reach Professor Sprout's level of expertise, it was sufficient for removing dirt. She helped Harry and Ron, both of whom looked on enviously. Hermione, with her head held high, cleaned herself, aggravating Ron further, while Gloriana tugged at Hermione gently. It's hard to imagine, Hermione began once Ron had walked a bit away. A wizard from a magical family, with accomplished brothers, unable to master such a simple spell. All right, Gloriana laughed. If it weren't for you and Ona helping me, I wouldn't have grasped as much. The issue is, we can master nearly 10 spells in a month, Hermione replied, puffing up with frustration. Hermione, Gloriana said, somewhat exasperated. If we hadn't grown up together, I might not have been able to tolerate your competitive nature. In primary school, you had no close friends apart from me. You shouldn't always expect others to be exceptional. You and Ona are geniuses. I have worked hard just to keep up, Gloriana continued. I'm sorry, Hermione said, touched. But I genuinely disagree. Compared to us, including Harry and Ron, they should perform a bit better. We have only just begun to explore the wizarding world, perhaps for wizards. Attending school to learn magic is more suitable. Otherwise, why do they not have primary schools? Gloriana suggested. Although Ona was engaged in a casual conversation with Harry and Ron, he was also discreetly attentive to the dialogue between the two girls. Noticing Hermione nodding thoughtfully, he finally felt a sense of relief. Previously, due to their different schools, Ona was not well acquainted with Hermione's situation. However, just a day into the new term, Hermione had already encountered some tension with Lavender Brown during the sorting ceremony. And now she seemed to have upset Ron as well. At this rate, she might offend every classmate in a week, apart from their own siblings. With still some time before dinner, should they return to the common room? Ron suggested that they could enjoy a game of wizard's chess before their meal. Let us head back. I don't have much homework, so I should be able to finish it before dinner, Ona agreed. Oh, cursed homework. Thankfully. Professor Sprout doesn't collected until the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, I'd have her class again tomorrow, Ron said. Removing a tattered glove that had previously belonged to Percy, it was a bit small for him, but it still fit somewhat loosely. Bill and Charlie S. gloves were with Fred and George. May I take a look at your paper? Harry inquired cautiously, still uncertain about how to approach the writing. I just want to see how to write it appropriately. Sure. I'll bring it to you later, Ona replied obligingly. Chapter 49. Wizard's Chess. Ona. Are you going to the library later? We should probably look up some information for herbology, Hermione asked, unaware of the previous conversation. He promised me he'd stay in the common room, Ron interjected anxiously. Can't you go later in the evening? Hermione countered. Then why not just go to the common room later? Why wait until the evening to finish homework you could do now? Ron's face flushed red. I can just ask Fred when they get back tonight. It can't be that simple, can it? Hermione replied proudly. Isn't the joy of seeking answers more rewarding than simply receiving them without effort? All right, Ona said, patting Ron's shoulder, which had turned a deep shade of frustration. You go to the common room first. I'll return in an hour. That's the only option, Ron conceded. What about Harry? Shall we also head to the library to see what we can accomplish? Harry suggested, feeling the urgency to complete their assignments. Fine. I'll go too. Ron finally relented. Upon arriving at the library, Ona first took out parchment to write his assignment on Yarrow, detailing its description, uses, historical discoveries, and even found time to sketch a drawing. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. Is it really necessary? It's just a casual sketch. I still have another assignment to complete, Ona replied, tearing off a portion of the parchment to continue writing about magical creatures. Hermione gritted her teeth but ultimately refrained from attempting her own illustration. Harry and Ron were bewildered as they held Ona's paper on magical theory, having struggled to produce even a few words. Meanwhile, Glory was nearing completion of her magical creatures assignment, but had yet to begin her herbology task. Before 5 o'clock, both Ona and Hermione had finished their assignments. Hermione was now discussing Glory's work with her, likely pointing out how it did not quite align with the professor's expectations. Ona patiently examined the magical theory assignments of Harry and Ron. Ron remained steadfast in his focus on the 4 classical elements, presenting his ideas with an air of seriousness. Adhering to the philosophy of external enhancement, such as superior magical equipment and more effective potions. This seemed to encapsulate the prevailing thought within the wizarding world. Harry, on the other hand, appeared somewhat ambivalent, yet this was characteristic of an ordinary 11-year-old child. Ona assisted him in tidying up his thoughts, briefly elucidating the theories of celestial bodies in relation to the 4 elements. After a moment of contemplation, Harry resolved to embrace the celestial theory, as he had been exposed to a rudimentary understanding of science in the Muggle world, which made the former concept more palatable. Regarding the enhancement of magical power, Harry could only speak vaguely, touching upon interest and such. Before long, it was nearly dinner time, and an exhausted Harry and Ron hurriedly finished their meal, eager to return to the common room to continue their assignments, unable to relax in the presence of Ona and the others. That evening, Hermione and Glory primarily engaged in reading, while Glory took out her flute and played a melodious tune, prompting a round of applause from several Gryffindor students present in the common room. Ona managed to complete the homework with the help of the 2 boys. By the time Ron and Harry put down their quills, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Can we play chess now? Ron eagerly inquired, retrieving the wizard's chess set he had brought back to the common room. This is my grandfather's, Ron proudly declared. Since my grandfather passed away, no one has been able to defeat me. Is it a moving chess set? Ona chuckled. May I use mine? Asked Seamus Finnegan as he handed his set over. All right. Ona readily accepted and took the pieces. As the game commenced, the pieces initially held reservations about Ona, showing a lack of enthusiasm, especially since both Seamus and Harry had suffered crushing defeats that morning at the hands of Ron's pieces. However, as the match progressed, the pieces soon realized that Ona was evenly matched with Ron, and even gained a slight advantage. Naturally obedient, they diligently followed Ona's commands. Ultimately, the game ended in a draw. Rather than feeling disheartened, Ron became even more exhilarated, shaking off the fatigue from their earlier homework session. Let us play again. Ron instructed the pieces to return to the board. Unbeknownst to them, a number of students had gathered around to watch, as entertainment in the wizarding world was quite scarce. The second match also concluded without a victor, though it seemed that Glory had noticed that Ona had intentionally allowed Ron some leeway. Hermione, while not entirely perceptive of the nuances, clearly became more intrigued. Your chess IQ is quite impressive. Why is it that you struggle so much with homework? Hermione had a knack for provoking others with her remarks. That's because I'm still getting used to it. Ron, momentarily interrupted, lost his focus on the game and decided to retire early for a shower and rest. Soon, all were preparing for bed, each heading off to freshen up. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dean Thomas, who had remained somewhat inconspicuous, was busy affixing a poster of a football team to the wall. West Ham United? Ona chuckled. Are you from Newham? Dean turned in surprise. Yes. Are you from London too? Chelsea. Ona replied with a smile. Do you play football as well? Yes. But I'm not very good at it. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Dean hesitated, then asked. Is it the Daily Prophet? Ron interjected. No. I don't subscribe to the newspaper. My family isn't interested. Dean pondered for a moment. Have you ever been to Newham? I have. I played for the Chelsea youth team there in a match, Ona recalled. Ah, I remember now. I have a friend at the West Ham United Youth Academy who invited me to watch a match. You scored 3 goals and assisted 4 times. Beating West Ham United 7-0, Dean exclaimed. Your friend? What is his name? Ona inquired. John. His name is John Terry, Dean Thomas replied. He said he wants to join Chelsea because he doesn't want to go up against you. Ona chuckled. I cannot play football at the moment. Perhaps I might try when I return home for the holidays. Why is that? Dean inquired, somewhat surprised. We wizards are prohibited from engaging in athletic competitions with muggles, as we cannot guarantee that we will refrain from using magic. Ron interjected. Besides, we still have Quidditch. I don't reckon that is more enjoyable than football. Dean replied with a shrug, continuing to affix posters of West Ham United. West Ham has just returned to the Premier League. They are bound to improve. That's hard to say, Ona contemplated. West Ham still needs to find its footing. I have faith in Manchester United. Don't mention that team to me. The mere thought conjures images of that traitor. Dean Thomas exclaimed with irritation. West Ham nurtured him, and yet he chose to join Manchester United. Ona was aware of whom he was speaking about, Paul Ince, who had represented West Ham United's first team since 1986. However, in 1989, Ince privately reached an agreement with Manchester United and, before the official announcement, appeared in the media donning a Manchester United jersey, which led West Ham United fans to regard him as a traitor. Let me first compose a chapter. I shall continue writing in the evening. I have created a group. 668-157097. Those interested may join. Chapter 50. The original explorers, could you please articulate something comprehensible for me? Ron complained, his head throbbing. And must you post a motionless poster? How dull. Football is the most exhilarating sport. Dean retorted, his anger palpable. I will eventually create a dynamic West Ham United poster. You have no idea what Quidditch is. Once you witness a match, you will understand. Ron declared, brimming with confidence. I have heard of that football you mentioned. It merely involves 22 individuals chasing a single ball. How uninteresting. What is the score typically? Dean exclaimed. Ask Ona. He is a prodigious player. Ona preferred not to interject. Personally, I still have a fondness for football. My grandfather is the coach of Nottingham Forest. Oh, Ron replied, somewhat unwillingly. Didn't I introduce you to it on the train? Quidditch consists of 7 players and 4 balls. Isn't that far more engaging? Before Ona could utter a word, Dean let out a derisive laugh, exclaiming, 7 players and 4 balls, it resembles a circus. Hey, Ron interjected, leaping to his feet. Let me tell you, these 7 individuals consist of a goalkeeper, tasked with safeguarding their goal, 3 chasers, who are responsible for offense. They handle the quaffle. 2 beaters utilize their bats to strike the 2 bludgers, employing them for either attack or defense, and the final player is the seeker, dedicated to locating the elusive golden snitch to conclude the match. Just listen. Isn't that enough to captivate anyone? Don't you agree, Harry? Harry hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. What a nonsensical sport. It seemed a bizarre amalgamation of handball, ice hockey, and equestrian events. Dean remained steadfast in his opinion. All right, we have classes tomorrow. Ona interjected, ceasing the quarrel between the two. Quidditch is not suited for the Muggle world. There is nothing to debate. It is akin to how Americans revel in football, while we prefer soccer. Ultimately, Ron succumbed to slumber, closing his eyes, and Dean too conceded. Falling silent, Ona closed her eyes, commencing her journey into the system. Ding. As it was her inaugural exploration of the magical theory course. Having engaged in pertinent contemplation and deepened her understanding of magical principles, the heroes Giguzi, Yao, and Angela experienced an elevation in their level of expertise. Giguzi's level increased by 1, Yao's level rose by 1, and Angela's level ascended by 2. Ding. Through her first exposure to the magical creatures course, having completed relevant reflections and enriched her appreciation of fantastic beings, the heroes Yun Chongjin and Nikorilu also saw an enhancement in their proficiency. Yun Chongjin's level advanced by 1, while Nikorilu's level surged by 2. Ding. With her initial study of herbal plants, having engaged in pertinent thoughts and deepened her connection with these botanical wonders, the hero Agujuo gained experience, resulting in an increase of 1 level. Ding. Due to her first encounter with Wizard's chess and a successful match, her understanding of strategic games deepened, leading to an elevation in Yixing's level by 1. Ding. By assisting Harry and Ron with their assignments and addressing their queries, she enhanced her appreciation of the teacher-student relationship, resulting in an increase in Laozi's level by 1. Ona was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that after toiling diligently to elevate her rank, her very first day at Hogwarts would bring about a significant enhancement in her hero levels. Primarily, several new skills had become available for her utilization. Ding. As a result of Giguzi reaching level 7, the hero skin has been unlocked and is available for purchase with gold coins. A portion of the skin shop has opened, and utilizing skins grants special characteristics. Is the system in dire need of funds? Ona pondered, what do you intend to do with my gold coins? The magical coins are imbued with the energy required by this system, while the metal can be employed to forge system items. Understanding dawned upon Ona. What options do I have? The available skins for Giguzi are as follows: Duke Amos, Knight of Illusions, and Primal Explorer. Equipping these skins can enhance certain spell strengths. The Duke Amos skin increases affinity with magical creatures. The Knight of Illusion's skin aids in becoming a proficient singer in rock music. And the Primal Explorer skin assists in deepening one's understanding of magical theories. Ona was momentarily speechless, pondering the enigma of rock music. However, upon glancing at the prices, he was astonished to find them surprisingly affordable, only 288 silver sickles. Converted to gallons, that amounted to merely 17 gallons. The Duke of Amos was slightly more expensive at 588 sickles, just under 35 gallons, while the priciest option, the original Explorer, was priced at 1288 sickles, a little over 75 gallons. After much deliberation, Ona gritted his teeth and purchased the original Explorer. To his astonishment, it also came with a mask. When Ona attempted to don the mask, he felt a significant clarity of thought. The mask possessed hidden features, allowing one to remain unnoticed by others. With two manifestation modes, one for the mask itself and another for the entire body, enabling a swift transformation in just a second. Unfortunately, the robe conjured was rather exquisite. In a deep shade of blue. Ding. Encounter Pomona Sprout. Friendship level, 30. Ron Weasley, affection level, 100. Affection levels updated in real time. Ding. Ron's affection level reached 100. Rewarding him with Wizard's Chess Talent. Given your innate talent surpasses Ron's, the reward enhances your chess skills. Experience gain in I Ching increased by 50 layers. Ding. Landmark discovered. Hogwarts Magical Plant Greenhouse, granting 200 experience points and a reward of special magical plant Devil's Snare Seeds, activating Agudo's first skill, Wild Growth. Using the Devil's Snare Seeds allows for rapid growth and binding of enemies, though the drawback is that enemies can easily escape using fire. Overall, the gains were quite satisfactory. Leaving Ona content. The following morning, Ona continued his practice and returned to his dormitory to change his clothes. Discovering that the garments he had discarded 2 days prior were neatly folded at the head of his bed. After breakfast, a group proceeded to the History of Magic classroom. Located on the second floor, shared with Hufflepuff students. Many were startled by Professor Bin's entrance as he emerged from the blackboard. At that moment, everyone realized that ghosts could also become professors. Strictly speaking, it was the professor who had become a ghost. Greetings, students, Professor Binns began. Possibly the only professor who did not take attendance. He appeared somewhat ancient and emaciated, sporting a small, thick pair of glasses. His voice resembling that of an old vacuum cleaner, humming monotonously. I am Professor Cuthbert Binns, and my subject is the history of magic. I study facts, not myths or legends. I have been teaching history of magic since this school's inception, so I possess a wealth of knowledge. Yet today I shall discuss a history older than myself. Professor Binns continued, citing various historical records, including those from Muggles, asserting that magic existed long before humanity's dawn. Records of magic abound in ancient Greece, Egypt, Babylon, India, China, and even among the ancient Mayans. We have reason to believe that wizards have existed since time immemorial. Early wizards were uncertain of the origins of their powers, and were thus regarded by Muggles as divine beings or representatives of gods. While Professor Binns' content was quite commendable, students who had previously read the book found his delivery to be rather dry. To be honest, the author of this book, Bashida Bayat, is still alive, leading Ona to believe that Bashida's work was likely refined through Professor Binns' teachings. Last night, unable to continue writing, he had drifted into sleep, but upon waking this morning, he clarified his thoughts and decided to unlock the skin system early, albeit only for level 7 heroes, and to accelerate the leveling process for heroes. Chapter 51. History of Magic. From Nordic records, we learned about the runes, which are currently recognized as the most powerful symbols. Other scripts cannot be said to be inferior to runes. Rather, they have been lost to time. For instance, ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, Babylonian cuneiform, Indian seal script, Chinese oracle bone script, and ancient Mayan text. Professor Binns droned on, and Ona noticed someone had already dozed off at their desk. Ancient Greek writing evolved from Phoenician script, which in turn originated from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The English we use today also derives from Phoenician writing. Professor Binns functioned like a reading machine, reciting the textbook without a hint of emotion. Written language has allowed history to be preserved more effectively and serves as a vital vessel for magic. Given that magic was once regarded as a divine power, many scripts were originally created by wizards for a simple purpose: to wield magic. Muggles believed that only those in the clergy could learn and utilize such abilities. Even if Muggles learned to read and write, they could not wield magic. As non-magical abilities gradually came into play, wizards began to fade from Muggle history. The content delivered by Professor Binns captivated Ona and Hermione. Yet Glory and others began to feel drowsy. Ona noticed Harry's eyes growing glazed over, while Ron had already succumbed to slumber at his desk. Historically, wizards faced challenges primarily from formidable magical creatures. For instance, from Nordic records, we learn that Nordic wizards contended with giants, elves, dwarves, goblins, dragons, and other fantastical beings. Among the most renowned were the frost giants, led by Ymir. At that time, the wizard leader was Buri, described as tall, handsome, strong, and gentle. Conflict ensued over resources, ultimately leading to Buri's demise at Ymir's hands. we can only surmise that a fierce battle must have taken place. Buri's son, Baal, inherited his father's stature and strength, however. Shortly after Baal's birth, Buri was slain by Emer. Upon hearing tales of legendary figures, even Professor Bin's lack of emotion piqued the children's interest. For instance, Glory chose to read independently, like Hermione, rather than listen to Professor Bin's. As Baal grew, he captured Emer's granddaughter, the giantess Nestrel, daughter of Bolson, and they united to bear Odin, Vili, and Ve, the three brothers. Due to their giant lineage, the brothers were even larger, and upon maturing, they banded together to slay the aged Emer, launching a grand magical assault that eradicated most of the frost giants loyal to Emer. Only Emer's son, Sredgarmer, and his wife escaped, continuing their lineage across Europe. However, due to prolonged inbreeding, their intellects were generally diminished. Ona found it increasingly difficult to remain engaged. It was a remarkable feat to convey such thrilling events in such a tedious manner, a testament to Professor Bin's unique capacity, like a tortoise reciting scripture. Ignoring it was perhaps the wisest choice. Primarily, this information mirrored that in the book, stating that pure giants still exist today. Purebred giants typically lack intelligence, though they possess robust physiques. Half-giants, however, exhibit relatively normal intelligence, comparable to that of ordinary wizards. The Odin brothers triumphed over Emer's giant clan, but at a great cost. Ve perished, Vili was gravely injured, and suffered a decline in intelligence, while Odin lost an eye. Later, Odin united with the seer Frigg to bear Balder and Hod, and with the female giant Jr, he fathered Thor. And with another giantess, Grid, he had Vidar, alongside various other illegitimate children such as Tyr, Heimdall, Vala, Hermod, Bragi, and Mary, among others, some of whom lacked magical inheritance, like Skjold, Yngvi, and Sming. Professor Binns continued to recite, devoid of emotion, showcasing his distinct style. Unlike modern wizards, the wizards of yore wielded items akin to weapons. For instance, Odin used Gungnir, akin to a long spear, essentially a branch of white ash, capable of unleashing lightning to vanquish foes. Additionally, he possessed a ring called Draupnir. He rode the steed Sleipnir, accompanied by the giant wolf Fenrir and the ravens Hugin and Munin perched upon his shoulders. Odin's greatest achievement was not the slaying of Ymir, but the creation of the runes. Professor Binns, in a rare deviation from the textbook, remarked that the runes would be a subject of your future studies. Historical records indicate that the runes were co-created by Odin and the wise giant Mimir. However, Mimir was later beheaded by the sorcerers of the Vanir faction, and it was ultimately Odin who refined and propagated the runes. Professor Binns then redirected the discussion back to the textbook. The Aesir faction, led by Odin, was deemed the orthodox order of sorcerers after their victory over the giants. Yet some sorcerers chose to form the Vanir faction instead of aligning with the Aesir. Tensions arose between the Aesir, under Odin's leadership, and the Vanir, led by Njord, in pursuit of better relations. The Vanir decided to send the sorceress Gulvik to negotiate with the Aesir, hoping to establish a partnership of equals. Odin perceived this as provocation and preemptively attacked Gulvik. However, her formidable power exceeded the Aesir's expectations. 3 powerful magical assaults failed to vanquish her, leading both factions into war. The protracted conflict resulted in countless casualties among the sorcerers, while the giants took advantage of the chaos to proliferate, posing renewed threats to the sorcerers. This dire situation compelled the Aesir and Vanir to forge an alliance through the exchange of hostages. Njord, the leader of the Vanir, adopted the name Njord and joined the Aesir along with his children, Freyr and Freya. Odin also renamed his brother Vili as Hnir. However, despite Hnir's handsome appearance, he suffered brain damage during the battle with Ymir, impairing his intellect. Consequently, Odin had Mimir accompany him to the Vanir. As Professor Binns narrated the events of that era, some students could no longer resist the pull of slumber, and unbeknownst to him, more students succumbed to fatigue. The Vanir initially rejoiced and appointed Hnir as their leader. But once Mimir was absent, Hnir's true nature was revealed. The Vanir sorcerers, feeling insulted and deceived, could not retaliate against Odin's brother. So they chose to behead the old giant Mimir, sending his severed head to the Aesir as a gesture of dissatisfaction. To maintain the alliance and prevent Njord from returning to the Vanir, Odin opted not to pursue retribution. Is that all? Ron sighed. Having heard this from his grandfather long ago, I think I'll take a nap. While the sorcerers reached a consensus, the prolonged conflict had significantly diminished their power. With the ascension of Loki, the second frost giant leader following Ymir, who consolidated the scattered frost giants of Ymir's era, the situation became more precarious. Unlike Ymir, who valued brute strength, Loki possessed remarkable cunning. He feigned an alliance with Odin, swearing brotherhood while secretly plotting against him. Some believed Odin's attack on Gulvig was orchestrated by Loki, as legend has it that Loki was one of the few giants capable of shapeshifting. Chapter 52. The War of Twilight. After peace was restored between the two factions of sorcerers, Loki schemed to assist the mountain giant Skadi in abducting Odin's son Bragi's wife, Idun. He then volunteered to rescue Idun, leading Skadi into a trap where she was slain by Loki and the sorcerers. Skadi's daughter, seeking vengeance, confronted Odin, who sent his son Balder to face her. Scotty became enamored with Balder, yet ultimately wed Njord. Their union was merely a political expedient, and they soon parted ways. Professor Bin's teaching style had lulled most students into a deep slumber, while Ron, following Harry's example, succumbed to fatigue due to his singular eye. Odin harbored a disdain for Hod, who, despite resembling Balder, was born blind. Loki exploited this vulnerability, orchestrating Hod to unwittingly slay his twin brother Balder. Balder's wife, Nanna, succumbed to grief and passed away. In a fit of rage, Odin mistakenly believed Hod harbored ill intentions and commanded his other son Valit to kill Hod. As students slumped over their desks like fallen wheat, Professor Binns continued his narration. However, once Odin regained composure, he uncovered the truth and captured Loki. Loki's son and his 2 children were transformed into wolves, Fenrir and his 2 sons Sk, Ll, and Hati, who subsequently tore apart Loki's other son, Narfi. Yet Fenrir turned against the sorcerers, biting off Tyr's right hand. The sorcerers struggled to confine him as well. Fenrir was deemed the progenitor of werewolves. To rescue Loki and avenge her slain son, Loki's wife Seijen allied with the fire giant leader Surtr, aided by the giantess and Loki's lover Angrboda, to launch an offensive. Ona discovered that although Professor Bin's lecture was rather soporific, his pace was not particularly slow, closely mirroring her own reading speed. They first rescued Loki and liberated Fenrir. And together with Loki and Angrboda's son, Jormungandr, who had also fallen prey to the wizard's machinations and transformed into a colossal serpent, they set sail on a ship constructed by Hela, the daughter of Loki, towards the headquarters of the Aster faction in Asgard. Hela dispatched her pet, the Hellhound Garmr, to join the fray. Ona listened intently to the account of the most renowned battle in the wizarding world. Odin led the charge. Yet his advanced years proved to be his undoing, as he was slain by Fenrir. However, his son Vidar seized Gungnir and avenged his father by killing Fenrir. Thor wielded his hammer Mjolnir to slay Jormungandr, yet succumbed to the serpent's venom. Tyr, having lost his left hand, perished alongside the Hellhound Garmr. Loki, too, failed to escape unscathed. His diminished power after imprisonment led to his beheading by Heimdall, although he managed to mortally wound Heimdall with a spell before his demise. Surtr vanquished Njord's son Frey, but witnessing the near-total annihilation of his comrades by the wizard's assault, he resolved to unleash a cataclysmic inferno that consumed all, including himself. Ona remained rapt, absorbing the details, until ultimately, among the Aster faction, only Njord, Vidar, Vala, Thor, and Mani, the son of Jarn Saxa, along with Modi, the son of Thor and Sif, survived. The poison dragon Nidhogg was gravely injured and disappeared without a trace, and Hela's whereabouts remained unknown. This epic confrontation came to be known as the Battle of Twilight. In the aftermath, the wizards of the Vanir faction accepted Njord's leadership once more. But following his untimely passing, Vidar ascended as the new leader. Thus concluded the first lesson in the history of magic. Professor Bin's words resonated with the ringing of the class bell, rousing the students from their slumber. Today's assignment, a 5-inch summary and reflection on Norse aspects of magical history. Class dismissed. As Ona and her companions watched Professor Binns leave the blackboard, they quickly gathered their textbooks and hurried towards the greenhouse for their next class, which was dedicated to herbal studies. Professor Sprout, already a familiar presence to them, promptly allowed them into the greenhouse. "It is a pleasure to see you all once again," she began. "Yesterday, we delved into the knowledge of yarrow, and today we shall discuss a common flower, the rose." Sprout swiftly transitioned into the new topic. The rose, England's national flower, is cherished not only for its medicinal properties but also for its beauty and fragrance, which have been embraced by muggles. It is also known as the wandering flower or the prickly rose. Holding up a rose, Sprout suggested, rather than me recounting all its characteristics, "I encourage you to consult your books. My primary focus today will be the applications of roses in the wizarding world. Now, please find yourselves a rose." Once everyone had comfortably located a rose and returned to their seats, Ona observed the variety of roses they held. However, Sprout did not comment on the differences, as they were all, indeed, classified as roses. To begin, she explained the petals of the rose, which are used to concoct beauty potions, perfumes, and various love elixirs. The rose petals can even be dried and consumed directly. Through processing the petals, one can extract rose essential oil, which typically commands a market price of 8 galleons for a standard crystal bottle. Ron's eyes visibly brightened at this information. However, Sprout continued, "Even if you manage to obtain rose essential oil, it may only be utilized for crafting your own potions. If you are particularly efficient, it is indeed possible to produce additional rose essential oil, but not during my class. Now, you may begin to pluck the rose petals." Ona selected the most fragrant Damascus white rose. With his exceptional control honed through martial arts, he deftly plucked each petal intact. Glory and Hermione also accomplished the task with ease, while surprisingly, Neville performed admirably as well, despite Harry and Ron's petals being somewhat damaged. "Splendidly done." Sprout regarded Ona's petals with admiration, awarding Gryffindor an additional point. Ona glanced at the fuming Hermione, who held a pink rose, while Glory had chosen a paler shade of pink. "Though your selections are commendable, mine surpass yours, and I am nearly at my peak," Ona stated. Harry, feeling somewhat dejected, had picked a smaller rose, a type of wild rose in pink, which made the task of plucking petals more challenging. Unlike Ona and the others, he hadn't removed his dragon hide gloves, resulting in less than ideal petals. In truth, the smaller petals belonged to the native roses of England. After Sprout's commendation, she continued, however, research indicates that this rose, hailing from Bulgaria, possesses a more intense fragrance and a greater yield, making it the most esteemed variety for extracting rose oil. This is why I initially chose it. You must concentrate more. Among nearly 30 students, only 7 had selected correctly, with Gryffindor achieving 4. Sprout shook her head at Hufflepuff, urging them to pay closer attention. Professor, Hermione raised her hand. Miss Granger, what is it? Sprout inquired with a smile. Both our roses are of the same pink variety. Are they not? Hermione pointed at the petals Sprout had plucked. Indeed, but I refer to the condition of the petals. Moreover, the white rose yields less, is more valuable. Yet its oil extraction rate is only about half that of the pink variety I possess, with a single bottle fetching over 100 galleons. Chapter 53. Lumos. Professor Sprout elaborated on the various uses of roses, captivating the girls who listened intently. Roses are often associated with beauty and love, which caused Hermione to ponder something that left her earlobes slightly flushed after class. Many girls shared this sentiment, while Glory appeared much more composed. Ron, too, exhibited unusual behavior, seemingly lost in thought. With a 6-inch assignment in hand, the group hurried back to the Great Hall for dinner. The afternoon held 2 significant classes, Charms and Transfiguration. After switching textbooks in their dormitory, they joined Ravenclaw students for the afternoon lessons. In the 4th-floor Charms classroom, Ona and her peers encountered their Ravenclaw classmates once more. Professor Flitwick, a remarkably diminutive wizard, was seen behind a stack of books as he entered the classroom. Hello, everyone. I am Phileas Flitwick, he greeted cheerfully once class commenced. Hey, you know what? Flitwick jumped atop the books. It's not that I lack respect for knowledge. I simply hold you all in higher esteem. Laughter erupted among the students, and Ona couldn't help but smile. She had always found Professor Flitwick, though short in stature, to be quite charming and more impressive than most wizards. All right, let us see the Ravenclaw students. Everyone is here. And Gryffindor, you're all present as well. Let us take attendance. Flitwick produced a piece of parchment, reminding everyone to raise their hands when their names were called. The roll call proceeded normally until he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Harry Potter." In his excitement, he vanished behind the desk. Harry awkwardly raised his hand while his classmates stifled their laughter. Flitwick, slightly embarrassed, waved his wand to restore the books and jumped back atop them. Oh, I see you now. You can lower your hand. After attendance, Flitwick demonstrated several common spells, Splinching, Reparo, Scourgify, and Alohomora, among others. Noticing the eager expressions on their faces, he announced, "The first spell I will teach you is Lumos." With a flick of his wand, the curtains drew shut, plunging the room into darkness. He raised his wand again, Lumos. A soft glow emanated from the tip of his wand. Not blinding, but rather a gentle illumination as particles of light coalesced. Ona understood that her ability to perceive the gathering particles was due to her mastery of the subtle arts. In reality, it was the scattered particles in the air being drawn together and transformed into luminescent particles by the wand's magic. Before casting the spell, clarify your intentions. Channel your magical energy, strengthen your conviction through the incantation, and gently release your magic towards the tip of the wand. Flitwick demonstrated once more. Lumos. Hermione raised her wand, and a small beam of light appeared at its tip. Though it did not illuminate the entire classroom like Flitwick's spell, it was sufficient to light up Hermione's face. Excellent! Flitwick exclaimed excitedly. Hermione Granger, you did it. Outstanding. Gryffindor gains 1 point. Thank you, Professor, Hermione said, momentarily overwhelmed, causing her spell to flicker out. Steady. Maintain your focus. Flitwick encouraged cheerfully. Ona raised her wand, and a slightly larger light appeared, illuminating Glory and Harry beside her. Wow, look at Ona Cloth, Flitwick praised, and immediately thereafter, both Glory and Harry successfully cast the Lumos charm. Goodness gracious, Flitwick exclaimed in disbelief. This Gryffindor class is remarkable. Ron, however, felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he was the only one among them still struggling to grasp the Lumos charm. Everyone has a bit more time to practice. Gryffindor students can consult Harry and the others, while Ravenclaw students, let us keep trying. Flitwick refrained from mentioning additional points, feeling exasperated as he hurried to his own students. Pronunciation must be precise. Reflect on the spell I just demonstrated, and release your magic slowly. Before the class concluded, most students managed to produce at least a flicker of the Lumos charm, except for Neville, who was still diligently trying. Flitwick finally allowed a smile to surface. Don't lose heart, Mr. Longbottom. Consult with Ona and Harry. I believe you will soon master it. Your assignment is to reflect on your experience with the Lumos charm. 6 inches will suffice. Hand it in by Thursday, children. Farewell. The second class of the afternoon was in the first-floor Transfiguration classroom, where Professor McGonagall stood at the lectern, scrutinizing each student through her glasses as they entered. Once all were seated, she forewent attendance, having already called their names during the sorting ceremony. Excellent. No one is late. Your attire is also commendable. You have seen me. I am Minerva McGonagall, the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and most importantly, I am now your Transfiguration instructor. McGonagall's authoritative presence commanded the attention of all students, who straightened in their seats, particularly Gryffindor students, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Ona. Reminiscent of a stern homeroom teacher, or perhaps a disciplinary director would be more apt. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts, she stated firmly. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall ask you to leave and never return. Consider this a warning. She cast a fleeting glance at Ron, who shivered, feeling as though everyone was conspiring against him that day. Transfiguration, McGonagall began, is the art of transforming one object into another, at a more advanced level. It involves converting inanimate objects into living beings, albeit temporarily. There exists a more profound aspect, which is permanent transformation, but heed this. All students hurriedly produce their quills, eager to note the essential points. It is imperative to fully understand the potentially dire consequences of transfiguration. Exercise caution and ensure the preservation of the reversal charm to avoid unforeseen mishaps. As McGonagall spoke, she nonchalantly waved her wand, transforming the lectern into a bewildered domestic pig, which stared vacantly at the audience. With another flick of her wand, she restored the lectern. The students gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Professor! Hermione could no longer contain herself and raised her hand. Yes. McGonagall gestured for Hermione to stand. Can that pig be eaten? Is it a real pig? Hermione asked, her curiosity palpable. Regarding that, I shall address it shortly, McGonagall replied. According to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, wizards can transform objects or create things. But there are 5 exceptions. Firstly, it is impossible to conjure gourmet meals out of thin air. You may summon food you are familiar with, if you already possess food. You may transfigure it or multiply it. For instance, if you have a cake, you may transform it into a larger cake or divide it into 2 or 3. These cakes are consumable because the original object is edible. This principle is straightforward, although you alter the form of the object with a transfiguration spell. Its essence remains that of the material constituting the original item. As for the pig, if you were to slay it, you would only obtain wood. McGonagall elucidated. This is why food cannot be conjured. Some have attempted to hunt large creatures, such as dragons or giants, in this manner. For example, if you were to feed that pig to them, they would essentially be swallowing the lectern. She continued, the other 4 exceptions to transfiguration are magical plants, magical creatures, enchanted objects, and complete, independent souls. McGonagall articulated in one breath. Magical plants possess inherent magical properties and can grow naturally or be cultivated. But they cannot be created through transfiguration. Even if one mimics their appearance, it does not grant them the same magical effects. Furthermore, possessing a magical plant does not allow one to enlarge or multiply it. The same applies to magical creatures. Enchanted objects that can be enlarged generally have preset shrinking or enlarging charms, like the Niffler's pouch. As Professor McGonagall observed the students fervently taking notes, she paused, satisfied to redirect their attention to her. Complete, independent souls, those transformed from inanimate to animate beings, such as that pig, do not possess independent thought and do not require sustenance or other physiological functions. These creatures can only act according to the commands bestowed upon them by the spellcaster. There exists another category where living entities are transformed into other living forms, which inherently possess independent thought, yet they can only act within their original behavioral patterns. For instance, if you were to transform a bird into a fish, it would still desire to fly, yet be unable to do so, ultimately succumbing to asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. However, when a life is threatened, the transfiguration spell will automatically reverse. This is an intrinsic property of living beings. Unless the caster maintains the spell or employs a permanent transfiguration, which typically requires immense magical power and comes at a great cost. Moreover, there is one more matter. The duration of transforming a living being into an inanimate object is brief, for the same reason. Professor McGonagall's tone grew increasingly serious. Generally, it is quite challenging for a wizard to perform a complete transfiguration on another wizard or human. The difficulty arises partly from the greater intelligence of humans. Even when transformed into an animal, they can quickly regain awareness. Furthermore, the difficulty of executing a complete transfiguration on others is less than that of performing it on oneself. Typically, a wizard can only transfigure an animal into one form. Those adept in such transfiguration are referred to as animagi. The greatest danger of being an animagus lies in the potential to lose oneself after transforming into an animal, rendering it difficult to revert to human form, sometimes leading to death. Now, the incantations for transfiguration vary based on your specific needs. You have already attended the charms class. Mastering the casting of spells is one of the prerequisites for performing transfiguration. Neville's face paled instantly. With a wave of her wand, McGonagall conjured a matchstick before each student. As a side note, this is not transfiguration. As McGonagall observed the students examining the matchsticks intently, she explained, generally, to transfigure an object that has already been transformed by another wizard requires significantly more magical power, often several times greater. For now, we will practice using the original object, which is more suitable for you. McGonagall cast the levitation charm, causing a matchstick to float in midair. Acri. The matchstick gradually morphed into a needle. The greater the magical power applied, the faster the transfiguration occurs. The closer the shape and size of the object to be transformed, the easier the transfiguration will be. Now, I would like you all to try it yourselves. Acri. Ona waved her wand and instantly completed the transformation. Professor McGonagall, astonished, adjusted her glasses to prevent them from slipping, and could not help but approach to inspect the needle. Very well. McGonagall smiled. Onaclaff, you possess remarkable talent. 1 point for Gryffindor. Hermione gritted her teeth, feeling that despite her efforts, even having practiced in advance during the welcoming feast when Percy had suggested this method, the time had been too brief, resulting only in the matchstick transforming into a slender metal form. Ona, would you demonstrate for your classmates? Professor McGonagall requested, allowing Ona to stand beside the lectern while she conjured another matchstick. Please proceed slowly so everyone can observe. Of course, Professor. Ona took her wand and softly uttered, Acri. The students watched as the matchstick gradually transformed from wood into metal, becoming increasingly slender, with the head of the matchstick morphing into a sharp needlepoint. Perfect. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Ona, could you share with everyone how you accomplished that? Ona smiled and said, everyone should first convert the material before finally altering its shape. Hermione, feeling slightly anxious, realized that they were nearing completion. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, Acri. This time, I did it. Splendid. Professor McGonagall observed the two with satisfaction, inwardly acknowledging that Gryffindor had produced some promising talents this time. Before the class concluded, Glory had also nearly completed her transformation, while the Ravenclaw students had only managed to reach the level Hermione had achieved earlier. All right, regarding the understanding of transfiguration, 8 inches. Class dismissed. Today, Ron did not mention returning to the common room. The 5 of them headed directly to the library instead. After 4 consecutive classes and a quick lunch, there was little time to spare. Before dinner, Ona and Hermione had nearly finished their assignments for the day, with Ona still illustrating the herbology project. Are you showing off? You know that, right? Hermione bit her lip. Why don't you draw one for Glory and me? Perhaps later, Ona replied nonchalantly. Hermione beamed with delight and went off to assist Glory. Ona, there's still a bit of an issue here, Ona remarked after reviewing Harry's history of magic assignment. To his astonishment, it was essentially a copy of the textbook. Turning to Ron, the situation was even more absurd, as he had spent most of his time dozing off and his descriptions were significantly divergent from the textbook, based on the stories he had heard. Ona had no choice but to instruct Ron to refer back to the textbook before rewriting, while Harry had merely pinned a simplistic thought after his description. Consider why the wizards ultimately triumphed at such a great cost. It was due to excessive internal strife. What insights does this provide for us now? I believe the professor assigns homework with the school's considerations in mind. After dinner, Hermione continued to guide Glory in completing their assignments. Harry and Ron attempted to seek out Ona, but Hermione shot them a disapproving glance, asserting, write it yourself first, with grim expressions. Harry and Ron realized that their history of magic assignments were essentially being rewritten at Ona's insistence, and they wished they could have Ona write for them while they spoke. But Hermione had collected Ona's work instead. With nothing to occupy her, Ona resorted to assisting Hermione and Glory in sketching their portraits. Although Hermione was aware of Ona's drawing skills, she had previously overlooked them, only now realizing that Ona was quite talented. The primary challenge lay in the 5 immutable transformations, a contemplation that had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Otherwise, she would have completed the task the previous night, rising in the dead of night to type. She also kept an eye on the Champions League. In Chapter 55, The Rose Swordsman, Ona rapidly sketched portraits of both girls, and Glory's assignment was also finished. Harry and Ron watched Ona with eager anticipation until Neville approached first. Ona, the professors have sent me to seek your guidance. Am I interrupting? Not at all, Neville. Ona replied, taking a look at the assignment Neville had diligently completed. While Neville was somewhat slow on the uptake, his work reflected a solid grasp of the material. He understood concepts he had pondered, but faltered when faced with those he found perplexing. His herbology assignment was commendably done, even surpassing those of Harry and Ron, while his other submissions were merely average. Overall, you have a firm theoretical understanding now. However, you lack practical experience in spellcasting. Let's have you attempt to spell, Ona instructed, demonstrating the Lumos charm with her wand. The incantation was straightforward and did not require a wand movement. Focusing on the tip of the wand was sufficient. She encouraged him to envision the tip glowing. After nearly half an hour of patient instruction, Neville successfully mastered the Lumos charm, achieving impressive results as he learned to adjust the brightness of the light source according to his will. Next came transfiguration. Ona retrieved a matchstick, asking now, try to transform it into a wooden needle. Even Lavender and Dean gathered around to watch. Hermione frowned at the sight of the 2 girls closely clustered around Ona. But after touching the drawing Ona had gifted her, she relented. Glory found the situation amusing and pulled Hermione away to take a shower. Hoping to avoid the upperclassmen's advances once class was dismissed, Ona dedicated an entire evening to teaching Neville, while the others managed to grasp the concepts an hour earlier. However, Ona observed that although Neville learned at a slower pace, once he mastered the spells, his execution proved to be considerably more consistent than that of his peers. For instance, If Harry cast a transfiguration spell to create a needle simultaneously with Neville, the latter's needle would demonstrate greater durability and an extended duration of effect. Meanwhile, Hermione and Galore, having finished their baths early, each immersed themselves in their books, focusing on magical texts in preparation for their upcoming classes in defense against the dark arts and astronomy. As for herbology, who could possibly predict what Professor Sprout would choose to teach? Even the obscure plant, yarrow, had been covered. There was little to review for history of magic. As they had mostly encountered the material before, during class, it seemed permissible to engage in other academic pursuits, such as studying subjects typically covered in a standard middle school curriculum. Indeed, not only the two girls, but also Ona endeavored to carve out time for self-study in Muggle subjects. Upon returning to the dormitory after her shower, Ona found that only Neville had yet to arrive. Seamus and Dean were engaged in conversation, while Ron and Harry discussed Hermione. Goodness, I can hardly tolerate Hermione. Thank goodness we have Ona to keep her in check, Ron remarked as Ona entered. Her nature is not inherently bad, Ona interjected. She merely possesses a competitive spirit. Regardless, I find her insufferable, Ron replied. Taking into account the close bond between Glory and Hermione, he chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Harry discreetly nudged Ron, saying, Hermione and Ona have known each other since childhood. Ron felt a moment of embarrassment, but upon noticing Ona's composed demeanor, he swiftly shifted the conversation to another topic. As the hour grew late, Ona reclined and opened today's system rewards. Ding. Having completed the History of Magic course for the first time and engaged in related reflections, his understanding of history deepened, resulting in an increase in the experience points for the Old Sage's hero level, raising his level by 1. Ding. As a result of his initial study of the spellcasting course and subsequent reflections, his comprehension of spells heightened, granting an elevation in the magical hero experience points, thus enhancing both Yo and Angela's levels by 1. Ding. Following his first exploration of the transformation course and associated contemplations, his insight into transformations intensified, leading to an increase in the transformation hero experience points, elevating Pei-Kin Tiger's level by 1. Ding. By tutoring Neville in spellcasting and addressing his inquiries, his appreciation for the teacher-student relationship deepened, resulting in another increase in the Old Sage's level. Oh, how joyous Ona felt. Despite having learned from yesterday's rewards that studying new courses would benefit hero-level advancements, he was pleasantly surprised to see the Old Sage rise 3 levels in merely 2 days, while Angela and Yao ascended 2 levels. And even Pei-Kin Tiger advanced by 1. Ding. Encountering Phileas Flitwick. Friendship level 30. Meeting Minerva McGonagall. Friendship level 40. Pomona Sprout. Friendship level 40. Neville Longbottom. Affection level 100. Affection levels updated in real time. Ding. With Neville's affection reaching 100, a reward of herbalism talent was bestowed upon him. Ona discovered that Neville's herbalism prowess exceeded his own. Ding. The special quest Rose Swordsman was triggered. Due to your interaction with roses and herbalism and your engagement with transformation magic that turned a matchstick into a needle, please transform your wand into a slender sword. Personally crafting exquisite essential oil from red roses, applying it to the slender sword to activate the new hero, Charlotte. Ona opened his eyes, pondering the possibilities. However, the conditions were anything but simple. He needed to learn how to blend rose essential oil. The dilemma lay in his choice of white roses. He found himself perplexed by the red roses, as the exquisite damask rose, suitable for crafting rose oil, lacked a pure red variant. Utilizing ordinary roses for oil production would likely fall short of achieving a premium quality. Moreover, a new thought crossed his mind. He had been troubled regarding how to employ Sun Wukong's staff skills. Yet this task reminded him that he could effortlessly transform his wand into a double-handed staff using a transfiguration spell. Furthermore, due to the integration of Master Kong's ruler, his wand possessed an indomitable quality, perfectly suited for executing Sun Wukong's abilities. Nevertheless, this was not the opportune moment for such endeavors. Ona closed his eyes and peacefully drifted into slumber. On Wednesday, September 4th, after completing his morning exercises, Ona refreshed himself and had breakfast before joining his classmates and heading to the greenhouse for their final herbology class of the week. Upon submitting their assignments, Professor Sprout instantly noticed Ona's accompanying illustration. Her eyes lit up with delight as she exclaimed, "Oh my, this is truly remarkable." She examined it with great care, clearly enamored, praising, "What an excellent job. Your work is splendid, and you've even noted the references clearly, showcasing profound thought." A faint smile graced Ona's lips as he employed the methodical approach of his previous life's scholarly work. While he had entirely forgotten the familial and friendly ties of his former existence, other memories remained vividly intact. Gryffindor receives an additional 3 points. Professor Sprout announced exuberantly. "You will soon have the opportunity to examine Ona's assignment, which surpasses even my wildest expectations." Hermione, filled with indignation, muttered under her breath, "It's just drawing." With a flick of her wand, Professor Sprout cast the Gimino curse, effortlessly duplicating numerous sheets of parchment, which she then sent floating to each student while securely storing the original. "Behold, this is the most meticulous herbology assignment I have ever encountered. While illustrations are not mandatory, you must certainly cite your sources, she stated with gravity. The Hufflepuff students gazed at Ona in admiration, while the Gryffindors felt a sense of pride in their classmate. Only Hermione, feeling slightly resentful, poked Ona with her wand to vent her frustration. Chapter 56, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Sprout was in high spirits. As the day's lesson centered around rosemary, the primary ingredient for concocting the potion of happiness. Truth be told, I eagerly anticipate your assignments over the next 5 years. She remarked to Ona before the class concluded. Perhaps I could compile your work and submit it to the Xiahongsha Publishing Company. Professor Sprout even permitted Ona to select a few plants as a reward, which he could collect at his leisure. Naturally, he chose red roses. Specifically the French variety known for its high oil yield. I had anticipated you would continue selecting the damask white rose. Professor Sprout chuckled. All right, class dismissed. Do not forget your assignments. The second lesson was the highly anticipated defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell, still adorned with his purple turban, spotted Harry and exclaimed, "Welcome." Harry. Good grief. Ron whispered to Harry, "Do you smell that? Garlic." Compared to other professors, Quirrell's attention to Harry was notably intense. Once he stammered through the roll call. It became apparent that class had been in session for quite some time. "Hello everyone." Professor Quirrell stuttered, "I am Quirinus Quirrell, your defense against the dark arts instructor." Hermione, disheartened, turned the pages of her book, convinced that Quirrell would manage to speak for no more than 20 minutes before the bell rang. "Dark magic is exceedingly dangerous." He continued, his stutter pronounced. "We shall study how to defend ourselves against the myriad of dark magical creatures and the spells of dark wizards. I encountered the most perilous dark magical creature, a vampire," he proclaimed proudly, noticing the student's eyes fixated on the turban atop his head. "In Romania, I even traveled to Africa, where I expelled a zombie." Professor Quirrell's demeanor radiated a hint of pride. "My turban was gifted to me by a prince who was besieged by zombies." "Professor." The voice of Seamus Finnegan rang out. "Could you share how you managed to drive away the zombie?" "Certainly." Professor Quirrell's face flushed. It was a splendid day. Much like today, with the sun shining brilliantly. The weather has been quite lovely these past few days. "So, good weather helps dispel zombies?" Seamus pressed relentlessly. "Of course not. I exerted considerable effort to drive it away," Professor Quirrell clarified. "I employed a particularly effective spell, which I shall teach you shortly." In all honesty, Ona deemed this the most dreadful class he had attended at Hogwarts, even if Professor Quirrell did impart the petrification charm. His peculiar stutter rendered it nearly impossible for the students to learn effectively, leaving them to navigate the spell on their own. The incantation for the petrification charm is Petrificus Totalis. After several failed attempts, Professor Quirrell finally managed to cast the spell on a dummy unique to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, though Ona recognized it was all an act. Ona maliciously considered that Professor Quirrell, in a sense, was none other than Voldemort himself, who should currently be entangled in a paradoxical existence. They were reluctant for the students to delve into the study of defense against the dark arts. Yet Voldemort harbored an undeniable desire to assume the role of instructor for this very subject. Perhaps, in addition to his quest for the Philosopher's Stone this academic year, Voldemort sought to indulge his craving for a year as a teacher of dark arts. Due to Professor Quirrell's exceedingly time-consuming lectures, ultimately, no one mastered the petrifying charm before the class concluded, save for Ona. He did not yet consider himself a rival to Professor Quirrell, let alone to Voldemort, and thus wished to avoid drawing attention to himself in this class. As for whether other professors would commend Quirrell, Ona held a degree of confidence, presumably. To better conceal his true nature, Quirrell would strive to minimize his interactions with the other faculty members. Aside from the welcome feast, Ona had not seen Quirrell's presence in the Great Hall in recent days. During lunch, Ron, for the first time, sought out George and Fred to complain that due to their incessant teasing, he had little desire to see his two brothers lately. "Can you even comprehend Professor Quirrell's lessons?" Ron exclaimed, overwhelmed by the lingering scent of garlic from the class. "I have no appetite for garlic whatsoever." Ron found himself disinterested in the garlic ribs he usually relished. "Ha ha ha, little Ron, you know," either George or Fred chuckled. "We bet with Jordan that Professor Quirrell's turban is stuffed full of garlic." Ona nearly choked. Inadvertently referring to Voldemort as garlic. How could one gaze directly at garlic? Hermione, unusually silent, sought out Percy to inquire about the correct terminology and applications of the petrification spell, as there was still homework to be completed. The afternoon's lesson in history of magic was to be conducted by Professor Binns, who would recount the tales of ancient Greek wizards. Greece has a rich history of sorcery, and it is inferred from existing records that the origin of giants lies on Mount Olympus, by the Aegean Sea. In those times, giants ruled the world, known as the Titans, with the most renowned patriarch being Uranus, whose consort was Gaia. They bore both the conventional Titans and the aberrant Cyclopes and hundred-handed giants. Uranus was infamous for his brutality, viewing the Cyclopes and hundred-handed giants as deformities. He frequently punished his wife and offspring for food, ultimately prompting Gaia to rebel alongside her children. Uranus was slain in a surprise attack by his youngest son, Cronus, who ascended as the new leader. Professor Binns recited the tale monotonously. Cronus, fearing a similar fate, ostracized his own children born of his wife Rhea, alongside the aberrant giants. According to wizards, This was due to the giants' enormous size and their substantial food requirements, compelling them to expel weaker families to ensure survival. Some giants perished during their exile, while others sought refuge in distant lands. The previously mentioned frost giants of the north likely belonged to this group, most of whom met their demise during the Twilight War. This period is referred to as the Golden Age, as the exiled titans found ample sustenance, allowing humans and giants to coexist peacefully, albeit humans were regarded as their vassals. As I prepare to delve into the mythological classroom, I intend to incorporate the 4 primary mythological systems of Europe. Among these, the Norse system serves as the main narrative thread in the history of magic, followed by the Celtic system. On one hand, as previously mentioned, the runes in Harry Potter originate from the Norse tradition, solidifying its importance. On the other hand, the Celtic system pertains to the mythology of England, encapsulating the legends of King Arthur. The other 2 systems are the illustrious Greek mythology, which includes the figure of Athena, and the Roman mythology that evolved from it. I have designated these 2 systems as the transitional phase from the giant mythology to the wizarding mythology. Additionally, I will touch upon the mythologies of the 4 ancient civilizations, including Egyptian mythology, not to forget that Ron's family visited Egypt, and the hero has ties to Egyptian myths, Sumerian mythology, which I will attempt to simplify, Indian mythology, which I wish to briefly mention, suddenly recalling Dharma, and Chinese mythology, which must be addressed to explain the emergence of several heroes. I shall likely gloss over the Incan mythology unless it proves particularly relevant. Some may accuse me of padding the text, but I have endeavored to distill the content to its essence. It takes me several hours to articulate the connections for just a few hundred words, as I feel compelled to express clarity in the act of writing a book. Chapter 57, The History of Greek Magic. However, the most suitable habitat for giants remained Mount Olympus. Zeus, the son of Cronus, sought to reclaim his exiled siblings, defeating and banishing Cronus. Undeterred, Cronus allied with his brethren to mount a counteroffensive, nearly achieving victory. In a stroke of cleverness, Zeus enlisted the aid of his exiled aberrant giant uncles, whose cyclopean ingenuity led to the invention of magical weaponry, assisting Zeus and his brethren in vanquishing Cronus and the other giants. The 100-handed giants, though few in number, were immensely powerful. As long as they were not overwhelmed, they were invincible in one-on-one combat. Thus, the renowned Titanomachy unfolded. At this juncture, Professor Binns interjected a rare remark. Although this history predates the Twilight War, it is relegated to later accounts due to the giants' prominence in the narrative. Following the Titanomachy, as humanity supported the original Titans, Zeus exiled those humans who had participated in the rebellion, ushering in the Silver Age. The remaining humans served the Titans led by Zeus. Yet their status diminished significantly, thus entering the Bronze Age. Professor Binns paused. The Bronze Age concluded with a great flood. Interestingly, this flood is documented across various historical records, including the tale of Noah's Ark, ancient Babylonian accounts, the Great Flood of Diu in China, and the Aztec Fourth Age flood narratives. We have reason to believe that this cataclysm was a global phenomenon. Recall the battle between Odin and Ymir in Norse mythology, where a flood was also mentioned. A number of magical historians contend that it was the same event. However, it is widely accepted that it was the Asgardian wizards, led by Odin, who exterminated the giants, possibly drawing inspiration from Greek sources. In this deluge, the giants revealed a significant flaw, although their towering stature rendered them impervious to ordinary waters. Their lack of aquatic skills led to a high mortality rate when faced with overwhelming floods. Professor Binns resumed his lecturing demeanor. Due to the heavy casualties among the Titans, Zeus, in an effort to preserve their lineage, resorted to uniting giants with humans, resulting in the birth of numerous demigods. Concurrently, various magical creatures and wizards began to thrive, marking the onset of the Heroic Age, during which the Titans gradually relinquished their dominion. The Heroic Age witnessed numerous significant events, the earliest being Prometheus's theft of fire. This incident transpired towards the end of the Bronze Age, as human discontent grew. Prometheus, a grandson of Uranus and nephew of Cronus, discerned the dissatisfaction of humans and other beings towards Zeus. He resolved to harness this sentiment, seeking out those among humanity who could sense magical energy, the nascent wizards, and taught them how to wield it. However, Zeus discovered this plot and unleashed Pandora's box, unleashing plagues in an attempt to eliminate the wizards, subsequently imprisoning Prometheus. The ensuing conflict between wizards and Titans erupted, during which the wizarding leader Lycan was transformed into a wolf by Zeus. The magical battle resulted in a cataclysmic flood, but the wizards were prepared. Prometheus' son, Deucalion, navigated a great vessel, ensuring the survival of humanity's wizards, thus bringing the Bronze Age to a close. Upon finishing this section, Ona noticed that nearly all the students had slumped down. Having just enjoyed lunch, the warm midday sun made Professor Binns' lecture akin to the most profound of lullabies, lulling every student, including Glory, into a stupor, while Hermione valiantly persevered, leaving Ona as the sole attentive listener. Zeus, witnessing the demise of numerous giants in the flood, saw humans and various magical creatures' resurgence, compelling him to retreat to Mount Olympus. Human wizards seized the majority of the land. Yet Zeus was unwilling to accept defeat and orchestrated unions between giants and humans. Furthermore, he sought to incite conflict among humans. During the Heroic Age, Most heroes engaged in battles against magical beings, with notable figures such as Cadmus slaying the venomous dragon, Perseus donning winged sandals to vanquish Medusa and the sea monster, Atlantis shooting down centaurs, Meleager slaying the Caledonian boar, and Bellerophon riding the winged horse Pegasus to defeat the Chimera. The demigod Heracles, born of Zeus, famously slew the nine-headed Hydra and the Nemean lion. Professor Binns paused, noting that, according to records, the Nemean lion regained its human form before its demise, marking the earliest recorded instance of an animagus. Subsequently, a significant event unfolded. Jason united many heroes to procure the Golden Fleece, including Heracles. Throughout their journey, Jason vanquished the six-armed giant, aided the seer Phineus in driving away monstrous birds, and endured numerous trials. Ultimately, he wed the sorceress Medea, who assisted him in acquiring the Golden Fleece. On their return voyage, with the help of Orpheus, they resisted the siren's call and defeated the giant Talos. Professor Binns turned a page and continued reading. The last detailed account of a wizard leader was Theseus, who famously defeated dark sorcerers such as Periphetes, Cenes, Sciron, Circean, and the monstrous Borphia, as well as the Minotaur. Following these triumphs, he ascended to the leadership of the wizards, significantly advancing the Athenian faction. His marriage to the Amazonian warrior Hippolyta incited a war. Although victorious, Hippolyta perished in battle. Later, he assisted his brother Pirithous in vanquishing the Centaur tribes. However, time eroded Theseus's control over Athens, and he ultimately met his demise at the hands of Lycomedes. Yet, despite the presence of demigods among the heroes, Zeus perpetually sought to reclaim his dominion, ultimately instigating the most significant wizarding conflict, the Trojan War. This conflict, which occurred around the 12th century BCE, was ignited by the elopement of the wizard Paris with Helen, daughter of Zeus. Helen's husband, Menelaus, the leader of the Spartan faction, alongside his brother Agamemnon, waged war against the Trojans. Professor Binns recounted the names of those involved. This war ensnared nearly all Greek wizards. On the attacking side, Protesilaus and Palamedes fell to Hector. Telephus was slain by Sarpedon, Periphas met his end at the hands of the Titan Ares, and Achilles was mortally wounded by Paris's treachery. Moreover, the attacking faction suffered from internal strife as Odysseus betrayed and killed Palamedes, while another wizard, Ajax, took his own life in protest of perceived injustices. Nevertheless, the coalition emerged victorious, with Diomedes slaying Pandarus, and he and Odysseus collaborating to assassinate Rhesus. Agamemnon defeated Coon, Teucer vanquished Gorgythion, and Achilles brought down Hector, while the Amazonian leader Penthesilea and the African wizard Memnon fell to Philoctetes' arrows, which struck Paris, the instigator of the war. Ultimately, Odysseus employed the stratagem of the wooden horse. The Trojan seer Glauco disowned the ruse but was tragically silenced, along with his sons, by two lurking serpents. That night, the unsuspecting Trojans were decimated. Thus, the decade-long Trojan War concluded with the annihilation of the Trojan faction, albeit at a great cost to the attacking Mycenaean faction. Chapter 58. The giants Agamemnon returned in triumph, only to be treacherously slain by his wife. His son Orestes later avenged his father. Another hero, Odysseus, after a decade of trials, including slaying the Cyclops and evading pursuit by giants, witches, sirens, and sea monsters, finally returned victorious. However, this marked the twilight of the Age of Heroes, ushering in the Age of Iron. During this time, wizards suffered substantial losses. Yet the giants failed to restore the glory of the Bronze Age. Professor Binns concluded his lecture, casting a glance at the sole student who maintained eye contact, Ona, and offered a faint smile. Class dismissed. Today's assignment is to describe and reflect on the Trojan War, 5 inches in length. Almost as if on cue, the dismissal bell rang. What? The students exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain if there was indeed no assignment. There is one, Ona remarked. We also have a magical creatures class. And the assignment is a 5-inch description and reflection on the Trojan War. Hastily, they packed their books and hurried to the magical creatures classroom. Professor Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank, pipe in hand, collected assignments and tossed them onto her desk. Today's lesson focused on giants. Giants are classified as humanoid creatures, and thus we will discuss ogres, Grubbly-Plank began, exhaling smoke rings. Ogres are considered the dim-witted offspring of giants, possessing low intelligence. If I recall correctly, Professor Binns has already covered their ancient rule over both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Ogres inherit the stature of giants, standing 12 feet tall and weighing up to a ton, with immense strength but little sense. Originating from the Scandinavian peninsula, they may be descendants of those giants who evaded the Twilight battle. Now, they can also be found in England, so we will prioritize this creature. Ogres lack human language but communicate through grunts and growls. Some relatively intelligent ogres can comprehend and even utter a few simple human phrases. They're often trained by wizards to serve as guards. With a flick of her wand, Grubbly-Plank conjured an image on the blackboard, depicting a bewildered ogre staring at the students, seemingly confused by the situation. Ogres are categorized into 3 types. Mountain ogres, the largest and most dangerous, with bald heads and pale gray skin, who attack by hurling stones. Forest ogres, with light green skin and shaggy hair, and water ogres, believed to be evolved from giants who perished in water, sporting short horns and possibly fur, often lurking beneath bridges. Ogres favor raw flesh, whether from wild animals or humans, showing no dietary discrimination, and are classified as highly dangerous creatures with a level 4 threat. The ogre in the illustration roared, as if attempting to break free from the confines of the image, but Grubbly Plank silenced it with a wave of her wand. This depiction is of a mountain ogre. Observe carefully. Today's assignment is to describe the ogre and understand its habits. She added, by the way, their stench is often a giveaway. As for how to deal with them, that falls under the dark arts defense curriculum. Professor Grubbly Plank remarked somewhat sarcastically, to be frank. It is improbable that an ordinary adult wizard would confront an ogre alone. These creatures are remarkably resilient. Typical spells are ineffective against them, let alone you first years. Professor? Ona raised her hand. Grubbly Plank arched an eyebrow, acknowledging her. If one were to encounter an ogre with no means of escape, how should one respond? Ona inquired. Run. Seek refuge in a secure, confined space, Grubbly Plank advised, puffing on her pipe. For you, that would be the most prudent course of action. Thank you, Professor. Ona exchanged a knowing glance with Harry and his friends, hoping such knowledge would never be required. In the remaining time, Professor Grubbly Plank elaborated on the ogre's habits and habitats, concluding the class with an assignment of one additional point. Before dinner, Ona and Hermione swiftly completed their work, while Glory adjusted to the assignment's difficulty, albeit more slowly, and finished early. Ron and Harry managed only the assignments for defense against the dark arts and herbology, as practice for the petrification charm consumed considerable time. That evening, they attended astronomy class. Each student retrieved a telescope. This class lacked a textbook. Ona had specifically advised Hermione and Harry to select monocular telescopes when they purchased their equipment. In addition to a magical telescope, Ona had also prepared a regular astronomical telescope, a gift received for his previous birthday. Upon reaching the summit of Hogwarts' tallest astronomy tower, the classroom boasted transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the surrounding Hogwarts grounds. However, the night was dark, rendering visibility limited to the Black Lake. Well, this would be a lovely spot to visit outside of class. The speaker is Glory. The astronomical tower typically holds classes in the evenings, as the sunlight during the day can be quite intense, and generally, few are inclined to linger here. Hermione, feeling a surge of excitement, envisioned. Shall we come to witness the sunrise tomorrow morning? Ona and Glory both consented. Ron and Harry exchanged exasperated glances. Is it not more delightful to enjoy a peaceful slumber? Aurora Sinistra is an African witch, and Africa has a profound understanding of astrology. Good evening, Professor Sinistra kindly addressed the gathering. Let us take attendance. Excellent. Everyone is here. She carefully rolled up the parchment. Welcome to the realm of astronomy. From ancient times, wizards have exhibited immense interest in astronomy and have conducted extensive research. Records of astronomical observations date back thousands of years and places, such as ancient China, ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, and ancient Babylon. The origins of European astronomy trace back to Mesopotamia, specifically ancient Babylon. In 2000 BC, the Sumerians constructed a ziggurat in Ur and Uruk, with each tier representing the moon, Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, Professor Sinistra narrated. By 2778 BC, ancient Egypt had developed an accurate calendar based on celestial phenomena. And ancient China had documented relevant astronomical observations as early as the 14th century BC. In England, the remnants of astronomy can be found in the Stonehenge. Established around 2000 BC, a topic you will explore in your studies of magical history. Our upcoming lessons will primarily focus on understanding various celestial bodies. Professor Sinistra's tone was gentle, and under the starry sky, her words seemed ethereal, captivating her audience. In 2000 BC, Greek wizards proposed observational models, believing the Earth to be the center of the universe. Regardless of the correctness of this belief, the creation of models greatly facilitated the wizard's astronomical observations and studies. With a flick of her wand, a fabric behind her gracefully lifted and folded itself aside, revealing a meticulously crafted large celestial model, driven by magic. The planets and celestial bodies moved along their trajectories, complex and magnificent. This astrolabe is the latest model. We will focus solely on the solar system, Professor Sinistra stated, tapping her wand to elevate a segment of the astrolabe and magnify it. At the center is the sun. The colossal body, representing the sun, radiated a warm orange glow. Yet it was not blinding. Here is Earth, she continued, as the third small body orbiting the sun illuminated with a blend of blue and green hues. Is it really that small? Murmured Ona and her peers, unfazed by the revelation, having learned this knowledge in the Muggle world, while children like Ron, raised in the wizarding realm, gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Professor Sinistra acknowledged their reactions with a gentle smile. Earth is diminutive, and the universe is vast. And here is the moon, she added, as a small body orbiting Earth glimmered with a silvery light. The sun appeared larger than most wizards imagined, while the moon seemed even smaller. Mercury, Hermes, Venus, Aphrodite. Observing her audience absorb this information, Professor Sinistra continued. The planet closest to the sun radiated a cyan light, followed by a pale golden glow from the body rotating in the opposite direction between Earth and Mercury. And then we have Mars, Aries, she noted, as the nearest body beyond Earth shone with a red light. These three celestial bodies were all smaller than Earth. Next came Jupiter, Jove, and Saturn, Saturnus, as the two bodies, significantly larger than Earth, illuminated with brown and ochre hues. Wow, the girls exclaimed, unable to contain their awe, as Saturn's rings appeared exquisitely beautiful, resembling a delicate crown. Finally, there were Uranus, Uranus, and Neptune, Poseidon. Though these two planets were not as large as Jupiter and Mars, they still dwarfed Earth, glowing in sky blue and deep blue, respectively. The last was Pluto, Hades, a dim black body tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, evoking an unsettling feeling. The 10 celestial bodies we must most importantly recognize are the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, Professor Sinistra explained. Historically, it was challenging for wizards to observe Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, which were not discovered until after the 17th century, and thus included in the study of astronomy. However, for now, we only need to focus on the 7 primary celestial bodies, leaving the latter 3 for your 5th-year studies. With a wave of her wand, the lights of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto dimmed, leaving only the 8 bodies illuminated. You are fortunate that the Sun is generally not included in assessments. The focus is primarily on the lunar and stellar charts. The brightest of the massive celestial bodies also faded, as did Earth, until only the Moon and the 6 planets remained. Beyond these 6 celestial bodies, constellations are equally significant in the night sky. With another flick of her wand, the astrolabe transformed into a flat diagram, retaining the 6 celestial bodies. The primary focus is the 12 zodiac signs: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. As Professor Sinistra spoke, the stars of each zodiac sign illuminated one after another. From the perspective of astrology, each sign represents aspects of destiny, wealth, siblings, home, children, servants, marriage, health, travel, career, fortune, and mysteries. However, this is a topic for another lesson. My role is to teach you to recognize and chart the stars. If you have studied the Greek heroic age in your magical history lessons, you will discover the origins of these zodiac names. Aries relates to the golden fleece, Taurus to the Minotaur slain by Theseus, Gemini refers to the twin wizard brothers Pollux and Castor. Cancer is associated with the giant crab killed alongside Heracles during his battle with Hydra. Leo is linked to the first Animagus, Nemea. Virgo and Libra stem from the witch Astrea. Scorpio connects to Orion. Sagittarius is Chiron. Capricorn is Pan. Aquarius is Ganymede. And Pisces signifies Venus and Cupid. Professor Sinistra paused, noting the interconnections between magical disciplines, urging students not to underestimate any subject. Due to the passage of time, records from wizards have suffered greatly from wars, making it difficult to ascertain specific dates, so magical history has simplified the relevant content. Interested students may borrow books on ancient Greek magical history from the library. Hermione's eyes sparkled, and she quickly jotted down the titles. Beneath each zodiac sign are constellations, which we will cover in subsequent lessons, so I shall not elaborate further. With a wave of her wand, only half of one zodiac sign remained illuminated, while the others dimmed. Currently, we are situated in the latter part of the Virgo sign, and next week we will transition into the constellation of Bootes. Therefore, today we shall study Virgo, which is positioned directly to the west. Professor Sinistra signaled for everyone to note the star chart of Virgo. Have you all remembered it? Seeing their nods, she waved her wand, restoring the star chart to its original state, and the cover flew back onto the astrolabe. After teaching the students how to draw star charts, Professor Sinistra picked up her telescope. Now, take out your telescopes. We shall practice at the observatory. The tower's summit served as the observatory, providing ample space for all students to set up their brass telescopes. Now, look towards the west. Can you see the constellation of Virgo? In the twilight, Professor Sinistra became almost invisible. Attempt to draw the star chart and label the components of Virgo. I have just explained everything to you. Submit it to me next week. She instructed simply, without demanding more. Ona raised his eyebrows, having just completed the star chart, along with the necessary annotations. Professor Sinistra had even awarded an additional point to Gryffindor. He had long heard that astronomy assignments were scarce, but he never anticipated such ease. As the class concluded, the students gathered their belongings and returned to their respective common rooms. After showering and returning to his dormitory, Ona continued to reflect on his gains. Ding. Having embarked on the course of defense against the dark arts for the first time, his understanding of spells deepened, resulting in an enhancement of his experience points in the magical profession. Ding. Queerness Quirrell, affinity level 0. Affection level updated in real time. Ding. Special mission triggered, Child of the Stars. Due to your exposure to celestial knowledge and astronomy, please transform your wand into a slender sword, merge it with meteorite, and activate the new hero, Yao. Ona furrowed her brow, pondering the meteorite. Where could she possibly find one? Silently noting this matter, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Chapter 60 On Thursday morning, the class resumed with lessons in charms and transfiguration. Professor Flitwick introduced one of the elemental charms. The wind elemental magic, aura. This incantation's primary benefit lies in providing a refreshing breeze on sultry summer days. With a smile, Professor Flitwick directed his wand towards the students, explaining that the incantation requires precise wand movement, which can be somewhat cumbersome if one wishes to summon the breeze towards oneself. However, mastering this spell will assist you in better controlling the direction and intensity of your magical output, he remarked cheerfully. He mentioned that in the next session, they would explore similar spells, such as clear water, but to prevent the classroom from becoming damp, they would utilize some basins. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall guided the students through a slightly more advanced solid transformation, turning stones into cups. She conjured stones before each student, each differing in shape but similar in texture and size, derived from the same massive rock. This spell can be quite useful when one finds oneself without a vessel while out and about. Poculum! Exclaimed Professor McGonagall as the stone before her transformed into an exquisite mug. Before the class concluded, Ona successfully performed the transformation, creating a remarkably beautiful cup adorned with a lion motif, crafted from transparent glass. Professor McGonagall awarded Gryffindor an additional point for her achievement. Hermione, clutching her own cup, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Though her creation closely resembled Professor McGonagall's, it paled in comparison to Ona's. Could you not let me have that? Hermione grumbled, poking Ona during lunch. I would like to, too, Ona replied, sipping pumpkin juice from her cup, a privilege granted by Professor McGonagall regardless of the outcome of their transformations. Alas, talent was not something one could simply grant. Irritated, Hermione pinched him, but to Ona, it felt merely like a light raindrop, barely registering. Glory found this amusing. In her previous school, Hermione had always been at the top of her class, cultivating a habit of striving to be first. Ona, too, had been the best in his school, a budding star from Chelsea's youth academy and team captain, excelling in music, art, and chess, not to mention possessing striking looks. While Hermione was undeniably charming, Glory knew she held a certain allure that appealed to the majority, having grown up alongside the two siblings. Hermione's affection for Ona was hardly a surprise to Glory. Although academically inferior to her friend, Glory had far more friends than Hermione, whose relationships in the dormitory with Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were fraught with discord, while she enjoyed a close bond with Glory. Glory understood Hermione's relentless desire to surpass Ona, feeling that his brilliance overshadowed her, compelling her to strive harder to avoid being merely identified as Ona's companion. For instance, Glory had grown accustomed to being referred to as Ona's sister. However, she harbored little concern over Hermione's ability to catch up to her brother, sensing that he regarded Hermione differently from other girls, which sometimes sparked a hint of jealousy within her. In the afternoon, they attended a single class on defense against the dark arts, where Professor Quirrell taught the spell known as Impediment. He feigned competence, managing to demonstrate it only after 3 failed attempts. Since it was not a dark curse, he chose Harry for the demonstration. Harry recalled that moving towards Professor Quirrell felt as though something was obstructing his path, and it took him half a minute to regain his composure. Once again, Ona did not exhibit much, only symbolically obstructing Neville for a few seconds just before class ended, thereby contributing a point to Gryffindor. In a mere span of 4 days, Ona had become quite renowned within Gryffindor House, and now, the house's points were nearly on par with Slytherin's, much to the satisfaction of many students, including those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Having completed the day's assignments and with ample time remaining, Ona, as promised, took Hermione and Glory to the observatory before dinner. Professor Sinistra, wearing an enigmatic smile, left the 3 of them there, stating, "If you don't use the astronomy classroom, I shall lock the door, but I shall return after dinner, as we have class later this evening." The sunset cast a rosy glow upon Hermione's cheeks, and Ona expressed his gratitude to Professor Sinistra with a smile. While Glory quietly slipped away to the side, Professor Sinistra exchanged a playful wink with Glory before turning to leave. Hermione, oblivious to Glory's subtle movements, felt Ona take her small hand. "Aren't you eager to behold the scenery?" he inquired. "Indeed," Hermione replied softly, gazing toward the west. There lay the Forbidden Forest, an expansive stretch of deep green was extending like an ocean toward the distant mountains. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, everything shimmered with a warm orange hue. "How beautiful," Hermione could not help but exclaim. The setting sun and solitary wild goose soared together. The autumn waters merged with the vast sky. Ona admired the various birds flying above the Forbidden Forest, expressing his amazement in Chinese. What does that mean? Hermione, despite having spent time learning Chinese, was yet unable to fully appreciate the beauty of the poetry. A solitary bird flew beneath the evening glow, with the entire sky and water surface painted in the same autumnal hue. Ona made an attempt to convey the essence of the poem in English. "Did you write that?" "It's lovely." Hermione's eyes sparkled with emotion as she gazed at Ona's exceptionally handsome face. "Alas, it is not my work," Ona chuckled, "but it is quite fitting." Glory displayed a knowing smile, somewhat regretful that Hogwarts prohibited the use of electronic devices, preventing her from capturing this moment with a camera. Ona led Hermione up to the astronomy tower, while Glory silently followed in their wake. Hogwarts perched atop a steep cliff, with the Forbidden Forest to the west and the Black Lake to the south. Across the lake, one could faintly discern the station serving Hogwarts. To the southwest lay a village, presumably Hogsmeade, not far from the station. The main entrance of the school faced slightly west of south, with the greenhouses to the west. Beyond a grand willow tree, a quaint wooden hut could be seen, which Ona surmised was Hagrid's abode, surrounded by vegetable gardens. Directly to the north was an area reminiscent of a stadium, likely the Quidditch pitch, with the entire school enveloped by mountains. Except for the Forbidden Forest on the western side. Having noted the general layout of the school, Ona returned to the Great Hall with the two girls for dinner. That evening, having completed their homework early, the trio delved into the middle school curriculum of the Muggle world. Suddenly, Glory recalled. "Isn't it strange that Mama hasn't returned for several days? What's the matter?" Ona inquired, raising an eyebrow as he set down his math book. "I just miss home," Glory confessed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "I miss my parents too," Hermione added, having been covertly gazing at Ona ever since their time at the tower. Though she had stolen glances before, they now seemed almost permanently affixed to his face, rendering her inattentive when Glory posed questions. However, Glory's comment jolted her back to reality. Ona sighed, recalling that just a few days prior everything seemed perfectly well. Earlier during dinner, Parvati was in tears when I inquired about it. She confided that she missed home. She mentioned that Padma had remarked in the morning that the atmosphere in Ravenclaw did not compare favorably to that of Gryffindor. Glory commented that our parents must also be missing us dearly. Ona fell silent. Today, she received her vaccination and felt rather fatigued throughout the day. Fortunately, there were no discomforts to speak of. Chapter 61, Snape. Rather than summoning Mama Hata, Ona borrowed Harry's Hedwig to send a letter home to Wang Jane, requesting Hedwig to retrieve the letter from the Williams address to Hermione. Although it was nighttime, curfew had not yet arrived. And Harry accompanied Ona and the others back to the common room, feeling a twinge of envy that at least they had family to correspond with, while he was left with only Hedwig for occasional companionship. Due to this situation, Ona and the others hastened their evening routines and settled into bed. Ona opened the reminders for the day. Ding. Phileas Flitwick. Affinity level, 40. Encountered Minerva McGonagall. Affinity level, 45. Affection level updated in real time. Ding. Special task activated. The Savage Hammer. Due to your studies in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration involving the transformation of large objects, please transform your wand into a colossal hammer, infuse it with the Basilisk's Eye, and activate the new hero, Zhong Guiyan. The Basilisk's Eye? Ona was taken aback. Although she knew the location of the Chamber of Secrets and could even guide Harry to open it in advance, this task seemed to pose a challenge potentially more formidable than facing Professor Quirrell. Oh well, Ona mused. At least it seemed somewhat feasible. Perhaps next year would present an opportunity to activate the current hero. Although the activation process was somewhat simplified, the challenges remained diverse. Discovering only these two notifications, Ona resigned herself to sleep. On Friday, it was a rare occurrence for Harry and Ron to appear early at the breakfast table in the Great Hall. What a rarity to see you both having breakfast, Ona remarked with a smile. This school's layout is utterly bewildering, Ron complained. We are either led to inexplicable locations by the staircases or find ourselves facing doors that refuse to open. Ona, with a faint smile, refrained from engaging in conversation. It had been 4 days, after all. Hadn't they confirmed earlier that it wasn't merely due to oversleeping? What classes do we have today? Harry inquired as he sweetened his porridge with sugar. We have 2 potions classes with the Slytherin students, Ron chimed in. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was reputed to favor his own students. Now they would see if that was indeed the case. Let us hope Professor McGonagall shows us some favoritism too, Harry remarked, admitting he had completed his transfiguration homework, but there was still the weekend ahead. A flurry of owls swept into the Great Hall, with Hedwig first dropping a letter onto Hermione's lap before alighting between the jam pot and the sugar bowl, placing a note on Harry's plate. The arrival of marmalade attracted the attention of everyone, including the professors. Professor Grubbly Plank, puffing on his pipe, scrutinized marmalade perched on Ona's shoulder, while Professor Dumbledore observed with keen interest. It's a letter from Mom and Dad, Ona said, handing the letter to her companion Glory, who was also engrossed in her own correspondence. Do you have a pen? Harry asked after reading the note, feeding Hedwig a piece of bread, and turning to Ron. Here you go, Ron replied, passing him his quill. Harry swiftly flipped the note over and scribbled a few lines for Hedwig to deliver. Mom and Dad say they miss us, Glory said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Would you like to see it? Ona asked. Sure, she replied, taking the letter while Marmalade nibbled on some meat with Glory's assistance. The letter inquired about their first week of classes and mentioned that they had enrolled the 3 of them at Chelsea School, merely requiring them to attend an assessment upon their return. The Chelsea training camp also expressed willingness for Ona to train there during the summer, although the captaincy would need to be relinquished. Furthermore, it noted that Nigel missed them dearly, and due to confidentiality, the Wong couple had not disclosed the existence of the magical school to Brian and Nigel, using the excuse of attending a closed school instead. After reading the letter, Ona instructed Marmalade to return to the West Tower or any suitable hiding place it preferred. Marmalade indicated a cave it had found, which seemed quite agreeable for its rest. The potions class took place in a chilly underground classroom, where glass jars lined the walls, containing preserved animal specimens that made many students shiver. Glory tugged at her brother's robe, clearly uncomfortable with the sight. As class commenced, Snape picked up the attendance sheet. When he called out Harry's name, he muttered, "Oh." Yes, his voice slicing through the silence of the underground classroom. Harry Potter, the illustrious newcomer. Draco Malfoy and his friends, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands. A glance from Ona caused their mirth to vanish, and Snape's cold, hollow gaze swept over Ona. After taking attendance, Snape remarked, "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." His voice, though low, resonated clearly with every student. As this is not a place for mindlessly waving wands, many of you may find it hard to believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the allure of the simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant vapors. Nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of the liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring emotions and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. When Ona heard the mention of brewing glory, she couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. After Snape concluded his brief introduction, the entire class fell into a profound silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows and exchanged glances. Hermione nearly scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward in an eager attempt to prove her intelligence. "Potter." Snape suddenly called out Harry's name. "What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry quickly glanced at Ron, who was clearly taken aback. He could only look towards Ona for assistance, ignoring Hermione's arm, which was raised high above her head. "Sleeping potion." Ona had already inscribed the answer on parchment, and Harry hastily responded, "Oh?" Snape appeared somewhat surprised, casting an enigmatic look at Harry, as he had not noticed Ona's subtle movements. "Interesting, Potter. Now, let us try again. If I were to ask you to fetch a piece of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it?" Hermione strained to keep her hand raised without leaving her seat, and Snape glanced at her momentarily, allowing Ona to jot down the answer. "In a sheep's stomach." "Very well." Snape seemed displeased, continuing with his final inquiry. "What is the difference between the aconite and the wolfbane?" Hermione despondently lowered her hand, casting a surprised glance at Harry, astonished that he had managed to answer the first two questions. "No difference." Ona's response this time was succinct, merely writing the two letters no. Chapter 62, Potion Making Sit Down. Snape appeared quite irate, scanning the other students. "Have you all taken note? Why not write this down? I will only say it once. Daffodil root powder mixed with mugwort creates a potion of life and death. Dunkstone is a stone with potent detoxifying properties. And aconite and wolfbane are two names for the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite." Almost everyone scrambled for their quills, followed by the sound of parchment being inscribed. "I expect you to demonstrate your practical skills," Snape remarked, eyeing Harry, who was feigning calmness, and muttered through clenched teeth. Once Snape turned away, Ron quietly inquired, "Well done." "Harry, how did you answer that?" "Ona helped me." As soon as Harry finished speaking, Snape seemed to seize the opportunity, turning back to declare, "No whispering. Gryffindor loses 1 point." Snape approached the lectern, where a cauldron, scales, and various vials were arranged. "Take out your supplies." Another flurry of activity ensued, while Ona methodically retrieved her cauldron, followed by a set of crystal vials, which were twice the price of glass but less prone to shattering, along with a brass scale. "Today, we will be brewing a potion for boils, dried nettles, snake fangs, porcupine quills, and slugs. Form pairs with 2 students per group, and collaborate to concoct a single potion." Once Snape confirmed that all students were prepared, he coldly announced, "As usual, the pairings are as follows: Glory with Hermione. Naturally, Hermione will collect the ingredients, while Glory is somewhat reluctant to handle the slugs. Harry and Ron will work together, with Ron bravely volunteering to fetch the materials. Ona will team up with Neville, and he will retrieve the supplies. Fill a standard cauldron with 4/5 water and bring it to a boil. Professor Snape began his demonstration, his movements brisk and precise. After igniting the alcohol lamp with magic, he decisively grabbed a handful of dried nettles, weighing 300 grams, and set them aside before crushing the snake fangs. Ona observed that the quantity Snape had captured was precisely 300 grams. Snape then picked up several venomous snake fangs and cast them into the mortar, cautioning against the use of magic, as it could compromise the integrity of the ingredients and potentially impair the potion's efficacy. He ground the fangs with great vigor, his gaze fixed upon Harry. Taking 30 grams of powder, Snape employed a small spoon to gather the majority of it, measuring once more to find it exact. Once the water reached a boil, he prepared to steam a horned slug. Snape placed a wire mesh over the cauldron, positioning the living slug at its center. The creature wriggled in an attempt to escape, but Snape pressed it down with the spoon. The potency of a living slug is superior. However, to avert any mishaps, I have provided you with a deceased one. Due to the insufficient mucilage from the dead slug, I have prepared 2. As the slime from the slug continually dripped into the water, an indescribable odor began to permeate the air. Glory's complexion turned a shade of green as she looked at Snape with reluctance, while most of the girls appeared nauseated, though Hermione seemed eager. Following this, he added dried nettles to the brew, and when the slug was thoroughly cooked and devoid of slime, Snape tossed the nettles into the pot, subsequently chopping the porcupine quills and the slug. Professor Snape sliced the porcupine quills with remarkable speed. His blade appeared exceptionally sharp, making the task effortless. 10 grams of quills sufficed. Once the water reached a boil again, he removed the pot from the heat, warning that failure to do so would lead to regret. Donning gloves, Professor Snape set the cauldron aside, and now he added the porcupine quills and the minced slug. Like an experienced chef, he swept the contents from the cutting board into the pot. He let it sit for 10 minutes. Snape discarded the cauldron and removed his gloves. If I were you, I would commence weighing now. Ollivander instructed Neville to weigh the nettles while he took on the task of crushing the poisonous fangs himself. Are you all here for amusement? Snape admonished most of the students attempting to handle the nettles with their bare hands. If you wish to avoid the sting of the nettles, then ensure you don your gloves properly. These nettles have been processed, yet there remains an inherent risk. My hands have undergone extensive training and are impervious to such things. What about yours? Neville hastily retrieved his gloves, clearly sensing his apprehension towards Snape. Ona effortlessly crushed the venomous fangs, measuring out 30 grams with a spoon, and then carefully set the powder aside. At that moment, Snape returned the cauldron to the flame, adding the powdered fangs and stirring with a spoon. Once the potion transformed into a pale green hue, Snape extinguished the fire and retrieved a crystal vial. After allowing the potion to cool for 15 minutes, he used a sieve to filter out the nettles, preparing the elixir for storage. At this moment, Ona took the opportunity to measure out the porcupine quills while assisting Neville in organizing the prepared nettles, with the remaining materials to be returned to Snape. The potion yielded merely 300 grams. Snape, once the potion was bottled, showcased it to all the students, revealing a vial of pale green liquid. Your task henceforth is to concoct an identical potion. So, what are you waiting for? Begin. Neville hastily ignited the flame to boil the water, while Ona donned her dragon hide gloves, patiently anticipating the water to reach a boil. Most of the students were waiting, and Snape was in the midst of tidying up his materials, clearing away the discarded nettles and washing the cauldron. As the water boiled, Neville alerted Ona. They proceeded to steam the slug, and Ona meticulously followed the procedure step by step. Snape glanced over, yet uttered no words. Instead, turning to mock Harry, are you planning to evaporate the pot before steaming the slug, Potter? Once the slugs were properly steamed, Ona instructed Neville to add the nettles, and then commenced slicing the slugs. Well done, Professor Snape remarked, unusually offering praise, though it was directed at Malfoy. Observe Malfoy's technique closely. Commendable. Slytherin earns 1 point. Ona's heart was as tranquil as still water, preventing Navi from attempting to add the porcupine quills. The simpleton had intended to toss the quills in after he finished cutting. First remove the pot, then add them. Navi anxiously awaited as Ona set the crucible aside, tossing the porcupine quills along with the meticulously chopped slug fragments into the pot while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. It's no trouble. Ona took a moment to glance over at Hermione, who was also allowing her crucible to settle. Glory was engaged in conversation with Hermione, but trouble had arisen on Sigon's side. His pot had indeed been ruined. It turned out he and Dean had boiled the nettles for too long, causing the water to evaporate completely. Potter, why did you not remind them? Do you believe their mistakes would somehow elevate your own standing? Gryffindor has lost a point because of you. Ona found himself powerless to assist. He understood the reasons behind Snape's disdain for Harry, yet he could only focus on the tasks at hand. All right, Neville, extinguish the fire, he instructed. Before the class concluded, Ona successfully concocted the potion, which Snape inspected in silence before returning it to both Ona and Neville. Meanwhile, Hermione and Glory were nearing completion of their own potions. After class, with the exception of Seamus's group, who remained behind to await the finalization of their potion, the others departed the classroom, each carrying the elixirs they had brewed. With renewed vigor, Ron remarked, Snape frequently deducts points from Fred and George. Can I join you this afternoon to visit Hagrid? Chapter 63. Hagrid's hut. As Gryffindor had no classes all Friday afternoon, Ona and his companions finished their potion assignment after lunch. At 5 minutes to 3, Harry led Ona and the others towards Hagrid's hut. Traversing the vegetable garden, they approached Hagrid's dwelling, where a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots lay by the front door. Harry knocked, and they heard a commotion inside, accompanied by low, growling barks. Then came Hagrid's voice, back up, Fong, back up. Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. Wait a moment, he said, still urging Fong to retreat. He ushered them in while struggling to maintain control of a massive black hound. The small cabin comprised a single room, adorned with hanging hams and game birds, a copper kettle boiling water over a hearth, and a large bed in the corner covered with patchwork quilts. Make yourselves at home, Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who immediately lunged at Ona but missed as he sidestepped, instead bounding towards Ron and licking his ear. Much like Hagrid, Fong was clearly less ferocious than his appearance suggested. What a big dog, Glory exclaimed, and Ona recognized it as a Neapolitan Mastiff, characterized by its broad, flat skull and deeply set round eyes, with drooping flesh extending from its jaw to the middle of its neck, and relatively small ears standing wide apart. Wow, a Neapolitan Mastiff, Ona remarked. Quite formidable. Good eye. Ona, Hagrid chuckled. And who might this be? This is Ron, Harry replied. Hagrid was preoccupied pouring boiling water into a large teapot, while placing rock cakes onto a plate. Another little Weasley, is it? Hagrid said, glancing at Ron's freckled face. I nearly spent half my life trying to evict those twins from the Forbidden Forest. Ona and her companions chuckled, while Ron awkwardly patted Yaya's head. The trio of Ron, Harry, and Hermione wisely opted against consuming rock cakes. A decision that proved to be astute. Harry and Ron struggled to take bites of the cakes while feigning enjoyment. Harry engaged Hagrid in conversation about their recent classes, while the others listened quietly, occasionally interjecting with comments. Fong rested his head on Harry's lap, drooling and dampening his robe significantly. You wouldn't believe it. On the very first day of school, Filch and his cat had us in their sights, Harry recounted. The Gryffindors listened with keen interest, unaware of the incident prior. Harry continued. That morning, we were headed to our magical theory class, utterly lost. We stumbled upon a door that we thought we could pass through, but Filch insisted we were attempting to break in, as it led to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. The irony was that we were merely trying to get there. Indeed, had it not been for Professor Quirrell passing by, Filch would have locked us in the dungeon. Ron added with a hint of frustration. The real problem was his cat, a skeletal creature with a dull, gray coat. The moment it spotted us, it darted away. And shortly after, Filch huffed and puffed his way over, he complained. Humph, that old curmudgeon, Hagrid scoffed. As for that cat, Mrs. Norris, I must say, one day I would love to introduce her to Fong. You see, every time I go to school, she follows me everywhere. No matter how I try to shake her off, it seems Filch has trained her to do just that. The three of them felt rather indifferent. On one hand, they were accustomed to adhering to rules, and on the other, Ona had never erred in her guidance. Moreover, you cannot imagine this morning when Professor Snape mercilessly deducted 2 points from Harry. Ron lamented. Furthermore, despite Ona being the first to concoct the potion, he awarded her not a single point, even though she had contributed numerous points to Gryffindor throughout the week. Is that so? Hagrid glanced at Ona with delight before turning back to Harry, saying, Do not fret. Snape has seldom favored any student, particularly those from Gryffindor. But it seems he truly despises me, Harry said anxiously. Nonsense, Hagrid exclaimed. Why would he harbor such animosity towards you? However, as Hagrid spoke, both Harry and Ona discerned a hint of evasiveness in his demeanor. How is your brother Charlie? Hagrid shifted the topic, inquiring about Ron. I really admire him. He has a remarkable way with animals. He is in Romania, and this time he returned with tales of several dragons, Hungarian, Chinese, Ukrainian. I can scarcely remember them all. Ron engaged in conversation with Hagrid, and everyone listened intently until Harry noticed something. Hagrid, Harry called out, has the Gringotts incident not yet been resolved? Hagrid stiffened, failing to respond. Harry pondered the matter, while Ona smiled silently. After having tea, Ona led Hermione and Gloria out first. Ron contemplated following, but upon noticing Harry's stillness, he chose to remain. Ona paid them no heed. During dinner, Harry and Ron arrived fashionably late, their robes seemingly brimming with peculiar items. Rock cakes? Ona chuckled, winking knowingly. In the evening, Harry and Ron endeavored to distribute the rock cakes, yet regrettably, everyone kept their distance. Before retiring for the night, Ona reflected on the day's accomplishments. Ding. Severus Snape, Affinity Level 5. Approval rating updated in real time. Ding. Special task activated, Benevolent and Malevolent Apothecary. Due to your exposure to potion knowledge in Potions class, the new hero BNK has been unlocked. Ona gazed in astonishment. Yet another hero had been activated directly. BNK, Level 1, Passive, Malevolent Healing. Attacks inflict poison while allies receive healing. Active skills, Lethal Elixir, hurling a vial towards a designated location, which shatters, leaving a residual toxin that releases poison for 4 seconds. Capable of slowing down enemies. Diagnosis of good and evil, releasing a potion towards a specified target, either poisoning the opponent or restoring health to an ally. Sovereign. Unleashing a cloud of toxic mist in an area, healing allies while poisoning foes. The preparation of potions is self-sourced, with available recipes, Slowing Agent, Blood Restoration Agent, and 5 Poisons Agent. Slowing Agent, boil 120 grams of Hellsworts, then add 18 grams of Spider Eyes. Once melted, introduce 20 drops of Life and Death Water, followed by 10 milliliters of Lily Essential Oil for fragrance. Filter the concoction to yield 300 grams of potion. Blood Restoration Agent. Combine 50 grams each of fragrant fruit, white lichen, and motherwort, boiling the mixture before adding a gecko's tail and powdered earthworm. Stir and let it rest for 20 minutes before filtering. Subsequently, incorporate 20 grams of marsh fungus pods, 5 grams of bubblegrass, and 3 grams of moth wings, then bring to a boil to obtain 200 grams of potion. 5 Poisons Agent. Boil 150 grams each of breaking heartherb and castor bean, filtering the liquid afterward. Add 10 scorpion stingers, 1 poison spider, 20 grams of centipede powder, and 10 hornet stingers, then boil again and allow to settle at room temperature. Finally, introduce 40 milliliters of snake venom to acquire 300 grams of potion. Ona was troubled by a headache. Although it was not particularly difficult to obtain, it was costly and troublesome. Chapter 64, The Wish-Granting House. On a weekend morning, Hogwarts appeared somewhat desolate. Most of the upperclassmen had ventured to Hogsmeade, while others remained ensconced in slumber. Ona rose early once again to engage in her morning exercises. By the time she finished her breakfast, Hermione and Glory had yet to awaken. Ona decided to consult her map and make her way to the room of requirement. She paused with keen interest before the tapestry depicting the troll clobbering the hapless Barnaby on the 8th floor. According to his recollections, Una contemplated, I desire a chamber where I can concoct potions and practice transfiguration. After traversing the wall opposite the tapestry 3 times, a door indeed materialized. Upon pushing open the door, Ona entered a potion chamber of approximately 20 square meters, where a portion of commonly used herbs was surprisingly present. Ona took stock of his supplies and, to his disappointment, found no hellworts, nor swamp fungus pods, or moth wings. However, he did possess all the necessary ingredients for the 5 poisons potion. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to brew 3 vials of the potion. Utilizing the glass bottles that were originally placed in the room of requirement, the parchment indicated that this room was personally established by Lady Ravenclaw, and its actual spatial dimensions would gradually expand in accordance with the existence of Hogwarts, albeit at an exceedingly slow rate, merely 1 square meter every century, with the maximum area reaching several thousand square meters. Each usage of the room is restricted to the first individual who opens it. Any subsequent person must wait for the previous occupant to vacate before they can enter. The items within the room of requirement stem from objects long forgotten or discarded within Hogwarts. House elves regularly clean these items, and those that are completely destroyed need not be maintained. This particular space was tailored to Ona's needs. Having carved out a small section where forgotten herbs were stored and where the glass vials had likely been left behind by someone in a forgotten corner. After 2 hours of diligent work, Ona successfully concocted the 5 poisons potion. Ding! The 5 poisons potion was brewed successfully, and his proficiency level increased by 1. The blood replenishing potion and the 5 poisons potion could be further reduced to powder form. The skills of good and evil diagnosis and life mastery could utilize these. Although life mastery would require 3 times the standard dosage, this skill could also generate toxic mist through the evaporation of the potion, or by mixing the powder with water before evaporating it. Fortunately, this skill passively carried the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. Although Ona would need to identify his allies beforehand, Ona quietly compiled a list of Gryffindor students and all teaching staff, excluding Professor Chilo, for his own purposes. Unfortunately, with only 5 potions of venom at his disposal, he could inflict poison upon his adversaries, yet could not restore his own allies. It was truly a troublesome predicament for a hero. Ona pondered how to procure the missing ingredients. He had forgotten another matter. He switched out his cauldron. There were 3 available, all of decent quality. Surely, he could not concoct rose essential oil in a cauldron meant for poisons. Although he had discovered the method of crafting rose essential oil within the realm of magical potions and possessed a fair number of rose petals, he lacked a crucial ingredient, the cocoon of a medicinal fairy. Thus, he contemplated altering his wand's shape. The wand itself could not be transformed, but after merging with the ruler, Ona found that it could indeed be reshaped. First, he envisioned slender swords, striving to conjure 2 distinct forms, one a western rapier, the other an eastern straight-sword. The latter was comparatively easier to transform, possibly due to the ruler's influence, as it resembled a straight-sword itself. What he now required was a meteorite. Yet he had a target in mind, Professor Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy instructor, who might know where to procure such a rare item. After spending the morning, Ona successfully reshaped his wand into 2 different sword styles, though he still lacked the vital materials to activate his hero form, which was nonetheless sufficient for his needs. In the afternoon, he planned to further attempt transforming it into a hammer, though he suspected that it would not reach the size of a warhammer just yet. He estimated that once he learned the enlargement spell, there might be a possibility. During lunch, Hermione and Glory relentlessly inquired about his whereabouts. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to share the existence of the room of requirement with them. However, given the current company, he merely smiled mysteriously, promising to take them to a delightful place in the afternoon. As anticipated, upon arriving at the room of requirement, the 2 girls were utterly delighted. Glory expressed a desire for a space to practice musical instruments, which was indeed quite fitting, while Hermione attempted to open a library. To her surprise, she succeeded. Though the majority of the books proved to be of little use, likely remnants left by students or faculty, not particularly rare volumes. However, there was an abundance of copies of the Daily Prophet from various eras. Most people seemed to discard them after reading. They spent the entire afternoon within the room of requirement. Glory lamented that while she could find some instruments, many were in disrepair, as the house elves focused solely on cleaning rather than instrument maintenance. Hermione, with little else to do, perused the Daily Prophet for leisure, but found herself more engrossed in textbooks and notes, diligently studying their content. On one hand, Ona was engrossed in various books, while on the other, due to the impracticality of exposing the intricacies of wand transfiguration and potions to the 2 girls, he ultimately opted to experiment in advance with the spells that piqued his interest from the textbooks. Hermione and Glory occasionally engaged in joint studies. In the evenings, they lingered in the common room, for their absence would seem particularly conspicuous at that hour. Harry, Ron, and Neville would occasionally approach Ona for assistance with their assignments. While Hermione immersed herself in her reading, and Glory engaged in lively discussions with Lavender and Parvati about various trivial matters, the Weasley twins returned with butterbeer, marking their inaugural visit to Hogsmeade, where they procured an assortment of delightful treats such as butterbeer, licorice wands, and fizzing Whizbees. "Hey," Ron exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "How do you have so much money to spend?" "That's a secret," Fred replied with a grin, but George quickly added, "You should thank Ona. He sponsored tonight's soiree." Indeed, Ona had sought out the drowsy twins during lunch, providing them with a few galleons to help bring back some local specialties. "Thank you, Ona," the first-year students exclaimed excitedly, having long coveted the various snacks and beverages showcased by their seniors. As everyone busily distributed the goodies, Fred discreetly informed Ona, "We found some of those items you wanted us to keep an eye out for. Here's the price. If you need them, we can bring them back for you tomorrow." Ona smiled and nodded, accepting the parchment handed over by Fred, which clearly stated, the meteorite was not found. The fairy cocoon was valued at 15 nats. The hellwort was not found. A pair of moth wings cost 2 sickles. The swamp fungus pod was not found. In Chapter 65, Daily Classes, Ona ultimately requested Fred and George to assist him in purchasing potions and glass vials worth 5 galleons, while he intended to visit Professor Sinistra. The evening at the Room of Requirement, akin to the previous potions classroom, yielded only experience points without any additional rewards. He had hoped for some potions or recipes as rewards from the potions classroom, but to his disappointment, none were given. On Sunday, regrettably, Professor Sinistra was absent from the school. Although professors typically resided at Hogwarts, many could apparate to Hogsmeade or use Floo powder to return home. Last night, Hermione and Glory had perhaps indulged too much in butterbeer, leaving them unable to rise in the morning. Seizing the opportunity, Ona practiced transfiguration in the Room of Requirement. He lamented that, akin to June M.O. Zhao's Thousand Machine Umbrella, the use of illegal wand skills necessitated a transformation of wand form, prompting him to plan further practice in this area. In the afternoon, he and the two girls explored some new features of the Room of Requirement, such as when Glory envisioned a television, which indeed manifested a room reminiscent of a Muggle living room. However, the television proved inoperable, appearing to be a teaching aid for the Muggle Studies class. As a new week commenced during the Magical Theory class, Professor Babbling provided feedback on the assignments collected the previous Friday. Ona, Hermione, and Glory received outstanding evaluations, while Harry earned acceptable and Ron was left embarrassed with poor. The lesson continued to elucidate the role of magical perception and imagination in spellcasting. "Spells are all created," Professor Babbling declared, "but if you truly believe otherwise, that is also permissible. In my perspective, most spells are discovered. In fact, different languages can yield the same spell effects. I have previously mentioned that the most suitable language for wizards is Runic, yet this does not imply that spells must strictly be cast in Runic. Your current spells derive from Latin. The purpose of spells was, more than anything, to enhance the intent behind casting." Professor Babbling emphasized that the gestures and wrist movements during spellcasting were due to the linear nature of most spells, where the wand's tip indicates the direction of the incantation. Linear magic casting facilitates easier spellcasting for wizards, while area effect spells consume more of the wizard's magic. In certain countries, their spell-casting methods are more diverse, such as Eastern talismans and African tattoos. Nonetheless, overall, an increasing number of wizarding nations opt for wands. Professor Babbling appeared somewhat proud, stating, "Our history of magic casting has gradually transitioned from weapons to wands. On one hand, wand crafting is comparatively simpler. On the other, the stability and longevity of wands surpass those of easily crafted paper talismans. In terms of cost-effectiveness, wands are optimal." Professor Babbling's lessons illuminated many students, making previously challenging spells feel significantly more manageable. Ona is also quite attentive to the theoretical aspects of her studies. Although she comprehends the content of the textbooks with ease, Professor Babbling often shares her insights into the magical world. Ona pays particular attention to news from China, yet lamentably, even the professor possesses scant knowledge on the subject. After class, Ona finds it challenging to extricate herself from the company of two girls, deciding instead to subtly inquire about meteorites from Professor Sinistra on Wednesday evening. During the afternoon Care of Magical Creatures lesson, Grapple chose to introduce the unicorn. This creature is immensely popular among the girls, appearing elegant and noble in images, exuding an extraordinary grace. It is a beautiful being. As Grapple puffs on his pipe, one finds themselves irresistibly drawn to it. The newborn unicorn is golden, transitioning to silvery white as it matures, originating from Northern Europe, though sightings of them can be found in various locales. You may have the opportunity to see them, Professor Grapple remarked, casting a glance towards the forbidden forest. The unicorns are treasures in themselves, having once teetered on the brink of extinction. Ron absent-mindedly stroked the unicorn hair that peeked from his wand. In herbology class, Professor Sprout focused on fungi this time. Last week, we discussed yarrow, roses, and rosemary, all classified as herbs. This week, let us delve into fungi. Fungi are heterotrophs, relying more on saprophytic or parasitic lifestyles. Common edible fungi include wood ear, silver ear, and mushrooms, many of which possess medicinal properties. Professor Sprout showcased some specially cultivated fungi plants in the greenhouse. This session primarily centered on wood ear. That evening, Ona noticed that aside from a modest increase in the professor's affections, she had garnered little else, not even earning experience points. On Tuesday's History of Magic class, Professor Binns continued recounting ancient Greek history. He had previously covered the conclusion of the Trojan War, which transpired in 1183 BC, subsequently transitioning into the Iron Age, a period marked predominantly by Muggle conflicts, as wizards, having suffered considerable losses, gradually receded into the shadows. It was not until 499 BC, with the invasion of Persian wizards, that the tide shifted. Initially, the Persian attacks met with success, yet in 492 BC, Greek wizards conjured a hurricane at Cape Athos, annihilating the Persian fleet and achieving their first victory. In 490 BC, the Persians returned, igniting the Battle of Marathon, where the Greek wizard Phidippides played a crucial role, ultimately succumbing to magical exhaustion. Notably, the ghost of Theseus appeared, assisting the Greeks in overcoming their foes despite being outnumbered. Professor Binns glanced at the drowsy students below as he recounted the First Greco-Persian War. In 480 BC, the Persians launched a second offensive, leading to the Battle of Thermopylae, where Spartan wizard Leonidas valiantly led 300 against 20,000 Persian warriors, ultimately falling in battle. The Persians briefly captured Athens, employing magic to set the city ablaze. However, the Athenian wizard leader Themistocles orchestrated a timely evacuation to evade the flames, later utilizing a tempest to capsize Persian ships in the Battle of Salamis, achieving victory against overwhelming odds. The final Greco-Persian War unfolded in 479 BC, culminating in the Battle of Plataea, where Persian wizard commander Mardonius initially held the advantage. Yet the Greek wizard Plinius, deemed fortunate, witnessed his enemy Mardonius fall to a javelin thrown by Spartan wizard Aramnista, leading to a comprehensive Persian defeat. Concurrently, the Battle of Mycale also concluded with a Greek triumph, solidifying Athenian wizardry's ascendancy. Subsequent tensions persisted until the signing of the Peace of Callias in 449 BC. It was during this period that Greek wizard historian Herodotus penned the history of Greece, marking the inception of the historical narrative in the Western wizarding world. Professor Binns sighed at the thought of the internecine conflicts that plagued the Greek wizards after the external threats had waned. Following the conclusion of the Peloponnesian War from 431 to 404 BC, Spartan wizards supplanted their Athenian counterparts in leadership. In 395 BC, the Athenians, unwilling to accept defeat, reclaimed dominance through the Corinthian War. However, the protracted factional strife severely weakened the Greek wizards, allowing the Macedonian wizards to rise. Chapter 66, Charlotte. The Macedonian faction, epitomized by Alexander, once dominated Greece, Egypt, and Persia at its zenith, yet this glory was fleeting. With Alexander's demise, the faction fragmented, ultimately yielding to the Roman faction. Professor Binns briefly bypassed Alexander, promising to elaborate in the next lesson, transitioning to the history of Sumer. Sumer, akin to Greece, was characterized by a multitude of city-states, with various wizard factions asserting dominance. Historical records indicate that the cities of Mesopotamia predated the establishment of Athens. Anu is the earliest recorded wizard leader in Sumerian history. Alongside his wife Untu, they bore a son, Enlil, who ultimately founded the Anunnaki faction. Enlil's progeny included Utu and Nana, the latter being the father of Inanna. Professor Binns read the textbook diligently. To some extent, the wizarding environment of Sumer was more favorable, while they faced threats from dragons and giants. The giants never ascended to supremacy. The earliest recorded dragon was named Tiamat, whom Enlil vanquished by cleaving her throat with wind, thereby establishing himself as the leader of Sumer. At that time, another wizard faction named Uruk existed, led by Gilgamesh, who engaged in combat with the beastman Enkidu. The two became allies, slaying the demon Humbaba together. Enlil's granddaughter, Inanna, fell in love with Gilgamesh, desiring to be his companion, but was humiliated by him. Consequently, Anu intervened, slaying Enkidu, which ignited a chaotic conflict. Professor Binns continued with the narrative. Enlil later unleashed a great flood, resulting in Gilgamesh's demise, yet causing immense suffering among the Muggles. Fortunately, the wizard Enki managed to save some of them. Enlil was subsequently deposed, replaced by his grandson Marduk, the son of Utu, who achieved glory by defeating the giant leader Tiamat and constructing the legendary Hanging Gardens of Babylon. However, the long arc of history saw ancient Babylon supplanted by Persia, which in turn fell to Macedonia after numerous conflicts with Greece. With that, Professor Binns concluded the lesson succinctly, assigning a brief description of the significant events in Sumerian wizard history. In herbology class, Professor Sprout finally mentioned a plant of interest to Ona, the hellwort. This fungus thrives in dark, damp caverns, and she noted that it is currently being cultivated at Hogwarts, near the spot where first years disembark from their boats at the Black Lake. Due to its growth environment and its resemblance to viscous, blood-like hues, it is termed hellwort. Yet if cultivated properly, it can be produced in abundance. Hearing this, Ona felt a spark of excitement. This fungus is not difficult to obtain, suggesting that her potion for slowing might soon materialize. On Tuesday afternoon, the Charms class focused on the spell Clear Water Like Spring. Professor Flitwick explained that this incantation represents one of the simplest applications of water magic, mentioning that under specific conditions, one could potentially conjure a small lake. To produce a flood, as ancient wizards did, would require far more advanced spells and stringent external conditions. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall instructed them to attempt transforming a stone of the same size as last class into a slightly larger object, a bronze sculpture the height of a calf. Professor McGonagall demonstrated, and as anticipated, it transformed into a sculpture of a cat. Before the class concluded, Ona transformed a stone into a magnificent sculpture of Marmaha, securing 3 points for Gryffindor. Apart from potions and history of magic, Ona consistently garnered 1 to 3 points in nearly every lesson, while Hermione typically earned just 1. In the afternoon, Ona discovered that Hermione intended to take Glory to the room of requirement to practice transfiguration. None of the other students, including Hermione, had managed to successfully complete the transformation. "You all practice first. I wish to take a stroll by the lake," Ona expressed, desiring to enjoy the serene lakeside. After much contemplation, Hermione ultimately resolved to prioritize their practice before anything else. Upon finding the area deserted, O'Neill swiftly made his way to the Black Lake dock, where he indeed beheld the hellish wards precisely at the location indicated by Professor Sprout. Ona hesitated for a moment before taking a few hellwarts, seemingly unconcerned about their status, and decided to take a few more. That evening, after dinner, Ona went to the all-answering room while Hermione and Glory headed to the library to complete their assignments. Having concocted 3 vials of slow potion, Ona realized that curfew was fast approaching. He hurriedly applied Rose essential oil to the transformed rapier. Congratulations on completing the special task, Rose Swordsman, activating the hero Charlotte. Charlotte, level 1, passive, 7-star radiant sword, marks enemies hit. Marked enemies suffer from debilitation, their attack speed is reduced, and Charlotte gains a certain amount of damage resistance. Accumulating 3 marks allows pursuit of the marked enemies. Active skill, radiant triangular sword, a linear attack that slows enemies for 2 seconds upon hit. Fountain charge, a thrust that rapidly delivers 6 strikes, dealing damage, slowing enemies, and restoring a portion of one's health. Void cleaving sword, creates 7 sword marks in place, inflicting continuous damage, slowing enemies, granting self-control immunity, and providing a degree of damage resistance. However, upon activating Charlotte, Ona discovered that he needed to learn Western fencing to utilize the skills, which was quite a limitation. Ona sighed, but fortunately, due to potion brewing, his level in alchemy had increased, so it wasn't entirely fruitless. On Wednesday morning, after the first lesson, Ona proactively informed Professor Sprout that he had collected some hell warts for study. Professor Sprout was somewhat surprised but dismissed it, cautioning him to be careful not to consume them, as they could induce a sensation of lethargy. Some burrowing creatures consume hell warts to numb the loneliness brought about by their subterranean existence. "What do you need those for?" Glory asked with concern, sensing that her brother harbored secrets from her. "Are you hiding something from us?" Hermione bluntly inquired. "No. I just happened to pass by yesterday afternoon and couldn't resist taking a few to see if there was anything special about them," Ona replied, gesturing that they were about to head to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Hermione glared at Ona disapprovingly but said nothing further. She was aware of some of his little secrets, such as that mysterious suitcase. However, since Glory was unaware, she refrained from probing further. Professor Quirrell did not teach spells during this lesson. Instead, he stammered through a reading. Dark magic refers to spells intended to harm others with malicious intent. Professor Quirrell struggled to articulate. "The curse I taught you last week is also considered a type of dark magic. Thus, not all dark magic is inherently evil. Wouldn't you agree?" He nervously laughed, but no one responded. Feeling awkward, Professor Quirrell continued, "You are still young, and I believe defense lessons should primarily focus on practicing defensive spells. We shall review this week." Chapter 67. As September drew to a close, Ona furrowed his brow at Quirrell, sensing that matters were more complex than they appeared. However, knowing Quirrell's foundational knowledge, he chose not to elaborate further. Hermione, unable to contain herself, expressed a desire for Quirrell to teach more spells, but he declined, citing the need to solidify theoretical knowledge as equally important. After the astronomy class that evening, Ona inquired with Professor Sinistra about the possibility of meteorites. Professor Sinistra mentioned having some meteorite fragments and offered to provide one if he was interested. Ona expressed her gratitude to Professor Sinistra and presented him with a book on astronomy from the Muggle world. He perused its pages and remarked that it was quite intriguing. In the following period, Ona observed that despite the limited opportunities for interaction, Harry and Malfoy managed to harbor mutual disdain. When Ona was present, Malfoy exhibited a degree of restraint. However, the escalating and unabashed animosity between the two suggested that their encounters without her were fraught with conflict. Upon acquiring the meteorite that activated Yell, Ona examined its attributes. Yell, level 1, passive, gift of the stars. Utilizing the skills of Charlotte, and Yao would accumulate stellar power, allowing the wielder to recover a portion of their health upon striking an adversary, while enhancing the next attack when stellar power surged. Active skills, Sky Rend, a rotational blade attack that creates a circular area of effect. Star Pursuit, a semi-arc strike that inflicts damage and slows the enemy upon impact. Dust Return unleashes power to return to the position held 2 seconds prior, mitigating a portion of damage taken during the transition and inflicting spell damage on enemies within that distance. From the description, it appeared that the synergy between Yao's abilities and those of Charlotte could yield remarkable results, although the skills of the two heroes had yet to be activated. Ona meticulously organized his gains during this period. His foremost task was to master the activated hero skills, followed by the integration of these skills with spells. He found it perplexing that the activation of magic-based heroes was notably less than that of the already activated heroes like Guguzi, Yao, Ming Shireen, Yixing, and Angela, all of whom had been activated prior to arriving at Hogwarts. He pondered how to activate the other mage heroes, yet the system offered no answers. Thus, Ona could only proceed methodically with his courses. September swiftly passed, and within this month, Ona garnered substantial knowledge. Firstly, the course on magical theory enriched his understanding of magic as perceived by wizards. From the wizard's perspective, they recognized the existence of magical particles. Early magical practitioners believed in 5 elemental attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, and ether, the latter being the essence of mental strength. With the advent of Christianity, the elements of light and darkness emerged, albeit not as mainstream. As people's comprehension deepened, especially with the introduction of telescopes and advanced astronomical studies, an increasing number of wizards became convinced that a wizard's magical power stemmed from the projections of celestial bodies, with the movements of these heavenly bodies influencing the dynamics of the wizarding world. Professor Babbling also noted that the immense advancements of the Industrial Revolution in the Muggle world had a profound impact on the sagacious scholars of the wizarding realm. They returned to the origins of magic, particularly focusing on particle theory. The current avant-garde thought posits that magical particles themselves are devoid of inherent properties. Rather, they can undergo attribute transformation depending on the environment and the needs of the wizard. Regrettably, this theory did not capture the attention of the young wizards from the wizarding world, though those born in the Muggle realm exhibited a greater acceptance of these ideas. Subsequently, magical theory delved deeper into the origins and studies of spells, magical arrays, potions, and magical runes. However, the most significant event occurred on September 30th. During a discussion on magical runes, the system unveiled the inscription system that evening, allowing users to collect 25 rune fragments daily starting from October 1st. The system delineated 9 types of runes. 1. Courage, a red longsword that enhances physical attack damage. 2. Determination, a red staff that boosts magical attack damage. 3. Onslaught, a red shield breaker that increases attack speed. 4. Piercing, green crossed arrows that augment physical penetration. 5. Focus, a green shield with an octagram that improves magical penetration. 6. Reactivity, a green hourglass pentagram that reduces skill cooldown time. 7. Vitality, a blue helmet that raises health limits. 8. Healing, a blue droplet that accelerates health recovery. 9. Swiftness, a blue lightning bolt with wings that enhances movement speed. To activate a level 1 rune, 100 fragments are required, and only upon activation of the level 1 rune will the list for level 2 runes become accessible. After contemplating for a moment, Ona realized that this resembled an early inscription system. She silently expressed her frustration regarding the hero updates, questioning why the inscriptions still appeared unchanged. Furthermore, there was only a single inscription available, unlike the customary practice of utilizing multiple identical inscriptions simultaneously. In addition, within the curriculum of the 4 esteemed deans, Professor McGonagall planned to embark on a study of transfiguration between inanimate and living beings. Professor Flitwick intended to initiate lessons on mixed spells. Professor Sprout had comprehensively covered harmless, commonly used herbs, and was now beginning to discuss those with certain toxic properties. Professor Snape guided the class in brewing 4 commonly used potions for minor ailments, seemingly preparing to delve into more advanced potion making. These endeavors primarily contributed to an enhancement of hero experience points. Currently, Guguzi was at level 8, Yao at level 7, Angela at level 6, and BNK at level 4. Yao's skins had been activated, one themed around the forest and the other, encountering the divine deer. The former cost 288 silver coins and could produce a certain camouflage effect in the woods, while the latter, priced at 888 silver coins, had the potential to activate the 9-colored divine light if the host was perceived by the majority as just and benevolent, thereby allowing them to negate a fatal blow and reflect the damage onto the enemy who bore the most direct malice towards the host. Ona unhesitatingly chose to encounter the divine deer, yet the uncertainty surrounding the optimal conditions and activation of this effect loomed large. As it stands, Ona has utilized the effect of encountering the divine deer but feels no discernible change. Has the system deceived him into expending his resources? Ona found himself in a state of bemusement. In other subjects, particularly in the history of magic, Professor Binns elucidated the history of Sumer, subsequently providing a comprehensive overview of Egyptian magical practices, and was poised to discuss the emergence of Christianity. In astronomy, Professor Sinista concluded her discourse on the Virgo constellation and commenced her lecture on Libra. The magical creatures class was relatively lighthearted. Professor Graplan sequentially introduced various species including centaurs, merfolk, and fairies. Beyond the depth of his studies, Ona also made significant strides in the practice of heroic skills. Several passive abilities have proven immensely beneficial in his daily life. The passive skill from Guguzi has notably amplified the potency of Ona's spells, which is a crucial factor in his recent remarkable achievements, while the passive from Ming Shirin has heightened his fortune, enabling him to concoct high-quality potions with greater ease. In the eyes of his instructors, Ona is regarded as a wizard of exceptional potential, capable of mastering all spells taught in class, save for those in Professor Kylo's course. However, due to Professor Kylo's stutter, his interactions with other professors were limited, and thus no discrepancies were noted. Among the first-year students of Gryffindor, Ona is undeniably seen as a top scholar, often serving as a model for assignments, with Hermione closely following in his wake. In contrast to the habitually uncompromising Hermione, Ona is more than willing to assist others, enabling his peers to swiftly recognize their shortcomings. Even Neville has lagged behind less due to his help. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff frequently attend classes alongside Gryffindor, perceiving the dynamics more acutely, while the Slytherin students appear indifferent to Snape's less-than-friendly demeanor towards Gryffindor. On September 30th, an announcement was made regarding the addition of flying classes starting in October, with Gryffindor slated to attend alongside Slytherin on Thursday afternoons. Initially, I intended to elaborate further, but it seems there is little interest. Today, the company organized a union activity, and I left at 7:30, only finding time in the evening to write. I revised and edited, partly concerned that my writing might devolve into a mere chronological account of Hogwarts' daily life, prompting me to hasten my pace. I plan to later organize the content on the history of magic and provide a singular description. Chapter 68. Flying class. How unfortunate, Harry lamented, just as I suspected. Riding a flying broomstick and making a fool of myself in front of Malfoy. Whether you will make a fool of yourself is still uncertain, Ron retorted. I know Malfoy always boasts about being exceptional at Quidditch, but I wager he is merely blowing smoke. Indeed, Malfoy incessantly prattled on about flying. He vocally complained that first-year students were unqualified to join the house Quidditch team, regaling listeners with lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales, invariably culminating with his harrowing escape from a Muggle helicopter. However, he is not alone in his grandstanding. Listening to Seamus Finnegan, it seems he spent much of his childhood soaring through the fields on a broomstick. Even Ron, whenever someone is willing to listen, recounts a time he nearly collided with a hang glider while riding Charlie's old broomstick. Every individual hailing from a wizarding family incessantly discusses Quidditch. Ona remained indifferent. Her greatest delight alongside Hermione and glory lay in observing the mutual boasting of others, followed by their private critiques. They mused that should they truly encounter a helicopter, Draco would likely be reduced to mere scraps, as the formidable power of its rotors was beyond the resistance of a fledgling wizard. Even if he had learned some spells, his current proficiency was scarcely adequate. As for Ron, ever since Hermione had teased him about possibly colliding with a remote-controlled aircraft, how else could he stand so intact before them? He had ceased mentioning the glider altogether. Neville, however, was deeply concerned, lamenting that he had never ridden a flying broomstick in his life, as his grandmother had always forbidden him from approaching such contraptions. Even Ona found merit in his grandmother's caution. Neville, despite keeping both feet firmly on the ground, had an uncanny knack for creating accidents. Unless paired with Ona, he would invariably manage to injure either himself or his partner. For instance, during the previous week's potions class, after being assigned to work with Dean Thomas, Neville inadvertently set fire to Seamus' cauldron, resulting in Harry losing a point. In truth, Hermione herself was quite anxious. She had borrowed a marvelous Quidditch ball from the library and spent 3 consecutive days reciting the flying instructions contained within it, much to the annoyance of Ona and the others, except for Neville, who hung on her every word, eager to glean some useful knowledge. During Thursday's breakfast, Hermione once again shared her newfound wisdom, only to be interrupted by the arrival of owls. Draco received a plethora of packages from home, and once again, he unwrapped them at the Slytherin table, unsurprisingly filled with sweets, which helped him integrate smoothly into Slytherin life. An owl flew past Neville, dropping a small parcel into his hands. Excitedly, he opened it to reveal a glass orb the size of a large marble, seemingly filled with white mist. This is a memory ball, Neville explained. My grandmother knows I often forget things. It tells you if there is something you've overlooked. Look. You hold it tightly like this, and if it turns red, Neville's face fell as the memory ball suddenly glowed bright red. It means you've forgotten something. He desperately tried to recall what he might have forgotten when Draco, passing by the Gryffindor table, snatched the memory ball from his grasp. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, seemingly eager to confront the insufferable Draco, but Professor McGonagall appeared just in time. What is going on? Draco stole my memory ball. Professor, Neville exclaimed. Draco, with a sullen expression, swiftly tossed the memory ball back onto the table, declaring, just wait and see. With that, he hurried away, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing closely behind. Ona cast a glance at him, but said nothing. Professor McGonagall, seeing that the situation had calmed, also departed, for she had a class to teach that morning, specifically for the first-year students. As for what had been forgotten, Ona reminded Neville that he was to submit his assignment for McGonagall today, to which he paled and admitted he had completely forgotten. At 3:30, The first-year Gryffindor students hurried down the steps and gathered in the courtyard, preparing for their inaugural flying lesson. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze. As they hastened down the sloping grass, the blades danced slightly beneath their feet. Beyond the lawn lay the forbidden forest, where dark trees swayed ominously in the wind. The Slytherin students had already arrived, having finished an earlier class in defense against the dark arts, and now they leisurely awaited their turn. With 20 flying broomsticks neatly lined up on the ground, Fred and George had previously complained in the common room about the school's broomsticks, noting that some would tremble when one flew too high, while others had a tendency to veer slightly to the left. As Ona had often enlisted their help to procure items for a fee every weekend, she found their words credible. Madame Hooch was the instructor for the flying class, her short gray hair framing her face, and her eyes were a peculiar yellow, reminiscent of a hawk's. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked, urging each student to stand beside a broomstick. "Hurry up, time is of the essence." Ona cast a glance at his broom, tattered and worn, while others appeared rather similar. The Slytherin side fared slightly better, having arrived first to make their selections. He extended his right hand, resting it above the broomstick. As Madame Hooch called out from the front, commanding, "Up, up," echoed the voices of everyone present. The broomstick leapt into Ona's hand instantly, as it did for Harry. However, such obedient brooms were a rarity, with only a few, like Ron's and Malfoy's, responding similarly. Hermione's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's remained utterly motionless. Conversely, Gloria's broom rose to great heights, and she instinctively reached down to grasp it firmly. Subsequently, Mrs. Hawk paid little heed to the chaos. She instructed everyone to seize their brooms, regardless of their willingness, and demonstrated how to mount them without slipping off. She traversed the line, correcting their grip. "Malfoy." "Mrs. Hawk bellowed, "That's incorrect." Harry and Ron appeared to struggle to suppress their amusement, though Ona sensed they were merely stifling their laughter. "All right. At the sound of my whistle, you shall push off with both legs and ascend. You must push off with force," Mrs. Hawk instructed. "Hold your broom steady. Rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. At that moment, Ona witnessed Neville, not waiting for the whistle to touch Mrs. Hawk's lips, push off vigorously and soar into the air. "Come back, child," Mrs. Hawk cried, yet Neville ascended straight up, akin to a cork bursting from a bottle, reaching heights of 12 feet, then 20. Ona could see the terror etched on his pale face as he gazed down at the rapidly receding ground, his mouth agape as he slid off one side of the broomstick. Ona hastily reached out to him, channeling her energy to mitigate his descent. With a series of swift motions, she effectively countered the force of gravity just in time for him to land. Though Neville hit the ground with a thud, Ona sensed that the impact was unlikely to cause him significant harm. Meanwhile, the unfortunate flying broom continued to ascend, gradually drifting towards the forbidden forest until it vanished from sight. Let us return to the original narrative and hasten our pace. I yearn to confront the giant. Chapter 69. Harry's moment of glory. Madame Hooch rushed forward, bending down to examine Neville, her face as pale as his. "Thank goodness, miraculous," she whispered, relieved. As those nearby heard her say, "The child is fine, get up now." She turned to address the rest of the class. "I will escort this child to the hospital. No one is to move. Return the broom to its rightful place, or before you can utter a word of Quidditch, you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Now, come along, dear." Tears streamed down Neville's face as he helplessly touched himself, recalling that he had felt something strike him during his fall, yet he experienced no pain. Madame Hooch wrapped her arm around him and guided him toward Hogwarts. As soon as they had distanced themselves, Malfoy erupted into laughter. "Did you see that fool's face? That big oaf?" echoed the other Slytherin students in unison. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom?" sneered Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl. "I can't believe you fancy that chubby little crybaby, Patil. Look," Malfoy exclaimed, darting forward to seize something from the grass. It was the memory ball sent by Longbottom's grandmother. He raised it triumphantly, its surface glistening in the sunlight, casting a faint red hue. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry said softly, prompting a hush among the onlookers. Malfoy's face twisted into a malicious grin. "I think I shall place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about hanging it on a tree?" "Hand it over," Harry shouted. But Malfoy had already mounted his broom and soared into the air. His earlier boasts were not mere bravado. He truly excelled at flying, hovering at a height parallel to the top of an oak tree, taunting, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry seized his broom, declaring no. Hermione cried out, "Madame Hooch instructed us not to move. You'll be in trouble." Ignoring her, Harry mounted the broom and pushed off the ground with force, soaring upwards. Ona stifled Hermione's cries, instructing her to seek out Professor McGonagall, while she herself remained at the sidelines with Glory to observe the unfolding drama. Other students were either shrieking loudly or panting heavily, with Ron continually shouting encouragement, urging Harry to defeat him. Harry adjusted his broomstick, directing it toward Malfoy, who appeared taken aback. "Hand it over," Harry shouted, threatening to knock him off his broom if he did not comply. "Oh, really?" Malfoy seemed to attempt mockery. Yet there was an unmistakable hint of anxiety in his demeanor. Leaning forward, Harry gripped his broom tightly and launched himself toward Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy barely managed to dodge, while Harry adeptly maneuvered his broom back, maintaining a firm hold. Ron, Seamus, and even Dean could not help but applaud. "You have no Crabbe or Goyle to protect you now, Malfoy," Harry called out. "Here, let us see if you can catch this." Malfoy, clearly in agreement, shouted as he flung the glass ball high into the air, watching it descend rapidly. Harry hastened his descent toward the memory ball, and amidst the crowd's screams, Ona clearly observed him reaching out to catch the glass sphere just a foot above the ground. He then straightened his broom and gently landed on the grass, securely holding the memory ball in his palm. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall called from a distance, rushing toward them after shaking off Hermione. Ona watched as Harry stood up, trembling. "I have never seen Professor McGonagall so astonished in all my years at Hogwarts," she remarked, her glasses glimmering with astonishment. "How dare you? You could have broken your neck." "It's not his fault, Professor," Parvati quickly interjected. "Silence, Miss Patil," McGonagall interrupted. "But Malfoy," Ron began anxiously. "Enough, Mr. Weasley. Now, Potter, follow me," McGonagall commanded, striding toward the castle, with Harry following mechanically behind. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle wore expressions of triumph. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but uttered nothing. McGonagall marched forward, and Harry had to jog to keep pace. Hermione cast a worried glance at Harry before approaching Glory to inquire about what had transpired, while Ron glared furiously at Malfoy. "I believe you have forgotten something just now." Ona smiled at Malfoy as she observed McGonagall escorting Harry into the castle. Malfoy's smugness instantly faded into trepidation, and Crabbe and Goyle instinctively took a step back. "Let this be a lesson." Ona waved her hand dismissively, and the three were struck by an unseen force, tumbling into a heap. Hermione and Glory glanced up momentarily, uninterested, and continued their conversation, while Ron and the others gaped at the sight of Malfoy and his companions struggling to their feet before scurrying away, thoroughly humiliated. This incident was enough to utterly disgrace Malfoy. The Slytherin students, perplexed, hurried after him, casting curious glances at Ona, who, under the sunlight, shone like a radiant sun god. "How did you do that?" Parvati inquired, her lovely eyes wide with astonishment. "Just a little trick," Ona replied nonchalantly. "That was impressive." Ron, who had witnessed it before, eagerly stepped forward to elaborate. Amidst the crowd of Lavender and others, he animatedly recounted, back on the Hogwarts Express, one wave of her hand, and Crabbe went flying out. Hermione, displeased, tugged at Ona and Glory, urging them back to the castle. "Come on, we still have our defense against the dark arts homework to finish." At dinner, everyone was surprised to see Harry beaming with joy. However, when questioned about his day, he merely smiled in silence. "You must be joking." Ron finally pried Harry's lips open. But Harry whispered something only he could hear. Just as Ron was about to take a bite of his meat pie, he froze mid-action. "You're the Seeker?" he exclaimed. "But first years never. You must be the youngest player on the house team in years." "In a century," Harry replied, taking a bite of his pie. "Wood told me," he mumbled. Ron stared at Harry, wide-eyed. "I start training next week," Harry added, "but don't tell anyone, except Ona. Wood wants to keep it under wraps." At that moment, Fred and George entered the dining hall, spotting Harry and hastening over. "Well done," George whispered. Wood filled us in. "We're on the house team as beaters," Fred declared. "I assure you, this year we are bound to win the Quidditch Cup." Since Charlie left, we haven't tasted victory, but this year our team will shine. "You'll be brilliant, Harry," Fred continued. Wood was practically incoherent with excitement when he told us. "However, we must dash. Lee Jordan believes he has discovered a new secret passage leading outside the school. I suppose it's the one behind Gregory the Smarmy-ass statue. We found it during our first week," Fred added before they departed. Just as they left, Malfoy appeared, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Enjoying your last meal, Potter? When do you return to the Muggles?" O'Neill furrowed his brow, his back turned to Malfoy, thus rendering them oblivious to his presence. "Now that you are back on solid ground, accompanied by your diminutive friends, your courage seems to have swelled considerably," Harry remarked coldly. Goyle and Crabbe wore sullen expressions, their fingers cracking ominously as they squeezed. Ona turned around and asked, "Is there something you need?" The faces of the three Malfoys stiffened, but Draco quickly replied, "I was simply looking for Potter." Ona remained noncommittal, while Malfoy's confidence was visibly diminished. He turned to Harry, declaring his willingness to duel him at any moment. Stealing a glance at Ona, he proposed, "If you have no objections, let us proceed tonight. The duel between wizards shall be conducted solely with wands, without physical contact." "What is the matter? I assume you've never heard of wizard dueling, have you?" Of course, Harry had heard of it. Ron interjected, turning around. "I am his assistant." "Who is yours?" Malfoy surveyed Crabbe and Goyle, weighing his options before responding. "Crabbe, let us meet at midnight, shall we? We can convene in the trophy room. The door is always unlocked." With that, Malfoy hurried away with his two lackeys, eager to distance himself from Ona. "What exactly is a wizard duel?" Harry inquired. "You mentioned being my assistant. What does that entail?" "Oh, if you perish, the assistant takes your place," Ron replied casually, resuming his pie. "However, it is known that one only dies during a formal duel with a true wizard. You and Malfoy, at best, could only create sparks against one another. Your grasp of magic is too limited to inflict genuine harm. Yet, I would wager he expects you to decline. What if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Harry asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Then discard the wand and punch him squarely on the nose, Ron suggested. Excuse me, Hermione interjected. Could we possibly enjoy our meal in peace? Ron had an inexplicable friction with Hermione. Ignoring him, she continued, I just overheard your conversation. Midnight is curfew. Ona and I have worked hard to accumulate points, not to squander them on your antics. This truly does not concern you, Harry retorted. Hermione, feeling rebuffed, was visibly displeased. Ona patted her shoulder, while Glory smiled and clasped her hand, leading the two girls into conversation. Be cautious tonight. I suspect Malfoy is not as straightforward as he appears. Ona warned. Harry and Ron regarded Ona with admiration, nodding in agreement. Later that evening, after their meal, Ona vanished, piquing Harry and Ron's curiosity. They searched for her in the common room and the library, but to no avail, unaware of the whereabouts of the three. However, Harry and Ron had little energy to dwell on this, as Ron was preoccupied with strategizing for Harry. As curfew approached, Ona returned, as nonchalant as ever, reclining on her bed and awaiting the appointed time. At 11:30, Ron whispered, It's time to leave. Ona silently observed as the two donned their morning robes, grasped their wands, and stealthily traversed the room. With a faint smile, Ona rose as well. Upon descending the staircase, he heard voices emanating from the common lounge. Do you not care for Gryffindor, only for your own interests? I refuse to allow Slytherin to claim the House Cup once more. Nor do I wish for your actions to squander all the efforts that Ona and I have invested. Ona noticed three figures emerging from the doorway, only to hear Hermione's voice resonating in the air. As Ona opened the passage, Hermione's voice echoed, Thank heavens. I nearly couldn't make it back. Where's the fat lady? Ona? You should return to rest. I will go check. Ona gently pulled Hermione back to the common room. Hermione, puffing her cheeks, seemed eager to follow. Rest assured, Ona said, patting her head. Don't pat me. Hermione blushed. If you wish to go, then go. As Ona ventured out, he found that Harry and Ron were already nowhere to be seen. He cast a glance at the empty portrait of the fat lady and activated his ghostly ability, the Seer's cloak, enveloping himself in a veil of invisibility. As long as he did not collide with anything, he would remain unseen. Ona hastily made his way towards the trophy room. Unexpectedly, midway through, he encountered Harry and Ron, who had indeed run into Neville. Stuck at the entrance for hours due to forgetting the password. Perhaps a mere stroke of luck had separated them from crossing paths earlier. How is your body holding up? Harry inquired. I'm fine, Neville replied. Madame Pomfrey examined me several times and said I was quite lucky, aside from a few bruises on my back. I'm in good shape. Good to hear, Neville. Listen, we're heading somewhere. We'll see you soon, Harry stated. Don't leave me behind, Neville protested, rising from the ground. I don't want to be here alone. Bloodhound Barlow has passed by here twice already. Ron glanced at his watch and then at Neville. If you get us caught, I will certainly learn that curse Professor Quirrell mentioned and use it on you. Harry shushed them, urging the two to move quickly. They walked briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting beams across the floor. As Ona passed through the beams, it seemed as though the moonlight penetrated him, illuminating the ground, a striking effect. However, he was concerned about the duration of his invisibility. He sensed the magic gradually waning, yet, judging by his current experience, sustaining it for several minutes didn't appear overly challenging. Fortuitously, the four of them encountered no sign of Filch or Mrs. Norris along the way. Upon reaching the trophy room, Ona was not surprised to find that Malfoy and Crabbe were absent. The crystal glass cases showcasing the trophies sparkled under the moonlight, while in the darkness, trophies, shields, medals, and statues glimmered with silver and gold hues. Harry and his companions pressed against the walls, their eyes fixated on the doors at either end of the room, with Harry drawing out his wand just in case. Chapter 71. The three-headed dog. He is late. Perhaps he is too frightened to come, Ron whispered. At that moment, a voice echoed from the adjacent room, startling them. Sniff around, my dear. They must be hiding in some corner, Filch spoke to Mrs. Norris. Harry, terrified, frantically waved his wand at the other two, urging them to follow him swiftly. They silently moved towards the door furthest from Filch's voice. Just as Neville's robe brushed around the corner, they heard Filch enter the trophy room. Where could they be? They heard him mutter, presumably in search of them. This way. Harry silently gestured to the others. Fear rendered them nearly immobile, but they cautiously proceeded along a corridor lined with suits of armor, the sound of Filch growing ever closer. Suddenly, Neville tripped and let out a terrified shriek, bolting away, clutching Ron's waist, and together they toppled into a suit of armor. The clangor echoed loudly, enough to rouse the entire castle. Run, Harry shouted, disregarding the need for stealth as the three dashed down the corridor, too frightened to look back and see if Filch was in pursuit. Ona cast a resigned glance at the armor before hastening to follow. Filch approached, drawn by the noise. But all he beheld were pieces of armor scattered across the floor. Chase after them, Filch commanded Mrs. Norris, his cat darting forward with swift agility. Harry, in a state of panic, sprinted ahead, maneuvering around pillars and racing through corridor after corridor, finally halting near the classroom for charms. I believe we've lost him, Harry gasped, leaning against the frigid wall and wiping the sweat from his brow. Neville bent over, out of breath and struggling to form coherent words. "We must return to Gryffindor Tower," Ron urged. "The sooner, the better." "That traitor Malfoy." Harry finally accepted Ona's earlier assertion. "Filch must have known they were heading to the trophy room, undoubtedly due to Malfoy's betrayal." "Let us go," Neville murmured weakly. However, matters proved not so straightforward. Barely 10 steps into their escape, a spherical doorknob emitted a creaking sound, and something burst forth from a classroom ahead. It was Peeves. Upon spotting them, he erupted into gleeful shrieks. "Be quiet, Peeves, please. You'll get us expelled," Ron implored. Peeves cackled in delight. Annoying first-year rascals, roaming about in the dead of night. "TSK. TSK. TSK. Naughty. Naughty. You'll get caught. Not if you don't betray us. Peeves, please," Harry pleaded. "You really ought to inform Filch, you should." Peeves replied with mock seriousness, a mischievous glint sparkling in his eyes. "It's for your own good, you know? Get lost." Ron retorted angrily, swatting at Peeves. "Students should be in bed." Peeves, though untouched, was still incensed. "Students should be in bed, in the charms corridor." The trio ducked beneath Peeves and fled desperately until they reached the end of the corridor, only to crash heavily against a locked door. "It's over," Ron whimpered. He and Neville pushing hopelessly against the door. "We're doomed. Dead to rights." They heard footsteps. Filch was hastening toward Peeves' voice. "Alohomora." Harry reacted swiftly, tapping the lock with his wand. With a click, the door swung open, and they tumbled inside, hastily shutting it behind them. Ona hurried in, nearly caught by the closing door. The three boys pressed their ears against the door, straining to listen. Which way did they run? Peeves. They heard Filch demand. "Quickly. Tell me." "Say please," Peeves replied, his tone as uncooperative as ever. "Don't mess with me, Peeves. Just tell me where they went. If you don't say please." "I'll say I know nothing," Peeves sang in his irritating tone. "All right, please tell me." "No, nothing." He laughed. "I warned you, if you don't say please." "I'll say I know nothing." "Ha, ha, ha." As Peeves' voice faded, Filch's frustrated curses echoed away. "He thought this door was locked," Harry whispered. "I think we're in the clear. Let us go." "Neville." Neville was tugging at Harry's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Harry turned to see clearly that they were in a corridor, the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Now they understood why it was off limits. Before them loomed the eyes of a monstrous three-headed dog, filling the space from ceiling to floor. It had 3 heads, each with malicious eyes that glinted ominously. 3 noses quivering in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths, saliva dangling like sticky ropes from its yellowing teeth. It stood motionless, all 6 eyes fixed upon them. Ona speculated that the creature had yet to act, perhaps due to the sudden intrusion as it assessed their intentions. Or perhaps Harry and the others did not present a significant threat. Fortunately, having recently visited Hagrid, they likely carried a scent. But now the beast began to emit deafening roars. Harry fumbled for the doorknob, and, upon opening the door, the 3 boys retreated, slamming it shut behind them as they fled, their hurried footsteps gradually fading. As they closed the door, the dog lunged forward. But a figure suddenly appeared before it. Ona had intervened. Obstacles abound. Yet, while his spell delayed the creature's advance, it was only for a fleeting moment. With narrowed eyes, Ona threw a punch, casting a white imprint that struck the beast, momentarily halting its movement. Seizing this opportunity, Ona calmly retreated to the door, twisting the knob to exit, then magically locking it behind him, trapping the enraged creature inside. He glanced around before pursuing Harry and the others. Due to his height and long legs, honed from years of training, Ona quickly caught up with the 3 boys, who were too frightened to look back, unaware that Ona was not concealed. As they ran, Ona thought he heard Filch's approaching footsteps. Raising his wand, he cast a spell of invisibility, cloaking all 4 figures, their speed increasing, yet the weary trio remained oblivious. They sprinted back to the 8th floor, where Ona dispelled the enchantment, allowing Harry and the others to materialize before the fat lady's portrait. "Where have you all been?" the fat lady inquired, observing their disheveled mourning robes and flushed faces dripping with sweat. "Don't ask, you pig-nosed portrait." Harry gasped as the portrait swung open. They stumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing into the armchairs. Ona stepped through the doorway but did not exit. For quite some time, silence enveloped the group. As for Neville, he appeared as though he might never utter a word again. What could they possibly be plotting? To confine such a creature within the confines of the school. At last, Ron remarked that if any dog required training, it would undoubtedly be that one. "What dog?" The sudden inquiry startled the other 3, and out of concern, Ona urged them back. Hermione, seated in the armchair closest to the fireplace, had been dozing and was roused by their entrance, just in time to hear Ron's statement. "Why are you still here?" Harry sighed with relief. "I was waiting for you." Hermione glanced at the trio of boys and soon realized that beside Harry and Ron was not Ona, but Neville. How did Neville get here? Where did Ona go? Ona? Harry and Ron were bewildered. "I have been here all along." Ona then emerged from the doorway, startling Harry and Ron completely. "What do you mean?" Harry gazed at Ona in shock. "I mean, I have been following you from the very beginning." Despite having run a short distance, Ona seemed unaffected, appearing merely to have taken a stroll, including the corridor leading to the 4th floor. "By the way, Harry, your spell casting was quite commendable." "Impossible." Harry adjusted his glasses. The three of us certainly did not see you. Oh, Ona smiled. Did you think Madame Lors failed to catch up with you simply because you ran fast? I distracted her with a piece of fish. Goodness. Ron's face flushed. You actually knew? But he desperately recalled there was no impression of a fourth person apart from them. Even Filch was merely a voice. If you wish to know, Ona waved his wand, vanishing before the four of them. The disillusionment charm, I just learned it recently. Goodness. Hermione exclaimed, that is impossible. The disillusionment charm is typically taught in 5th year, and you never mentioned it. Ona released the spell. I have only just learned it. And I do not believe it is worthy of commendation. Well, Harry sighed in relief. So you also ventured into the corridor? Yes. You might not have noticed what it was standing upon. Ona chuckled lightly. On the floor? Harry pondered. I did not observe its feet. I was too preoccupied with its head. No, not on the floor. It stands upon a trapdoor, evidently guarding something. Ona unhesitatingly shared this information with everyone. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. Hermione, realizing the danger they faced, glared at Harry and the others with indignation. I hope you two do not take pride in the fact that you nearly faced a fatal bite, or worse. Expulsion from the school. Reflect on that. I'm going to bed. Ron watched her silhouette disappear into the entrance of the girls' dormitory, remaining silent for a moment before exclaiming. What is this all about? We did not wish to go there. All right, let us sleep. Once Harry and the others wearily crawled back into their beds, Ona noticed Harry deep in thought. Ona smiled, closed her eyes, and began to receive the rewards of the day. Ding. Discovery of a magical creature. Cerberus. Experience points. 500. Due to your courage in confronting it and emerging unscathed. Reward. 1 lottery draw. Ding. Main quest completed. Explore the 4th floor corridor. Experience points. 500. Reward. Adventurous spirit. Which greatly enhances your courage during explorations, significantly increasing the likelihood of successful completion. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level. 6. Skill activated. Frenzy. Increases attack speed and physical damage when used. Ding. You have collected runes fragments for 4 consecutive days. Current fragments. 100. Which can be combined to forge a level 1 rune. Ona unhesitatingly chose to activate Vitality, thereby enhancing his physical condition. A rune appeared on his left chest, adorned with faint blue stripes. He felt as though his heart had been fortified. He briefly contemplated whether to augment his magical attacks or enhance his piercing capabilities. However, he discerned that, aside from himself, Glory and Hermione possessed relatively commendable physical qualities, while the majority of the other wizarding students, including most upperclassmen, were not in good shape. Even Crabbe and Goyle resembled Dudley with their superficial bulk. During the theoretical magic class, Babbling mentioned that a wizard with a more robust physique could cast more formidable spells. Present-day wizards do not endure the harsh living conditions that ancient wizards faced, resulting in a significant number neglecting the importance of physical training. It is worth noting that historical accounts of magic indicate that ancient wizards relied more on physical weapons than wands. Even one of the founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. On the following morning, after taking a shower and returning to the dormitory to change, Ona found Harry and Ron already awake, albeit still somewhat fatigued. Seizing the moment while others were occupied, Harry recounted the incident involving a peculiar small bag that seemed to have been transferred from Gringotts to Hogwarts. It is either extraordinarily valuable or exceptionally dangerous, Ron remarked. Perhaps it embodies both, Harry replied. Stop overthinking it. We should head to breakfast, Ona interjected calmly. Malfoy looked visibly astonished to see Harry and Ron standing before him unscathed. Hermione, on the other hand, completely ignored the two boys, as they had disregarded her counsel, inadvertently dragging Ona into a precarious situation. With Glory's assistance, Ona managed to persuade Hermione to engage in conversation with him again over the weekend. No more of this in the future, do you understand? Hermione admonished. She was aware that Ona was concerned for Harry and the others. Yet she felt there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Glory found the situation somewhat amusing, as she understood Ona's circumstances better. During some of his skill practice, he had not concealed everything from his sister. He had explained that these were Eastern spells, and he simply wished to avoid drawing too much attention from others. Glory was also aware that Eastern magic was a matter of family secrecy for Ona and Wang Jin, and as a family member, she would naturally help keep such matters confidential, even from Hermione. However, if Hermione and Ona were to become close companions, that would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Glory smiled knowingly. On Saturday morning, in the room of requirement, Ona finally had the opportunity to be alone. Although Hermione had been ignoring him, she had been closely following Glory, seemingly fearful that he might vanish again using the disillusionment charm or be led astray by Harry and Ron. Ona took a deep breath and chose to accept. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the mythical creature, the Canine of the Heavens. This pet exists in the form of a summon and activates the hero, Yang Jian. Ona had yet to react, only feeling an unusual sensation in her brow, a slight itch. Chapter 73, Halloween Eve. Ona touched her brow, finding nothing amiss, and patiently perused the information on Yang Jian within the system, level 1. Passive ability, Mind Erosion. Each nearby enemy reduces the duration of control effects on you by 20, up to a maximum of 60. Active skills. Reversal of Fate summons the Howling Celestial Hound to charge in a designated direction, inflicting damage upon enemies. With the ability to summon the Hound once more for an additional charge, causing extra damage. Illusion Shatter uses a spear-like weapon to sweep, dealing area damage, capable of inflicting slow. If your current state is inferior to that of the enemy, it may cause stun. Eye of the Source utilizes the Heavenly Eye to unleash light-based spells, damaging enemies and restoring health upon a successful hit. Upon witnessing this, Ona's mind stirred. Could it be the Celestial Eye? Fortunately, in the wish-granting chamber, which he had entered to practice his skills and incantations, there was a wall of mirrors that allowed him to observe his own movements. He scrutinized himself closely but discerned no peculiarities at his brow. The dissolution of Yang Jian's illusion necessitated the use of transformation techniques, however. The other two skills were currently insufficient in level to be employed. Yet, he could attempt to utilize the technique of reversing the universe. Ona directed his practice dummy with the spell of reversal. As he pointed his wand, a live figure leapt forth from the void, a slender, short-haired white hound. It darted swiftly towards its target, sinking its teeth into the dummy's thigh. After a brief, fierce bite, the hound vanished. However, Ona summoned it once more. And again the celestial hound sprang from the ether, this time aiming for the wrist. With a crack, the dummy's wrist shattered. Unlike before, this time the hound did not immediately disappear. Instead, it returned to stand before Ona, wagging its tail and panting, its eyes brimming with delight. Ona gently caressed its head, only to witness it reluctantly fade away. Ona's utmost satisfaction with Yang Jian lies in his passive ability, which effectively diminishes the duration of control effects. Currently, Ona's passive skill is sufficiently versatile to address various scenarios. For instance, should an enemy unleash the death curse upon him, the passive ability of Qi He Xing can assist in extricating him from peril, albeit with a cooldown of 120 days before it can be reactivated. Control abilities such as knockbacks or stuns trigger Yao's passive skill, Mountain Spirit, White Deer, allowing him to transform into a void and evade attacks. However, this skill too has a cooldown period of 60 days. Once he is subjected to a second control effect, Yang Jian's mind erosion can reduce the duration of control without any cooldown. A few days later, Ona activated a second healing rune, aimed at physical recovery, to expedite his recuperation. On yet another Thursday morning, as the owls flocked into the hall as per their usual routine, the attention of all was captivated by a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Ona gazed at the familiar silhouette, her mind racing with conjecture. Indeed, the owls descended in graceful spirals, landing before Harry and inadvertently knocking his smoked bacon to the floor. Harry appeared equally astonished as the owls flapped their wings and took flight, only for another owl to arrive, delivering a letter that landed atop a parcel. Harry swiftly tore it open, a smile blossoming on his face, which he then shared with Ron. The Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously, I've never even touched one. Ona, would you like to take a look? Harry inquired. No, thank you. We have class soon. You should put that away for now, Ona advised. In haste, Harry and Ron abandoned their breakfast, departing with the parcel in hand. Hermione, seemingly comprehending the situation, asked, a flying broomstick? Goodness. Professor McGonagall actually. All right, Hermione, Ona gently interjected. The professor must have her reasons. After dinner, Ona accompanied Harry and Ron back to their dormitory, having been warmly invited by Harry, and finding herself with nothing pressing to attend to. Well, Ron marveled as the broomstick tumbled onto Harry's bedspread. Ona felt rather indifferent, as he too possessed a Nimbus 2000. Before 7, Harry departed from the common room aboard his enchanted broomstick. Fortunately, the upperclassmen were either attending classes or ensconced in the library, leaving the common room sparsely populated. And no one noticed the item clutched in Harry's hand. After a considerable time, Harry returned, utterly exhausted, only to realize that his potion's homework remained unfinished. He sought out Ona, and Hermione, naturally, wore a disapproving expression. You haven't even completed your assignments, and yet you dare to violate school rules by venturing out? We're looking for Ona. Ron, too, had not finished his work. All right then, Glory interjected, mediating the situation. Let us review the material for tomorrow's potions class. Ona looked at Harry and Ron with a hint of amusement as they appeared somewhat awkward, shaking her head slightly before handing them her homework. Time swiftly passed, and by the end of October, Ona had activated 7 first-level runes, with the exceptions of Courage and Piercing, which were related to physical attacks. Today marked the final day of October, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 2 whole months since Ona and her companions arrived at Hogwarts. Glory and Hermione rode home at least twice a week, vividly describing their school life to Mr. and Mrs. Wong. Ona usually sent a brief message along with her sister's letters once a week, while the Wongs and the Williams attempted to send a few items back. With Halloween approaching, they received a delightful assortment of candies and pumpkin pastries from home, and the thoughtful Anna even sent a gift for Harry. This morning, the enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted through the corridors. To add to the excitement, Professor Flitwick announced in their charms class that he believed they were ready to begin levitating objects. Ever since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad soar around the classroom, the classmates had eagerly anticipated trying this skill themselves. Professor Flitwick paired the students into twos for practice, with Harry partnered with Seamus Finnegan and Ron working alongside Ona. Now, remember the delicate wrist motion we've been practicing? Professor Flitwick exclaimed from atop his stack of books. A swish and a flick. Remember, a swish and a flick. And don't forget the incantation. It's crucial. Just ask Professor Baruffio, who mispronounced Ephazes and ended up on the floor with a bull standing on his chest. The students began to attempt the spell, and Ona executed the motion and incantation flawlessly. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather before her and Ron lifted from the table, hovering 4 feet above their heads. Oh, well done. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands. Everyone look. Mr. Kraft has succeeded. Ron watched enviously as Ona ended the spell, prompting him to shout, Wingardium Leviosa, while flailing his arms like a windmill. You're saying it wrong, Hermione, ever the teacher, instructed Glory, initially intending to help Ona, but unable to resist chiming in as she noticed Ron's futile attempt. It's Wingardium Leviosa, with a longer emphasis on the gar. If you think you can do it better, go ahead, Ron retorted impatiently. Meanwhile, Seamus poked the feather with his wand, igniting it in flames. Ona quickly extinguished the fire with a splash of water. Hermione, undeterred, successfully cast the spell. Excellent. Miss Granger has also succeeded, Professor Flitwick proclaimed joyfully, causing Ron's expression to darken instantly. Chapter 74. The troll. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. Ron couldn't help but complain to Harry as they navigated the bustling corridor. Honestly, she is like a nightmare. Harry felt a bit awkward about his and Ona's relationship with Hermione. Although things had been uncomfortable due to the midnight duel incident, he held little resentment towards Hermione, especially for Ona's and Glory's sake. Without Glory, she wouldn't have a single friend. Ron continued, unabated. Just then, someone bumped into Harry and hurried past. It was Hermione. Her face contorted in anger. I think she heard you, Harry remarked. So what? Ron replied, somewhat nervously, observing Glory chase after Hermione, who cast a glare back at them, while Ona maintained a rather expressionless demeanor. During Transfiguration class, Hermione seemed to regain her composure, but even Glory found their demeanor unappealing, leaving both boys somewhat distracted, resulting in a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall. After their flying lesson in the afternoon, they returned to their dormitories to drop off their belongings before heading down for the Halloween Eve feast. As they entered the Great Hall, adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, their earlier discontent melted away. 1,000 bats flitted across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, causing the candle flames flickering within the pumpkins to dance erratically. Exquisite dishes appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the grand feast at the beginning of term. Hermione, clutching her stomach, appeared a bit unwell, prompting Glory to accompany her to the restroom. Ona furrowed her brow and rose to follow them. Just as they departed, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his large scarf askew on his head and a look of sheer terror on his face. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's table, leaning heavily against it as he gasped, a troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. No one, save for Ona, noticed how fluently Professor Quirrell spoke in that moment. As the hall erupted into chaos at the news he had just delivered, Professor Dumbledore had to create several bursts of purple fireworks from the tip of his wand before the students quieted down. Prefect, he said in a low voice, immediately escort all students back to their dormitories. Percy naturally took charge, calling out, follow me. First years, don't get lost. As long as you heed my instructions, there is nothing to fear from the troll. Now stay close behind me. Make way for the first years. How could a troll get in here? Harry wondered as they ascended the stairs. Don't ask me. Trolls are supposed to be incredibly dim-witted, Ron replied. Maybe Peeves let it in for a bit of Halloween fun. As they proceeded, they encountered several hurried groups of students moving in various directions. When they squeezed past a cluster of perplexed Hufflepuff students, Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. I just remembered Ona and the others. What about them? Ron asked, confused. They went to the restroom. They don't know about the troll, Harry exclaimed. Ron bit his lip. Oh, right, he said decisively. But let us not let Percy see us. They ducked down, blending in with the Hufflepuff crowd, and headed in another direction. They stealthily slipped past an empty side corridor, hastening towards the girls' restroom. Just as they turned a corner, hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Percy, Ron whispered urgently, pulling Harry behind a large statue of a griffin. Peering from behind the statue, they realized it was not Percy, but Snape, who strode purposefully down the corridor, disappearing from their view. What is he doing? Harry whispered. Why isn't he with the other teachers dealing with the troll? How should I know? Ron rolled his eyes. They followed Snape at a distance, noting he was heading toward the 4th floor. Do you smell that? Ron said, wrinkling his nose. Harry realized he too could detect a foul odor, a mix of dirty socks and an unclean public restroom. Then they heard a low grumbling and the sound of massive footsteps dragging across the floor. At the end of a side passage on their left, a gigantic figure was moving toward them. They hurriedly retreated into the shadows, observing as it gradually advanced into a pool of moonlight. The sight was utterly terrifying. Towering at 12 feet, its skin was dull and lifeless, a grayish hue akin to granite. Its massive, clumsy form resembled a pile of enormous rubble. topped with a small head reminiscent of a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as stout as tree stumps, ending in broad, calloused feet. A nauseating stench emanated from its body. Clutching a thick wooden club, the creature dragged it along the ground due to its long arms. What nearly prompted Harry and his companions to cry out was the individual standing with his back to them, facing the giant. They instantly recognized him as Wunner. The giant regarded the diminutive figure before it with curiosity, while Wunner remained unfazed, simply closing the door beside him with a gentle touch, locking it with a key, which he then pocketed. This was a mountain troll, and Wunner fixed his gaze upon it, his one steadily aimed at the lumbering beast. Obstacles abound. Harry and Ron were left speechless. They had not anticipated that Wunner would take the time to secure the door before confronting the giant, and furthermore, initiate an attack. The magic appeared to have little effect, instead inciting the giant's fury. With a deafening roar, it lumbered towards Wunner, dragging the club behind it. The spell may have momentarily slowed its advance, but Wunner remained undeterred, flicking his wand with his right hand, Petrificus Totalis. Simultaneously, he thrust his left hand forward, sending a vial and a black chess piece flying. As the slow-acting potion and black piece struck the ground, the giant's skin became tinged with a greenish hue from the potion, while the black chess piece emitted a ghostly glow. Already cumbersome, the giant now appeared even more clumsy. Its limited intellect unable to grasp the situation. Wunner did not cease his assault. He delivered a powerful punch with his left hand, followed by a white chess piece propelled towards the giant's head with the force of a bullet. The black piece on the floor leapt up, and ultimately, the two pieces collided, resulting in an explosion. However, as the two pieces were drawn to each other, the explosion occurred at the giant's midsection, injuring its hand and causing the club to fall to the ground. How did he accomplish that? Harry and Ron stared in disbelief at the scene, while the giant stood bewildered, feeling as though it had become ensnared in a swamp, each movement demanding immense effort. And the pain radiating from its hand only fueled its rage further. Ona furrowed her brow and, with a flick of her wand, 5 fireballs soared forth, striking the giant with great force and pushing it back a step. Chapter 75, Defeat and Conclusion. Ona did not believe that the fireball spell possessed greater power. Rather, it was a primal fear of flames inherent in living beings. Indeed, when the giant realized that the fireballs were not particularly harmful, but rather deeply insulting, it bent down and picked up a wooden club. Ona was not idle. The chaotic spark was unleashed, rendering the colossal beast momentarily incapacitated, followed closely by a barrage of searing brilliance. The stench grew increasingly pungent, and Ona furrowed his brow as molecular motion intensified under the soaring temperatures. Yet, regrettably, it seemed that either the skill level was insufficient or the creature's hide was remarkably resilient. Despite the garments it wore being charred beyond recognition, the giant appeared only mildly wounded. Its wooden club, mostly blackened and still ablaze, looked even more menacing. With a sigh, Ona transformed his wand into a two-handed staff and resolutely charged towards his opponent. The giant, frustrated by its inability to close the distance, swung its club in a wide arc. Already employing the defensive stance, Ona recited a protective incantation, followed by a fierce charge, leaping into the air as the club swept past him. Nevertheless, he felt his shield shatter upon impact, though he remained unharmed. With the staff unchanged, Ona surged towards the giant, invoking the power of the saint. The creature found itself ensnared by an inexplicable force. Without hesitation, Ona struck down with a mighty blow akin to the golden hoop, stunning the giant once more. Is it still human? Harry and Ron swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the display of strength. Although these attacks proved effective, they did not inflict significant harm on the giant. Ona, resigned, reverted the staff back into a wand, raising it to cast the spell if there were someone, repelling the giant. However, the binding time had not yet expired, so the creature only retreated slightly, allowing Ona to regain his original position. Could he rely solely on the giant's wooden club? Ona hesitated, but at that moment, the binding period concluded, and the giant lunged fiercely towards him. Humph! Ona unleashed a punishing strike, and a purple longsword materialized above the giant's head, piercing downward. To his astonishment, this attack proved effective. The strike targeted the very essence of the creature's soul. Despite its formidable physique, the giant's spirit was feeble, and this blow severely injured it, causing it to collapse in defeat, unable to continue the fight. Ona gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature that had just collapsed. Realizing she had somewhat underestimated the power of the summoner's skill, Ona called out the two girls from within the room. Upon hearing the roar, they had hurried to emerge. But Ona had secured the door with a lock. It seemed as though the door was enchanted against being opened, no matter how Hermione and Glory attempted to invoke Alhamara. It remained steadfastly shut. This was a ladies' restroom, and it would be quite unfortunate if a careless wizard were to intrude. As for the key's presence on the door, perhaps it was due to the long absence of such incidents that no one had bothered to retrieve it. Upon receiving a notification from the system confirming the defeat of the giant, Una finally opened the door. Good heavens! As soon as she stepped outside, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. Hermione and Glory were still puzzled as to why the odor from the washroom had intensified, only to realize that it was the scent brought forth by the giant. Were you just battling it? Glory gazed at her brother in astonishment. Though she suspected he had been concealing something, the idea that he could single-handedly confront a mountain troll was beyond her comprehension, let alone for Hermione. Ona cast a calm glance at the two girls before stating, "Let us depart from this place." However, given the commotion that had just transpired, it was impossible for no one to have taken notice. Professor McGonagall was the first to arrive, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing at the rear. Quirrell merely glanced at the troll before emitting a series of feeble sobs, collapsing onto the floor and clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the troll, while Professor McGonagall directed her gaze towards Ona and her companions. It was the first time McGonagall displayed such anger towards these three exemplary students, her lips turning a ghostly white. "What nonsense were you engaged in?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her voice laced with icy indignation. Harry and Ron hurriedly stepped forward. "Professor." "Oh, what a surprise. You're here too." McGonagall's anger intensified. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Why were you not sensibly confined to your dormitories?" "No, it wasn't like that," Harry quickly interjected. "Ona and the others arrived at the bathroom before Professor Quirrell notified us, so they had no knowledge of the troll. Ron and I intended to inform them, only to witness Ona vanquishing the troll." Snape shot a penetrating glance at everyone, remaining silent. "What did you say?" McGonagall suddenly recognized a critical oversight. "You mean to say that Ona single-handedly defeated it?" "Indeed," Ron replied, casting an admiring look at Ona. "She locked Glory and the others in the bathroom and single-handedly took down the troll. Did you all witness this?" McGonagall asked after a moment of contemplation. "Yes," Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Ona felt a throbbing headache, as he had not anticipated that his battle with the troll would be witnessed by Harry and Ron. Professor Quirrell fixed his gaze upon Ona, a peculiar meaning lingering in his eyes. "It was merely luck," Ona replied nonchalantly. "I have no retreat." "Oh, if that is the case," Professor McGonagall observed them thoughtfully, "since you did not intentionally engage in combat with the troll, I shall award Gryffindor 5 points. Now, you best make haste back to Gryffindor Tower. Everyone is enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses." "Wait a moment," Snape remarked, glancing at the remnants of potion on the ground, unable to restrain himself. "Is this what you used?" Ona nodded, stating, "This vial of potion is an unexpected product of my alchemical endeavors, and there are only a few bottles in existence. It is quite fascinating." Snape gazed at Ona and remarked, "I believe I have discovered a new potion with remarkable effects. A slowing potion?" "Indeed," Ona acknowledged. Professor Snape nodded. "You possess a remarkable talent for potion making." "Very well, Ona," Professor McGonagall interjected, "I must say you are fortunate. Few first-year students can engage a fully grown troll and inflict such injuries upon it. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. Now, you must return promptly." Ona and the others departed in silence, and it was not until they ascended 2 flights of stairs that they finally breathed a sigh of relief, free from the foul stench emanating from the troll. Goodness! Harry and Ron could no longer contain their astonishment. "Ona, you were really that formidable? What on earth transpired?" Glory and Hermione, though nearby, were shut out by the door and remained oblivious to how Ona had vanquished the troll, only hearing the sounds of explosions and the creature's anguished roars. "You have no idea," Harry exclaimed, filled with excitement. Due to the distance, he and Ron were unaware of many details, yet when Glory and Hermione learned that Ona had even charged at the troll, their faces turned ashen as they flanked Ona. One on each side. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No," Ona replied, allowing his sister and Hermione to inspect him, disregarding Hermione's delicate hand resting on his abdominal muscles. "You know," he continued, speaking in Chinese, prompting Hermione and Glory to immediately understand, thereby refraining from further inquiries. "What did you just say?" Harry and Ron asked, bewildered. "Nothing," Ona chuckled. "These matters are family secrets. My grandfather and Glory's are wizards from China. I utilized some of the artifacts he left behind to achieve victory." Chapter 76, Second Level Inscription. Harry contemplated his family's vault, expressing understanding, while Ron gazed at him with envy, acknowledging that his family was indeed one of the wizarding lineages, albeit lacking in notable treasures. They arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, Pig Snout. Upon uttering the password, they slipped inside. The common room was bustling with people, filled with chatter and laughter. Everyone was indulging in the food that had been provided. Hermione and Glory appreciated that Harry and Ron had come to inform them of the danger, even if it was merely to notify Ona. At least they could exchange a few words. Harry and Ron felt a sense of joy after satisfying their hunger. Ona returned to his room post-cleanup and began to receive his rewards for the day. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the troll solo. Experience points awarded, 1,000. Special reward acquired. What could it be this time? Ona inquired, opening the message, only to find it was another item draw. Congratulations, you have received a guardian core from the Great Wall. What on earth is that? Ona pondered, perplexed. Was there truly a guardian core? However, he did not retrieve it. As Harry and Ron were still animatedly recounting the events of the evening to Neville and the others, although Ona triumphed over the giant, he became acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. Firstly, while his methods of attack were diverse, their damage output was rather meager. Secondly, Each of his ultimate abilities consumed a significant amount of magical energy, and given that Hogwarts professors were already lacking in offensive magic, this was a considerable drawback. Additionally, certain skills, like those of Yi Xing, were particularly taxing on resources. Each piece utilized was one less in his arsenal, complicating replenishment and wasting precious artifacts. Lastly, should he be discovered, providing a satisfactory explanation would prove difficult. He had not anticipated that Harry and his companions would come looking for him, leading to a moment of carelessness on his part. Fortunately, the two 11-year-old boys appeared somewhat dim-witted, thus avoiding any slip-ups had Hermione been present. The situation would have been far more challenging to clarify. On the following day, Halloween, classes resumed as usual. During potions class, Professor Snape unexpectedly awarded Ona an extra point, shocking both the Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Later that night, after everyone had fallen into a deep slumber, Ona retrieved the energy core, a circular object resembling a stone tablet, adorned with a mysterious rune at its center and intricate patterns around the edges. The core awaited activation, poised to integrate with his wand and unleash the heroic shield of the mountain. Ona hurriedly endeavored to channel energy. Yet it was only when he exhaustedly closed his eyes that he managed to harness a mere 10%. As November approached, the air turned brisk and the mountains surrounding the school became shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface grew cold and solid. By the morrow, frost would cloak the ground, and it was not uncommon for Ona to encounter Hagrid clad in a moleskin coat, adorned with rabbit fur gloves, and donning oversized beaver skin boots, diligently de-icing his broomstick on the Quidditch pitch. He often lent a hand, swiftly endearing himself to Hagrid, ultimately achieving full rapport with this first adult wizard he befriended. Ding! Hagrid's favorability reached 100, granting him the reward of enhanced physical prowess. Your physical attributes have been elevated, allowing you to grow to a height of 1.9 meters, while simultaneously increasing muscle strength and resistance to magic. Ona distinctly sensed a newfound strength coursing through his being, eliciting a wry smile from him. The activation of runes had already significantly bolstered his physique, and now he seemed to be progressing towards a more muscular form. Speaking of runes, during this period, Ona had activated all the primary runes, thus unlocking the secondary runes. In comparison, the secondary runes were more numerous, totaling 12. However, their effects were considerably enhanced, albeit requiring a greater investment of rune fragments, specifically 200 fragments. The red runes included: Blade, enhances physical attack and attack speed. Shock, increases physical critical strike rate. Pain, boosts magical attack and critical strike rate. Trample, significantly augments attack speed. The green runes comprised: Armor Break, increases physical penetration and attack speed. Insight, enhances magical penetration and critical strike rate. Bulwark, increases physical defense. Illusory Shield, boosts magical defense. The blue runes featured: Growth, enhances physical attributes. Tenacity, increases physical attack while bestowing lifesteal effects. Absorption, boosts magical attack accompanied by lifesteal effects. Healing, automatically restores a certain amount of health every 5 seconds. Although the news of Ona's victory over the troll spread widely, it had little impact on him personally. With the commencement of the Quidditch season, everyone's attention was captivated by the upcoming matches. Despite Wood's efforts to keep Harry's role as Seeker confidential, the thrice-weekly practices and inter-house reconnaissance made it impossible to conceal, shifting the focus of most students from Ona to Harry. Students from Gryffindor and other houses believed he would perform exceptionally well, while Slytherins mockingly suggested he should prepare a mattress in case he fell. It was only natural that on the second Saturday of November, Gryffindor was set to face Slytherin. The victor would seize the coveted top position in the House Cup. Even though Ona, Hermione, and Percy contributed significantly to Gryffindor's points, Slytherin students were no less formidable, benefiting from a nurturing magical family environment that provided them with various resources to assist with their studies. Of course, Gryffindor students often lost points due to their mischievous antics. Harry felt immensely grateful to have a good friend like Ona. Without him, he would have struggled to manage the mounting homework, especially as Quidditch practice intensified. Hermione even lent him a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, from which he gleaned numerous tactical maneuvers, thanks to the detailed dynamic illustrations that vividly showcased each action. Moreover, Harry learned about the 700 ways to commit fouls, most of which were documented during the 1473 World Cup match. Typically, the Seeker was the smallest and fastest player, and it seemed that the most severe Quidditch accidents befell them. Since the troll incident, Harry and Ron joyfully discovered their bond with Ona and Glory had deepened, particularly with Glory. Frankly, Glory was quite popular at school. Every time upperclassmen returned to Hogwarts, they seemed to bring her an abundance of gifts. It was said that the gifts from the female seniors were intended for Ona, while the males directly presented theirs to Glory. According to Hermione, many upperclassmen from other houses also bestowed gifts upon her. What delighted Harry and his friends was that Glory accepted gifts only from the Weasley twins. On one hand, they treated everyone equally, presenting gifts in sets of 3, typically given to whoever was present rather than solely to her. On the other hand, their gifts were often quite amusing, ranging from quirky toys to various confections from honeydukes, excluding items like the infamous cockroach clusters, which could be deemed inhumane. Chapter 77. Snape's injury after potions class on Friday. Ona captured a handful of blue flames in a jam jar. Though the flames were not particularly hot, they served as a makeshift hand warmer in the chilly weather. Hermione was equally intrigued, as this enchanting and practical spell had been demonstrated by Professor Flitwick. Ona handed the jar to Harry, who didn't particularly need it, especially since Hermione had also acquired one. Feeling a bit stifled indoors, Harry and Ron stepped outside into the yard for some fresh air, though it was slightly chilly, prompting them to conjure flames for warmth. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape happened to pass by, limping for reasons unknown. Harry and Ron, feeling guilty, attempted to shield the flames. But it was evident that Snape was in a foul mood, although he could not see the flames hidden behind them. He seemed to be searching for an excuse to feel better. Snape glanced at Harry and inquired, "What do you have there, Potter? Is that a book on Quidditch from the library?" "Books are not allowed to be taken out of the school," he stated. "Hand it over to me." 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. When did this rule come into effect? We are still on school grounds, aren't we? Harry protested angrily, but Snape had already walked away, leaving Harry to wonder if he was truly limping. "I don't know, but I hope he is in considerable pain," Ron remarked gleefully. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was abuzz with activity. Ona was assisting Harry and Ron with their magical studies while they completed other assignments, whereas Hermione and Gloriana were busy writing letters home. Harry felt a sense of unease and dropped his quill, exclaiming, "I'm going to retrieve the book." "Not a chance." "I wouldn't go," Ron replied. "I'll accompany you." Ona set her quill down, marked with annotations on another piece of parchment to help Harry and Ron understand where their comprehension faltered. The 2 boys approached the staff room and knocked on the door, but unfortunately received no response. Harry knocked again, yet silence prevailed. "Is nobody in? Perhaps I could just take it?" Harry suggested with anticipation. "Let us take a look first." Ona replied noncommittally. Harry pushed the door slightly ajar and peered inside. Being taller than Harry, Ona could also see the scene within. Only Professor Snape and Filch occupied the room. Snape had raised his robes above his knees, revealing a leg that was bloodied and mangled. Filch was handing him bandages. "Damn it," Snape exclaimed. "How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" In a rush, Harry attempted to close the door, but Snape had evidently noticed. "Who is there?" Onara pushed the door open and entered. "Professor, I have a question I would like to discuss with you." Professor Snape hastily lowered his robe to conceal his injured leg. Upon recognizing Onara, he forced a faint smile and inquired, "What is your question?" Ona produced a vial of potion crafted earlier that day, noting its apparent lack of clarity compared to the potions you create. "Yet, I am at a loss as to where the process may have faltered. In truth, this quality is already commendable." Professor Snape took the potion in hand. It was a concoction for pain relief. "I suspect the issue may lie solely with the ingredients, as your materials are procured from a singular source, thus compromising their quality." "I see," Ona replied. "If it would not be too much trouble, might I take that book? It is one I assisted in borrowing, and I kindly request that you return it to me so I may return it to the library. I can offer something in exchange." Professor Snape exhaled, relieved. "Very well, take it. However, do exercise caution in your friendships. Regarding the item, do you still possess that sluggishness potion from last time? I wish to study it further." Ona handed over a vial of a slowing potion before taking the book and departing, leaving Harry outside the door in a state of astonishment. The 2 returned to the common room, and Harry, unable to contain his excitement, recounted the recent events to Ron. "Do you realize what this implies?" Harry exclaimed. His breath caught in his throat. "On Halloween night, he intends to pass by that 3-headed dog. When we saw him, he was heading straight for it, searching for that object guarded by the beast. I would wager my flying broomstick that he unleashed that monster to divert everyone's attention." Ona silently mourned for Harry's Nimbus 2000. And it was no wonder that it was later shattered by the cursed bludger. The roots of this misfortune lay here. Hermione, her eyes wide with disbelief, interjected, "No. He wouldn't. I know he's not perfect, but he would never steal something Professor Dumbledore is so meticulously safeguarding." "What are you all talking about? What 3-headed dog?" Glory, the only one oblivious to the conversation, looked utterly perplexed. "Honestly, Hermione, you always assume all teachers are saints." Despite the easing of tensions, Ron and Hermione still seemed at odds. "I concur with Harry. I believe he is capable of anything. But what exactly is he searching for? What is that enormous dog guarding?" Hermione disregarded Ron, focusing instead on explaining the situation to Glory, who was not in high spirits. She felt somewhat miffed that they had concealed such an important matter for so long. Ona chuckled as she gently patted her sister's head. Truth be told, despite being her sister, Ona's psychological age led her to perceive Glory more as a younger sibling or even a daughter. She harbored no desire to involve her in perilous matters. "Stop patting my head," Glory exclaimed, her displeasure evident for the first time. She felt frustrated that her brother and best friend had kept such an intriguing secret from her for over a month. Had it not been for Harry and Ron's inadvertent slip, she might have remained oblivious. "I thought they would tell you." Ona and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, their understanding palpable. With gritted teeth, Glory declared, "I'm going to tell Mom." Ona made a gesture of supplication, exclaiming, "Dear sister, there shall be no next time." Glory shot him a piercing glance, while Hermione hastily offered her apologies to her dear friend. Glory, known for her amiable disposition, quickly forgave both of them. Harry remained preoccupied with his thoughts, oblivious to their antics, while Ron continued to grapple with his assignments. Once Ona had pacified Glory, she gently patted Harry on the shoulder, reminding him, "You have a match tomorrow. If you wish to avoid further homework, it would be wise to retire early." It was then that Harry set aside the events of the fourth floor, realizing that the following day marked his inaugural Quidditch match. He sighed and resumed reading Quidditch Through the Ages. "Do be cautious next time to prevent Professor Snape from confiscating it again," Hermione cautioned, given that she had assisted in borrowing the book. "Indeed," Harry replied distractedly. Throughout the night, Ona noticed that Harry had not slept soundly, although he eventually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 78. The Quidditch match on Saturday morning. The weather was bright yet brisk. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall, as anticipation for an exhilarating Quidditch match filled the air, with everyone engaged in spirited conversation. "You must eat something for breakfast," Ron insisted. "I have no desire for food," Harry replied, feeling lethargic and lacking appetite, merely sipping a glass of milk. "How about a bit of toast?" Ron inquired again. "I am not hungry," Harry reiterated. "Harry, you need to conserve your energy," Seamus remarked, as the Seekers are always the primary targets of the opposing team's defense. "Thank you, Seamus," Harry replied, observing as Seamus slathered thick ketchup onto his sausage, but he felt no inclination to eat. Ona cast a glance. Although it is advisable not to indulge in food prior to exercise, a modest amount of sweet treats might indeed invigorate one's spirit. Harry absorbed this wisdom and sampled a bit of jam on bread, sensing a slight improvement in his energy. By 11 o'clock, nearly the entire school community had gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch, with many students bringing along binoculars. The seating had been elevated high above the ground, yet it occasionally remained challenging to discern the unfolding events of the match. As the group led by Ona arrived at the highest row, they were joined by Neville, Seamus, and Dean. In order to surprise Harry, Ron crafted an enormous banner from a bedsheet soiled by the mischievous Peeves, emblazoned with the words "Potter for the win." The artistically inclined Dean added a grand depiction of a Gryffindor lion beneath, while Hermione assisted in casting a charm that made the paint shimmer in a myriad of colors. Ona employed magic to make the banner float gracefully in the air. Madam Hooch, acting as referee, stood at the center of the pitch, broomstick in hand, awaiting the arrival of the players. The teams emerged, Gryffindor donned striking crimson robes while Slytherin adorned themselves in emerald green. Leading Gryffindor was Captain Wood, followed closely by the three chasers, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, all of whom were young women. The Weasley twins, as beaters, trailed behind the ladies, with Harry as the seeker bringing up the rear. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, took the lead, followed by Keeper Blatch and the remaining players. In terms of physique, Wood and Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, were comparably built, while Flint and his teammates resembled rugby players. "Listen, I expect everyone to participate fairly and honestly," Madam Hooch called, gathering all players around her for clarity amidst the raucous crowd. Naturally, this statement was directed at the imposing Marcus Flint. "Now, mount your brooms." As the 15 players ascended into the air, the cacophony of the stadium intensified, with even the traditionally composed Slytherin students abandoning their poise to bellow energetically. With a sharp whistle from Madam Hooch, the brooms soared skyward, marking the commencement of the match. The golden snitch was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, an exceptional chaser with an alluring presence. The commentator's voice resonated through the air. Ona recognized it as Lee Jordan's. "Jordan," a stern voice reprimanded from behind. "Sorry, Professor," he quickly retorted, and Ona discerned that it was Professor McGonagall keeping a watchful eye on him, well aware of the behavior of her students. Angelina dashed across the field, executing a splendid pass to Alicia Spinnet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood, who had only been a reserve player the previous year. The ball was then passed to Johnson, but alas, Slytherin managed to snatch the quaffle. Lee Jordan's commentary was remarkably engaging, delivered with rapid clarity that even those unable to see the match could grasp the unfolding events. Ona found the match captivating, albeit reminiscent of a four-player handball game, with players passing the quaffle among themselves while attacking the opposing goal. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seized the quaffle and propelled forward, soaring like an eagle. Would he score? Would. The Gryffindor keeper executed a remarkable maneuver and intercepted the ball. Now, Gryffindor had possession, with chaser Katie Bell darting agilely around Flint. Suddenly, she was struck by a bludger to the back of her head, and Slytherin's DeLeon Pusey raced toward the goalpost, only to be thwarted by another bludger. Fred or George Weasley expertly redirected the rogue bludger, showcasing the vital role of a beater in disrupting the opponent. Johnson regained possession of the quaffle, her path unimpeded as she soared forward, evading a bludger. The goalpost loomed ahead, she flew valiantly, and despite Blatch's attempt to block, Gryffindor scored, with Gryffindor's triumph. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students erupted in cheers, drowning out the disgruntled shouts of Slytherin supporters. "Excuse me, make way," boomed a large figure in the stands. "Hagrid," Ona exclaimed, motioning for Glory and Hermione to rise and make room for him, opting to stand in the aisle to watch the match. "I was just observing from my hut," Hagrid stated, patting the large telescope draped around his neck. But the atmosphere here is unparalleled. The snitch hasn't shown itself yet, has it? Ron remarked, seated beside Hagrid. Harry hasn't done much yet. As long as there is no trouble, that's a stroke of luck, Hagrid replied, lifting the telescope to strain his eyes toward a distant point in the sky, which was indeed Harry. High above, Harry glided gracefully over the pitch, squinting for the elusive snitch, though he was also attentive to the match's progression. Following Angelina's score, Harry performed a series of joyful flips. Ona wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips. He had finally located the elusive golden snitch. However, this creature was indeed swift, frequently changing direction. Just moments before Angelina scored, it had been right behind Harry, only to vanish in an instant. Chapter 79, The Out-of-Control Flying Broomstick. To be candid, if the Seekers were akin to graceful warriors, engaging in aerial skirmishes with finesse and coordination, the goalkeepers resembled knights, steadfastly guarding the designated goals. The beaters acted as archers, launching surprise attacks, while the Seekers functioned as assassins on the field, with the golden snitch as their ultimate target. Once captured, the game would conclude. Harry appeared to have spotted the snitch, yet the moment he made a slight move, he halted abruptly. Could it have been a feint? Nevertheless, the Slytherin beater had no intention of making things easy for Harry, sending a bludger hurtling towards him, which he deftly dodged. Fred hurriedly pursued, sending the quaffle towards the Slytherin chasers. As the Slytherin team regained possession, Lee Jordan announced the play. Chaser Pewes ducked under two bludgers, evading the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell, when suddenly he caught sight of a glimmer. Could it be the snitch? As Pewes turned to follow the golden flash that zipped past his ear, he neglected the bludger, and no one was focused on it. All eyes were fixated on the glowing streak. Harry had evidently spotted it too, diving at high speed, closely followed by Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs. The two surged towards the target, and the audience, along with the players on the field, held their breath in anticipation. Harry's Nimbus 2000 was clearly faster. He accelerated suddenly. But then bang! Marcus Flint collided with Harry, knocking his broom off course. Fortunately, Harry held on tightly. Foul! The Gryffindors shouted. Madam Hooch angrily reprimanded Flint, declaring such actions to be perilous, akin to a sliding tackle in football. At such heights, if Harry lost his grip on the broom, the consequences would be far more severe than a fall from a building. After banishing Flint, Madam Hooch ordered a free shot for the Gryffindor team at the goalpost. Regrettably, amidst the commotion of the foul, the golden snitch had vanished from sight once again, leaving even Ona momentarily blind to its whereabouts. In the stands, Dean shouted, "Send him off, ref. Red card. This is not football, Dean," Ona reminded him. "In Quidditch, players cannot be sent off. Also, what does a red card signify?" Ona explained. Hagrid grasped the concept, commenting, "They ought to revise the rules." Flint nearly knocked Harry off his broom. Lee Jordan's commentary evidently favored Gryffindor. Following that blatant and despicable foul, Jordan, Professor McGonagall, despite her own displeasure, interjected as the deputy headmistress, raising her voice. After that public and repugnant foul, Jordan attempted to substitute a more favorable term but failed. "Jordan, I remind you," Professor McGonagall stated calmly, her tranquil tone more intimidating than a shout. Jordan faltered. All right. Flint nearly caused the Gryffindor Seekers' demise. I'm convinced such incidents can happen to anyone." Thus, Gryffindor was awarded the free shot. The quaffle was secured by Spinette, who passed it smoothly, and the game resumed, with Gryffindor maintaining control of the ball. However, Ona noticed that Harry seemed to be in distress. He gripped the broom tightly with both hands, his knees clamped firmly, and a look of fear etched across his face. Suddenly, the broom began to buck like a wild bull, attempting to unseat him. Harry struggled to regain control, but to no avail. The broom twisted and turned violently in the air. The Slytherin team seized possession, with Flint obtaining the quaffle, skillfully maneuvering around Spinette and Bell, only to be struck in the face by a bludger, which seemed to tease the possibility of a broken nose. "Professor, Slytherin scores." Oh dear. Although Flint was hit, he displayed the tenacity of a Slytherin captain, firmly gripping the quaffle, his nose now red, as he circumvented Wood and sent the ball through the hoop. The jubilant cheers from Slytherin captured the attention of most, but Ona quickly alerted Ron and the others. Harry's condition appears to be alarming. At present, Harry was being violently jostled by the uncontrollable broom, ascending higher and further away from the pitch. "I can't fathom what Harry intends to do," Hagrid murmured. "If I didn't know him so well, I would suspect he was unable to control his broom, but he simply cannot be." An increasing number of spectators began to notice Harry's unusual predicament. His broom continued to tumble and roll until, in a sudden frenzy, he was flung off. Yet, one hand clung desperately to the broomstick, leaving him suspended in midair. Could the broom have malfunctioned when Flint collided with him? Seamus whispered. "Impossible," Hagrid asserted, his voice trembling slightly. As an adult wizard, his understanding surpassed that of the young witches and wizards. Aside from powerful dark magic, nothing could disrupt the broomstick. A child could not possibly cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing this, Ron hastily snatched Hagrid's binoculars, scanning the crowd. "What are you doing?" Hermione inquired, her expression still unwelcoming towards Ron, yet her concern for Harry prompted her to ask. "I've suspected it for a while," Ron replied, his eyes reddening. It's Snape. Look. Ona had already spotted Professor Snape standing in the middle of the opposite grandstand, his gaze fixed intently on Harry as he silently muttered incantations. He was casting a malevolent spell on the Nimbus broomstick. What shall we do? Ron anxiously inquired. Follow my lead, Hermione replied, as she took Ona and Glory by the hand and dashed towards the opposite stand. Ron, in a state of bewilderment, could only continue to observe Harry through his telescope. The audience rose in a collective panic, their eyes wide with fear, as the Weasley twins soared upwards, attempting to rescue Harry. However, as they approached, the broomstick shot higher, forcing them to circle below, evidently waiting for Harry to falter. Marcus Flint, oblivious to the chaos around him, relentlessly scored 5 consecutive goals with the quaffle. Madame Hooch, caught in an unprecedented predicament, found herself powerless to halt the match directly. Hermione urged Ona to clear a path, leading them to Professor Snape's stand. Ona understood her intentions but did not intervene. Instead, he seized the opportunity to ram into Professor Quirrell, sending him tumbling into the front row. To his astonishment, he discovered that Quirrell's turban defied the laws of physics, remaining firmly atop his head. Yet, in this world of magic, Ona paid it no mind and sincerely helped Quirrell to his feet, offering an apology. Meanwhile, Hermione circumvented them, stealthily approaching Snape from behind, with her wand drawn. A brilliant blue flame erupted from her incantation, darting towards the hem of Snape's robe. Chapter 80. Nicholas Flamel silently drew his wand, casting a spell that interrupted Hermione's magic, and pulled her aside. Glory, somewhat perplexed, cautiously positioned herself in front of the two. What are you doing? Hermione exclaimed, surprised. Although she had been reluctant to believe that Professor Snape would cast a spell on Harry, the recent events left her with no choice but to entertain the possibility. If you were to secretly curse someone, would you do it so brazenly? Ona whispered. We should leave. Harry is no longer in danger. Hermione glanced over, and indeed, Harry had managed to clamber back onto his broom. Neville, you can look now, Ron called out, having witnessed Neville burying his face in Hagrid's jacket, weeping for the past 5 minutes. As soon as Harry mounted the broom, he began to dive, seemingly swallowing something. He clamped his hand over his mouth, as if about to be sick, and landed on all fours, coughing. A golden object fell into his palm. I've caught the golden snitch, he shouted, raising the ball triumphantly above his head as the match concluded in a frenzy. Ona and her companions had departed from the stands, opting to return directly to the common room, as the outcome was already determined. Hermione was bewildered, for Professor Snape was still chanting spells, yet Harry had seemingly escaped danger. It was not Professor Snape, she concluded. But who then? Why had the malevolent action suddenly ceased? Ona merely brushed it aside, suggesting that Snape must be protecting Harry. However, she insisted they first observe, for there was undoubtedly a dark wizard at the school targeting Harry. This was no mere coincidence. Moreover, this dark wizard's power surpassed that of Professor Snape. Otherwise, Harry would have been freed long ago. Glory, deep in thought, had noticed Ona's collision with Professor Quirrell. Initially, she attributed it to Ona's clumsiness, but observing Ona's later demeanor, she realized it was intentional. Although Glory had only just grasped the situation, she understood her brother well. Ona's behavior was not characteristic of someone her age, appearing even more mature than their Uncle Nigel. Ona's actions were calculated, suggesting she harbored her own plan, and thus Glory refrained from revealing anything, considering he was her twin brother. After seizing the golden snitch and helping Gryffindor secure victory with a score of 170-60, Harry and Ron made their way to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was preparing a strong cup of tea. It was Snape, Ron declared. Both Hermione and I saw him. He was muttering incantations over your broomstick, his eyes fixed intently on you. Nonsense, Hagrid retorted, dismissing the notion. He was utterly oblivious to what transpired around him in the stands. Why would Snape engage in such behavior? Harry and Ron exchanged glances before Harry spoke up. I discovered some things about him. He attempted to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween. The last time he tried, he was bitten. We believe he was attempting to steal whatever the dog was guarding. Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? The boys asked in confusion. Yes, he is mine. I purchased him from a Greek chap I met last year. I lent him to Dumbledore for safekeeping. What? Harry exclaimed. Enough. No more questions. Hagrid interrupted. That's classified information, understand? But Snape is trying to steal it, Harry insisted. Nonsense. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Hagrid asserted firmly. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Ron demanded loudly. I trust what I witnessed, Hagrid replied. I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way. But Snape could never wish harm upon a student. Now, you both need to heed my warning. You're meddling in affairs that do not concern you. It's dangerous. Forget about that dog and what it guards. It's a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry interjected. So there is a connection to someone named Nicholas Flamel, is there? Hagrid was furious, his anger palpable, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily depart. Upon returning to the common room, they were greeted with applause and cheers. We hadn't seen you since the match, Wood remarked, clapping Harry on the shoulder. We thought you were off with some girl, but it turns out you were with Weasley? Oh. The twin brothers reveling in mischief. Where have you two been? We were invited by Hagrid for a cup of tea, Harry replied succinctly. Oh, I see. We intended to gather at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. But since you couldn't join us, we took the opportunity to fetch some butterbeer. The feast starts in 10 minutes. Upon noticing Harry's discreet gesture, Warner followed him back to their dormitory. As they entered, Ron confirmed the absence of others and promptly locked the door behind them. Warner, Harry exclaimed urgently. Are you certain it was Snape who cast a spell on me? You both ventured over there, Ron interjected. Professor Snape indeed cast a spell on you, Warner replied candidly. I knew it. Ron shouted in eagerness. I must file a complaint against him. No, Harry responded with a surprising calmness. We lack evidence. All right, Harry. Warner reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Let's set our things down first. Everyone is still waiting for you to join them for dinner. By the way, Warner, are you familiar with Nicolae? Harry and Ron sought Warner's knowledge, believing his erudition could provide answers to their inquiries. Nicolae? A French wizard. Warner replied with a smile, born in 1330. 1330? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that far too long ago? No, he is still alive, Warner chuckled. Are there still chocolate frogs? Chocolate frogs? Harry asked, perplexed, yet he tossed one to Warner nonetheless. Ona deftly opened the card and skillfully retrieved the wizard card featuring Professor Dumbledore. Fortuitously, Ona tossed the card to Harry, urging him to take a look for himself. Harry observed Ona savoring a chocolate frog before lowering his gaze to the card depicting Professor Dumbledore. With keen interest, he turned it over to read. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore's renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and discovering 12 uses for dragon's blood, as well as achieving notable success in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy, Ron exclaimed upon seeing this, astonished. That means that object is a magical artifact. Meanwhile, Ona retrieved a napkin to wipe his mouth and hands, adding, Nicholas Flamel is known as the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Ah, it is a wondrous substance with remarkable properties. The Philosopher's Stone can transform any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. I understand now, Harry declared loudly. Snape is attempting to create the elixir of life. He is a potions expert, and it must certainly pique his interest. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted them. Aren't you finished yet? Everyone is waiting for you downstairs. It was the Weasley twins. Setting aside his questions, Harry, as the protagonist, had little time to ponder further. He was ushered to the central position, where the 7 key players of the Quidditch team awaited. After the gathering concluded, feeling utterly exhausted, Harry retired early to wash up and lie in bed, while the older students ventured to Hogsmeade to continue their revelry. Ron and the others were either playing wizard chess or chatting, leaving Ona, Hermione, and Glory to sneak away to the room of requirement to continue their studies. Later that evening, Ona received yet another system notification. Ding. Congratulations on completing the main quest, Save Harry Potter. Experience points awarded, 1,200, and a special reward obtained. Ding. Ambush Professor Quirrell to assist Harry in escaping peril. Experience points awarded, 1,000, and a special reward obtained. Ding. Congratulations on witnessing your first official Quidditch match and aiding the team in securing victory. Experience points awarded, 800, and a special reward obtained. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 7. Skill activated, Disruption. Aona felt somewhat perplexed. Today, a mere trivial matter had bestowed upon her a significant boon. Currently, Aona's rank in Honor of Kings stood at level 7, and her summoner skills included 1. Restoration, upon activation. This skill restores a portion of her health and mana within 5 seconds, though any attack received will interrupt the effect. The cooldown period is 1 hour. 2. Healing Spell. This ability instantaneously heals allies within a 10-meter radius, with a cooldown of 2 hours. 3. Sprint. When activated, it augments her movement speed by 13 for 10 seconds, rendering her immune to any slowing effects, with a cooldown of 100 minutes. 4. Execution. This skill inflicts damage and stuns non-human entities before her for 1 second. It is ineffective against human beings, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. 5. Finishing Blow. This ability deals damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius but is ineffective against non-human creatures, with a cooldown of 90 minutes. 6. Frenzy. This skill enhances physical attack damage, increases her resilience, and provides a degree of damage recovery, lasting for 7 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. 7. Disruption. This ability silences various non-living mechanical entities for 6 seconds, while also providing immunity to 4 seconds of damage from her own constructs, effectively doubling her attack speed. The cooldown is 1 hour. Regrettably, aside from Restoration, no other skills can be activated during their cooldowns. For instance, once Healing Spell is employed, the other summoner skills remain unusable for 2 hours. As for her runes, since collecting fragments from October 1st, she activated all level 1 runes by November 5th and unlocked level 2 runes, of which she has currently activated only 1, Healing. In terms of hero skills, Aona recalled having 1 unactivated reward. As for the 3 rewards available today, she resolved to claim them all the following morning. On Sunday morning, after completing her workout, Aona ventured alone to the wishful chamber, where she had been charging for half a month. The energy core S patterns were now filled with a ghostly blue radiance, prompting the system to inquire if she wished to activate it. Activate, she commanded. The energy core illuminated instantaneously, and the system once again prompted, would you like to integrate with the magic staff? Yes, Aona affirmed. The energy core gradually melted into the staff, its pattern spreading until they enveloped the entire staff. A miniature version of the energy core S emblem appeared on the handle, glowing with an ethereal blue light. Ding. Congratulations on activating the Hero Shield Mountain. Ona cast a silent glance. Shield Mountain, Level 1. Passive ability, Heaven and Earth Shield, activates the energy core, transforming it into a shield that can completely withstand a substantial amount of non-penetrative attacks, thus providing a certain degree of damage mitigation. The energy consumed varies according to the intensity of the attacks, but can automatically regenerate. Active skills. One man holds the pass, positions the shield in front, and enters a defensive stance, causing the shield to repel any enemy it encounters. With a cooldown period of 6 minutes, 10,000 men cannot open, charges forward with the shield, stunning the first enemy struck for 1 second. With a cooldown of 10 minutes, unyielding as a mountain, uses the shield to sweep away surrounding foes, then slams the shield into the ground, causing a knockback effect that slows enemies for 1 second, with a cooldown of 40 minutes. Stalwart defense, extracts the energy core and places it within a mechanism, thereby enhancing its defense and repairing any damage for a duration of 7 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Upon glancing at the situation, Ona realized that this hero posed a considerable challenge, for he could only defend. Once the energy core was activated, transforming into a shield, he would be left with nothing but his fists and feet. Contemplating this, he raised his wand and uttered in a firm voice, transform into a shield. In an instant, the wand unfurled into an energy shield. Ona was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. It was no wonder he needed to recharge for half a month. He felt that the energy consumption within his core was manageable, but under the threat of an attack, he could not ascertain how long he would endure. He attempted to cast spells with his wand and found that he could still perform normally. Ona once again attempted to touch the energy shield, feeling a palpable resistance even at a distance of merely a fist length away. As he reached forward, he was repelled. Satisfied, he deactivated the energy shield, allowing the core to replenish its energy. With 3 rewards yet to be unveiled, Ona mused. The first was the main quest reward. Truth be told, the location for viewing main quests had never been stated, aside from the initial main quest, which had provided a hint. The subsequent ones only revealed their rewards upon completion. Familiar with the lottery interface, Ona chose to draw. Congratulations, you have acquired the secret technique of swordsmanship. Upon learning, you will gain a preliminary mastery of Western sword techniques. A shadow crossed Ona's face. Was this a skill associated with Charlotte? Yet, he had long been troubled about where to learn it. Now, obtaining a tome of secrets was indeed fortuitous, alleviating his immediate need for such an offensive capability. Next, Ona opened the reward for toppling Professor Chilo, which also turned out to be a secret manual on backstabbing. When you ambush an enemy from behind, the damage is amplified. Ona was perplexed. What was the utility of this manual? It pertained to dagger skills. Finally, he revealed the reward for his Quidditch victory, which this time granted him a quirky little creature, a living golden snidget. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed a rare specimen of the golden snidget, a species classified as a protected rarity. This golden snidget was round in body, with a slender beak and eyes that sparkled like rubies, exuding an undeniable charm. It was quite fond of Ona, frequently perching upon his shoulder, pecking at his earlobe before flitting away, only to return and peck again when it sensed Ona's indifference. Observing it flit about him with such agility, Ona found himself in a quandary. Where should he place this little creature? What is your name, little fellow? Ona inquired of the golden snidget. Lightning Ball. It chirped joyfully, its words echoing around Ona due to its remarkable speed. Very well, Lightning Ball. What would you like to eat? Ona pondered, uncertain of what to feed it. Berries. The golden snidget seemed genuinely hungry, finally settling on Ona's shoulder. Or perhaps some delectable little insects. Ona emerged from the Wish-Granteus abode, employing a technique of invisibility to conceal herself and Jean Facia. She then hurried from the school to the edge of the forbidden forest, where the underbrush was adorned with wild fruits. Jean Facia ventured off in search of sustenance. After careful consideration, Ona ultimately summoned Mamaha. Mamaha, I may need you to take good care of this little one, Ona said, gesturing towards the small creature that was resting contentedly on his head. Mamaha observed for a while before responding. The lightning ball, undeterred by Mamaha's presence, attempted to land on his head, only to have Mamaha deftly evade it with a slight turn. Little one, you are overestimating your chances. As more people began to gather, Ona quickly instructed Mamaha to take the lightning ball away. Although the lightning ball hesitated, it seemed to understand that remaining close to Ona was not ideal. Thus, it darted back and forth between Mamaha and Ona until, with distance growing, it finally surrendered to the game, gripping Mamaha's claw as it was carried away to the mountains. Chapter 82. The first snow in the following period. Even Ona felt the constraints of time tightening. Each morning, he not only practiced boxing but also trained in fencing. Fortunately, fencing primarily focused on thrust rather than slashes. However, the volume of homework increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed, and the Christmas holiday was fast approaching. During this time, Ona activated 3 secondary inscriptions: growth, absorption, and insight, alongside pain. Several magic-based heroes leveled up, with BNK's level catching up to Angela's due to potion crafting, both reaching level 7 and simultaneously activating their hero skins. BNK's skins included Doctor Transformation, Alchemist King, and Eye of the Savior. Initially, Ona's first choice was the Alchemist King, but he discovered that it was unpriced and required special conditions for activation. He speculated that acquiring a magic stone might enable its activation. The Doctor Transformation also required unique conditions. Ultimately, he had no choice but to select the Eye of the Savior for 888 Zico. Upon selection, Ona felt a warmth in his eyes and hurried to the mirror, discovering that his pupils glowed with a faint red hue, exuding an otherworldly charm. Ding, congratulations on activating the Eye of the Savior skin. Your eyes have evolved, enhancing your medical learning efficiency and granting you a body immune to all poisons. Ona was taken aback. His body had undergone numerous enhancements, nearly rivaling that of a giant. Perhaps his greatest fear lay in the threats of poisoning and curses. However, with the assistance of the Eye of Salvation, this vulnerability to toxins had been effectively mitigated, proving to be an invaluable asset. Angela's skins include Doll Match, Magical Chef, Mind Hacker, and Rui. The Doll Match can be acquired for 488 silver coins, while the Mind Hacker is available for 888 silver coins. The Magical Chef and Rui require special conditions to be activated. Nevertheless, Ona had long since decided on the Mind Hacker skin. Ding. Congratulations on activating the Mind Hacker skin. Cognitive enhancement allows for the infiltration of others' thought spaces via the internet or brainwaves. However, due to the absence of a network in Hogwarts and the deactivation of Dream Chi, its use is temporarily unavailable. Ona's expression darkened, yet he was eager to return to the Muggle world. In 1946, the world's first electronic computer was unveiled, and it wasn't until 1988 that the internet was made accessible. This past June, Ona learned that commercial users on the internet had, for the first time, surpassed academic users, marking a new milestone for the internet. During the summer, Ona had already cautioned Wang Jin to pay attention to this development, stating candidly that as we enter the 21st century, the internet may very well become the most significant area of global advancement. Wang Jin, however, did not fully grasp this concept, but he consulted several expert friends who concluded that it was prudent to remain observant, as the potential impact of the internet on the world was still uncertain. Ona was unconcerned that the true rise of the internet would require the widespread adoption of electronic computers, believing it to be a distant prospect. Likely not until after the year 2000. On Friday, December 20th, the first snow of Hogwarts fell, blanketing the grounds in several feet of snow by the time Ona went out for his morning exercise, with the lake frozen solid. On this day, the Weasley twins faced punishment for enchanting a few snowballs to chase after Professor Quirrell, ultimately striking him at the back of his turban. Ona secretly mused that this might be the pinnacle of their lives. If Voldemort had indeed bowed down, they might be the only two to have struck him with snowballs. A few unfortunate owls caught in the blizzard collapsed on the ground, shivering after delivering their messages, prompting Hagrid to hurry to their aid. Everyone eagerly anticipated the upcoming holiday. Even though the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were ablaze with roaring fires, the drafty corridors remained bitterly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled against the harsh winds. Although they only had potions class today, the damp chill of the underground classroom was particularly unbearable, with students huddling close to the warm cauldrons, their breaths visible in the frigid air. Ona fared somewhat better, his robust constitution shielding him from the cold. After finishing their potions class and leaving the underground classroom, Ona and his friends departed first, while Harry and Ron lingered behind due to Professor Snape's scrutiny, with Malfoy and his cronies also remaining. I truly felt a pang of sympathy for them. Draco Malfoy had been unusually quiet for months since Slytherin's defeat by Gryffindor, reluctant to face Harry and Ron for fear of ridicule, but as time passed, he began to revert to his old ways. They were compelled to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas, as their families did not want them home. When Malfoy uttered this, his gaze fixed on Harry. Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him, while Harry focused on grinding the spine of a porcupine into powder, ignoring them entirely. Indeed, Harry had no desire to return to number 4, Privet Drive for Christmas, even though the Dursleys had been relatively polite towards him due to his association with Ona. Last week, Professor McGonagall had come around with the list of students remaining at school for the holidays, and Harry had promptly signed his name. He felt no sorrow for himself. Initially, Ona had planned to invite him to his home, but with Ron also staying behind as the Weasley parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, the idea was abandoned. Once Harry and Ron had gathered their belongings and left, they discovered the corridor ahead was completely obstructed by a large fir tree. Upon seeing the 2 large feet protruding from beneath it and hearing the loud huffing sounds, they knew it had to be Hagrid. "Hey, Hagrid, need a hand?" Ron called, peeking through the branches. "No, I can manage, thank you, Ron," Hagrid replied. "Could you move aside and stop blocking the way?" came a cold, drawling voice from behind them. It was, of course, Malfoy. Are you hoping to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I suppose you aspire to guard the grounds after graduating from Hogwarts? Hagrid's hut must seem like a palace compared to your original home. Ron could hardly contain himself and charged at Malfoy, just as Professor Snape appeared on the staircase. Weasley, he barked, glaring at Ron, who had seized Malfoy's robes at the chest. Reluctantly, Ron let go. He provoked me first, Professor Snape, Hagrid interjected, peering out from behind the tree. Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, physical altercations are against Hogwarts rules. Hagrid, Snape said smoothly, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, consider yourself fortunate at ISNT more. Now, all of you disperse. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rudely squeezed past the tree, shaking needles everywhere while laughing smugly. I'm going to teach him a lesson, Ron said through gritted teeth, watching Malfoy's retreating figure. One day, I will make him pay dearly. I loathe those two, Harry agreed, referring to Malfoy and Snape. Come on. Cheer up, Christmas is approaching, Hagrid encouraged. Guess what? Come with me to the Great Hall and see. It's marvelous. Having dozed off on the couch the previous night and awakened after 3 in the morning, I had only scribbled a little. So I apologize for the delay in adding a chapter. Chapter 83, Christmas Gifts. Harry and Ron followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the Great Hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning the hall with Christmas decorations. Ah, Hagrid, is the last tree set up in that corner over there? The hall appeared splendid. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands made of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly throughout, some adorned with shimmering icicles, others twinkling with hundreds of candles. Is it only a few days until the holiday? Hagrid inquired. The holiday is just around the corner, Ron replied while watching Professor Flitwick conjure strings of golden bubbles with his wand, hanging them on the branches of the newly arrived tree. Well then, we'll stay, Harry declared. Ron's parents are off to Romania, and as for me, you know. Splendid. Hagrid beamed. You're welcome to visit my hut. What about Ona and the others? They're all heading back to London, Harry said. By the way, Ona told us who Nick LeMay is. What? Hagrid exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Listen, I told you to drop it. That large dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. I know, the Philosopher's Stone. Harry shrugged. We deduced it ourselves, not from you. Hagrid's expression darkened with anger. I'll say it again, do not pursue this. Otherwise, I will report you to Professor Dumbledore. Relax, Hagrid, Ron reassured. We want to go looking for trouble. After enjoying a festive Christmas dinner and a delightful Friday afternoon, Ona and his friends set off toward the station, anticipating a long holiday stretching into January. On the return train, Ona summoned Mamaha and Lightning Ball. With many students remaining at Hogwarts for various reasons, the compartment was quite empty, leaving only Ona and his siblings with Hermione. The young girls had long been acquainted with the Lightning Ball, and upon their first encounter, they were instantly enamored by this extraordinary little creature. However, Ona refrained from allowing Harry and the others to see it, fearing that Harry might be unable to resist the temptation to swallow it whole. After a prolonged debate, it was ultimately decided that Glory would be recognized as the master of the Golden Flyer, as Ona claimed it was discovered by Mamaha. Yet, since it was summoned by the system, the rightful owner of the Golden Flyer could only be Ona. Nevertheless, given that Glory was Ona's twin sister, the Golden Flyer held a fondness for her as well, showing little opposition to her commands. Consequently, Ona tacitly accepted Glory's dominion over the creature. Mamahaha symbolically nestled inside its cage, which was left unlocked. Over the past few months, it had been incessantly bothered by Hagrid and several other professors, who surrounded it as soon as they arrived at school. However, for the sake of delectable treats, Mamahaha harbored a certain fondness for these two professors. As for Professor Kettleburn, although he was also quite amiable, his enthusiasm was somewhat excessive, making Mamahaha keen to avoid him at all costs. Since they departed in the evening, they arrived in London on the morning of Christmas Eve. Only Mr. and Mrs. Wong came to pick them up, and their vehicle could comfortably accommodate everyone. Thanks to the presence of magical travel trunks, their belongings were minimal, rendering a single car sufficient for their needs. Upon their reunion, Anna immediately embraced the 3 children. As it was their first extended separation, Anna appeared slightly thinner, while Mr. Wong, beaming with joy, patted his son's shoulder, remarking, "You seem to have grown quite a bit, and have become much sturdier." Ona smiled, acknowledging that he now towered over Glory. William and the others awaited our arrival at home. It was time to depart, as Brian and Nigel would also be joining us later in the evening. Wang Jin ushered everyone into the car, mindful that Mamahaha was rather conspicuous. Upon returning home, Ona did not linger long, as Glory and the others spirited him away for a shopping trip to procure Christmas gifts for their classmates. By afternoon, arrangements were made for Mamahaha to assist in delivering the items. Indifferent to the task, Mamahaha was significantly swifter than an owl, tasked solely with delivering gifts to Hogwarts. After indulging in a sumptuous Christmas feast that evening, Hermione and Glory exchanged gifts. Hermione presented Glory with a chronicle of music from the magical world, while Ona received a comprehensive tome on potions. In reciprocation, Glory gifted a necklace, and Ona bestowed upon Hermione a pen capable of changing ink colors. Ona serenaded his sister with Blue Christmas, a melody she cherished, and in return, she gifted him a fan purchased from Diagon Alley, reportedly hailing from China. Upon receiving the fan, a notification from the system appeared, but Ona was too preoccupied to notice, as Harry had also sent Christmas gifts. Harry's present for him was an elegant wizard's chess set, while Ona's gift for Harry was a Quidditch book acquired through the system, a type of book eligible for transfer. Ron's mother sent them cozy sweaters and creamy fudge. Although Ona hesitated to send anything directly to Ron's mother, he gifted Ron a pair of newly purchased sneakers from the Muggle world, the latest model. Rumor had it that Hermione merely gifted Harry a box of chocolate frogs and Ron a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hagrid sent himself a handcrafted piccolo, which Glory tested and found to have a pleasing timbre. Ona's gift to Hagrid was a large barrel of wine, specifically ordered in advance. Remarkably, Glory also exchanged gifts with Lavender and Parvati. The Wong couple's gifts for their children were rather simple, as they were uncertain of what to purchase. Given that Ona had grown considerably, many of his clothes no longer fit. Thus, in the afternoon, they procured a substantial assortment of clothing and shoes for the children. The William couple gifted Ona and Glory each a bracelet, prompting Hermione to flaunt her own while beaming at the siblings as they adorned their wrists. Hermione received clothing from the Wong couple, identical to Glory's. Brian and Nigel arrived fashionably late, having just finished a match, bearing the signed jersey of the Leeds United team as per Ona's request. You can only imagine how awkward it was when I asked them for signatures. Nigel complained. Honestly, do you think they have a shot at winning? They even made the papers. Since 1994, Ona had enlisted Nigel and Brian each year to procure signed jerseys. And each time it was from that year's championship team. Consequently, many English clubs privately hoped for jerseys from the Clark father and son before Christmas. Upon hearing this request, Leeds United gladly provided the signed jersey, complete with Christmas wishes. Guess what? Ona remarked nonchalantly. There are rumors of the establishment of the Premier League? Wow, even though you're off studying who knows where, you're still in the loop. Nigel responded, acknowledging the rumor. Brian glanced at Ona, suggesting that an announcement might come in February. We're on the brink of a new era, Ona said with profound significance. Are you referring to the Premier League? Nigel asked, still somewhat bewildered. It's about the official dissolution of the Soviet Union, Wang Jin chuckled, reminding him. The Alma-Ata Declaration recently announced the complete disintegration of the Soviet Union. We acquired numerous factories in East Germany and Eastern Europe. Goodness, Nigel, who typically paid little attention to such matters, exclaimed. So, there is no more Soviet team? Brian looked at his son, wanting to comment but unsure what to say, as he too was not particularly well informed. Wang Jin offered no further explanation, and Anna deftly shifted the topic, allowing the family to set aside the matter. Ona, you may not have heard, but Freddie Mercury has passed away, Nigel suddenly recalled. It was just last month. Oh, he has gone? Ona expressed regret. Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen, had captured his attention primarily due to the song We Are the Champions. On November 24th, he succumbed to pneumonia resulting from AIDS in Montreux, Switzerland, at the age of 45. All right, it's Christmas. We shouldn't dwell on this, Anna chided Nigel lightly. After midnight, having exchanged Christmas greetings, Hermione's family and Brian's departed. Ona returned to her chamber and received a new notification. Ding. She has acquired a magical artifact from China, the imitation banana fan, and activated the hero, Xiao Xiao. Astonished, Ona produced the fan gifted to her by her sister. This particular folding fan, somewhat larger than what one might expect for a young lady, boasted a white surface inscribed with the lines, "The banana leaves do not unfurl, while the lilac knots in sorrow, each yearning towards the spring breeze." These verses, penned by Li Shangyin of the Tang dynasty, graced the fan, although the signature had faded, rendering it indistinct. Ona glanced at the hero introduction. Xiao Xiao, level 1, passive, gentle breeze, which grants increased movement speed for 2 seconds upon hitting an opponent with a skill. Active skills, whirling dance, unleashes a wind blade at a specified location, inflicting magical damage on enemies. Ascending to the heavens, summons a whirlwind in a designated area, launching enemies into the air for 1.5 seconds while dealing magical damage. Starry Chaos, calls down small meteors that fall in the vicinity for 5 seconds, damaging any enemies struck. The name seemed to have undergone some alteration. Ona recalled the original name was something like Sweet Little Porridge. Nevertheless, this name appeared to suit him better, sparing him from sounding overly effeminate. After Christmas, Ona received a letter from Harry, delivered by Hedwig. Harry mentioned that he had acquired an invisibility cloak, though he was uncertain of its origin. Ona deduced that it was a gift from Professor Dumbledore, yet he refrained from stating this outright. Instead, he replied that such a valuable item must have been entrusted to Harry by a venerable elder closely associated with his parents, and that it was merely being returned to him now. A few days later, Harry sent another letter, sharing his encounter with a peculiar mirror. Ona recognized it as the Mirror of Erist. He advised Harry to avoid gazing into it, though he suspected his counsel would be of little consequence. True to his expectations, Harry's response the following day revealed that he had met Professor Dumbledore. This holiday season was relatively relaxed for Ona. After completing his daily routines, he activated several secondary inscriptions. Regrettably, as magic wands were not permitted here, Ona could only practice his martial arts and purchase a genuine training sword, unsharpened, to refine his swordsmanship. Ultimately, he managed to elevate Charlotte's level to 4 and Pei Kinhux's level to 7 before the start of school. Pei Kinhux's skin had been unlocked. However, only the Street Whirlwind was available for purchase at 288 silver coins. The original Pei Kinhux was a master of the Six Harmonies Fist, employing a series of techniques in combat. The Street Whirlwind skin, however, emphasized practical damage, utilizing whatever means necessary, be it eye pokes, low blows, headlocks, or sand throws. After studying it, Ona decided against making the purchase. Yet, after taking some time to play a match with his friends at the Chelsea Youth Training Camp, Pei Kinhux's other skin, Football Prodigy, was activated. The prototype resembled Messi, although the current Messi was just a 4-year-old child. Thus, the system renamed it Football Prodigy. Priced at 888 silver coins, Ona promptly seized the opportunity. The result was a significant enhancement in his dribbling skills, particularly with his left foot. Previously, Ona had been a right-footed player, using his left primarily for supporting maneuvers. With the Football Prodigy skin, both feet proved effective, especially as his left foot became increasingly agile. This impressed Chelsea's youth training coach, who persistently implored Wang Jin to consider Ona for a professional career. Wang Jin found himself in a quandary. Yet Ona expressed that he might contemplate such a path in the future. For now, he prioritized his studies, prompting the training coach to concede with reluctance. After completing the first semester assessments in middle school, Ona and his companions passed effortlessly, successfully enrolling at Chelsea Secondary School. As long as their grades remained consistent, the school was willing to retain their student status. Ona once brought Glory back to Diagon Alley to locate the shop where she purchased her fan. Regrettably, he was unable to find any additional items to activate heroes. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Ona felt as though, in the brief span of less than a month, he had experienced a lifetime. Glory and Hermione shared this sentiment. Although they felt a twinge of reluctance to part from their families, Hogwarts held an undeniable allure. On the very first night back at Hogwarts, Ona borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak. As soon as it was in his possession, a system prompt appeared, which he chose to ignore, returning the cloak to Harry, expressing that he found it too cumbersome for his needs. Harry, recalling the incident of their midnight duel, nodded in agreement and confided in Ona about his recent nightmares, repeated visions of his parents vanishing in an abrupt flash of green light, accompanied by a haunting, raucous laughter. Ona consoled Harry, explaining that even a 1-year-old child can retain memories, and that his parents are heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect him. Perhaps those memories linger. Harry felt a pang of sorrow. He did not wish to dream of such things anymore. Ona suggested he might consider a calming potion, preferably herbal. However, Harry soon realized he wouldn't need it, as the Quidditch match was approaching, would seem to have become even more demanding of the team. And watching the players train diligently under the relentless rain following the heavy snowfall, Ona felt a sense of nostalgia. The Weasley twins joked that Wood was turning into a training fanatic. Yet surprisingly, Harry urged them to understand that if they could win the next match against Hufflepuff, they would have a chance to triumph over Slytherin in the House Cup finals. This was the closest Wood had been to victory in 7 years. The reason Harry trained so hard was that he discovered he was too exhausted to dream once he fell asleep. One day, however, Harry returned to the common room in a deeply despondent mood. Even the boisterous Ron noticed. "Don't talk to me," Harry said. Ron, initially oblivious, couldn't help but exclaim as he sat down, "I need to know what's wrong." "You look dreadful," Harry whispered. "Snape is going to referee the next match." He added, "He not only doesn't he want Gryffindor to win, he'd like to see me dead." "Don't play in the match then," Ron immediately suggested. "Just say you're ill." "That's unlikely," Harry replied, feeling tempted. "Or pretend you've broken your leg, then actually break it." Ron offered some rather ridiculous ideas. "I can't do that," Harry said. "There's no one to replace me as Seeker. If I withdraw, Gryffindor won't be able to compete." "Don't be so tense," Ona said, patting Harry on the shoulder. "Go take a shower, at least change your clothes, then you might really fall ill. Don't forget." As referee, he asked under even more scrutiny. "I doubt he was the one who attacked you last time." "Who could that be?" Harry instinctively retorted, but then reconsidered. Indeed. What risk would Snape take to murder him in front of everyone? "Do you know who it was?" At that moment, Neville stumbled into the common room, drawing everyone's attention, and Harry forgot to pursue the question. Neville had his legs stuck together, and it was a mystery how he had managed to squeeze through the portrait hole. "It's the leg locker curse," everyone realized. Bursting into laughter, Hermione was the first to rush over to help Neville, alongside Ona, and use the counter curse to release him. He trembled, looking quite panicked. "What happened?" Ona guided him over to sit with Harry and Ron. "Malfoy," Neville stammered. "I ran into him outside the library. He said he'd been looking for someone to practice that curse on." "So you bounced all the way back from the library to the tower?" Ron exclaimed angrily. "You should go to Professor McGonagall," Ona suggested. Neville shook his head. "I don't want to cause any more trouble." "You must stand up to him, Neville." Ron couldn't hold back any longer. "He has always been a bully. We have no reason to submit to him and let him get away with it. You don't have to tell me I'm too cowardly to belong in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me," Neville choked out. Harry handed Neville the last of his chocolate frog, meant to ward off the cold and provide energy during training. It was the final piece from the box Hermione had given him. You're stronger than 12 Malfoys, Harry reassured him. The sorting hat placed you in Gryffindor. Didn't he it? Where's Malfoy? In that detestable Slytherin. Neville unwrapped the chocolate frog, his lips quivering as he managed a weak smile. Thank you, Harry. I think I'll go to bed now. After Neville left, a flame of anger flickered in Harry's eyes. Regardless of whether Snape had meddled with him or intended to sabotage the match as referee, he was determined to win. The match was set for the Saturday. The location where Una and the others had intended to observe the last match had unfortunately been occupied. However, Neville had already beckoned them over, having found a relatively vacant spot. Yet, Neville felt a twinge of confusion as he noticed Ron's expression was quite grave, and he had even drawn his wand. Una, let me confirm, is it the leg locker curse? Indeed. Una felt somewhat exasperated. Ron had been secretly practicing the leg locker curse for the past few days, inspired by the incident where Malfoy had cast a spell on Neville. He intended to use it on Professor Snape at the first sign of any wrongdoing. However, upon seeing Professor Dumbledore appear in the stands, he quickly sheathed his wand. His demeanor brightened. Professor Dumbledore is here. Harry is safe now. He would never dare to cause trouble in front of Professor Dumbledore. Ron observed Snape's irritable expression, appearing quite pleased with himself. Hermione and Gloriana exchanged glances and then quietly inquired, "Did you not inform them?" Ona shrugged, stating that they had already discussed it, yet they could not conceive of anyone else. Hermione concurred. She found it unimaginable that an evil wizard lurked within Hogwarts, plotting to harm Harry. Ron continued to boast, exclaiming that he had never seen Snape look so grim. He remarked to Ona and the others, pointing out their departure, "Oh dear." At that moment, someone jabbed Ron in the back of the head. It was Malfoy. "Oh, my apologies, Weasley. I didn't see you there," Malfoy sneered, laughing with Crabbe and Goyle. "I wonder how long Potter can stay on his broom this time? Any bets? What about you, Weasley?" Ron chose to ignore him, as Snape had just awarded Hufflepuff a penalty for George directing a bludger at him. With no one paying him any attention, Malfoy quieted for a moment, and they all turned to watch Harry, who was soaring above the pitch, searching for the golden snitch like a hawk pursuing its prey. "Do you know how Gryffindor selects its players?" Malfoy could not refrain from commenting again. A few minutes later, when Snape unjustly penalized Hufflepuff again, Malfoy loudly declared, "They select those they feel sorry for, like Potter, orphaned and alone, and the Weasley brothers, who are destitute. You should be on the team too, Longbottom, since you lack brains." Neville's face flushed crimson as he turned to face Malfoy, asserting, "I am stronger than you combined, Malfoy." However, his stammering diminished his bravado. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle erupted into mocking laughter, prompting Ona to interject, "Are you asking for a beating?" Malfoy and his companions exchanged awkward glances, momentarily silenced. "Look!" Hermione alerted them just in time. "Harry." Everyone looked up as Harry executed a stunning dive, eliciting gasps and cheers from the crowd as he shot towards the ground like a bullet. "You're lucky, Weasley. Potter evidently spotted some treasure down there." Malfoy, unwilling to provoke Ona, took his jabs at Ron instead. Ron decided to take action, opting for a physical confrontation rather than words. Before Malfoy could react, Ron had him pinned to the ground, and Neville wasted no time in tackling the dazed Crabbe and Goyle. Ona, exasperated, shoved Crabbe and Goyle aside before grabbing Neville by his robes and pulling him back. And as for Ron and Malfoy, the one suffering was certainly not Ron. "Hurry up, Harry!" the girls shrieked, leaping to their feet, watching as Harry charged directly toward Snape. In midair, Snape had just turned on his broom when a golden object whizzed past his ear, mere inches away. Moments later, Harry halted his dive, triumphantly raising his arm, the snitch firmly in his grasp. The stands erupted in jubilation. This would set a new record, as no one could recall a snitch being caught so swiftly in any prior match. "Ona, the match is over. We won. Gryffindor leads." Hermione leaped onto Ona, while Glory, unusually animated, jumped in her seat before embracing Petal in the front row. Chapter 86, record-breaking. Ona had intended to separate the entangled Ron and Malfoy, but Hermione's sudden assault thwarted his plans. Although he anticipated Hermione's move, he wasn't a heartless brute. Why should he evade? After all, Ron and Malfoy were engrossed in their scuffle, and there was no need to intervene. Seizing the moment, Ona shot a glare at Crabbe and Goyle to halt their advances. Harry leaped off his broom from a height of 1 foot above the ground, the match lasting less than 5 minutes. As the Gryffindors rushed onto the pitch, Harry noticed Snape's pallor as he landed beside him, his lips pressed tightly together. Harry then felt a hand on his shoulder. Upon looking up, he realized it was Professor Dumbledore. Snape spat on the ground in fury. Meanwhile, Ron and Malfoy had finally been separated by Ona. Ron's nose appeared to have been injured, bleeding, while Malfoy fared worse, sporting a black eye and a split lip. Ron nonchalantly pressed a tissue to his nose, while Malfoy was escorted to the hospital wing by Crabbe and Goyle to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance. "Let them celebrate. We should head back," Ona suggested, still embracing Hermione. No one perceived anything amiss until Glory patted Hermione on the shoulder, prompting her to shyly retreat behind Glory. Hermione replied, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for Ona's acute hearing, it would have gone unnoticed. Leaving the jubilant Gryffindors behind, the The trio returned to the castle first, with Ron seeking out Harry. An hour later, as winter descended and night fell early, they had settled at the dining table. A noisy group returned, and Ona noticed Ron among them. Yet Harry was conspicuously absent. "Where's Harry?" Ona inquired. "He went to fly his broom." Ron replied enthusiastically, "He'll be back shortly." However, in reality, a considerable amount of time passed before Harry hurried back. "Harry, where have you been?" Ron asked. "We won." "You won." "We won." He patted Harry on the back. "I gave Malfoy a black eye. Many have returned to the common room, waiting for you. We planned a celebration." Fred and George went to the kitchen to fetch some snacks. "Never mind that," Harry panted. "I have something urgent to tell you." Hermione and Glory exchanged glances before asking, "Can we join?" "Let us hear him out," Ona suggested, and Harry reluctantly agreed. "I was just flying my broom when I saw Snape, hooded, sneaking out of the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. I followed him on my broom and discovered he was threatening Professor Quirrell. He surely knows about the Philosopher's Stone and wanted to know how to deal with Professor Quirrell, who seems to be required to clarify how to handle it. Also, he asked Professor Quirrell whom he pledged allegiance to." Harry summarized the events, concluding, "I believe Snape is coercing Professor Quirrell to assist him in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone." Glory and Hermione exchanged horrified looks, unwilling to accept the implications. If that is the case, Ona did not interrupt but continued. "We must keep a closer watch on the 4th floor. Should we inform Professor Dumbledore?" Harry hesitated. He lacked evidence. "Perhaps not. Otherwise, how do we explain what we know?" Ron pondered. Ultimately, Ona concluded the clandestine discussion. "Let us return. Everyone is waiting for Harry to celebrate the victory. As for the Philosopher's Stone, we should trust that Professor Dumbledore has his own plans." For the ensuing month, although tension lingered, fortunately, no incidents transpired. Ona has successfully activated all secondary inscriptions. There are a total of 18 tertiary inscriptions. 1. Lethality, increases physical attack. 2. Salvation, enhances physical attack and penetration damage. 3. Flash, boosts physical attack. 4. Terror, amplifies magical power. 5. Faith, increases magical power with a certain absorption effect. 6. Vigor, enhances attack speed and provides a certain critical strike chance. 7. Penetration, increases physical penetration damage. 8. Harvest, boosts physical penetration damage and physical defense. 9. Break magic, increases magical penetration. 10. Collapse, enhances magical penetration and magical attack. 11. Charge, reduces skill cooldown time, restoring a certain amount of health every 5 seconds. 12. Wind Fury, increases defense against magic while enhancing physical attack. 13. Robustness, boosts physical attributes and attack. 14. Sensation, increases magical power with a certain absorption effect. 15. Bloom, enhances physical attributes, restoring a certain amount of health every 5 seconds. 16. Swiftness, increases movement speed and restores health upon successful physical attacks. 17. Bloodthirst, restores health upon successful physical attacks. 18. Transformation, magical attacks possess a certain absorption effect. Although precise values are not provided, Ona surmises that single attribute enhancements surpass those of multiple attributes. Next, Ona requires 400 inscription fragments to activate a tertiary inscription. During this period, the levels of various heroes have seen varying degrees of enhancement, with even Yao reaching level 2 due to his training in Western swordsmanship. The rankings are as follows. 1. Gaguzzi, level 9, Original Explorer 2. Pei Qingtian, level 8, Football Prodigy 3. Ming Shireen, level 5-4. Yi Xing, level 6-5. Agu Duo, level 7-6. Yao, level 8, 9-Color Deer 7. Sun Wukong, level 7-8. Yun Zhangjuan, level 6-9. Nakulu Lu, level 4-10. Angela, level 8, Mind Hacker 11. Lao Fuzi, level 6-12. Yin K, level 8, Eye of Salvation 13. Charlotte, level 4-14. Yao, level 2-15. Yang Jian, level 4-16. Shield Mountain, level 4-17. Xiao Qiao, level 4 due to Agu Duo and Sun Wukong both reaching level 7. Ona is now able to purchase skins. Agu Duo has only one skin, Friend of the Bearcat, which can be exchanged for a ferocious beast for just 288 silver. Since Ona does not possess the bear, he opted not to purchase it. Sun Wukong has numerous skins available, but only 2 can be acquired, the 1688 Hellfire and the 288 Western Gunslinger, while the others require special circumstances to unlock. Ona quietly expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the previous lack of availability, to which the response was that the first hero skin of Gaguzzi was released due to the special provision of the newly opened skin shop, requiring no additional conditions for activation. Ultimately, Ona opted for Hellfire, which allows the transformation into infernal flames when casting fire magic, a flame that is difficult to extinguish and somewhat reminiscent of fierce fire, while simultaneously enhancing Ona's physical strength. Ona sensed that Harry and Ron frequently eavesdropped for any unusual occurrences near the chess pieces placed in the corridor on the 4th floor. Due to Ona's presence, Hermione's relationship with Harry and the others remained relatively familiar. To be honest, he preferred that the two of them not be involved too much. However, Considering the impracticality of concealing matters indefinitely, he chose to reveal a bit. Now, Ona awaited the unfolding of events. He had been occupied with a project over the past few days, with results due tomorrow morning, and he wasn't in the best of spirits. His apologies. Chapter 87. Hagrid and the library. Hermione had already begun her review plan. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone seemed distant to her. Glory was methodically advancing her own study progress alongside Hermione. The two girls annotated their notebooks with different colors, and upon glancing at them, Ona had to admit they looked quite beautiful. Harry and Ron observed this as well, yet they remained indifferent. We have centuries until exams. Hermione paid them little mind. Had it not been for Ona's presence, the likelihood of mutual disdain between them would have been greater. The final exams were merely 10 weeks away. Hermione privately remarked to Ona that those boys appeared completely unconcerned. Ona shrugs, observing that Ron and Harry, influenced by him, appear to be more diligent in their studies than in the original text, no longer burdened by the fear of failing. The trio, Ona, Harry, and Ron, found themselves spending increasingly lengthy hours at the library, driven by a growing need to consult a plethora of materials. The library was bustling with students, particularly those from the 7th and 5th grades. Harry and Ron would occasionally make an appearance, but most of their interactions occurred in the common room. Unfortunately, in the common room, they often faced Hermione's relentless study sessions, either reciting the 12 uses of dragon's blood or practicing wand movements, making it difficult for them to relax. What troubled them further was the realization that it was already late April. Easter of 1992 fell on April 19th. Before the break, the teachers assigned an overwhelming amount of homework, leaving Ron and Harry in a state of despair as they longed for a moment of respite. I can never remember this, Ron lamented one afternoon, throwing down his quill and gazing longingly out the library window. They had come to the library today, and for the first time in months. The weather was splendid. The sky was as clear and blue as forget-me-nots, and the air carried the scent of impending summer. Harry ignored Ron, engrossed in searching for the properties of a plant in magical herbs and fungi, while Ona quietly discussed several minor queries with Hermione. Glory observed the two, nestled closely together, with a mixture of pride and regret. Suddenly, they all heard Ron exclaim, "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Hagrid? Harry's head shot up, puzzled. Indeed. He saw Hagrid trudging over, something concealed behind his back, clad in a moleskin coat that seemed rather inappropriate for such weather. Just browsing, Hagrid mumbled evasively, and even Ron, with his limited perceptiveness, could sense the lie. What are you all doing here? Hagrid inquired. Homework, Harry replied wearily. Ona and the others finished ages ago and are discussing something. Hagrid sighed in relief. I thought you were investigating who Nicholas Flamel is. We already learned that centuries ago. Ron boasted, and we know your friend is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Shoo. Hagrid quickly glanced around. What do you know? Quite a bit, Harry said, setting down his quill and rubbing his forehead, and we suspect several professors are preparing protective measures while someone is inquiring about it. Shoo. Hagrid reiterated. This isn't the place for chatter. Listen, come find me later. He cast a cautious glance at Ona and the others. Remember, I never promised to tell you anything. But don't babble about it here. See you later, Harry interjected, aware that once Hagrid started talking, it would be an endless endeavor. Hagrid ambled away, and Ron asked, Did you see that? Are you referring to what he was hiding? Harry squinted. I couldn't make it out. It looked like a book. Do you think it relates to the Philosopher's Stone? Ron whispered. I should find out what book he was looking for. A minute later, Ron returned, arms laden with a multitude of books. He had observed where Hagrid was searching. He slammed the books down on the table, causing Ona and Hermione to glance up in surprise. Hermione was astonished that Ron had returned with so many books, whereas Ona immediately pieced something together. Dragons, Ron whispered. Hagrid was researching dragon information. Look at these, types of dragons in Britain and Ireland, from dragon eggs to hell, a guide to raising dragons. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. I've heard him mention it, Harry remarked. But that's illegal, Ron countered. The law against raising dragons was passed at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. Everyone knows that. If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, we'd surely attract the attention of muggles, and taming them is perilous. You should see the burns Charlie has from his time in Romania dealing with wild dragons. I had no idea. Harry attempted to seek affirmation from the others, but they appeared to accept this knowledge as common. Ona, do you know? Of course, Hermione interjected. You should read more, Harry. Not only did Professor Grapple mention it, but even Professor Binns included references in his lectures. Spare me, Harry sighed, struggling to recall the specifics. But are there no wild dragons in Britain? Certainly, Ron replied. There are the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. The Ministry of Magic has a division dedicated to concealing the existence of these wild dragons. Wizards routinely cast spells on muggles who spot dragons to make them forget entirely. The most severe incident occurred 3 years ago when a dragon crashed a muggle event in Sheffield, resulting in nearly 100 casualties. The Ministry and the Muggle government worked together to suppress the news. Hillsborough? Ona suddenly recalled. Probably, Ron said dismissively, but what is Hagrid really up to? An hour later, the 5 of them knocked on the door of the keeper's hut. It was Ona's first visit here, and Harry and Ron were surprised to find all the curtains drawn tightly. Hagrid first called out, Who is there? before letting them in and swiftly shutting the door behind them. Hagrid, what on earth are you doing? Ron asked. The hut was stifling, despite the warm sunny day. A roaring fire blazed in the hearth. Hagrid brewed them tea and served white weasel sandwiches, but no one dared touch the food, politely declining. So you have questions for me? Hagrid said, somewhat regretfully tossing the sandwich aside and sitting on the bed. Indeed, Harry replied, feeling no need for subtlety. We're uncertain if you can tell us what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone, besides Fluffy. Chapter 88. The Dragon Egg. Hagrid frowned. I believe your inquiry is perilous. I certainly cannot divulge that information. First, I don't even know, and second, you already know too much. The stone is here for a reason. It almost got stolen from Gringotts. I presume you were well aware of that. Hagrid took a sip of tea, muttering, I truly wonder how you even know about Fluffy. Hagrid, Ona interjected, I believe you know more than you let on, especially since Professor Dumbledore trusted you to bring back the Philosopher's Stone, showcasing his faith in you. You simply do not wish to share with us. Everyone noticed Hagrid's beard twitching, and it was evident he was suppressing a smile. In truth, we are not particularly interested in the protections themselves. We merely wish to ascertain who, besides you, Dumbledore might trust to assist him. Upon hearing this, Hagrid puffed out his chest, and Harry and Ron cast admiring glances at Una. Hermione and Glory curiously surveyed the small cottage, as it was their first visit. Yaya enthusiastically surrounded them, and fortunately, Hermione and her companions were not intimidated by the large dog. Well, let me recount how he borrowed the werewolf from me. And then summoned several other professors to perform magic. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Snape? Harry and Ron couldn't help but inquire. Yes. So you must trust these teachers. Professor Dumbledore would not be mistaken, would he? Hagrid said with a relaxed demeanor. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Their suspicions regarding Professor Snape deepening. Only you know how to handle the werewolf, correct? Harry asked eagerly. And Professor Dumbledore, Hagrid replied, the others absolutely do not know. I will not disclose it. Onamore cast a silent glance at Hagrid, questioning who had spoken. That's good. That's good. Harry sighed with relief. By the way, may I open a window? I'm absolutely boiling. I'm afraid that's not possible, Harry. Sorry. Hagrid glanced over at the fireplace, which Harry noticed. What is that? He asked, looking towards the hearth, where beneath the kettle lay an enormous, dark egg. Ah, Hagrid said, nervously fiddling with his beard. That is, where did you get it? Ron guessed. And in truth, everyone suspected it was a dragon egg. Onamore observed with interest. That must have cost a fortune. I won it, Hagrid replied. I was drinking in the village last night and played cards with a stranger. To be honest, he probably wanted to get rid of it. A stranger? Onamore didn't dwell too much on the egg. What did he look like? I don't know. Hagrid chuckled foolishly. He wouldn't take off his cloak. Harry's mouth fell open in surprise. It seemed he had an inkling of something but was momentarily at a loss. There's nothing strange about it, Hagrid explained. Noticing everyone was staring at him. The Hogshead pub is the one in the village, and there are always some peculiar folks around. He might just be a dragon seller. I never got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood. How did he know you wanted a dragon? Harry suddenly realized something. Hagrid's desire to raise a dragon was not common knowledge. Don't you find it odd? What are the chances of a stranger having a dragon egg in his pocket? How many people stroll around with a dragon egg? That must be illegal, right? Hagrid paused, pondering the details of the previous night. I was sitting with him, and he asked what I did. I told him I was the keeper of keys and grounds here. And he asked what creatures I looked after, so I told him. Everyone held their breath, sensing the importance of what was to follow. And then I said I've always wanted to raise a dragon. After that, I can't quite remember. He kept buying me drinks. Then he said he had a dragon egg, and if I wanted it, we could gamble for it. But he needed to be sure I could handle the dragon. He didn't want it running wild. So, I told him I could handle a 3-headed dog. A dragon would be nothing. Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy? Harry asked. Onamore could sense his agitation beneath the surface. Indeed, he was quite intrigued. How many 3-headed dogs do you encounter, even near Hogwarts? Hagrid remained oblivious to the oddity of it all. So, I told him Fluffy is quite easy to deal with. You just need to know how to calm him down. Play a little music for him, and he'll fall right asleep. A look of horror crossed Hagrid's face. I should have told you that. Forget what I just said. Don't worry, Hagrid. Onamore redirected the conversation. Are you sure you can hatch it? Hagrid gazed at the dragon egg, a gentle expression illuminating his face. Absolutely. I've been reading up on it. He pulled out a hefty tome from beneath his pillow, borrowed from the library. Raising dragons for pleasure and profit. Though it's a bit outdated, it's quite comprehensive. You have to keep the egg warm, as their mothers breathe on them. Look here. It says once it hatches, feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And look here, this shows how to identify different eggs. I've got a Norwegian Ridgeback, quite rare. The children exchanged glances, realizing Hagrid was rather oblivious. But what will you do once it hatches? Hermione inquired. Don't forget you live in a wooden house, and Hagrid was utterly engrossed, fiddling with the fire while humming a tune. Hermione decided to remain silent. She was the least familiar with Hagrid among them. Once outside the small cottage, Onamore said to Ron, you should reach out to Charlie. I remember you mentioned he studies dragons in Romania. He might have some advice. Good idea, but should we tell Hagrid first? Ron asked. Hagrid will likely agree. Onamore replied with a smile. Now that we know how to deal with Fluffy, don't you think you should consider this matter? Harry said anxiously. I think you needn't worry too much, Harry, Onamore reassured him. The 5th and 7th years have exams coming up soon, and the Ministry wizards will be here. Plus Professor Dumbledore won't leave. If anyone were to seek the Philosopher's Stone, they would probably wait until after exams and until Dumbledore leaves the school. You're right. Onamore. Harry sighed in relief. Speaking of which, should we inform Professor Dumbledore about this? In this situation, Onamore pointed at Hagrid's impenetrable cottage. Are you sure? Harry and Ron simultaneously rolled their eyes, while the two girls erupted into laughter. Chapter 89. The hatching of the dragon. That evening, Onamore received a long-awaited system notification. Ding. Congratulations on encountering a special event, Hagrid's Dragon Egg. Perfectly resolving this event will activate the hero Dong Wang Tai. Time flew by swiftly after the Easter holiday. Onamore had activated 4 runes, Strong, Bloom, Swift, and Charge, with the 5th nearly filled with fragments. Additionally, the heroes Yixing, Yunjun, and Lafuzi had all reached level 7. With skins named Snow-Seeking Plum, Eye of Horus, and Kung Fu Elder Spoon. In truth, there were few options. Yixing's Chaotic Chess, Lafuzi's Santa Claus, and Tihua's Staff all required special conditions to activate, while Yunjun had only 1 skin. The Snow-Seeking Plum skin allows the wizard's robe to transform into white, aiding in concealment during snowy conditions, and it naturally grants the effect of leaving no trace in the snow. Furthermore, it enhances focus during chess games. The Eye of Horus is far more powerful, derived from the accounts of ancient Egypt and magical history. It is a magical artifact invented by the wizard Horus, crafted from his left eye's pupil, serving as a talisman capable of dispelling evil and potentially harming spiritual entities such as ghosts. Onamore could utilize the Eye of Horus to connect with Mama Haha's eye, seeing what it could see. When not in use, he relied on the Eye of Salvation, activating only with the left eye, which would turn pure white upon activation. Kung Fu Elder Spoon is akin to the football player skin, primarily a life skill that enables Onamore to create various delicious noodles, whether Italian pasta, Japanese ramen, or a myriad of Chinese noodle dishes, all in their authentic and delectable form. Onamore had always enjoyed noodles, so he unhesitatingly chose the skin, which was activated when he was hungry while practicing skills in the wishful thinking room, and summoned a small kitchen to make noodles for himself. After returning from Hagrid's cottage, Onamore mulled over the situation and decided to devise a revision plan for Harry and Ron, as it would aid in the enhancement of Lafuzi's experience. Oh, how he longed to know what peace and tranquility might feel like. With a sigh, Ron remarked that under the supervision of Una, they had been diligently tackling the substantial pile of homework assigned by their teachers over the past few nights. By the way, has Charlie written back? Given the considerable distance from Romania, Hedwig had set off several days ago without a sign of return, due to the influence of the Eye of Horus. Una had instructed Mamaha to keep a watchful eye on Hogwarts from above. Mamaha was far from an ordinary owl, devoid of the typical night blindness. I reckon it won't be long now. Ron was well aware of the typical delays involved when their mother sent letters to Charlie. She would often prepare packages days in advance. However, before Charlie's reply could arrive, news from Hagrid came first. On Wednesday morning, Hagrid approached Una, who was engaged in her morning exercises, and whispered urgently, "It's about to hatch," before hastily departing. Una wore a perplexed expression, surrounded by the verdant expanse of grass. Was such a hushed tone truly necessary? During herbology, Ron appeared rather distracted, nearly contemplating skipping the class altogether. Malfoy, evidently, had taken note of Ron's excitement, which piqued his interest. After all, even Harry, Ginny, and Hermione seemed somewhat unsettled, while only Ona appeared unchanged from her usual demeanor. As soon as the herbology class concluded, Ona and her companions hurried towards Hagrid's hut. Hagrid stood at the entrance, peering out, and upon seeing the 5 of them approach, he was too exhilarated to linger over their arrival. His face beamed with joy as he exclaimed, "It's about to happen," as Ona and the others entered. He glanced back briefly. The chess piece he left behind indicated that an unexpected guest was tracking their movements. If he was not mistaken, it was likely Malfoy. Ona entered the small cabin, ensuring that all doors and windows were securely shut, and drew the curtains tightly. From a distance, she noticed Malfoy cautiously approaching. The others were entirely captivated by the dragon egg resting on the table, which had developed a profound crack. Something within was incessantly wriggling, producing a delightful clicking sound. They instinctively pulled their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in eager anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp, grating sound, the egg split open. A small dragon flopped precariously on the table. Although Ona was not at the edge of the table, she could still discern its form, like a crumpled black umbrella, with disproportionately large, spiky wings that contrasted its frail body. It possessed a long snout, its nostrils pale, and bumpy horns protruded from its head, while its orange-red eyes bulged outward. Perhaps the remnants of the egg's liquid had tickled its nostrils, for it sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nose. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, extending a hand to stroke the little dragon's head, only to be met with a swift bite on his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. Ona gazed at the scene before her, unable to suppress her admiration for Hagrid's resilience. Goodness, look. It recognizes that I hatched it. Hagrid beamed with an endearing grin. Suddenly, Hermione inquired, Hagrid, just how fast does a Norwegian ridgeback grow? I don't know, but it should be quite rapid, Hagrid replied, picking up the eggshell to feed the little dragon. It must eat this to grow swiftly. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from outside, causing Hagrid's face to pale. He sprang to his feet and rushed to the window, pulling it open just enough to glance outside. A boy was sprinting towards the school. Harry and Ron quickly darted to the door, recognizing him immediately. Goodness, it's Malfoy. Don't worry, Ona reassured Hagrid. I checked as soon as I came in. He can't see anything. Hagrid sighed in relief. Thank goodness for you, Ona. Now, you three should hurry along. I'll handle this. Harry and Ron had felt for days that Malfoy had been casting them dubious glances. Ona and the others opted to avoid Hagrid's vicinity, while Harry and Ron spent most of their free time at Hagrid's hut. Fortunately, Charlie's reply had arrived. He intended to send friends to retrieve the dragon egg or the little dragon, but it would have to wait until the Saturday after next, as he couldn't risk exposing his friends to too much danger. Harry and Ron presented Charlie's letter to Hagrid, who was somewhat displeased. However, after Ona spent an entire afternoon discussing it with him on Friday, Hagrid finally consented. I've decided to name her Norberta, Hagrid said, gazing at the little dragon with tear-filled eyes. She truly recognizes me now. Look, Norberta, where's your mother? Hagrid. Ona chuckled. If you wish to call yourself her mother, I can accept that, but Norberta is a girl. Hagrid looked momentarily stunned. He had always assumed Norbert was male. That won't do. Let me think. How about Norberta? Sounds lovely. Ona nodded, gently tapping the little dragon's head. She'll grow quickly. Just you wait. Sending her to Charlie would be most suitable. He knows how to care for Norberta. Finally, Hagrid agreed. Despite their haste, they were still a bit late. Chapter 90. A week after Norberta's departure. The little dragon had already tripled in length, puffing clouds of smoke from her nostrils. During this time, Hagrid had largely neglected his duties in the gamekeeper's lodge, as the little dragon kept him in a flurry, with the ground strewn with empty brandy bottles and feathers. Hagrid, Harry couldn't help but interject. In another 2 weeks, Norberta will be as large as your house. Malfoy is clearly keeping an eye on you, and you know Charlie well. You could visit Norberta then. I know, Hagrid replied glumly, but, well, she is a good girl. During this period, Harry and Ron took turns donning the invisibility cloak to assist Hagrid. On Wednesday night, after astronomy class, Ron went over, while Harry and Ona waited until after midnight for Ron to return. By that time, Norberta had begun feasting on dead mice stored in crates. She bit me, Ron exclaimed, showing them his hand, which was wrapped in a blood-stained handkerchief. I haven't been able to hold a pen for a week. Let me tell you, fire dragons are the most terrifying creatures I've ever encountered. Yet the way Hagrid treats her, you'd think she was just a fluffy little rabbit. After she bit me, Hagrid wouldn't even let me scare her. When I left, I could still hear him singing her lullabies. Ona cast a serious glance at Ron's hand. I fear your troubles are significant. Its teeth harbor toxins and pathogens. I suspect your hand may not heal easily. Ona attempted to utilize the potion provided by the system, and the results were unexpectedly favorable. Wasn't it said to be quite difficult to treat? Ron remarked, feeling a notable comfort in his fingers. However, Ona could only deflect the question, stating that the potion was rather elusive to procure. At that moment, Charlie's message arrived, revealing that his friends planned to meet at the highest tower of Hogwarts under the cover of night on Saturday to facilitate the escape of the dragon. We can use the invisibility cloak, Harry suggested. It should not be too challenging. I believe the cloak will sufficiently conceal both of us and the dragon. He gestured towards himself and Ron. Ona, will you follow behind us and help keep an eye on our surroundings? Ona nodded. All right, no problem. I shall now seek out Hagrid to inform him of this matter. With the assistance of the elusive spirit, Ona arrived at the doorstep of Hagrid's cottage. The great hound, Fong, sat outside, his tail wrapped in bandages, looking rather pitiable. Ona hurriedly administered some potion to aid in the healing of his injured tail. Hagrid opened the window to speak to him, saying, Ona, thank you. However, I cannot permit you to enter, he gasped. Nifflers are proving quite troublesome for me at the moment. Ona recounted the matter of Charlie's letter to him, his eyes brimming with tears, though it might also be attributed to Nobita having just nipped at his leg. Haha, it's all right. She merely bit my boot. She was merely playing. After all, she is still just a little girl. Ona listened as the little girl tapped her tail rhythmically against the wall, causing the windows to rattle. Amused yet exasperated, he left 2 vials of potion for Hagrid and departed. The following day, Ron's finger had evidently improved significantly, at least no longer swollen to twice its original size. By afternoon, after applying the potion once more, Ona had finally healed Ron's finger. On Saturday evening, the sky was overcast and dark, and when Ona and the others arrived at Hagrid's hut, it was rather late, as Peeves was busy playing tennis against the wall in the hallway. Unable to contain himself, Ona shot a glare at him with the Eye of Horus, scaring him off. Hagrid had packed Norberta into a large crate, ready for her journey, complete with numerous mice and a bottle of brandy to sustain her. In a somber tone, Hagrid remarked, I even put her teddy bear in there so she wouldn't feel lonely. From within the crate, there came a sound of tearing. Ona suspected the teddy bear's head had been yanked off. Goodbye, Norberta. Hagrid sniffled. Mummy won't forget you. Harry and Ron covered the crate with the invisibility cloak, then slipped underneath it as well. Thankfully, the boys managed to carry the crate despite Norberta's incessant wriggling. However, before entering the castle, perhaps due to the brandy, they felt she had finally fallen asleep, easing their worries. They ascended the marble steps of the entrance hall, traversed the pitch-black corridor, and climbed several flights of stairs. Even with Ona's assistance in taking a shortcut, it was still exhausting. Almost there, Harry panted as they reached the corridor beneath the highest tower. Suddenly, a noise startled them, and they nearly dropped the crate, forgetting they were cloaked. They quickly backed into the shadows, observing two indistinct figures entangled about 10 paces away. A lamp flickered. It was Professor McGonagall, clad in a checkered nightgown and hairnet, gripping Malfoy by the ear. "Detention," she cried. "Slytherin loses 20 points. How dare you wander about at this hour?" "You don't understand, Professor," Harry interjected. "Harry and Ron are up to something tonight. I've seen them running towards Hagrid's. I've been keeping an eye on them, and I found a note saying something needs to be taken at midnight to the highest tower." Harry glanced at Ron, who had gone pale as he recalled inadvertently leaving the note in a book he had borrowed from the library, which he then returned. "Utter nonsense. How dare you fabricate such lies? Come, I will see how Professor Snape deals with you, Malfoy." After shaking off Malfoy, the steep spiral staircase leading to the tower seemed the easiest stretch of their journey. They finally stepped into the cold night air, shedding the invisibility cloak. "What a relief to breathe freely again," Ron exclaimed, breaking into an odd little dance. "Who would have thought our blunder would land Malfoy in detention?" "Stop it." Harry shot him a glare. "What if Malfoy takes the note to the professors?" Ron broke into a cold sweat at the thought. They anxiously awaited, and Norberta seemed to awaken, thrashing about in the crate. Fortunately, 10 minutes later, her broomstick suddenly descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends, cheerful souls, showed Harry and Ron the ropes they had secured, enabling them to suspend Norberta between them. They hastily secured Norberta's crate with the ropes. Shaking hands with Ron and Harry, "We're all Gryffindor alumni. Good luck." Harry and Ron expressed their gratitude profusely, and at last, they took Norberta away, disappearing towards Hogsmeade. Chapter 91. A narrow escape. After sending off Norberta, Harry and Ron quietly descended the spiral staircase, finally free of the heavy burden, their hearts as light as their hands. With the dragon gone and Malfoy facing detention, what could possibly mar their joyful spirits? The answer awaited them just below the staircase as they stepped into the corridor. Philip's face suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," Harry whispered. "We're in trouble." They had forgotten the invisibility cloak atop the tower. Strangely, however, Philip seemed oblivious to their presence, muttering, "Is anyone up at this hour? Malfoy may have a letter, but there is no signature or indication of whom it's for. Such a note proves nothing." Harry and Ron quickly sidestepped as Filch passed right between them, ascending the stairs. They exchanged bewildered glances until they noticed Ona beside them, holding the invisibility cloak and signaling for them to leave quickly. Harry and Ron hurried after Ona, feeling somewhat ethereal themselves. As they neared Gryffindor Tower, Ona tossed the invisibility cloak to them. "Quick, put it on." Without time for questions, Harry and Ron donned the cloak, watching as Ona vanished into the moonlight. "What just happened?" Ron asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Harry shook his head. "I don't know, but perhaps Ona has helped us once again." Upon returning to the common room, Ona did not immediately remove the cloak, a prudent decision as Professor McGonagall was awaiting them. Ona quickly turned to shield Harry and Ron, covering their mouths. The sound of the door creaking open could not escape McGonagall's notice. She directed her gaze towards the entrance just as Neville stumbled in behind her. The three of them stared dumbfounded as Neville's expression shifted from relief to terror. "Neville?" McGonagall's face darkened. "Can you explain where you have been? Returning at this hour?" I heard Malfoy was going to intercept Harry, saying something about Harry taking a dangerous creature to the astronomy tower tonight," Neville stammered. Ona rolled his eyes, having forgotten that detail. He quickly ushered Ron and Harry back to their dormitory, a choice that proved wise. As soon as they nestled into their beds, McGonagall led Neville in. When the well-meaning Neville discovered his bed was the only one unoccupied, he sighed in relief, but was also filled with trepidation. McGonagall surveyed the 5 students tucked beneath their blankets, the sounds of Seamus's snoring, Dean's teeth grinding, and Ona's murmurs indicating they were all fast asleep. She then took Neville and left. Once the door clicked shut, Harry and Ron sat up hurriedly. Ona gestured for them to remain quiet. He had left a chess piece in the common room, enabling him to sense the outside situation. "Neville, you say you were searching for Harry and the others?" McGonagall asked sternly. "I heard Malfoy talking with Crabbe and Goyle near the library, and when I returned, I saw they were gone, so I went out to look for them," Neville explained. McGonagall frowned. "What time did you return?" Just then, Percy appeared, having gotten up to use the restroom. He looked surprised at the sight of McGonagall and Neville, sensing something was amiss. "Percy, you've come at just the right time," McGonagall said, contemplating how to verify her suspicions with the head boy present. "What happened?" Percy asked awkwardly, still clad in his pajamas. "Did you see Harry and Ron after curfew?" Professor McGonagall inquired sternly. "Yes," Percy replied honestly. "They returned just as curfew was ending, accompanied by Luna and Hermione. They claimed they were practicing spells. I went to bed afterward, but I did see Luna return to the dormitory with them. Professor McGonagall sighed in relief, then fixed Neville with a disapproving gaze. Look at you. You could have stayed comfortably in the common room. They were not running amok. Now, I have no choice but to take you to Filch. That scoundrel Malfoy is also there. You are far too trusting of others and fail to think things through. Percy watched in confusion as Professor McGonagall led Neville away, then hurried to the restroom, as he could hardly contain himself any longer. Ona succinctly elucidated the events that transpired in the common room, leaving Harry and Ron somewhat disheartened, as they had not anticipated Neville's deep concern for them. However, they found themselves lacking any superior alternatives at present. With eyes closed, Ona claimed the rewards for the day. Ding! Congratulations on completing Hagrid's Dragon Egg quest. Achieving a flawless evaluation that spared Harry from capture. Activating the Hero Dong Wong Tai. Ding! As Harry evaded punishment, you are awarded 3,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 8, and the skill stun has been activated. Ding! A special quest, Shadow Blade, has been triggered. Due to your proficient stealth techniques, you successfully employed invisibility magic to assist Harry in overcoming his predicament. Master the wand transformation spell by morphing your wand into a fist blade to activate it. Ona unhesitatingly activated the King of Lonling. He glanced at the two heroes, Dong Huang Toi, level 1, passive, Devourer of Dark Crowns, which utilizes unstable dark energy bodies created during rituals to inflict magical damage upon contact, allowing for the restoration of a portion of physical wounds when dealing damage to enemies. Active skills, Dark Energy Body, summons dark energy bodies that form a spherical barrier around himself, with a maximum of 3 existing simultaneously. Black Dragon's Breath. Each dark energy body can summon a black dragon to unleash its breath in a designated direction. When 3 black dragons are summoned, the first dragon's breath inflicts a certain slow effect on enemies within its attack range. The second dragon's breath inflicts a significant slow effect, and the third dragon's breath stuns enemies within the attack range. All effects are cumulative. Dragon God Pact allows the user to contract an enemy for 5 seconds, during which they receive equivalent damage and directly summon 3 dark energy bodies. Upon witnessing the Dragon God contract, Ona could not help but scoff, pondering its utility. Was it not more excessive than Ming Shirin's 7 Injuries Fist? Was it a technique destined for mutual destruction? Yet, a thought suddenly struck him. If one possessed the skills of Tai Jinren, this ability could indeed be extraordinarily formidable. No matter the opponent, once the Dragon God contract was activated, one could self-destruct, ensuring the foe's demise while allowing for resurrection or the use of a revival item. Having lacked a pressing need for such equipment, Ona had thus far refrained from investing his resources in it. However, upon reflection, it might warrant consideration. Lancheng Wang, level 1, passive, stealth, after a preparation of 5 seconds, he can enter a state of invisibility for 30 seconds, and upon exiting, his attack speed is increased. Ultimate, gains a certain speed boost while moving towards the enemy. Active skills, Shadow Clone, attacks the enemy with his fists while simultaneously summoning a shadow clone to randomly strike a nearby enemy, inflicting equivalent damage. Flying Dagger, throws a dagger in a specified direction, slowing the enemy for 2 seconds. If hit, the enemy is stunned for 1 second within 3 seconds of subsequent attacks. And after 3 seconds, the dagger will return, dealing damage upon reappearance. Dark Assault, charges in a designated direction, inflicting substantial damage. Ona resisted the impulse to experiment and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 92, the second day of confinement. Early the next morning, Ona rose with the dawn and noticed a message he had overlooked the previous day, due to the similarities between the concealment of the Lianling King and the elusive skills of Deguzi. A fusion would occur. The resulting skill would be known as Prophet Invisibility. Zuanweizi envelopes himself, merging with the surrounding environment to enter a state of disguise that lasts for an extended duration. During this time, his movement speed is increased, although the use of other spells becomes ineffective. Upon the dissolution of this state, his attack speed is augmented, and the cooldown of the skill is significantly reduced, from 10 minutes to just 1.5 minutes. Ona assessed the situation, otherwise the Lianling King's concealment would have been somewhat redundant for him. The punishment decisions for Neville and Malfoy were announced. Neville received a deduction of 30 points, while Malfoy was penalized 20. Professor McGonagall is typically quite strict with her students, and both were sentenced to confinement, with the specific duration to be determined later. Ona, Harry, and Ron expressed their sympathy for Neville, noting that since he had not been penalized 150 points as in the original story, Gryffindor still maintained its lead, albeit reduced by 10 points. Ona resolved that whenever Neville was to be confined, he would stealthily follow to protect him. In the subsequent days, Neville's circumstances were hardly favorable. However, he had always been somewhat inconspicuous, and the students of Gryffindor exhibited a degree of tolerance towards him. Harry and his friends had little time to attend to other matters as the end-of-term examinations loomed ever closer. The study group, initially led by Ona, had now expanded to 6 members, with Neville being included. They often studied together late into the night. For Ona, his primary focus was to clarify doubts for Harry, Ron, and Neville, assisting them in organizing their revision. Glory found the workload relatively manageable, while Hermione was fiercely determined to compete with Ona. The top two students in their year were now both of them, with the others, apart from Glory, trailing significantly behind. Each day, they labored to memorize intricate potion recipes, magical spells, significant magical inventions, and the dates of the Goblin rebellions. Thanks to his remarkable memory, Ona felt no trepidation and seized the opportunity to accrue experience points for his character, swiftly advancing to level 8. His chosen hero, Guguzi, had already reached level 10. A week before the exams, Harry brought unexpected news. This afternoon, as I returned from the library, I heard someone sobbing in a classroom. I recognized Professor Quirrell's voice. He seemed to have received a threat. I saw Professor Quirrell leave and heard another person departing as well. I would wager it was undoubtedly Snape. Ona paused to assess Ron's progress in astronomy. So, Snape has finally succeeded. Ron remarked that if Professor Quirrell had revealed to him how to break his anti-dark magic curse, he would suggest they seek Professor Dumbledore. Hermione interjected, stating that they should have done so long ago, without Ona's assistance on 2 occasions. They would have been expelled from school by now. However, we lack evidence, Harry replied. I sense that Professor Quirrell is terrified and likely one T come forth to testify for us. Who would Professor Dumbledore believe more? Snape or us? Our disdain for Snape is no secret. Dumbledore might think we are fabricating tales to deceive him. Furthermore, we ought not to have any knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone or the whereabouts of the troll. Let us not dwell on this too much. The exam is imminent. Ona interrupted their conversation as Neville looked up at them, his face a mask of confusion. Not wishing to involve Neville, Ona handed Harry a celestial map of Jupiter. You should quickly review the names of Jupiter's moons. You completely muddled them last time. The following morning, Neville appeared despondent. He had received a note at the breakfast table stating that his detention would commence at 11 o'clock that night, and he was to find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. All day, Neville felt apprehensive. Before 11, he left the common room, followed stealthily by Ona. Perhaps due to fear, Neville walked slowly. Arriving at the entrance hall right on time, Filch was already waiting, accompanied by Malfoy. Follow me, Filch said, his face contorted in displeasure. He lit a lamp and led them out, warning them that if they wished to break school rules again, they should think twice. He cast a sidelong glance at the 2 boys and continued, Oh, indeed, if you ask me, hard work and suffering are the best teachers. It's a pity they've abolished the old-fashioned punishments of hanging you by your wrists from the ceiling for days. I still have those chains in my office, regularly oiled. Perhaps one day they will come in handy. Now, come along, and don't even think of escaping. If you try to flee, you will only face worse consequences. They strode across the dark grounds, with Neville sniffling incessantly and Malfoy casting him an impatient glare. The moon shone brightly, though clouds drifted by, shrouding them in darkness. Ona discerned that their destination was Hagrid's hut, suggesting that Dumbledore had arranged for them to face Hagrid's judgment. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I'm ready to leave. Came Hagrid's voice from the hut's entrance. You probably think you'll have a grand time with that fool? Think again. You lot are headed for the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to return unscathed, I'll consider my estimation wrong, Filch sneered at Neville, who wore a look of relief. Hearing this, Neville let out a small hum. While Malfoy abruptly halted, the Forbidden Forest, he echoed, his voice lacking its usual composure. We can't go in there at midnight. There are all sorts of creatures. Neville clutched his sleeves tightly, stifling a sob. That's your own fault, isn't it? Filch replied gleefully. You should have thought of those werewolves before you caused trouble. Shouldn't you? Hagrid approached from the shadows, Fong trotting behind him. He carried his crossbow, a quiver full of arrows slung over his shoulder. It's about time, he said. I've been waiting for half an hour. How are you, Neville? You shouldn't be so polite to him, Hagrid, Filch said coldly. After all, they are here for punishment. So that is why you're late, is it? Hagrid frowned at Filch. Always lecturing them, are you? This isn't your place to discipline. Your duty is done, and from now on, I am in charge. I'll come by at dawn, Filch scoffed, to clean up their remains. He finished with a menacing tone and turned back towards the castle, the lamp flickering as it disappeared into the darkness. Malfoy turned to Hagrid. I'm not going into the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you have no choice, Hagrid said mercilessly. Having never had a fondness for Malfoy, you made a mistake, and now you must face the consequences. To be honest, he secretly relished the idea of having Malfoy in his grasp. If not for this incident, perhaps Norbert wouldn't have been sent away so soon. And Harry and his friends would have nearly been caught, dragging the innocent Ron down with them. Chapter 93. The centaur working here is a servant's job, not for students. I thought we would at most be writing lines or something. If my father found out I was doing this, he would, Malfoy stammered in fear. I'll tell you how Hogwarts operates, Hagrid said brusquely. Even if Neville and I are not the sharpest, we can tell that Malfoy holds Hagrid in contempt. Writing lines? What good does that do you? You need to engage in something useful, or else you might as well leave. If you think Lucius would prefer you be expelled, then go back to the castle and pack your bags. Off you go. Malfoy remained frozen, glaring at Hagrid in anger, but upon assessing the size difference between them, he averted his gaze. Listen, Hagrid dismissed him, turning to Neville. What we are doing tonight is extremely dangerous, and I do not wish to endanger anyone, not even you. He shot a glance at Malfoy. Come with me over here. He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. raising the lamp high and pointing to a narrow path disappearing into the dense, dark woods. Look over there. Do you see that shimmering object on the ground? Silver white. That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the forest has been gravely injured. This marks the second time this week. I discovered a dead one last Wednesday. We must try to find that poor unicorn and relieve its suffering. What if the creature that harmed the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy said, dread creeping into his voice. As long as you're with us, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you, Hagrid reassured. Stay on the path. Now draw your wands and follow me. Hagrid led Malfoy and Neville into the woods, Fong leading the way. They walked for a long while. Neville dared not speak. Malfoy was equally silent, and Hagrid seemed increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Hagrid heard something, grabbed Neville, and pulled him off the path. Malfoy froze, quickly hiding behind a towering oak, while Fong slipped through the underbrush effortlessly. Hagrid drew an arrow, loading it into the crossbow, raising it to aim. Neville and Malfoy held their breath, straining to listen as something rustled through the leaves nearby, the sound akin to a cloak dragging on the ground. Hagrid squinted down the path. Moments later, the noise faded away. What was that? As Hagrid relaxed his guard, Neville couldn't help but ask, with Malfoy straining to hear as well. I know there is something here that doesn't belong, Hagrid replied. A werewolf? Neville inquired. Not a werewolf, nor a unicorn. Catching a unicorn is no easy feat. They possess potent magic, and a werewolf would not be able to kill one, Hagrid asserted. Now, come along. We must be more cautious. They walked more slowly than before, straining their ears to capture any sounds. Hagrid had to slightly distance himself to avoid interfering with them. Suddenly, in the clearing ahead, they distinctly spotted something moving. Who is there? Hagrid shouted. Come out. I'm armed. To his surprise, it was a centaur, with red hair and a beard, his horse half a rich chestnut color, trailing a long red tail. Oh, it's you, Ronan. Hagrid sighed in relief. How are you? He approached the centaur and extended his hand in greeting. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan replied, his voice deep and melancholic. Are you planning to shoot me with your bow? I must remain vigilant, Ronan, Hagrid responded. There's a rogue in these woods. I have students with me, so I must be particularly cautious. Ronan glanced at the two young boys who were gazing at him intently. Sensing that Hagrid had no intention of introducing them, he refrained from speaking further and instead gazed up at the night sky. Mars is exceptionally bright tonight. Indeed, Hagrid concurred. Also looking upward. Listen to me, Ronan. I'm glad we encountered you, for a unicorn has been injured. Did you see anything? Ronan ignored Hagrid's question, staring at the sky for a moment before he sighed and replied, Innocents have always been the first to suffer. It has been so for centuries. And it remains the same. Yes, Hagrid said, somewhat confused. But did you see anything, Ronan? Anything unusual? The brightness of Mars tonight is remarkable, Ronan reiterated. Exceptionally bright. Yes. But what I mean is, near our home, has there been anything out of the ordinary? Have you noticed any peculiar disturbances? Hagrid pressed, seeking a more direct response. Ronan remained silent, and suddenly there was movement in the thicket behind him. Hagrid, on high alert, immediately raised his crossbow, only to find a second centaur, with black hair and a dark body. Hello, Bane. Hagrid recognized him instantly. How have you been? Good evening, Hagrid. I hope all is well with you, Bane replied. Though he appeared more rugged, he was still more refined than Hagrid. Not too bad, Hagrid said. I was just asking Ronan if you've seen anything strange around here lately. There is an injured unicorn. Do you know anything about it? Bane moved closer to Ronan, gazing up at the sky like him. Mars is very bright tonight. Hagrid could no longer contain his frustration. All right, if you see anything, please come and inform me. Will you? I must take my leave now. Ona nearly stifled a laugh. The brilliance of Mars in astronomy signifies impending warfare or the approach of death. In China, Mars is known as Inghua, and in the East, the appearance of Inghua guarding the heart presages the Emperor's demise or civil strife. Hagrid, accompanied by Yaya, Neville, and Malfoy, departed, grumbling as they walked. Alas, one can never obtain a straightforward answer from centaurs. They persist in gazing at the stars, which is quite vexing. They show little interest in anything beyond the moon. However, as time elapsed, they felt themselves gradually penetrating deeper into the forbidden forest. After nearly an hour of walking, the trees grew increasingly dense, rendering the path nearly impassable, while the bloodstains on the ground became more pronounced. Blood splattered upon a tree root indicated that the unfortunate unicorn had struggled in agony nearby. Look, Hagrid commanded the two students to halt. As he glimpsed something pristine lying in a clearing through the thicket, it glimmered ominously in the dim forest. It was indeed the unicorn. Its elongated legs remained unnaturally extended in the position it fell, its mane spread across the darkened foliage, as white as pearls. Hagrid urgently moved forward. But suddenly the sound he had previously heard echoed again. He then saw a hooded figure emerge from the brush at the edge of the clearing, crawling slowly upon the ground. Hagrid swiftly drew his crossbow and aimed at it. Chapter 94. Confrontation in the forest. The bolt flew with remarkable precision and swiftness. Yet the figure reacted quickly, executing an agile roll that evaded the shot. Hagrid bellowed, "Don't move." He readied another bolt, while Neville and Malfoy cowered in place, paralyzed with fear, and Yaya, though charging forward, only dared to bark from a distance. The figure, seemingly irked by its thwarted intentions, chose not to linger. Disappearing into the shadows, Hagrid released another bolt, which struck a tree trunk with a dull thud. Striding forward, he raised his wand, exposing himself to protect Neville. Yaya cautiously approached the unicorn, but alas, it was too late. The unicorn had ceased breathing, its wounds oozing blood. Yaya let out a mournful cry to inform Hagrid of the situation, and then sniffed the lingering scent left behind. Hagrid once more loaded his crossbow and instructed Yaya to track the scent as they pursued. He paid little heed to the two children, singularly focused on apprehending the culprit. Malfoy and Neville trembled, exchanging bewildered glances as they witnessed Hagrid vanish into the darkness. Suddenly, the shadow returned from another direction, seemingly possessed by an unwavering desire for the unicorn. Malfoy emitted a piercing scream and took flight, with Neville stumbling after him. The figure hesitated for a moment, glancing up to see the two children fleeing, but paid them no mind, intent on reaching the unicorn. Yet, sensing something amiss, it looked up just in time to see 5 fireballs hurtling toward it. The fireballs struck the ground. The figure's reflexes were swift, but Ona had anticipated this. A vial of potion concealed behind the fireballs soared forward, shattering upon impact and releasing a caustic green mist that enveloped the area where the figure stood. Ona silently observed the other party and let out a muffled grunt before swiftly retreating from the poisonous mist, though it was evident that he had inhaled some of it. The use of his spell naturally caused him to become visible again. The adversary, unwilling to linger, witnessed a fireball strike the trees of the dense forest, igniting the dry twigs and leaves scattered on the ground, inadvertently obstructing part of his escape route. Ahead lay the toxic fog, while behind him blazed the flames. Only a mysterious sorcerer stood shrouded in the mist, their features obscured. Ona manifested the attire of an original seeker to conceal his face. The opponent glared at him in fury and raised his wand to launch a magical assault. Unperturbed, Ona deftly evaded the attack and executed a ground-based ascension, pointing towards the foe's feet. The shadow had yet to react, as Ona employed a skill reminiscent of a renowned game rather than a traditional incantation, leaving the adversary feeling a sudden gust of wind beneath him, compelling him to ascend into the air. What worsened the situation was that the surrounding poisonous mist and flames were drawn towards him, causing considerable distress. In the distance, cries echoed, and upon landing clumsily, the shadow immediately opted for flight. Ona did not pursue. Instead, he seized the opportunity as his stealth cooldown concluded, activating his skill to conceal himself once more. Just as he vanished from sight, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind him, and something surged past his side, materializing in the open space ahead. As Ona gazed upon the scene, she beheld a centaur, younger than Ronan or Bane, with platinum hair and the physique of a silver-maned steed. His astonishingly blue eyes, reminiscent of sapphires, scanned the surroundings with vigilance. At that moment, the sound of hooves drew near, revealing Ronan and Bane. "Firenze!" Bane exclaimed. "What brings you here?" "You know why," Firenze replied coldly, hinting at a conflict among them. "What concern is this of ours? Remember, Firenze, we have sworn an oath to never defy fate. Have you not perceived the omens revealed by the celestial bodies?" Ronan attempted to ease the tension between the two centaurs. "Out of goodwill," Bane retorted, his words laden with discontent towards Firenze's actions. "Did you not see the unicorn? Do you not comprehend why it was slain? Did the planets not unveil the secret to you?" Firenze bellowed. "I must resist the creature lurking in our forest, Bane. If necessary, I would ally with humans." With that, Firenze disregarded Bane, scrutinizing the traces left by Ona's skills. The noxious mist had largely dissipated due to the recent wind and flames. Just then, Hagrid returned, breathless. "What is happening? What transpired?" He panted, Yaya equally exhausted. "Someone intervened to drive that creature away. It seems it had no chance of achieving its desires," Firenze explained. Hagrid approached the lifeless unicorn, casting a sorrowful glance. Bane and Ronan exchanged brief farewells with Hagrid before departing, leaving Firenze behind. Hagrid pondered the scene he had just witnessed. To drink its blood? Indeed, Firenze looked skyward. The blood of a unicorn could prolong life, even when one was on the brink of death. Yet the cost was dire, slaughtering an innocent, defenseless being to salvage one's own existence. The moment its blood touched one's lips, all that remained was a half-lived, cursed life. "Damn it," Hagrid cursed. "Who would stoop to such a deed?" "Only one who seeks to prolong life and then hopes for a complete restoration of vigor and magic would do so," Firenze replied, studying Hagrid. "You are aware that the Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts. Who would covet it the most?" Hagrid's face paled. "Enough," Firenze declared. "I have said enough. I hope you convey this to Professor Dumbledore. I must take my leave." As Firenze departed, Hagrid gradually regained his composure, surveying the area and instructing Yaya to locate Neville and Malfoy. The two children had run quite far, fortunately encountering no danger, save for Neville's collision with a tree. Hagrid directed Yaya to return to the castle with them, for he still needed to attend to the unicorn's remains. Ona quietly followed Yaya as they departed. Upon returning to the castle, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Glory were still in the common room awaiting their arrival. Ona arrived first, wishing to conceal his abilities from Neville. Upon seeing Ona return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione and Glory hurried back to their rooms to rest. Just as Harry and Ron were about to inquire about what had transpired with Ona, Neville returned, looking quite shaken. Upon seeing Ona, he eagerly recounted the events of the evening, then wearily collapsed into a chair and succumbed to sleep. Ona conveyed the matter of Forenza to Harry without mentioning his involvement. So it refers to Voldemort? Upon hearing Ona's recount, Harry immediately grasped the implication. Ron shuddered and remarked, "Could you refrain from uttering that name?" Ona and Harry disregarded him, instead engaging in a discussion concerning Voldemort's activities in the Forbidden Forest. Ultimately, it was only when they grew excessively weary that they roused Neville, and together they returned to their dormitory to rest. Chapter 95. The final examination. Ona had a premonition that this evening would yield bountiful rewards. Ding. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Prevent Voldemort from consuming unicorn blood. The adversary's strength has been diminished. Reward: 3,000 experience points and a mysterious item. Ding. Congratulations on successfully repelling Quirrell. Reward: 2,000 experience points and a mysterious item. Ding. Entering the Forbidden Forest. Reward: 500 experience points and the Forbidden Forest map. Ding. Special quest triggered. The Demigod's Bow. Encounter centaurs and learn archery techniques from Hagrid or the centaurs, activating the hero Hoey. Ding. Special quest triggered. The Dance of the Elves. Encounter a unicorn. Upon gaining its approval, learn archery techniques from Hagrid or the centaurs, activating the hero Iron. Ding. Special quest triggered. The Spirit of the Forest Wind. Delve deeper into the Forbidden Forest and master wind magic. Learn archery techniques from Hagrid or the centaurs, activating the hero UG. Astonished, Ona wondered if this was a grand giveaway of archer heroes. The prominence of Hoey might be attributed to the historical significance of centaurs, particularly Chiron, who, under the tutelage of Apollo and Artemis, mastered archery and served as the mentor to illustrious heroes such as Jason, Heracles, Orpheus, and Achilles. In essence, the most readily accessible heroes at present are Hoey and UG. However, with examinations looming, he resolved to seize the opportunity to learn from Hage only after his test concluded. Ona realized that while the system activated a multitude of heroes, the equipment system demanded exorbitant expenditure. To this day, he had been reluctant to make any purchases. Nonetheless, with the upcoming European Cup, he felt optimistic about acquiring substantial funds for shopping. It is important to note that although BNK's potions are incredibly effective, they are also quite costly. After exhausting the supplies from the wish-granting house, he would have to procure herbs and vials himself. Even the most economical glass vials would still constitute a significant expense, as they could be used by others, albeit with less potency than when used personally. He refrained from sharing the venomous potions with anyone, given their nature, but he felt comfortable distributing the slowing and healing potions among Glory and Hermione's circle. As for the mysterious items, Ona chose to forego drawing for the time being, as his primary focus had shifted to reviewing. In addition to magical knowledge, he needed to revisit subjects from the Muggle world, particularly mathematics and chemistry. However, upon awakening the next morning, Ona was surprised to find Harry already up. What happened? Ona inquired, noticing that Harry appeared to have had a restless night. I don't know. Harry replied wearily, adjusting his glasses, which did little to conceal the dark circles beneath his eyes. My forehead ached terribly last night. I had a nightmare. Ona was momentarily taken aback. Logically speaking, Harry had not ventured into the Forbidden Forest, so the situation should not be that dire. However, considering the profound soul bond between Harry and Voldemort, and the absence of unicorn blood for restoration, it was likely that Voldemort was quite enraged. Moreover, being so close, within the very walls of Hogwarts, the repercussions were undoubtedly significant. Ona consoled him, suggesting that he might be troubled by the recent examinations. Soon, the time for final exams arrived. During the written portion, the teachers provided them with new quills specifically designated for the tests, each imbued with an anti-cheating charm. However, this simple written examination posed little challenge for Ona, who possessed an extraordinary memory, allowing him to submit his paper ahead of everyone else. Meanwhile, Hermione, in a state of agitation, incessantly checked her work, only putting down her quill upon submission. The practical exams proved to be quite engaging. For instance, in the Charms exam, Professor Flitwick instructed them to enter the classroom one by one to demonstrate their ability to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. Although Ona was not particularly fond of whimsical spells, he could easily master any incantation taught in class. Consequently, his spellcasting was swift and precise. The pineapple not only danced gracefully across the desk, but also showcased several impressive tap dance moves, earning him a perfect score from Professor Flitwick. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall observed as they transformed a mouse into a snuff box, and once again, Ona achieved full marks. McGonagall's fondness for Ona increased, and to be frank, it became increasingly difficult to enhance the professor's favorability ratings as the term progressed. Currently, McGonagall held the highest rating at 81, followed by Professor Flitwick at 77, Professor Sprout at 79, and Professor Snape at 71. It seemed that only key plot characters could unlock favorability, as evidenced by Dean and Seamus, who were merely labeled as friendly with no further details. The potions exam was quite effortless for Ona. On one hand, his frequent practice ensured that even Professor Snape rarely missed the opportunity to commend him during class, allowing him to secure a perfect score with ease. On the other hand, As he was sitting for the exam alongside Harry and the others, Professor Snape's attention was almost entirely fixated on Harry, thus alleviating the pressure on the rest of the students. Meanwhile, Harry was feeling quite despondent. Not merely due to the exam, but also because of the excruciating pain in his forehead. Ona attempted to concoct a potion for him, though it proved to be of little assistance. As the final history of magic exam concluded, a jubilant cheer erupted from the students. Ona, Hermione, and Glory departed the examination hall ahead of others, for this purely memorization-based test had not piqued even Hermione's interest in thorough revision. It was far easier than I had initially anticipated. The three of them settled beneath a tree by the lake, where Hermione lamented that she had no desire to memorize the werewolf code of conduct of 1637 or the details of the House Elf Rebellion. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron arrived. Observing the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently toying with the tentacles of a giant squid basking in the warm shallows. Frankly speaking, I suspect the Black Lake connects directly to the sea. Ron, watching his brothers, recalled something, asking if anyone had ever seen a lake with a giant squid. It's splendid. We no longer have to study, he remarked. Noticing that no one was paying him any mind, Ron cheerfully exhaled, stretched out his limbs, and reclined on the grass. Harry, cheer up. In a week, we will discover just how poorly we performed. There's no need to fret about it now. Who needs to worry? I certainly do not. Harry rubbed his forehead. I truly wish to understand what this means. My scar has been throbbing persistently. It has hurt before, but never with such frequency. Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested. I am not ill, Harry replied. I believe it is a warning that danger is imminent. Ron felt lethargic. The heat was simply too oppressive. Harry, relax. As long as Professor Dumbledore is here, the Philosopher's Stone is safe. Regardless, we lack evidence to suggest that Snape desires the stone. If you're feeling uneasy, perhaps you should meet with Professor Dumbledore, Ona advised. I recall you mentioning that you met with him alone during the Christmas holidays. After some deliberation, Harry ultimately acquiesced. During the 3 days of the Dragon Boat Festival, I made an effort to catch up. Chapter 96. Unveiling the truth. As Harry and his friends followed Ona back to the castle, they encountered Professor McGonagall, who was cradling a large stack of books. Upon seeing Ona, Hermione, and Harry with Ron, McGonagall appeared in good spirits. Based on current knowledge, it was highly likely that the top 2 positions in their year would be claimed, with Glory likely to secure a spot in the top 5 as well. Furthermore, with Hermione and Harry not facing detention, McGonagall was decidedly upbeat. What are you all doing indoors? McGonagall inquired kindly. Oh, we wish to see Professor Dumbledore, Ona replied. Want to see Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall echoed, somewhat surprised. Why? It's a secret, Harry instinctively responded, which evidently irked McGonagall, as her nostrils flared. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she replied coldly. He received an urgent letter from the Ministry of Magic and immediately flew to London. He left? Right now? Harry exclaimed anxiously. Professor Dumbledore is an extraordinary wizard, constantly occupied, his time invaluable. Enough, Harry, Ona interrupted. Your scar has been troubling you for quite some time. The last time Professor Dumbledore advised you to seek him out if the pain recurred, tomorrow will suffice. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Is Harry feeling unwell? McGonagall expressed genuine concern for her students, especially Harry Potter. Have you visited the hospital wing? We feared this might be a lingering effect of that spell. So we decided to consult Professor Dumbledore directly. He encountered Harry during Christmas and is aware of this situation, Ona briefly explained, noting that Harry had been worried about the impact on his exams, which was why they had come now. Oh, you've been through quite a lot, dear boy. McGonagall remarked sympathetically, glancing at Harry's forehead. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. I suggest you all spend some time outdoors in the sun. It may do you good. After McGonagall departed, Ona led the others to a secure corner to converse. Tonight, Harry stated, that person will cross through the trapdoor. He must have acquired everything he needs. And now he has deceived Professor Dumbledore into leaving the school. That letter was undoubtedly sent by him. I wager the Ministry of Magic was quite taken aback by Professor Dumbledore's sudden appearance. But what can we do? Ron began to respond, but Ona preemptively interrupted him. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. Ona remarked, having already discerned that Snape was approaching. Good afternoon, he responded smoothly. In this weather, you ought not to be cooped up indoors. Snape's features contorted into a peculiar smile, and truth be told, he seemed somewhat regretful that Ona was not a Slytherin. However, upon learning that both of his parents were Muggles, he recognized that Ona was unlikely to be sorted into Slytherin. Of course, Professor, Ona replied politely. We were on our way to see Professor Dumbledore, but Professor McGonagall informed us that he has left. Oh? Snape seemed somewhat surprised, pondering for a moment before stating. I suggest you refrain from wandering about. Others might think you are up to no good. I wouldn't mind deducting a few points from your house. Harry and his companions hurriedly turned to leave as Snape made his way toward the staff lounge. Upon exiting the castle, Ona and the others decided to head toward Hagrid's hut, which felt comparatively safer. I think someone should keep an eye on Professor Snape, Harry suggested after a moment's thought. What? You still suspect Snape? Ona inquired. Who else could it be? Ron retorted. Other than him, we can't imagine anyone else being so concerned about the Philosopher's Stone. It must be Professor Quirrell, Glory suddenly interjected, startling everyone. How could it be Professor Quirrell? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Haven't you been with me the entire time? Indeed. How did you figure that out, Glory? Ron asked, still only able to refer to her by her surname, having not yet had much interaction with her. Is it because I bumped into Professor Quirrell? Ona reflected, surprised that his sister had quietly discerned the truth, even before he had realized it himself. Yes. You never engage in unnecessary actions, Glory laughed, as they neared Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was seated outside in a chair, his trousers rolled up, busy shelling peas into a large bowl. Hello there, he greeted with a smile. Exams are over? Care for a cup of tea? Certainly. Thank you, Ron replied, as Hagrid set aside his work and ushered everyone into the hut. With Norbert having been sent away, the hut no longer required a constant fire and was no longer stuffy. Now that the exams are over, there's no need to dwell on them. Noticing the grave expressions on everyone's faces, Hagrid offered some words of comfort. Hagrid, said Una, I heard from Neville that he accompanied you to the Forbidden Forest last week. Oh, yes, Hagrid replied, as he kindled a fire to brew some tea. There was an incident in the Forbidden Forest, a rather troublesome one. I needed to attend to it. But I was short-handed. Fortunately, they were to be confined, so Professor Dumbledore assigned it to me. What happened? Una asked directly, while Neville appeared quite frightened. Hagrid hesitated, attempting to divert the topic, but ultimately succumbed to the inquisitive stares from the assembled group and divulged the matter. 2 unicorns have died. Someone was hunting them. The blood of the first one was largely consumed, but the second one, well, I intervened with my crossbow, but I was soon thrown off. It seems centaurs drove him away. By the time I returned, I only saw the centaurs, and it looked like a battle had taken place. Did you see what he looked like? Harry inquired eagerly. No, he was hooded, and the light in the Forbidden Forest is rather dim. I only had time to shoot at him before he concealed himself. I chased after him with Fong, but after that, he vanished. I only heard the commotion of the battle and returned, but it was too late. Hagrid paused, contemplating. Perhaps Neville and Malfoy caught a glimpse? Doesn't it sound familiar? Una inquired. Familiar? Hagrid echoed. Now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. Wasn't he the one who gave you the dragon egg? Una prompted further. Ah, Hagrid exclaimed, slapping his forehead in frustration. Now that you mention it, I recall a bit. Everyone was taken aback by Hagrid's sudden realization. I'm sorry, Hagrid said, his face pale with fear. The centaur informed me that the one most eager for the Philosopher's Stone is the Dark Lord. Harry and Ron were left in utter astonishment. Ona then took over the conversation. It seems that perhaps the mysterious figure instructed Quirrell to prepare for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell? Hagrid was taken aback, sharing the same astonishment as Harry and Ron. Do you remember our first encounter? Ona inquired. At your home. I recall, Hagrid replied without a moment's hesitation. The following day we ventured to Diagon Alley, correct? Ona gently prodded. Indeed, we met at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid and Harry simultaneously recalled that they had indeed seen Quirrell that day. Today, I suppose I can only manage to add a chapter. There are matters at home. And I won't be able to write tonight. Chapter 97. Unraveling the threads. So how long have you harbored suspicions about him? Hermione asked. Initially, I had no doubts. Ona shrugged, but my skepticism began on Halloween night. That was when you defeated the troll? Harry and Ron immediately reacted. Yes, Hagrid. Do you remember who alerted everyone about the troll? Ona questioned. Let me think. Hagrid recalled. It was Quirrell. Indeed, as a defense against the dark arts teacher. Could he truly be incapable of handling a troll? Ona pointed out the most significant doubt. It was from that moment that I began to suspect Quirrell. Yet Quirrell is notoriously timid, Hermione interjected. Precisely, so when he saw the defeated troll slumped over there, it did not raise any suspicions, did it? Ona presented another memory. The 4 of them struggled to recollect Quirrell's demeanor at the time. However, based on your assertion, Professor Dumbledore should have noticed Quirrell's unusual behavior. Harry frowned, but I witnessed him being coerced by Snape. Yes, he was indeed noticed by Professor Snape, Ona clarified. But my true suspicions regarding Quirrell arose during your first Quidditch match. I know, you intentionally knocked Quirrell over, Glory reiterated. Yes, I mentioned that Professor Snape could not openly cast a spell against you in front of everyone, but I observed Quirrell standing not far from him, fixated on you. While most attendees were focused on you, a typical person would exhibit signs of fear and panic, given his timid nature. Quirrell's appropriate reaction should have been one of greater alarm, yet he remained motionless, staring at you with a blank expression, which solidified my suspicion. Hence, I deliberately knocked him down, and as you witnessed, without Hermione having the chance to interrupt Professor Snape's incantation, you regained control of the broomstick. Harry was astonished, as he was not present at the time, and although Ron noticed Professor Snape's spell, he had not paid attention to Quirrell's actions. Thus he bitterly remarked, We have been misunderstanding Snape all along? I believe Professor Snape did notice something amiss with Quirrell. However, he likely remained uncertain, lacking sufficient information to confirm anything. Yet I was able to piece everything together, Ona smiled. But why didn't you mention this earlier? Ron inquired. Because we had no evidence, Ona pointedly remarked. If only Hagrid could have discerned that shadow last week. You should have reported it to Professor Dumbledore, correct? Certainly, Hagrid nodded. Though I still find it hard to believe this fact, your analysis makes your suspicions seem far more plausible than those regarding Professor Snape. What does Professor Dumbledore think about this matter? Ona asked. He said he would keep an eye on it, but there has been no further information since, Hagrid pondered, confirming. Ona smiled, seemingly reassured that Professor Dumbledore was in control and that there was no cause for concern. However, one thing was certain. Tonight presented the optimal opportunity for the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. If Professor Dumbledore wished, he could return at any moment. Is that really possible? Hermione inquired. It's quite a distance to London. With a portkey, flue powder, or apparition, Ona replied with a smile. I find it puzzling that Quirrell believes Professor Dumbledore will not return until tomorrow. If I were to reach London and sense something amiss, I would have plenty of means to return post-haste. How do you know so much? Hermione and Gloriana questioned, somewhat incredulous. Ron, however, was more enlightened. Ona asked me about this at the start of the term. He wondered if wizards must travel by train, or if there were more exciting and expedient methods. I informed him of those alternatives. But Hogwarts prohibits such travel methods, Hagrid pointed out. What about Hogsmeade? Ona countered. A knowing glint in his eye. Everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, Hogsmeade could serve as a hub for flue powder, allowing for an immediate return. Furthermore, Ona looked at them with a hint of bemusement. Professor Dumbledore is the headmaster, after all. We know that, Hermione admitted. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces and confessing her own confusion regarding Ona's statement. Can the headmaster not grant himself certain privileges? Ona chuckled lightly. The group felt a sense of enlightenment, swiftly followed by the sting of intellectual embarrassment. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Should we notify Professor Dumbledore? Harry inquired. Certainly. Ona replied earnestly. Regardless, we must alert Professor Dumbledore to the potential dangers surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Though I am uncertain if he is aware of the extent of our knowledge regarding this matter. Ona cast a glance at Hagrid, who responded with an awkward smile. Rest assured, I haven't betrayed you. I haven't even mentioned you to Professor Dumbledore. Then it falls upon you to remind Professor Dumbledore, Ona chuckled. I recall you mentioning that the Centaur revealed the one most eager to possess the Philosopher's Stone is the Dark Lord? Indeed. Hagrid promptly sprang into action. Following Ona's instructions to write a brief note to the Centaur, alerting him that the object might be in danger that very evening. Harry then dispatched Hedwig to deliver the message. Once Hagrid finished writing, Harry and Ron hurried back to the castle's Ollery with Hagrid's letter in hand. Hagrid, it would be prudent for you to gather a few professors and investigate the fourth floor tonight, Ona suggested after a moment of contemplation. Suddenly, Hagrid had a realization. Blimey. Quite a few professors will be leaving the school after the exams this afternoon. I reckon there are only a handful remaining on the premises. Ona raised an eyebrow. It seems that Chilo's choice for this evening is quite reasonable. What should we do? Hagrid inquired anxiously. No need to worry, Ona replied, waiting for Harry and Ron to return before continuing. There are two options. One is for Hagrid to gather the professors, however many we can find, to feign departure together. Then return later to assess the situation. If anything seems amiss, we will investigate immediately. The other option involves the three of us, plus Hagrid, resolving the matter ourselves. I believe Hagrid's chances of persuading the other professors are rather slim. Hagrid felt somewhat embarrassed, yet the truth was that he held little authority at Hogwarts. Even Filch did not show him much respect. When Professor Dumbledore was present, everyone gave him due consideration, but with his departure, the faculty seemed less attentive to Hagrid. What are we to do then? Hermione and Glory inquired, a mix of curiosity and concern in their expressions. You two must remain indoors tonight, Ona gently advised the girls. While my music is effective against Louis, Hagrid will be with us, so there is no need for you to take risks. Hermione, I also do not recommend you joining us. You and Glory should keep an eye out for Professor Dumbledore and the other professors' return to the school. They hurried to continue with Chapter 98, Neville's Bravery. Although Glory and Hermione felt somewhat discontented, they trusted that Ona would not act recklessly. Naturally, they were apprehensive about Ona's undertaking, yet with Hagrid by their side, they felt considerably more secure. After all, in the eyes of the children, the towering figure of Hagrid exuded a sense of safety. However, neither Hagrid nor Ona could feel entirely assured. Wizards wielded their magic like firearms, and Hagrid resembled a warrior from a bygone era. While he could overpower most wizards in close combat, wizards typically did not afford their opponents such proximity. Indeed, during dinner, the majority of the professors' seats remained unoccupied, and the students paid little heed, as this was an old tradition. The four househeads would invariably gather for a celebration following the end of exams, which indirectly affirmed Professor Snape's innocence. Had he suddenly been absent, the other three heads would surely have raised questions. Chilo was also absent. In fact, he only appeared during the exams, looking pale. At which time Harry and his friends were oblivious to anything amiss, even offering him a smile. Reflecting on it now filled Harry with embarrassment. Hagrid, too, felt a sense of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the empty staff table. The fortune-telling professor, Trelawney, appeared to be nothing more than a charlatan, likely inept in all matters, rendering her presence unnecessary. And then there was no one else. Hermione and Glory exchanged worried glances with Hagrid, who noticed their concern and nodded reassuringly, indicating that he was fine. After dinner, Everyone returned to their chambers, each burdened with their own thoughts. Ona possesses a considerable amount of gallons. After some contemplation, he resolved to procure additional equipment for unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, this gear can be affixed to existing items. For instance, if one purchases footwear equipment, even while donning slippers, the benefits of the equipment will still apply, albeit not as effectively as if one were wearing specialized running shoes. Ona did not ponder for long and promptly spent 140 gallons on a revitalizing crystal, which restores a certain amount of health every 5 seconds, a remarkably worthwhile investment. Regrettably, the system's equipment can only be bound for personal use, and items of the same type cannot be stacked. However, purchased items can be switched out. Ona provided a concise summary categorizing the System-S items into the following classes. 1. Footwear. The most basic option is the boots of swiftness, priced at 300 gallons. After acquiring these boots, one may spend 710 gallons to purchase an additional 6 types of shoes, namely the Shadow Ninja, Resistance, Calm, Arcane, Haste, and Fleetfoot. 2. Armor. The foundational piece is cloth armor. Subsequently, one can procure the Guardian's armor, along with other options such as the Reflective Spiked armor, Mighty Heavy armor, Sage's Shelter, and the Berserker's armor. 3. Cloaks. The basic model is the Anti-Magic Cloak. Following this, one may acquire the Cloak of Invisibility, as well as the Crimson Lotus Cloak and the Witch's Cloak. 4. Accessories. Among masks, there are the Phantom Mask and the Mask of Suffering, while the belt is the Strength Belt. 5. Weapons. A plethora of basic options exists, including the boxing gloves, charged gauntlets, iron sword, dagger, blood-sucking scythe, hunting brow blade, and thunder blade. The branches become numerous thereafter, warranting no further elaboration. 6. Staves. The most basic is the elemental staff, which is also the most costly purchase for Ona, at 540 gallons. Other options include the Great Staff, Blazing Dominator, Nightmare's Fong, Void Staff, Frost Staff, Sorcerer's Staff, Prophecy of Time, Echoing Staff, and the Radiant Moon. 7. Shields. The Snow Mountain Round Shield, Inspiring Shield, and Extreme Cold Storm. 8. Jewelry. Necklace options include the Alchemist's Amulet, while rings feature the Phoenix Ring, Whisper of the Wind, Extreme Shadow, Wings of Redemption, and emblems like the Wind Spirit emblem and the Running Wolf emblem. 9. Gems. Red Agate, Sapphire, Revitalizing Crystal, Knowledge Gem, along with others related to meteorites, evolution crystals, and the Heart of Smelting. 10. Books. Tomes include the Book of Spells, Codex of the Saints, Bloodline Tome, Sage's Book, and the Devourer's Tome. 11. Special items. The Broken Holy Grail and the Holy Grail, as well as the Eye of the Phoenix. Most equipment requires prior purchases to unlock further options. Ona had limited gallons and, aside from the revitalizing crystal and elemental staff, refrained from immediate purchases. The 5 individuals sat quietly in a corner of the common room. While Ona was preoccupied with studying equipment, the others appeared lost in thought. Perhaps due to the completion of their exams, excitement permeated the atmosphere, and most returned to their dormitories late at night. Once Lee Jordan finally stretched and yawned his way out, Harry immediately retrieved the invisibility cloak. He glanced at the composed Ona, fully aware of their intentions. "Shall we prepare to depart, Ona?" Harry and Ron rose to their feet. Hermione and Glory watched them with concern. "What are you up to?" A voice emerged from a corner of the room. Neville appeared from behind an armchair, clutching his toad, Trevor, who seemed to have struggled for freedom moments ago. "Nothing, Neville." "Nothing," Harry replied hastily, concealing the cloak behind him. Neville scrutinized Harry and Ron's furtive faces. "You plan to go out?" "No," Ron vehemently denied. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Harry glanced at the old grandfather clock by the door. It was getting late. Hagrid was likely waiting for them at the 4th floor corridor intersection. They had agreed to meet at 11 o'clock. Harry felt anxious about Hagrid standing alone there. But Ona had instructed him to wait for Professor Dumbledore's reply. "You can't go out," Neville insisted. "If you get caught like I did, Gryffindor may lose the House Cup." "We're not planning to go out," Harry retorted defiantly. "You're definitely going out." Neville positioned himself in front of the portrait hole. "I must organize you." "Neville." Ron grew impatient. "Step aside from the hole. Don't be an idiot." "You can't call me an idiot," Neville said. "I believe you shouldn't break school rules. I know for certain you violated them that night. You just weren't caught." "Neville, you have no idea what transpired," Ron exclaimed, stepping forward, but Neville dropped Trevor, who hopped away swiftly. "Come on, come and fight me." Neville raised his fists, declaring, "I am ready." Harry and Ron exchanged glances at Ona, who had never feared a challenge. On a side, "Neville, I am truly, deeply sorry for this." He swiftly drew his wand and pointed it at the boy, whose face was frozen in shock. Petrificus totalis. Neville's arms snapped against his sides, and his legs stood rigidly straight. His entire body became stiff, swaying a few times before Ona caught him to prevent him from collapsing to the floor. Neville's jaw locked together, rendering him speechless, with only his eyes darting around in terror as he gazed at them. "What have you done to him?" Harry inquired. "A full body-bind curse," Ona briefly explained, laying Neville on the couch. "Hermione, Glory, you will keep an eye on him here. You may release him from the curse in half an hour. I shall see if I can manage to write another chapter in the meantime." Chapter 99. After successfully restraining Neville, Ona and the others set off, blessed by the two girls. Harry and Ron moved cautiously under the invisibility cloak, with Ona vigilantly patrolling the surroundings. They encountered Mrs. Norris, but she detected nothing amiss. Soon after, they stumbled upon Peeves, who was frightened away by Harry's impersonation of a bloody barrow. They quickly arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor, where Hagrid stood guard with a giant crossbow. The door had been left ajar. "You've finally arrived. I nearly charged in myself. It was like this when I got here," Hagrid whispered. "Professor Dumbledore hasn't responded, and I haven't seen any other professors, so I had to come alone." "That's all right. Let us enter," Ona said, revealing himself and pushing the door open. Quirrell had taken quite a lead. Fluffy. As soon as Hagrid entered, a deep growl echoed in their ears. The three-headed dog fixated its gaze on Ona, remembering him. However, upon Hagrid's arrival, Fluffy quieted, all three heads displaying expressions of joy. "Good boy. I'm so glad you're all right." Hagrid soothed Fluffy, and Harry and the others clearly noticed a harp beside the enormous dog. Ona quietly stowed away the harp, which was, after all, a magical artifact. The trapdoor was effortlessly pulled open by Ona, but they soon encountered an awkward predicament. Hagrid's stature was clearly too large to fit through. "Oh, blast it," Hagrid huffed, furrowing his brow. "Let me make it a bit wider." Ona intervened, expressing her belief that there was no need for concern. She suspected that the trapdoor was enchanted and could not be easily breached. Hagrid, at a loss, observed the familiar figures with curiosity, pondering their activities. "Let us three descend first," Ona proposed calmly. "I have a method to ensure their safety. Someone must remain here in case Chilo escapes. You and Ruby can confront him together." Resigned, Hagrid lowered his crossbow, conceding, "What if you take this with you?" "We won't use it," Ona replied with a smile. "I shall return to learn from you." Hagrid glanced at them with apprehension before ultimately yielding. "Very well. Do not overestimate yourselves, especially you, Ona. Do not presume that defeating a giant grants you the upper hand against a wizard. Rest assured, I am well aware." Ona waved her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Harry, unable to contain his eagerness, was the first to leap through the trapdoor. Ron leaned over the edge, listening as Harry landed on something. "All clear," Harry called out. "It's a soft landing. You can jump." Ron promptly followed suit. Ona subsequently descended gracefully. In contrast to the two distressed children, Ona effortlessly bent her legs, perfectly dissipating the impact. To be candid, it was fortunate that a cluster of plants lay beneath them. Although Ron could not see clearly, he sensed that Ona was handling the situation with far greater ease than they were. Fortunate? Ona's expression was one of bemusement as she deftly evaded several tendrils that snaked towards her like serpents. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had unwittingly become ensnared by the long vines, which had wound themselves tightly around their legs. "You truly underestimated the mechanisms here. Take a good look at yourselves," Ona remarked. Only then did Harry and Ron realize their predicament, desperately tugging at the vines. Yet the more they struggled, the tighter the vines became entangled. "Do not move," Ona said calmly. "This is a devil's snare. I suspect it is Professor Sprout's trap. Remain still, and I shall handle it." Ona observed Ron amusingly as he evaded the tendrils that coiled around his neck, while Harry, panting, wrestled with a vine attempting to ensnare his chest. With a flick of his wand, a flame resembling a blue bellflower erupted, and within moments, both Harry and Ron felt the vines retreating from the warmth and light, releasing their grip. At last, they freed themselves completely. "Thank goodness you paid such close attention in herbology, Ona," Harry remarked. "Now, draw your wands and prepare for the traps that lie ahead." Ona intended to let them experience a setback, thereby seizing the upper hand. "This way," Harry instructed, brandishing his wand towards the only accessible path, a stone corridor. The trio moved cautiously forward, and aside from the sound of their own footsteps, they could hear the gentle dripping of water from the walls as the corridor sloped downward. "Can you hear any noises?" Ron whispered after a considerable time. Ona had already discerned the faint rustling and tinkling sounds. "Could it be a ghost?" Harry inquired. "I believe it's the sound of wings fluttering," Ona reassured him. "There is light ahead. I see many things moving." Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they found themselves in a brightly lit room with a lofty vaulted ceiling, where countless birds, glimmering like jewels, flitted about energetically. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. "Do you think if we cross the room, they will attack us?" Ron asked. "It's possible," Harry replied. "They don't appear particularly menacing, but if they all rush at once, who knows? I'll just dash across anyway. Stop fooling around." Ona laughed, preventing Harry from making a run for it. "Those are flying keys." Harry and Ron quickly focused on the fluttering creatures above. Indeed, they were keys. "How do we catch one? There are hundreds of them. How do we know which one is the right one?" Harry exclaimed anxiously. "The broomstick is right there. It's up to you now." Ona pointed to the corner. "Let us all go take a look." The three mounted their broomsticks and plunged into the swarm of keys. But despite their frantic efforts to grab and snatch, the enchanted keys evaded capture with remarkable agility. Ona chuckled, having initially sought a distinctive key. And soon his eyes fell upon a large silver key, its wings drooping as if it had been roughly seized and shoved into a keyhole. Ona deftly maneuvered the flying broom to evade the obstructive keys, and as one attempted to flee, She gently grasped it. "Come down. I have found it," she declared, as she descended to the ground with the key in hand. Harry and Ron gazed at Ona in disbelief as she unlocked the door, only then realizing the broom was gently lowered to the ground. You managed to catch the key even more effortlessly than Harry. Ron felt his worldview once again shaken. He had always envied Harry's Quidditch prowess, yet it seemed that Ona surpassed him even further. "It's nothing. I've trained in martial arts since childhood, so it comes naturally," Ona replied, gripping the doorknob. "Are you ready? We must hasten." Harry and Ron understood that this was not the moment for inquiries and nodded, waiting for Ona to push open the door, leading them into the second chamber. Initially shrouded in darkness, the room revealed nothing, but as they stepped inside, it was suddenly illuminated, unveiling a shocking sight. They stood beside a colossal chessboard, facing towering black pieces crafted from what appeared to be a black stone. Both Ona and Ron, who were relatively tall, still fell short of the imposing figures before them. At the opposite end of the room stood white pieces, their faceless visages instilling fear in Harry and Ron, who trembled at the sight, while Ona's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system remarkably provided hints, prompting Ona to take a closer look and realize that the material of these pieces was ideal for creating chess pieces for the game of Ishing. Ona mused. If all these pieces were fashioned into black and white Ishing pieces, wouldn't that yield 100 or 80 sets? "What shall we do now?" Harry whispered. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron replied. "We must play chess to reach the other side of the room." They noticed a door behind the white pieces. "How do we play?" Harry continued to inquire. "In my view," Ron said, "we must act as the pieces." He approached a black knight, reaching out to touch its steed. Instantly, the stone came to life. The horse pawed at the ground while the knight turned its helmeted head to gaze at Ron. "Do we need to join you to pass?" Ron asked nervously. The black knight nodded. Ron then turned to Ona. "Shall you give the commands, or shall I?" "You may take the lead," Ona shrugged, adding, "Besides, can you even exit?" Ron attempted to step off the chessboard, but as he did, the knight's sword halted at his throat. "It appears you must win this game of chess," Ona chuckled. "So we shall not enter, Harry." "What's wrong?" Harry asked, perplexed by Ona's statement. "Do you not find this place too pristine?" "Just consider how Quirrell managed to pass through," Ona remarked, ignoring Ron's bewildered expression and directing her question at Harry. Harry furrowed his brow in thought, ultimately shaking his head in uncertainty. "Perhaps it's some form of magic?" Ona shrugged nonchalantly, turning to retrieve the enchanted broomstick she had just placed by the door, offering one to Harry. "I often find the professors quite amusing," she remarked. Ron, now with a vacant expression, watched as Ona and Harry mounted their brooms and soared into the air, gracefully alighting before the chessboard. Due to the constraints of the board, the white pieces could not intervene, yet they now had a singular aim, to reach Ron, who stood beside the Black Knight, with a forlorn countenance. Ron ultimately chose to assume the knight's position, as the knight dismounted and departed the board. Ron steadied himself atop the stone steed, and at that moment, the white pieces began to move. Harry and Ona exchanged a glance at Ron, who was striving to command the pieces, before opting to pass through the door first. Uncertainty lingered regarding who had set up the mechanism. Harry sighed, certain that the key was the handiwork of Professor Flitwick, while the chessboard was undoubtedly the doing of Professor McGonagall. Ona shrugged, remarking that only Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore's mechanisms remained, while Quirrell's contraption might, perhaps, be yet another troll. They traversed the corridor until they reached a door. "I shall open it," Harry declared, pushing the door ajar. An abhorrent stench assaulted their senses, compelling Harry to hastily raise his garment to shield his nose, tears streaming from his eyes due to the foul odor. Before them lay a troll, even more colossal than the one encountered on Halloween, lying motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a gruesome, bloody lump swelling on its head. Ona had long been prepared, employing a defensive technique even before opening the door, effectively isolating himself from the biochemical threat. "Splendid. We need not engage in combat with this giant," Harry whispered, cautiously maneuvering past the creature's robust legs. "Let us hurry. I can hardly catch my breath." Upon reaching the corridor of the next chamber, Harry swiftly closed the door behind him and took deep breaths. Only after Ona regained his composure did they proceed towards the end of the corridor. Harry opened the next door, revealing a solitary table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped vials. A contraption devised by Professor Snape. Harry remarked, "What should we do?" The moment they crossed the threshold, a surge of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unlike any other, radiating a vivid purple hue. Simultaneously, black flames burst forth from the door ahead, trapping them in a perilous limbo. Ona picked up a scroll of parchment from the table and handed it to Harry. Harry glanced at it and saw a series of logical puzzles. After a moment of contemplation, Ona provided a brief explanation. There are 7 bottles, 3 containing poison, 2 filled with nettle wine, 1 positioned forward and 1 backward. Harry pondered this for a while but soon relinquished his thoughts. How are we to discern which bottle to drink? Ona pointed at the smallest vial with a smile. "This one is for the journey ahead." Harry glanced at the unassuming little bottle, realizing it contained barely enough for a single sip. They exchanged a knowing look. "Which vial will allow us to return?" Harry inquired. "The one on the far right," Ona replied, indicating a smooth, rounded flask. Drink from that, return to find Ron, and then immediately traverse through the trapdoor to seek Hagrid. Together, you must wait for Professor Dumbledore's return. I have a better chance against Quirrell. You know I followed Neville into the Forbidden Forest. It was Hagrid's supposed centaur that drove Quirrell away. It was I. Harry stared at Ona in astonishment. Ona patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if I falter, I am confident I can survive. Harry opened his mouth to speak but ultimately embraced Ona in silence. Ona, please be careful. After uttering these words, he took a sip from the rounded bottle, shivering involuntarily. It feels rather pleasant, does it not? Ona chuckled. Not at all. It's as cold as ice, chilling to the bone, Harry retorted. We must hurry, lest it lose its potency. Ona waved his hand dismissively. Good luck, do take care. With that, Harry turned and stepped boldly through the violet flames. Ona quietly gathered all the bottles, feeling quite accomplished, as he was about to confront Chilo and even Voldemort. He calmly organized the items in his possession. First, he activated a reward that he had not opened earlier due to examinations. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the blessing of the Dying Unicorn, which enhances your favor with the unicorn community and grants a certain chance to trigger lightning or holy light effects from the unicorns. Ona unlocked a reward that prevented Voldemort from consuming unicorn blood, seemingly enhancing his abilities and significantly increasing his chances of receiving the unicorn's favor. He recalled that unicorns were fond of pure-hearted maidens and briefly contemplated borrowing a set of glorious attire to fulfill Aaron's activation task. In the upcoming days, he could indeed venture into the Forbidden Forest to explore further. With his mind wandering, Ona proceeded to click on the second reward. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a tome on Dark Arts Defense. Ona's expression darkened momentarily. What sort of nonsense had Chilo bestowed upon him? Upon flipping through it, he discovered it was a type of magic in which Chilo excelled. Ona casually skimmed through the material, serving as a pre-examination review. Embracing the art of invisibility. Ona consumed a potion and indeed felt as frigid as ice, wielding the wand to traverse the black flames. In Chapter 101, the confrontation with Quirrell revealed that he was already present, engrossed in his studies before a mirror. Ona silently leaned against the veil of invisibility, concealing himself behind Quirrell. For the mirror of Ariste resembled more of a display screen, reflecting not only oneself but also various illusions. He traced his fingers along the edges of the mirror's frame. Murmuring continuously, this mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone. Only Dumbledore could possess such an artifact, that he is still in London by the time he returns. I shall have long departed. Indeed, Quirrell was no longer stuttering. Ona silently scoffed, cautiously maneuvering to the corner of the room to set down his chess pieces. Although this was indeed a form of skill, the pieces did not count as active until triggered, allowing Ona to maintain his invisibility. Quirrell cast a glance toward the entrance still engulfed in black flames, sensing that something had just passed through the fire, yet ultimately discovered nothing amiss. He was preoccupied, aware that his plan afforded him only one night. He turned to examine the mirror once more, having already devoted considerable time to his study. Greedily, he fixated on the reflection. I see the Philosopher's Stone. I am presenting it to my master. But where is it concealed? Suddenly, a wand appeared in Quirrell's hand, and he scanned the surroundings warily. A fleeting sensation akin to being watched had aroused his caution, yet he still failed to identify anything unusual. Oblivious to the 3 black chess pieces that had materialized in various corners of the room, Ona meticulously arranged his strategy, striving to inflict the utmost damage with a single strike. He felt a twinge of melancholy, suspecting that Chilo might be in a heightened state of excitement. For even a surreptitious glance from him unsettled his senses. Chilo cast his eyes around cautiously, ensuring the coast was clear before resuming his scrutiny of the Eris magic mirror. I truly cannot fathom it. Could the Philosopher's Stone be concealed within the mirror? Should I shatter it? Impatience gnawed at Chilo. He was acutely aware that time was of the essence, yet he dared not recklessly destroy the mirror. What was the true nature of this mirror? What powers did it possess? Assist me, master. A hoarse, piercing voice emanated from within Chilo's own body. Useless trifle. Let me examine it. Chilo trembled as he replied. Master, your strength has yet to be restored. The voice was feeble, indeed. Reluctantly, Chilo lifted his hand and removed the scarf from his head. The large scarf fell away, revealing Chilo's bare, surprisingly diminutive skull. Where the back of his head should have been, there was instead a face, ghastly and terrifying, chalk-white in hue, with crimson eyes that glowed fiercely, and beneath them, 2 slender nostrils resembling serpents. Seizing the moment as Chilo seemed engrossed in some ritual, Ona slipped to the Eris magic mirror and stole a glance. To his surprise, the concealment magic had no effect on the mirror. He saw himself, supremely handsome, smiling back. Then, the reflection reached into its pocket and withdrew a vivid crimson stone, winking before tucking it away once more. At that instant, Ona felt the weight of a heavy object settle into his own pocket. He inwardly grumbled, convinced this was the handiwork of Professor Dumbledore. Something the man would never admit to. Having obtained the Philosopher's Stone, the next task was clear, to deal with Chilo and Voldemort. Chilo obediently turned his back to the mirror, allowing Voldemort a thorough view. Intriguing, Voldemort murmured as he gazed into the mirror, witnessing himself standing triumphantly upon Dumbledore's corpse. Reigning supreme. Smash it. Kylo received the command and raised his wand, about to unleash a spell. Suddenly, a figure emerged from his flank, interrupting the incantation. Even a mere pulverizing curse left him disheveled, but more vexing was the strange fireball that followed. Though slow-moving, it struck him swiftly due to proximity and erupted into a swirling vortex of flames. Kylo felt himself being pulled. Though the damage was minor, the humiliation was profound. The ordeal was not yet over. A familiar vial clattered to the ground. "It's you." Two faces simultaneously roared in fury. They recognized the tactic. It was the same formula used in the Forbidden Forest to prevent them from drinking unicorn blood. A familiar scent lingered. With a disdainful snort, Ona unleashed 3 white chess pieces that soared forth as he retreated. Kylo managed to break free from the fiery maelstrom, but the conflict persisted. A sudden gust stirred the earth, and a whirlwind lifted him and a cloud of toxic gas aloft, an all-too-familiar sensation. Furthermore, as the white chess pieces were swept into the vortex, the black pieces were drawn in as well. Even the unfortunate Eris magic mirror was caught in the chaos, shattering into fragments with 3 resounding explosions. Though battered, Kylo's reflexes were sharp. He appeared to summon a magical shield of sorts. His garments were torn, yet his injuries were minimal. "Fascinating magic," Voldemort sneered. "It seems you harbor secrets most intriguing." Ona's face was concealed behind the primordial explorer, rendering her identity indistinguishable. However, Chilo appeared to discern something. "If I am not mistaken, it is you, Mr. Clough." Ona raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. For he believed in action over idle chatter. The searing radiance. In that moment, Chilo showcased the prowess that earned him the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. A magical shield materialized, albeit briefly, before it was shattered. Yet it afforded him the opportunity to evade the subsequent onslaught of searing light. "I must concede, your current display of skill nearly qualifies you for the OWL examination. With such talents, you would undoubtedly merit a place among my Death Eaters. I shall groom you as my successor." Voldemort could not contain his words. "Especially if you were to present the magical stone from your pocket, I could bestow upon you many valuable treasures." Indeed. Ona discerned that Chilo's remarkable resilience amidst his meticulously crafted onslaught was attributed to a ring on his hand, one that was fracturing. Observing the ring's decay, a pained expression crossed Chilo's face. "Master, the protective ring you bestowed upon me has been damaged." "Humph, a worthless trinket. Were it not for this, you would surely meet your demise." Ona observed his magical energy, realizing that at the tender age of 11, the combination of spells he had cast had already depleted over half of his power. However, with the assistance of magical artifacts, Chilo still held a slight advantage. Seizing the opportunity to obtain the magic stone, it would be ideal to take him away. Voldemort appeared to believe that victory was assured. Ona chuckled. This was merely a warm-up. Chapter 102, Victory in Battle. Although neither party engaged immediately, Ona surmised that Chilo was likely recuperating. After all, to overcome the challenge, he too could not afford to be complacent. While Ona's ambush had yielded only moderate success, it was sufficient to leave Chilo quite overwhelmed. Ona launched the first strike. "Disarm your weapons. Armor for protection." Chilo instinctively cast a protective spell upon himself, successfully deflecting Ona's surface attack. Meanwhile, Ona was biding his time, anticipating the deepening effects of the poisonous mist, while also employing another skill, the divination of no worries. Chilo felt little impact, but Ona was aware that the potency of his spell had been diminished. Paying no heed to the inexplicable Ona, Chilo snapped his fingers, causing the scarf on the ground to suddenly ensnare Ona, followed by a deft motion. Down he went, rendered unconscious. Ona had long been prepared, nimbly evading the attack while simultaneously dodging Quirrell's stunning spell. For him, the only concern at present was the disparity in duel experience between himself and the seasoned wizard. Fortunately, Quirrell was, from the outset, the type of magician molded by academia, and his combat experience was not significantly superior to that of the inexperienced Ona. At the very least, his spell-lasting speed could not rival that of Voldemort or Dumbledore. Useless. Voldemort could no longer bear to watch. Did Quirrell think this was merely a practice session? Quirrell shuddered, rallying his spirits, and quickly cast a series of silent spells, appearing far more competent than before. Ona is still unable to cast spells silently, and is equally incapable of performing wandless magic, with the exception of specific skills. It is rather unfortunate that powerful spells such as Starry Convergence cannot be utilized in enclosed spaces. Even the Minor Meteor spell requires an open environment for summoning, or else it risks being intercepted by the ground. A sudden fireball was hurled, and although it did not strike Chilo directly, it successfully singed a portion of his headscarf. Subsequently, Ona continued to throw a few vials and game pieces with reckless abandon, exasperating Chilo to the point of frustration. In the end, Chilo unleashed a wide-area spell that nearly depleted his magical reserves, yet it effectively cornered Ona. At present, Ona's magical power is not high. However, to be frank, he is not worried about what lies ahead, as it is now a time for close combat. Chilo, panting, remarked, "I never expected you, little rat, to be so difficult to deal with. Nevertheless, this is where it ends for you. Hand over what does not belong to you. It is an honor for you that your master has taken an interest in you. If you continue to resist, I will be left with no choice but to take drastic measures. Such verbosity. For the first time, apart from casting spells, Ona responded to Chilo's words. Voldemort, at this moment, did not wish to waste his magical energy. Lacking sufficient unicorn blood to replenish himself, he could only watch Chilo's clumsy performance. Fortunately, it appeared that Chilo was not so inept as to be unable to handle a mere child. Bind him. Take him away. Chilo commanded the scarf to ensnare Ona before confidently approaching him. However, upon noticing Chilo's lapse in vigilance, Ona's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Unbeknownst to Chilo, a plant had appeared behind Ona. It was a seed of the devil's snare. Ona had utilized Agudo's wild growth ability to ensnare Chilo in return, and then, taking advantage of the passive skill of mental erosion, he extricated himself first, reversing the tides of battle. The Hound of Hell was summoned, sinking its teeth into Chilo, who had finally gathered his wits. Meanwhile, Ona's wand transformed into a ruler, and he charged forward, invoking the might of a saint to trap Chilo under the light. What on earth? Not even Chilo could comprehend this method, let alone Voldemort, who failed to grasp that such a maneuver could not simply be explained by ordinary magic. It seemed Voldemort suddenly realized something. Is this technique that of a druid? Ona did not offer an explanation, wielding the ruler in his hand to strike Chilo's right hand repeatedly, ultimately causing Chilo's one to clatter to the ground. What followed was a brutal onslaught of punches and kicks. Ona was concerned that using a blade would be difficult to justify, and in terms of levels, these few heroes were indeed of a higher rank. Chilo screamed in agony, his eyes swollen shut from a blow, his nose broken, resembling that of Dumbledore's. And then Ona mercilessly dislocated his legs. Even as an adult, a wizard's physical prowess does not significantly exceed that of an ordinary person. With no scientific protection against those strange objects and consuming those inexplicable potions, the adverse effects on the body are inevitable. Voldemort, parasitically residing within Chilo, felt the anguish and confusion of his inadequate subordinate. Voldemort himself was somewhat vexed. Had it not been for the depletion of his strength in possessing Chilo and the lack of sufficient unicorn blood to replenish himself, he would not have been bullied by a mere child. Ultimately, Voldemort cursed as he departed from Chilo's mind, sensing Ona's overwhelming confidence and trusting his instincts. Just wait for it. Ona waved his hand, and the words heavenly origin echoed. Voldemort sensed something amiss, yet intricate lines appeared on the ground beneath Chilo's feet, glowing with an eerie luminescence. What is this? A magic circle? Voldemort's first instinct was to lunge at Ona, but Ona nimbly leaped outside the confines of the chessboard. Then, it seemed as though Voldemort collided with an invisible barrier. He could hardly believe that, akin to a ghost, he could traverse walls and floors, yet was inexplicably obstructed. Ona's eyes glimmered with a golden light as the Eye of Horus was activated. Voldemort let out a wretched scream. However, Ona's magical energy was nearly depleted. As the time of the celestial cycle came to an end, he fled in a disheveled manner. Ona realized that his punitive powers could not be wielded against Voldemort, likely due to insufficient levels. All he could do was watch as Voldemort, shrieking, vanished into the ground, the flames at the entrance serving as a form of harm to him as well. Meanwhile, Quirrell was in a dire state. Voldemort's possession had inflicted severe damage upon his soul and body. Had Voldemort not detached himself, Quirrell would have remained oblivious to the extent of his suffering. But now, with Voldemort's escape, he felt an excruciating headache and a rapid deterioration of his body, a manifestation of his life force being drained. Ona gazed at the ever-loyal Hound of the Heaven, steadfastly by Chilo's side, and affectionately stroked its head, ultimately witnessing its disappearance. At that moment, the flames at the entrance extinguished. Ona looked up, only to see Professor Dumbledore entering, followed closely by Harry and Ron. He gazed in astonishment at the disarrayed room. The enchanted mirror lay shattered from the previous battle, and Ona was absent-mindedly picking up a shard of glass. Quirrell appeared to have suffered a significant blow. His tattered turban lay in tatters in the corner, seemingly rendered utterly useless, while his feet were positioned in a peculiar manner, lying sideways on the ground, with a large patch of baldness at the back of his head. Am I late? Dumbledore inquired, observing Ona's somewhat disheveled hair. Just a bit, Ona shrugged. When I entered, it seemed that Professor Quirrell had been engaged in a struggle with someone. Perhaps he was attempting to thwart someone? Ona spoke with his eyes wide open, weaving a tale that left Harry and Ron wearing the most peculiar expressions. Professor Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, which were on the verge of slipping off, and cleared his throat. Harry has already informed me. Chapter 103. The conclusion and the reward. Ona coughed softly. When I entered, Professor Quirrell seemed to be possessed. There was another head at the back of his. They engaged in a fierce confrontation, while I found myself immobilized, unable to intervene. Ultimately, it was perhaps Professor Quirrell who unleashed a spell, which led to his opponent suffering a grievous defeat and fleeing. After that, I returned to normal and began to assess the situation. Professor Dumbledore scrutinized Ona for a moment, but Harry and Ron appeared to accept his account. So, Ona, you are suggesting that Quirrell was under someone else's control? Perhaps, Ona replied, as Dumbledore commenced his examination of Quirrell's condition. He eventually remarked, it seems that Quirrell has indeed been possessed for an extended period, His vitality is nearly exhausted, and even the Philosopher's Stone cannot save him now. Ona blinked innocently and obediently handed the Philosopher's Stone to Professor Dumbledore. Ah, it appears Professor Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief, realizing it was in your possession. I merely caught a glimpse, and the stone found its way to me, Ona stated innocently. However, the entity possessing Professor Quirrell's mind seemed to have noticed. Professor Quirrell, who was initially intent on attacking me, suddenly began to resist. I see, Professor Dumbledore smiled. This is one of my clever stratagems. Only one who hopes to find the Philosopher's Stone without the intent to exploit it can truly obtain it. Ona had no intention of revealing to Professor Dumbledore that the likelihood of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was largely attributable to the system's influence. Who wouldn't desire to wield the power of the stone to their whims? With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, one would not merely don a full set of magical attire, but rather an entire ensemble of supernatural prowess. A sip of the elixir of immortality would bring joy every single day, akin to a blissful nectar for the reclusive. To be frank, what exactly is this anti-scientific substance known as the Philosopher's Stone? Anaho pondered, wholeheartedly accepting Professor Dumbledore's approval. Good child, your performance has been exceptional. The arrangements are in order. Hagrid has informed me of everything, though perhaps with some omissions, which are of little consequence. Professor Quirrell, as you indicated, may indeed deserve a respectable burial, Dumbledore remarked. Indeed, just moments ago, Quirrell has drawn his last breath. Now there are no witnesses to contest this. His soul's power has been cursed by a unicorn, likely reducing him to a numbspectre. Now, I must pursue the entity that possessed Quirrell. Noting that this was not an appropriate place for discussion, Dumbledore decided to escort the three children away. As for Quirrell's body, it necessitated the intervention of the Ministry of Magic, as this unexpected death at Hogwarts required thorough investigation. When Dumbledore arrived, he had already extinguished the magical fire set by Professor Snape. Initially, Anahu had presumed that the black flames were the legendary cursed fire, but Dumbledore refuted this notion. Currently, there is no effective solution for cursed fire, Dumbledore simply stated, observing the chess pieces scattered haphazardly in the corners, arranged by Professor McGonagall. Anahu sought Dumbledore's permission to collect several fist-sized fragments. Although he felt a tinge of regret, Dumbledore assured him that he could retrieve these materials whenever needed. Dumbledore was indeed curious about Anahu's intentions for the items, but Anahu merely stated his desire to create some go pieces for personal amusement, prompting no further inquiry from Dumbledore. Upon returning to the concealed chamber, the group reunited with Hagrid, and Dumbledore departed to seek the fabled soul of Voldemort. Information gleaned from Hagrid. Once Dumbledore had left, Ron eagerly shared the joy he had experienced while playing chess. Unlike in the original tale, where he had to consider Harry and Hermione, he had sacrificed all his pawns. 2 castles, a knight, and a bishop, yet had managed to completely eliminate the white pieces, particularly the fierce White Queen. Hagrid, content with the task completed, cheerfully escorted the 3 back to the common room. Hermione and Ginny embraced Anahu, while Neville, having been freed from his petrification, sulked in a corner. Harry and Ron approached him, offering comforting words until they finally managed to soothe his troubled spirit. Ona began to recount the events that transpired within the Forbidden Zone to the 3 individuals, and upon realizing that Hagrid could only remain outside the trapdoor, both Hermione and Glory's faces turned ashen. When Ona finally mentioned the predicament of Quirrell, the countenance of all 5 individuals became pallid, for they had spent an entire term under the watchful gaze of that enigmatic figure. Goodness, I suddenly find myself admiring my 2 mischievous brothers. Do you think when they hurled snowballs at Quirrell's nape, they might have been cursed? Ron anxiously recalled that memorable scene. Surely not, Hermione responded, a hint of worry in her voice. If something were to happen, it would have occurred by now, Ona reassured them. Well then, it is getting late. It is already 5 in the morning. It seems we must retire for the night, but I must take a shower first. Hermione and Glory were already exceedingly fatigued, and as Ona went off to bathe, only Harry remained awake. It is truly wonderful to have Ona around, Harry remarked suddenly. He seems to be capable of anything. I feel that matters are not as straightforward as he suggests. Neville appeared puzzled, while Ron enlightened him about how Ona had ventured into the Forbidden Forest that day to protect him. Ah, I see. Neville's earlier discontent and grievance towards Ona dissipated instantly. Perhaps it was he who saved me and Malfoy. Before I left, I seem to have witnessed someone attacking that mysterious individual. Harry and Ron had actually experienced far greater shocks that night. It seemed as though Ona had everything under control, even earning Hagrid's trust. What astonished them further was Ona's remarkable broomstick skills and his ability to capture. If Ona were to take on the role of Seeker, he might very well outperform me, Harry finally declared. Ona remained oblivious to the evaluations his 3 companions held of him as he indulged in a bath while casually reviewing the spoils of the evening. Ding. Delving into the depths of the Forbidden Zone, he earned an experience reward of 1,000. Ding. By employing Hagrid, he reclaimed the 3-headed dog, garnering an experience reward of 800. And acquired Chilo's magical instrument, the harp, which triggered the special quest Celestial Strings. Ding. By dispelling the Devil's Web with flames, he received an experience reward of 500 and obtained the Devil's Web enhancement, rendering him impervious to fire, effect now active. Ding. Discovering the key awarded him an experience reward of 500. Ding. Navigating the chessboard on a flying broom yielded an experience reward of 300 in the crafting process for the star chess piece. Ding. Through astute reasoning amidst the flames. He earned an experience reward of 800, activating the special quest Master of Cases. Ding. Utilizing the Eris magic mirror, he acquired a magic stone. Receiving an experience reward of 1000 in the Eris mirror fragment, thereby activating the hero. Mirror. Ding. Defeating Chilo head-on resulted in an experience reward of 3000. Along with a special reward. Ding. Repelling Voldemort awarded him an experience reward of 5000 and another special reward. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 10. You have acquired the skill, Purification. Ona smiled, realizing that this achievement was sufficient for him to ascend 2 levels. He noticed that he was already nearing half of the experience required for the next level. Chapter 104. Obtaining the Academy Cup. Ding. Acquired fragments of the black and white chess pieces, triggering the special quest, Rampaging Mechanism. Ona glanced at the 3 special tasks, Celestial Melody, which required mastery of the Chinese Guqin and the ability to learn the 18 beats of the Hu Jia piece for activation, Master of Detection, which necessitated the submission of a detective novel that garnered public acclaim for activation, and Rampaging Mechanism, which called for proficiency in puppet manipulation and ownership of a personal puppet. Ona quietly turned off the water, pretending not to notice the Guqin. Thankfully, he still had a means to learn a bit, as the musical score system had already provided him with the necessary materials. As for detective novels, Ona reflected for a moment, realizing that he would have to find a way to transcribe one, considering that the world was rife with Holmesian tales. He set his sights on the works of Higashino Kigo. And what about that magical puppet? It seemed the magical realm held many mysteries for him to explore. At least this puppet did not appear to be aimless. Regarding the newly activated hero, Ona took a glance. Mirror, level 1. Passive, Mirrorcraft. The body and its reflection can inflict damage on enemies and refresh the cooldown of the skills Edge and Void Slash. Active skills, Edge. The lenses envelop the body for a rapid advance, creating a mirror image while dealing damage and slowing enemies. Void Slash generates a mirror image that simultaneously damages and slows surrounding foes. Each hit restores a portion of health. Reflection transforms into a mirror, immobilizing the targeted enemy, opening a mirrored space that lasts for 1 minute. Both the body and the mirror appear simultaneously, rushing towards each other's position to exchange places, dealing immediate damage to enemies upon redash. Otherwise, a 3-second cooldown is required. Surrounding the space are 8 mirror shards. Upon damaging an enemy, the nearest shard will also fly towards them, inflicting a certain amount of damage. In the following week, apart from continuing to activate runes, Ona diligently studied archery under Hagrid's guidance, who even sought assistance from Forenza. I feel as though I've seen you before, Forenza remarked upon meeting Ona. The Daily Prophet? Ona inquired with familiarity. I don't read that, Forenza replied. As a centaur, he had no habit of perusing wizarding newspapers. Perhaps I just find you familiar. Ona mused, uncertain if he had been seen by a centaur in the Forbidden Forest that day. Forenza scrutinized him for a while before silently starting to instruct Ona in archery skills. Frankly, centaurs possess an extraordinary talent for archery, particularly in mobile shooting, and thanks to his solid martial arts foundation, Ona was able to keep pace with Forenza's teaching. After the exams concluded, the final Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw took place. With Harry present, Gryffindor secured victory and claimed the Quidditch Cup. Later, Harry approached Ona to inform him that Professor Dumbledore had sought him out for a private conversation, during which he candidly revealed that the invisibility cloak had been passed to Harry by him, a relic of his father, James Potter. Professor Dumbledore also disclosed that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, and Nick LeMay had consented to this. Ona chuckled. Who could say for certain about such matters? Since Harry had not confronted Quirrell directly, he remained unaware of the protective charm on him. Even Professor Dumbledore could not discern its presence. Ona considered this a blessing, as it meant that Harry's trump card would not be discovered by Voldemort prematurely. Regarding Professor Snape and the grievances with Harry's parents, Professor Dumbledore divulged everything to Harry, albeit limited to the relationship between James and Snape, which was akin to his own with Malfoy. Dumbledore even suggested that Snape saw a possibility of Harry becoming a second Lily Evans, and regarding Snape's peculiar attitude toward Harry, he candidly stated that James had once saved Snape, hence his ongoing protection of Harry. Ona raised his eyebrows, yet Harry was only aware of these matters. Hagrid had also been instructed by Professor Dumbledore to assist in compiling an album of Harry's parents, a gift that brought Harry immense joy. At the year-end feast, the hall was resplendently adorned in the crimson and gold of Gryffindor, with a majestic lion model displayed to celebrate their triumphant return to the top of the House Cup after a 6-year hiatus. Professor Dumbledore delivered a speech. Another year has passed. The clamor of the hall gradually subsided. Before we indulge in these delectable dishes, I must trouble you all to listen to the ramblings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds must be richer than in the past, with an entire summer ahead of you to digest those thoughts and make room for new ones. As Professor Dumbledore spoke, he began to announce, now, as far as I know, we must first hold the House Cup award ceremony. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Third place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. Second place, Slytherin, with 472 points. And first place, Gryffindor, with 513 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, and even from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, accompanied by stomping feet. This year was not fraught with turmoil. Gryffindor had secured victory with certainty. Professor Dumbledore deemed it unnecessary to announce the accomplishments of specific Gryffindor students. The rumors surrounding Professor Quirrell's demise in the Forbidden Corridor had spread like wildfire. But following Dumbledore's announcement of the lifting of the ban on the fourth floor corridor, the gossip naturally dissipated. Ona sensed that Professor Dumbledore did not entirely trust him, as his favorability only increased by 1 point. Perhaps the challenge was daunting, or he felt that Ona had disrupted his plans, yet his contributions were undeniable. Due to Ona's emergence, Dumbledore's original scheme to create a hero did not unfold as intended. However, this did not hinder him from re-strategizing. Dumbledore found himself reminded of a student from the past, Tom Riddle. Unlike that ambitious and unsettling figure, Ona Clove was not a solitary individual. He had a twin sister and a childhood friend, and even the Sorting Hat recognized him. It was challenging for even a Slytherin student to harbor animosity towards him. Dumbledore pondered whether this child's presence was a boon or a bane as he observed Ona, who stood out amidst the jubilant crowd. That evening, having secured the house cup, Ona was granted another opportunity to draw from the lottery. This time, he extracted all the remaining items together. The reward for defeating Quirrell was a red silk, which Ona immediately recognized as belonging to Quirrell's headscarf. Upon acquiring this red ribbon, Ona was bestowed with a heroic quest. Ding! Obtain the Celestial Silk. Activating the special quest Arrogant Flame Spear. By acquiring the Celestial Silk, the following equipment must be gathered to activate the hero Neza, the three-pointed spear, the Universe Ring, and the Wind and Fire Wheels. With a darkened expression, Aona questioned the utility of the Mixed Heaven Silk. Is it merely a scarf? The reward for repelling Voldemort was rather meager. Ding! Acquired Spirit Transformation Technique. Activated Hero. Sima-E. Chapter 105. End of the Academic Year. Sima-E. Level 1. Passive. Silence of Words. Attains a vision range of 2,000 meters, unaffected by obstructions. Possessing a foundational energy of 80 units. Eliminating any hostile target grants a certain amount of energy and raises the upper limit by 10 units, with a maximum potential of 200 units of energy. Shadow Fong. Increases movement speed, requiring the use of the Grim Reaper's Scythe for attacks. Active skills. Shadow Bite. Releases a spirit entity, rendering the physical body immune to control effects while controlling the spirit, which inflicts damage upon enemies and can summon the physical body to the spirit's location. Desolate Realm. Unleashes spiritual power, suppressing the surrounding area to inflict a 1-second silence effect, converting inflicted damage into restoration of physical condition. Reaper's Descent. Transforms into the Grim Reaper, charging towards a designated location to inflict substantial damage. As for the rewards of the Academy Cup, they comprise a pen and a brush. The moment Ona extracted it, the system prompted again. Ding! Acquired the Feathered Brush. Activating the hero Shangwan Wanner. Shangwan Wanner. Level 1. Passive. Ink Array. Utilizing Shangwan Wanner's skills releases a surge of ink power, dealing damage to nearby foes while restoring a portion of her health. Active skills. 1. Seal Technique. Swift Momentum. A directed stroke of ink is unleashed, spreading out upon reaching the maximum distance to inflict damage. 2. Flying White. Concealed Edge. Inscribe a point, inflicting damage and slowing enemies along the path for 2 seconds. 3. Chapter Grass. Horizontal Scales. Dash forward. Dealing damage to enemies. If she strikes an enemy or touches the ink she has left behind, she may dash again. After 5 dashes, she can continuously launch attacks from the air against nearby enemies. The greatest challenge for Shangwan Wanner's skills lies in the ink. She has also acquired the formula for this ink, but still needs to gather materials such as pine soot, pearls, dragon's brain, white sandalwood, fish glue, musk, and borneal. Ona sighed, realizing that what she lacked was not skill, but time. For several days, Firenze instructed Ona in the art of archery, while Hagrid took this opportunity to craft a fine bow for her, specifically an English longbow, which he often utilized. In truth, a proficient bowyer could fashion a simple bow within a few hours. However, Hagrid chose the finest purple heartwood for his creation. The bow measured 6 feet in length, with arrows spanning 3 feet, and the string was fashioned from animal sinew, expertly crafted by Hagrid himself. After mastering the fundamental techniques of shooting and running, Ona successfully completed the quest for the Demigod's Bow. Hoey. Level 1. Passive. Sun Chaser. Increases attack speed with each successful hit on an enemy, stacking up to 3 layers. When fully stacked, activating Multi-Shot allows him to unleash 3 arrows at once. Active skills. 1. Multi-Shot. Enhances attack speed, enabling the rapid firing of 5 arrows. 2. Sunset Afterglow. Employs a projectile arc. Arrows that strike enemies inflict greater damage and impose a 2-second slow. 3. Arrow of the Scorching Sun. Infuses magical properties into the arrows, transforming them into fiery phoenixes that explode upon impact, causing stunning effects on enemies. After activating his hero, Ona did not pay much attention to the bow and arrow, believing that they would be more effective against enemies in open terrain. However, within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, the opportunities to use them were limited. Time swiftly passed, and the results of the final exams were announced. Ona secured the top position in his year, while Hermione came in second. Although the apparent difference in scores was minimal, the professors concluded that the gap was significant. Hermione had the capability to achieve nearly full marks, whereas Ona's score was constrained by the limited points available on the paper. Glory ranked fourth, and the third place was claimed by Padma Patil, the Indian girl from Ravenlaw, whose sister, Parvati, was in seventh place. A student from Slytherin took fifth, and a student from Hufflepuff was sixth. This marked a notable achievement for Gryffindor, as they had captured 3 out of the top 4 spots for the first time in a century, which earned Professor McGonagall an increase of 5 points in her favorability. Harry and Ron also passed their exams with commendable scores, and Neville managed to scrape through, with his outstanding herbology grade compensating for his losses in potions. As the holiday approached, Ona left his bow and arrow with Hagrid, as they were not permitted inside the castle. A notice was distributed to all students, warning them against the use of magic during the break. Damn it. I was really hoping they would forget to send this to us, Fred remarked. It doesn't really matter, George chuckled in response. Hagrid was responsible for guiding them aboard the boats that crossed the lake. He embraced Harry, Ron, and Ona, and awkwardly waved goodbye to the 2 girls. Time flew by. It's amazing how fast time passes, Glory commented while sitting on the Hogwarts Express. They had already changed into Muggle attire at school, which made things much simpler, particularly since Ona could switch his clothing appearance at any moment, although he preferred not to showcase this ability. After a day's journey, they returned to familiar London, where an elderly guard directed them to pass through in groups of 2 or 3. You all must come over to my house this summer, Ron insisted. I'll send an owl to invite you. Thank you, Harry replied. I'll arrive at Ona's house first, and then we can go together. Ron shrugged, expressing envy at how often the 4 of them could meet. Harry and Ron exited first, and as Ona, Hermione, and Glory followed, Ron's sisters circled around Harry. Vernon's discomfort was evident as he stood beside the Dursleys, feeling restrained due to Ona and Glory being Harry's classmates. Ultimately, Harry left with the Dursleys, and Dudley seemed to understand something regarding Harry with a newfound sense of fear. After returning home and having dinner, Glory and Anna exchanged stories about their experiences since Christmas. While Vernon listened with keen interest, Ona amused himself with Lightning as Mama went out to forage. Thus concluded their first academic year. Though Ona and his companions still had to sit for exams at Muggle School, Ona secretly participated in the graduation exams, achieving another first place, nearly causing a stir. Life after returning to Chelsea was anything but leisurely. On one hand, Ona is diligently engaged in the learning required for system activation tasks, while on the other hand, he manages to find time to play with the Chelsea Youth Academy players. Although he is often away, everyone still refers to him as the captain, including the new captain, who is no exception. John Terry expressed his admiration to Ona, lamenting the time lost with his friend Dean Thomas. Terry was delighted to learn that Dean Thomas had returned, rekindling a connection that had been lost for some time. The most pressing matter ahead, however, transcends the realm of the magical world, focusing instead on the 1992 European Championship. Ona laid out the last of her pounds, preparing to wager on Denmark's triumph. Time was of the essence, and Ona accompanied Brian to Sweden. In their opening match, the host nation Sweden drew 1-1 with France, while in their second encounter, Denmark held England to a 0-0 stalemate. Subsequently, England also drew 0-0 with France, only to suffer a disheartening 1-2 defeat against Sweden, resulting in their elimination. In contrast, after a narrow 0-1 loss to Sweden, Denmark astonishingly overcame France with a score of 2-1, successfully advancing to the next round. In the semifinals, Sweden fell 2-3 to a resurgent German team, while Denmark drew 2-2 with the Netherlands. In the ensuing penalty shootout, Schmeichel saved a penalty from Van Basten, keeping the defending champions from the final. In the championship match, Denmark decisively defeated Germany 2-0, crafting a remarkable fairy tale for the nation. Ona, with a cheerful demeanor, pocketed a substantial gambling prize, feeling little sorrow for England's dismal performance, especially since her uncle Nigel was unable to attend the event and could only sit idly in the stands. Chapter 106. The UEFA Champions League final of this year took place at Wembley Stadium in London in June, although it was only May 20th, and Ona had yet to return. Hogwarts examinations were scheduled for early June. Upon locating Brian, she first collected the Champions League final winnings, which had concluded in a 0-0 draw during regular time, followed by a dramatic last-minute goal from Barcelona that secured their first-ever Champions League trophy against Sampdoria. Subsequently, she enlisted Brian's assistance in utilizing this prize money to wager on Sweden and Denmark, as well as Germany and the Netherlands advancing to the semifinals, and placed bets on Denmark and Germany reaching the final, which ultimately ended with Denmark triumphing 2-0 over Germany. The odds for this bet were exceedingly high, as Denmark had replaced Yugoslavia, which was disqualified due to civil war. No one anticipated that the Danes would craft a legendary underdog tale in the European Championship. With the next underdog saga awaiting the 2004 European Championship and the birth of the Greek myth, Ona, being still a minor, could not claim the prize himself. Thus, he utilized Brian's name. Consequently, the old man stared in bewilderment at the lottery ticket in his hand, ultimately casting a silent glance at his grandson. "Are you concealing something from me, young lad?" Ona toyed with the copper coin in her hand, saying, "I claim this is what I divined. Do you believe me?" Brian shrugged. "I have no idea where you and Glory have been all year, shrouded in mystery." Through this enchanting Danish tale, O'Neill acquired millions of pounds, while Brian garnered fame, being lauded by the media as a true maestro. As long as Brian was not leading England in the European Championship, and with Nigel excluded from the national team, there was naturally no means of evasion. Numerous fans urged the English Football Association to replace Graham Taylor with Brian Clough as the head coach of the national team. Brian, aware of his own struggles, knew he had invested in England's victory, yet the group stage ended in disappointment. No one anticipated that despite possessing talents like Shearer and Lineker, England's squad would only see David Platt, who played for Italy's Bari, score a single goal, ultimately finishing with 2 draws and 1 defeat. O'Neill was also aware that England would soon face an even greater blow during the 1994 World Cup in the United States. England would fail to qualify for the final tournament. Brian consoled his beloved player, Stuart Pearce, who served as the captain of Nottingham Forest. Ona advised Brian to retire early this season. However, Brian believes that the upcoming year marks the dawn of a new era in the Premier League, and he is determined to strive for success. His experience of reaching the FA Cup final last season has instilled in him a sense of optimism. Yet, Manchester United had already secured the services of Danish captain Peter Schmeichel the previous year, heralding a period of dominance in the Premier League. Apart from Blackburn, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Manchester City, the Red Devils, under Ferguson's guidance, were poised to reign supreme until his retirement in 2013. Over the course of 21 years, he claimed 13 Premier League titles, while the remaining 8 titles were divided among Wenger's Arsenal with 3, Mourinho and Ancelotti's Chelsea with 3, and 1 each for Dalglish's Blackburn and Mancini's Manchester City. Ona was unable to inform the ambitious elder that, in the forthcoming year, they would face relegation, leading to his melancholic departure from Nottingham Forest, while even Nigel would venture to Liverpool. "Best of luck, Brian," was all Ona could utter. As the cradle of Norse mythology, Ona harbored a desire to discover magical artifacts in Sweden that could assist him. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings and the vigilant watch of Brian and Nigel, his hopes ultimately dwindled. He settled for purchasing some trivial souvenirs, yet his journey was not entirely devoid of fortune. In Sweden, he encountered a boy of similar age, and they shared moments playing football. Remarkably, the boy was slightly taller than Ona, and he admired Ona's skills, believing him to be the next football star. As for himself, he was resolute in his conviction that he would be the sole one capable of defeating Ona, despite never having triumphed in their one-on-one encounters. "Just wait. In 10 years, we shall meet on the World Cup stage. Remember, I am Zlatan Ibrahimovic." Ona remained non-committal, for he was, after all, a wizard and strictly speaking, could not partake in any purely Muggle athletic competitions. Upon returning to London and bidding farewell to Brian and his son, Ona resumed her life at home. During this period, Glory was not in England either. She had accompanied Hermione to Spain, where the Olympic Games were soon to be held. However, both Hermione and Glory held little interest in sports, as they were there to travel with the Wong and William couples. Ona returned to London on the same day they did. During the summer break, Ona continued to acquire enchanted fragments while also converting her funds into galleons. As Gringotts placed restrictions on each allocation, after all, galleons held far greater value than pounds in their eyes. Ona had to resort to an alternative method, purchasing gold and selling it directly to Gringotts. The advantage of this approach lay in Gringotts' desire to acquire gold to stabilize the galleon exchange rate. Thus, although it was somewhat cumbersome, Ona managed to accumulate hundreds of thousands of galleons through this means. She had consulted the system and discovered that the galleons in her vault could be directly converted into system coins. Consequently, Ona decided to utilize the vault key she had originally obtained, a fact unbeknownst even to the Wong couple. Ona has not entirely converted all his pounds into galleons. He still anticipates reaping a fortune in the gambling industry, although the wand in his possession lacks the traceable enchantments of the Ministry of Magic. Glory's wand does not share this limitation. Consequently, Ona refrains from practicing magic at home, focusing instead on honing his skills. In addition to this, he has commenced studying the Guqin under Glory's tutelage and practicing calligraphy alongside Hermione. Ona also manages to carve out time for writing novels and occasionally ventures to Diagon Alley to procure some materials, finding it far more convenient than shopping in Hogsmeade. Harry is sometimes sent to stay with Ona, particularly when guests visit the Dursleys. Frankly speaking, they have noticed something amiss. Aside from Mama Haha being able to transport letters back and forth from Harry, Hedwig has been unable to deliver a single missive. Ona suspects the interference of the house elf Dobby, but given that Mama Haha has managed to evade Dobby's hindrances, he chooses to remain blissfully unaware of the situation. Ona and Glory lamented that their birthdays coincided with the period of final examinations, specifically on May 28th, when no one had the energy to celebrate with them. Consequently, on June 28th, they hosted a belated banquet, inviting a considerable number of guests, including Hermione, Ron, his twin brothers George and Weasley, Neville, Dean, Seamus, and Hagrid. It was during a conversation with the group that Harry discovered that the letters sent via Owl had been intercepted, and only Ona's correspondence remained undisturbed. Hedwig was unable to join them. Had she come, she would undoubtedly have voiced her grievances about being mishandled by a peculiar creature, ultimately having to relinquish the letters before fleeing. Well, Ona said, chuckling as she patted Harry on the shoulder, we can still meet directly. We just need to be attentive for a while. Harry, feeling at a loss, could only nod in agreement. That night, Harry stayed at Ona's residence, and they all returned home the following day. Chapter 107, The House Elf Dobby. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ona has now activated a total of 23 heroes. Giguzi, Paikin Huxi, Mingshine, Yixing, Agujuo, Yao, Sun Wukong, Yuns Hongjin, Nakulu, Angela, La Fuzzy, Bianca, Charlotte, Yao, Yang Jian, Dunshan, Xiao Qiao, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Lonling Wang, Jing, Sima Yi, Shangwan Wanner, and Hui. The heroes still awaiting activation include Di Renjia, Kai Wenji, Neza, Eileen, Yu Ji, and Lu Shan. In July, Ona primarily focused on researching new skill combinations and engaging in constant practice. Each morning began with the practice of the 5-animal play, followed by swordsmanship, encompassing both Western and Chinese styles. Eventually, Ona sought the guidance of a heavy sword coach and a martial arts instructor, ensuring they came separately to avoid any complications. Additionally, he embarked on practicing with a crossbow, which Hagrid had crafted as a birthday gift for him. Although Ona had already received a longbow, Hagrid insisted that both gifts counted. In the afternoons, apart from teasing Terry at the Chelsea youth training camp, Ona would wander through Diagon Alley. Evenings were spent learning the piano with Glory or practicing calligraphy with Hermione. By the end of the month, Ona had elevated Yao to level 5, with nearly all heroes advancing by at least one level. Some of the later acquired heroes, aside from Hui who could not practice archery and thus only advanced by 1 level, progressed by 2 levels. Ona has developed a fondness for Sima Yi's skills, often wandering around in spirit form. Sima Yi's passive ability proved to be a remarkably useful skill for surveillance, allowing him to see within a 2,000-meter radius. Fortunately, Ona harbored no malicious intent. Otherwise, the young women around him might have found themselves in quite an embarrassing predicament, though Ona would never admit to having observed them. As Harry's birthday approached, Ona reached out to his friends from the previous gathering, most of whom were eager to attend once more. Harry, still puzzled by the missing letters, no longer worried much, as he had not entirely lost contact. Counting the days on his fingers, he finally arrived at July 31st. On his birthday, he went to Ona's house. With Wang Jin preoccupied with managing the Browning Company, Vernon's role had shifted to that of general manager, making decisions for the company. That day, a partner from the Mason family was to visit the Dursleys, prompting Vernon to send Harry to Ona's house ahead of time. Harry welcomed the respite, as his life had undoubtedly improved significantly thanks to Ona. Vernon, filled with both fear and disdain towards Harry, was compelled to endure his presence solely due to Ona's influence. Fortunately, Wang Jin provided him with ample compensation, ensuring he could not afford to relinquish his comfortable lifestyle. At Ona's home, Harry encountered not only Ona and Glory, but also, to his astonishment, Dobby for the first time. Dobby had previously been too afraid to appear in Ona's presence, having faced defeat at the hands of the formidable Hagrid on 2 occasions. This time, he was unceremoniously captured and deposited before Ona. Dobby cast a fearful glance at Hagrid before engaging in conversation with Ona. So, you were the one intercepting Harry's letters? Ona inquired, sending the lightning ball to summon Harry for an honest discussion. During the last gathering at Ona's residence, the sudden appearance of the lightning ball had startled Hagrid and the others. However, as the golden snitch did not belong to the category of dangerous magical creatures, they ultimately dismissed the incident. Dobby remained silent, merely presenting the intercepted letters, while Harry was brought forth by the lightning ball. What is this? Harry stared in bewilderment at the peculiar creature before him, having been tossed through the window by Hagrid and landing precisely on Ona's bed. Now Dobby sat there, sporting large bat-like ears and protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls. Upon seeing Harry, Dobby slid off the bed and bowed deeply, his elongated nose nearly touching the carpet. Harry Potter, Dobby exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Dobby has long wished to meet you, sir. It is a great honor. Thank you. Harry replied, somewhat taken aback. Who are you? Dobby, sir. I am Dobby, a house elf, he answered promptly. Oh, I see, Harry said, feeling a bit awkward. You were looking for me? Ona stood by with keen interest, observing. Yes, sir, Dobby eagerly exclaimed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It is difficult to say where to begin. Sir, perhaps you should sit down, Harry suggested as he settled on the bed, gazing at Dobby. To his surprise, Dobby suddenly burst into tears, startling Harry, who glanced at Ona, seemingly seeking guidance. Please, take a seat. Dobby sobbed. Never has a wizard asked Dobby to sit as an equal. Harry guided Dobby to the bed, where he sat, hiccuping, resembling a grotesque doll. At last, Dobby regained his composure and gazed at Harry with his tear-filled, earnest eyes. You have likely not encountered many honorable wizards, have you? Harry queried. Ona is quite admirable, he added. Dobby shook his head and unexpectedly leaped up, banging his head against the window, just as Ona had closed it to avoid disturbing the outside. Bad Dobby, he cried. Harry was bewildered. Stop that. What are you doing? He pulled Dobby back. Ona glanced at the window and sighed in relief that the glass remained intact. Dobby must punish himself, sir, the little elf stated, his eyes nearly crossing. Dobby almost spoke ill of his masters. Masters? Harry felt he had grasped a clue. The wizard family Dobby serves, sir. A house elf must forever serve a household, Dobby lamented. Do they know you are here? Harry inquired. Oh, no, sir, they do not. Dobby trembled. Dobby must impose the strictest punishment upon himself for coming to see you. Dobby shall lock his ears in the oven door if they find out, sir. But if you punish yourself like this, won't they know? Harry asked, somewhat perplexed. Dobby thinks not, sir. Dobby often punishes himself for various reasons. They make Dobby do this, sir. Sometimes they even remind him to punish himself more severely. Then why don't you leave? Harry asked. Considering that Dobby had managed to come to him, a house elf can only be freed by their master. But a master will never free Dobby. Dobby will serve until death. Sir, he replied matter-of-factly. Harry was taken aback and turned to Ona, who nodded in affirmation. Ultimately, Harry asked, so you came to me hoping I could help you? What must I do? Dobby wept aloud. Harry Potter asks if he can help Dobby. Dobby has heard of your greatness. Sir, but your kindness, Dobby did not yet comprehend. Harry was at a loss for words, while Ona noticed that Glory and Hermione were alerted, being in the adjacent room. Don't say that. The top of the class is Ona. She is remarkable, Harry said, feeling awkward. Dobby cast a fearful glance at Ona, who remained silent with a smile, thinking that if even the pet was so powerful, the master must be even more formidable. Harry Potter is so humble, Dobby exclaimed in reverence, his large round eyes sparkling. Harry Potter does not speak of his victory over the one whose name cannot be mentioned. Voldemort? Harry quickly realized. Ona, are you in the room? Hermione knocked on the door, inquiring. Ona approached and opened the door, revealing Glory and Hermione standing at the threshold. We seem to have heard some peculiar sounds, they remarked. There's nothing to worry about. A guest is seeking Harry, and we shall allow them some time alone, Ona replied succinctly before shutting the door with a casual flick, leading the two girls downstairs to greet their fellow classmates just as Ron arrived. Dobby exhaled in relief, cautiously inquiring. Dobby has heard that he reappeared at Hogwarts a few months ago? Indeed, Ona affirmed, the last encounter was when Professor Quirrell was bravely repelled. Though I did not witness it myself. Harry echoed Ona's words. Good heavens. Harry Potter's friends are truly extraordinary, Dobby exclaimed, but Dobby wishes to protect Harry Potter. He sniffled, wiping his face with a grimy, tattered pillowcase. Dobby has come to deliver a warning. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Why ever not? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. That is impossible. Look downstairs, Ona, Ron, Glory. I must return to Hogwarts. That is where I belong. No. Dobby shrieked, shaking his head vehemently, his ears flapping noisily. Harry Potter must remain in a safe place. He is so great, so kind. We cannot afford to lose him. If Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts, he will be in grave danger. What? Harry retorted, asserting that aside from the first Quidditch match where he encountered the possessed Quirrell, he felt no imminent threat. There is a conspiracy, Harry Potter, Dobby shouted excitedly. This year, the most dreadful events will unfold at Hogwarts. Suddenly lowering his voice and trembling, he added. Dobby has known about this for months, sir. Harry Potter cannot risk it. He is far too important. What dreadful events? Harry pressed, demanding to know who was orchestrating these plans. Dobby let out a comical whimper and began banging his head against the wall. Surely they are not fighting? Glory inquired from downstairs. It's nothing, Ona replied simply. The guest tends to get a bit agitated and resorts to pounding the wall. Ona thought to herself, refraining from voicing that it was done with his head, while continuing to observe the happenings in her room. Enough, Harry called out, seizing the little elf's arm to prevent him from harming himself. I understand you cannot speak freely, but why come to warn me? Does it relate to you-know-who? Dobby shook his head slowly, insisting, No, not that name which cannot be spoken, sir. His eyes widened as he attempted to give Harry a hint, but Harry remained perplexed. Doesn't he have a brother, does he? Harry inquired. Dobby shook his head. Then I cannot fathom who else could instigate terror at Hogwarts. Harry concluded. Firstly, Professor Dumbledore is present. You must know of him? Dobby bowed his head. Dobby knows that Professor Dumbledore is the greatest headmaster in Hogwarts history. Dobby has heard that Professor Dumbledore's magic rivals that of the darkest times. But sir, Dobby whispered urgently, there are certain powers that even Professor Dumbledore cannot confront. Before Harry could interject, Dobby leaped from the bed, seizing Ona's bedside lamp, intending to strike his own head. Ona frowned, but fortunately, Harry managed to grasp Dobby's hand in time. Refrain from such actions. This is Ona's home, Harry admonished, feeling a twinge of anxiety, as he couldn't recall a time when Ona had truly been angry, aside from her light-hearted reprimands. In any case, Ona was formidable. Her prowess was well known. Oh, And her eagle is quite impressive as well, Dobby said, gently placing the lamp back in its rightful place. Ultimately, Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts, Dobby insisted. We must head downstairs, Ona announced, returning to the door and knocking. All right, I'll be right there. Harry opened the door, feeling increasingly helpless against Dobby's warnings. Dobby sensed a significant number of young wizards present, realizing that his original plan was thwarted, especially as Hagrid's loud motorcycle could be heard approaching. Ona gazed at Dobby and then turned to Harry, saying, You should go down first. It has been quite a while since anyone has heard from you. Today, you are the star of the show. Hurry along. Harry cast a glance at Dobby, nodded to Ona, and departed. Ona closed the door and addressed the troubled Dobby. You are the house elf of the Malfoy family, are you not? Dobby's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know? He stammered. The family crest is on your pillowcase, Ona pointed out, having seen introductions to pureblood families. As for the conspiracy you mentioned, I suspect that keeping an eye on Draco will suffice. Dobby sighed in relief. Harry must return to Hogwarts, no matter how you try to impede him. He will inevitably go back to school. Even if you intercept him, can you truly stop Professor Dumbledore? Ona's words dispelled Dobby's concerns. You should remain at home, and if there is anything crucial you need to inform us, seek me out. Dobby gazed at Ona deeply. Mr. Onacloff, you are a wise individual. Dobby indeed had not contemplated so much, sir. Furthermore, Dobby senses your strength, perhaps even greater than my master's. Since you say so, Dobby is willing to place his trust in you. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished. Ona glanced at the disheveled bedding, curled her lip, and departed to attend the banquet downstairs. Chapter 109. The flying car. Harry experienced one of the happiest days in a month, as everyone presented him with splendid birthday gifts. Ona kindly elucidated the difficulties that Harry had encountered over the past month, noting that his correspondence had been intercepted, which resulted in a loss of contact. Fortunately, the issue has been resolved, and no one has pursued the matter further. Ron enthusiastically extended an invitation for everyone to visit the Burrow. Neville, Dean, and Seamus expressed their willingness but mentioned that they had prior commitments. Both Ona and Harry concurred, and they made arrangements for Ron's brothers to pick them up in August. Hermione and Ginny, however, conveyed their lack of interest in the boys' gathering. When Vernon came to collect Harry, he naturally acquiesced, even seeming eager for Harry to leave home as soon as possible. Anna, on the other hand, chided Ona lightly, implying that after just returning, she was off to Sweden, missing the trip to Spain with everyone, and now, after finally spending a month at home, she was off to stay with friends once more. Ona smiled, fully aware that Anna was reluctant to part with him for too long. After all, as a mother to a 12-year-old, her maternal instincts were profoundly understandable. Wang Jin, on the other hand, remained calm. He reassured his wife that their child would naturally grow independent and soar high. Ona, wise beyond his years, didn't he require excessive concern. In fact, he had already learned of the news that Anna was expecting another child. It was only logical, considering that they had previously spent much time at home while Wang Jin and his wife were preoccupied with their business. Now that they had transitioned into shareholders, delegating responsibilities to professional managers, their time had increased, making the arrival of another child a natural progression. When the appointed day arrived, Ona prepared a modest assortment of belongings. At this moment, he required no clothing. Only his manifestation equipment was essential. With ample funds at his disposal, he had already acquired a complete set of minor items and could procure additional equipment at any time. He had upgraded his elemental staff to a larger rod, though this meant a significant reduction in his gallons. The designated hour was 10 in the morning. Ona let his lightning ball settle on his shoulder and, grasping his newly purchased magical suitcase, made his way to the entrance of the manor. Though Glory and Hermione would not be joining him, they accompanied him to the door to wait. As the clock struck the hour, a teal-colored car approached, driven by either Fred or George. The twins were in the front seat, beaming at them. Ron and Harry occupied the back seat. Ron opened the door, inviting Ona to enter. His suitcase was small, so there was no need to open the trunk, which was filled with Harry's belongings. Are you truly not coming? Ron asked, casting a hopeful glance at Glory. No, Hermione replied, glancing at the car seats. We have our own matters to attend to. Besides, what would it mean for us to join a bunch of boys? Ona chuckled as she patted Ron on the shoulder, then turned to the two girls and said, See you later. Hermione huffed softly, expressing her mild discontent to Ona, while Gloria playfully tugged at Hermione's hand, leading to a final farewell among the seven. Fred drove the car for a while, glancing at a secluded path, and Harry, not overly concerned, wondered if the forthcoming scene would astonish Ona. Ona watched as the car suddenly ascended. Indeed, the vehicle soared into the air like an airplane, gliding over the treetops lining the narrow path, ultimately reaching an altitude of over 100 feet before accelerating forward. Ona gazed with keen interest at the vehicle, while Harry, Ron, and even Fred and George eagerly anticipated Ona's reaction, only to find him surprisingly composed. Wow, Ona, don't you find this exhilarating? Harry inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, it's rather intriguing, akin to flying in an airplane, Ona replied nonchalantly. Goodness, Ron exclaimed incredulously. We all thought you would be as astonished as Harry. Yet here you are, so calm. I just returned from Sweden on a flight in June. A flying car is indeed fascinating, but the sensation is not vastly different from that of an airplane. Ona chuckled, expressing a desire to possess such a magical automobile. All right, George remarked, somewhat deflated. We even placed bets on how you would react. Fred, brimming with enthusiasm, turned back, declaring, I had the house covered. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Recalling their wager, if Ona had shown surprise, Fred would have been tasked with handling the house elf in the yard alone. But now Fred could sit back and watch them deal with the elf. Are you sure you don't want to keep your eyes on the road? Ona pointed ahead, where a flock of birds was passing. Fred shrugged, adeptly maneuvering the steering wheel to avoid the birds. Marmaduke flew outside the window to take a look, with Hedwig following closely beside him, while Lightning was also restless. Ona opened the window, allowing him to fly freely in and out when tired. He could choose to return to Ona or accompany Marmaduke. George cast an envious glance at Ona's two birds. Isn't Lightning Gloriana's pet? Oh. Ona recalled with a grin. He finds it rather dull in London. He enjoys Marmaduke's company. Speaking of which, Hedwig seems quite fond of Marmaduke as well. Harry chuckled. That is different. Lightning seeks Marmaduke's protection, while Hedwig is merely enamored with Marmaduke's physique. Ona silently critiqued, then absorbed the scenic view outside. Harry mirrored his gaze, both observing the landscape, while Ron, quite self-satisfied, remarked, I saw it all on the way here. Honestly, this way neither employs magic to attract the ministry's notice nor wastes time. Whose car is this? Ona queried. It belongs to my father. He works at the ministry. Ron replied with a smile. The ministry? Harry's interest was piqued. The Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Ron shrugged. A rather dull department. He was supposed to drive today, but he was called away at the last moment. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, having long coveted this vehicle. What is that? Harry asked. It's to prevent the use of magic on Muggle-made items, fearing they might end up back in Muggle shops or homes. Like last year, when an old witch passed away and her furniture was sold to an antique shop. A Muggle woman bought a tea set and invited her friends over for tea, which turned into a nightmare. My father had to work overtime for several weeks, Ron recollected, reflecting on the events of the previous summer. What happened? Harry inquired. The teapot went berserk, scalding hot tea sprayed everywhere, and a man ended up in the hospital with a sugar tong stuck to his nose. My father was inundated with work. It was just him and an old wizard named Perkins in the office. They had to use Obliviate and various other methods to cover it up, George revealed, clearly knowing more than the others. But your father's car, Harry suddenly realized. Fred laughed. Yes, Dad is obsessed with everything Muggle-related. Our shed is stuffed with Muggle items. He takes them apart, charms them, and reassembles them. If he were to raid my house, he'd have to arrest himself. Mum is nearly going mad over it. Chapter 110, The Burrow That's South the Main Road. George suddenly remarked, gazing through the windshield below. We'll reach there in 10 minutes. Fred lowered the car slightly, and Harry beheld a patchwork of fields and clusters of trees. We're just outside the village, George explained. This is Ottery St. Catchpole. The car descended lower. Landing, Fred shouted. The vehicle gave a gentle jolt as it touched down. They landed beside a ramshackle garage, surrounded by a small yard. While Harry and Ona surveyed Ron's home, it appeared to have once been a stone pigsty, which had been haphazardly expanded with additional rooms. Now towering several stories high and leaning precariously, as if conjured by magic. The red roof sported 4 or 5 chimneys, and a crooked sign out front read the burrow. Scattered nearby were some high-top shoes and a rusty cauldron, while a few plump brown chickens pecked at the ground in the yard. Not much to speak of, is it? Ron said. It can't compare to your Uncle's, let alone Ona's home. I think it's marvelous, Harry replied, finding it not so dreadful. Ona was already contemplating potential renovations, sensing it might trigger some special task. Everyone disembarked. To be honest, Dad wasn't supposed to come and was planning to postpone. But we convinced Mom that it was Harry Potter and Ona Croft. Ron lifted his chin, feeling particularly privileged to have such friends. Mrs. Weasley was already waiting, relieved to see them return safely. She wore a floral apron, a wand tucked into her pocket. Good morning, Harry, Ona, she greeted warmly. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. The two boys replied respectfully. So glad to see you, dears. Come in and have something to eat, Mrs. Weasley said, leading the group inside. The kitchen was small and quite crowded, dominated by a spotless wooden table and several chairs. Harry and Ona sat down, taking in their surroundings. They had never entered a wizard's home before, except for Hagrid's hut. The clock on the opposite wall had only one hand, with no numbers, featuring phrases like brew tea and feed the chickens. The mantelpiece was lined with 3 stacks of books, Enchanting Your Cheese, The Magic of Toasting, and Conjuring a Feast. All magical tomes. Harry and Ona heard the old radio by the sink crackling to life. Next up is Magical Moments, featuring the renowned witch songstress, Celestina Warbeck. Mrs. Weasley served up a plate of sausages, pouring several onto Harry's bowl, while Ona indicated he had already eaten, ultimately taking just one to taste. It was delicious. Harry also received 3 fried eggs, and Ona requested one as well. We had originally planned to pick you up ourselves. I didn't anticipate Arthur would actually allow the 3 of you to drive. It's rather reckless to fly an illegal car halfway across the country. Anyone could have seen you, Mrs. Weasley lamented, but thankfully you've returned safely. With a flick of her wand, the dishes in the sink began to wash themselves, clattering cheerfully. Then she proceeded to spread butter on bread for Harry and Ona, noticing Harry's evident hunger. Ona, we may be having lunch a bit late, so perhaps you should eat a little more. No need, he replied. Harry and Ona simultaneously declined, with Harry having indulged quite a bit, while Ona noticed Ron and the others had clearly swallowed hard. At that moment, a little girl with red hair, clad in a long nightgown, dashed into the kitchen, let out a shriek, and then scurried away. Ginny, Ron remarked, my sister, she has been chattering about both of you all summer long. Isn't that so? She is actually quite eager to have your autograph. Harry, Fred chuckled. Well, she was quite excited last night, and has only just risen. Mrs. Weasley cast a bemused glance in the direction of her daughter's exit, offering an explanation. After much effort, several plates were finally cleared by Harry. You boys should go tidy up the garden from the gnomes, Mrs. Weasley instructed her 3 sons. Would you care for a cup of tea, Harry and Ona? Oh, no need to trouble yourself, Mrs. Weasley, Ona promptly replied. We're here as guests, but we are also quite curious about everything here. So may we accompany Ron and the others to the garden? Oh, what delightful children you are, Mrs. Weasley said, observing Harry nod fervently, and thus she relented. However, it is a rather tedious task. Now, let us see what Lockhart has to say. He withdrew a hefty tome from the mantelpiece, prompting a simultaneous groan from George and the others. Lockhart? Harry inquired, confused. Oh, he is an author, Ona succinctly explained, having recently frequented Diagon Alley, where she had learned of this now-renowned wizard writer, though she was aware that Lockhart was merely a charlatan. Harry noted that the cover of the book was embossed in gold script, Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Eliminating Household Pests. Beneath the title was a large photograph of a dashing wizard, albeit somewhat more ostentatious than Ona. The wizard sported wavy golden locks and bright blue eyes, and in the photograph, he was cheekily winking at them. Mrs. Weasley gazed down at him with a smile. Oh, he is remarkable, she said. He understands his household pests. It's a splendid book. Mom, we know how to clear the gnomes from the garden, George complained. Mom is quite the admirer of his. Fred whispered to Harry and Ona. Don't be ridiculous, Fred. Mrs. Weasley blushed. All right, if you think you know more than Lockhart, then go ahead. However, if I find even a single gnome left in the garden when I check, you shall see. The Weasley brothers grumbled as they lazily led Harry and Ona outside. The garden was expansive and overgrown, with various plants that Harry could not name sprawling from each flower bed, alongside a large green pond teeming with frogs. You know, there are gnomes in Muggle gardens too, Harry remarked to Ron as they crossed the lawn. Ah, I know. I've seen those things that Muggles mistake for gnomes, Ron replied, bending down to bury his head in a peony bush, resembling a plump little Santa Claus, while hoisting a fishing rod. A violent commotion ensued. The peony leaves rustling wildly, and Ron stood upright exclaiming, There's one. Ona and Harry gazed upon the creature, which bore no resemblance to Santa Claus. Its diminutive frame, rugged skin, and bald, round head resembled that of a potato. Ron extended his arm, holding the goblin aloft, despite its small, calloused feet kicking and flailing in protest as it shouted, Let me go! Let me go! Ron seized it by the ankle, lifting it upside down. You must do it this way, he said, raising the goblin overhead and swinging his arm in wide circles, akin to lassoing. You won't harm them. You need to spin them dizzy so they lose track of their goblin hole. As he spoke, he loosened his grip, and the goblin soared 20 feet before landing with a thud in the field behind the hedge. Pathetic, Fred scoffed. I could easily throw it over that stump. Fred watched from the sidelines, having wagered on the outcome. Chapter 111. Ron's room. Harry intended to gently toss the first goblin he caught, but it bit his finger with its sharp teeth, forcing him to hurl it away with considerable force. Wow, Harry, you must have thrown it 50 feet. In no time, the garden was teeming with goblins. Ona deftly handled them, effortlessly tossing them far away, leaving Fred in a state of astonishment. George quickly noticed, while Ron and Harry remained engrossed in their search. Oh, it's nothing, Ron remarked nonchalantly after finally grasping the excitement of the two. I'm surprised Ona can do it. I would expect nothing less. Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ona had indeed accomplished more than half the work. As they observed a line of goblins meandering away, Ron stated, They will return. Dad is far too lenient with them, finding them amusing. At that moment, the front door banged open. They're back, George exclaimed, Dad's home. They hurried through the garden and into the house. Mr. Weasley slumped in a kitchen chair, removing his glasses and closing his eyes. A lean man with thinning hair. The remaining strands were as red as those of his children. Clad in a green robe that appeared rather worn, he muttered, What a day it's been. This morning, I inspected 9 houses. Today, I had to raid another. Last time, Mundungus Fletcher tried to jinx me while my back was turned, and this time, he nearly succeeded. Mr. Weasley took a large sip of tea, exhaling in relief. Did you find anything, Dad? Fred asked eagerly. Not much. Last time, I at least discovered a few shrinking door keys and a biting teapot. This time, it was a complete waste of time, Mr. Weasley lamented. There were some troublesome items, but they don't fall under my department's jurisdiction. Last time, I encountered some rather bizarre ferrets at the Motley residence, and I was taken in for questioning. I'm still waiting to hear back, and today was equally perplexing, but that's a matter for the spelling experiment committee, thank goodness. Why would anyone want to make shrinking keys? George inquired. To prank those muggles, Mr. Weasley sighed. Selling a muggle a key that eventually shrinks to nothing, and when they need it, they can't find it. It's hard to convince anyone, as no muggle would ever admit their key is shrinking. They'll insist it was lost. These muggles, they can forever be oblivious to magic, even when it's right before their eyes. Just look at cars, for instance. Mrs. Weasley approached, brandishing a poker like a sword. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth in surprise, glancing nervously at his wife. Ah, Molly, I can explain, he thought frantically. This morning, he had intended to accompany Molly to pick up Harry and Ona, but had to agree to let Fred and George volunteer for the task instead. He never anticipated they would take his treasured car. Well, Arthur, I'm listening, Molly Weasley said, her eyes blazing. Imagine a wizard buying a rusty old car and telling his wife he merely wants to take it apart to see how it works, but in reality, he uses magic to turn it into a flying car. Arthur Weasley blinked. Oh dear, I think you will find he has broken any laws. Although he perhaps should have informed his wife beforehand. There's a loophole in the law. You will find that as long as he doesn't intend to fly it. The fact that the car can fly is irrelevant. Arthur Weasley, you purposely left a loophole in the law, Molly Weasley exclaimed. Just so you can tinker with those muggle items in your shed. Let me tell you, when Fred and the others flew that car this morning, I nearly reported them to the Ministry of Magic. Thankfully, they returned safely with Harry and Ona. Harry? Mr. Weasley asked, bewildered. Which Harry? And Ona? He looked around, spotting Harry and leaping to his feet. Good heavens, it's Harry Potter. What a pleasure to meet you. Ron has told us so much about you. Your son flew that car this morning to fetch Harry from his home, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. What do you have to say for yourself? Really? Mr. Weasley asked hurriedly. Did it fly well? I seeing the fury in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, he quickly corrected himself. That is very wrong. Children, very, very wrong. Mrs. Weasley puffed up like a bullfrog. Ron hastily pulled Harry and Ona aside, claiming he wanted to return to see his room, and quickly slipped away. George and Fred, sensing the impending storm, also made their escape, leaving the unfortunate Mr. Weasley to bear the brunt of his wife's wrath. They exited the kitchen, traversing a narrow hallway, and arrived at a staircase that twisted and turned. On the third landing, a door stood ajar. Harry caught a glimpse of bright brown eyes staring at him before the door clicked shut. That's Ginny, Ron said. You have no idea. Her shyness is remarkable. She never usually shuts the door. They climbed 2 more flights of stairs to a door with peeling paint, bearing a small sign that read Ron's room. They entered, ducking under the slanted ceiling, while Ona bent down in preparation. Upon entering, they were momentarily dazzled, as if stepping into a great furnace. Everything in Ron's room was an overwhelming shade of bright orange-yellow bedspread, walls, and even the ceiling. Ron had plastered nearly every inch of the tattered wallpaper with posters, showcasing the same 7 witches and wizards clad in vibrant orange robes, joyfully waving from their flying broomsticks. Which Quidditch team is this? Harry asked. The Chudley Cannons. Ron pointed to the enormous letters C on the bedspread, adorned with a speeding cannonball, currently ranked 9th in the league. Ron's pile of magical textbooks lay haphazardly in one corner, accompanied by a stack of comic books, seemingly all chronicling the misadventures of the eccentric muggle, Martin Miggs. Ron's wand rested atop a large fish tank on the windowsill, which housed numerous frogs pawn, while his plump gray pet rat, Scabbers, lounged in a sunbeam beside the tank, snoring peacefully. Ona gazed at it with a perplexed expression, contemplating whether he could dispose of it this year. Chapter 112. A letter from school. Harry and Ona stepped inside, with Harry crossing over a deck of self-shuffling cards on the floor, peering out of the small window. Below, he observed the recently cleared goblins stealthily slipping into the hedgerow, one after another. Turning around, he noticed Ron watching him and Ona with a hint of nervous anticipation, as if awaiting their judgment. It's a bit smaller, Ron remarked. Even less impressive than the one at your muggle home, let alone Ona's. Above me is the attic, where that ghoul resides. He constantly bangs on pipes, making a ruckus. Harry chuckled. This is one of the finest rooms I have ever seen. Ona sat on Ron's bed, expressing her envy of his ability to arrange his room according to his own preferences. In contrast, her own room was frequently tidied by her mother, leaving her often bewildered as to where her belongings could be found. If Anna were to hear this, she would surely tug at Ona's ear. For Ona had always been responsible for her own tidiness. Anna and the others rarely intruded. Ron's ears turned crimson. Although he was the only child from a wizarding family among the 5, he was the youngest son. His brothers were all accomplished, and his only sister was the apple of the family's eye. Compared to the well-to-do Ona's siblings and Hermione, whose academic prowess was formidable, Ron felt rather unremarkable, especially in light of Harry, who, despite lacking numerous relatives, was a name that resonated throughout the wizarding world. However, Ron found some solace in the affirmations from Harry and Ona. They conversed for a while until Fred and George summoned them for lunch. The afternoon was relatively uneventful. They ventured to a secluded area on the Weasley property surrounded by trees, ensuring they were out of sight from the villagers below. There, they could practice Quidditch, as long as they didn't tee soar too high. Naturally, they refrained from using real Quidditch balls, particularly since the Weasley family's set had seen better days, with the golden snitch darting away faster than the bludgers. Instead, they tossed apples to one another. Both Ona and Harry had brought their Firebolt 2000s, allowing them to frequently switch off and experience the exhilarating speed and control, while Ron's shooting star often lagged behind. Ona's remarkable Quidditch skills left the twins in awe. Although the simplicity of tossing apples did not provide a more tangible experience, they had initially invited Percy to join, as having a fifth member could facilitate a simple 3-on-3 match, but Percy declined. On the way, Fred expressed his curiosity. "I really wonder what he's up to. He's been acting strangely lately." Ron chimed in, "Right, last week he received his exam results, 12 W.L. certificates, and he didn't seem particularly pleased." Noticing Harry and Ona's confusion, George clarified, "O.W.L. stands for Ordinary Wizarding Level. They'll also achieve 12, if we're not careful. We might end up with yet another male student council president in the family, and I can't bear that." Bill was the eldest Weasley sibling, and Charlie had been in touch with him during the previous school year. Currently, Norberta was with him, while Bill worked for Gringotts in Egypt. That evening, Harry attracted considerable attention. The mirror above the kitchen fireplace startled him when he returned to the Weasley home, as he had intended to check his reflection for any signs of dirt. Suddenly, the mirror yelled, "Tuck your shirt into your trousers, you slovenly boy." It was quite normal to pull out a damp shirt after exercising. However, Harry, taken aback, quickly straightened himself, with Ron reassuring him to disregard the mirror. After dinner, Ona and Harry were assigned to the room next to Ron's, which belonged to Charlie and Bill, though they had not returned in quite some time, leaving little in the way of belongings. The night was relatively quiet until a ghoul began howling loudly, banging on pipes. Harry found it both amusing and somewhat noisy. However, with the sound of small explosions emanating from Fred and George's room, the ghoul fell silent. Harry sensed that everyone in the Weasley household seemed to adore him. Mrs. Weasley mended his socks that evening and refilled his plate multiple times during every meal. Mr. Weasley enjoyed having Harry sit beside him during meals, incessantly inquiring about Muggle life, curious about plugs and post offices. After Harry explained how to use a telephone, Mr. Weasley marveled. "How splendid. What a genius. Muggles have devised so many ways to live without magic." That night, Ona received a system notification, discovered a burrow, experience points awarded, 300, Weasley family favorability, 70. Upon recalling Harry's birthday, O'Neill realized that he had successfully completed the primary mission of preventing Dobby from keeping Harry from attending school. As a reward, he received a mysterious gift package, which he had recently neglected to open. With a mere flick, he activated it, only to discover a small sprite voucher, granting him the ability to summon a sprite to serve as his own house elf. Ona felt a twinge of regret for not having opened the letter at Ron's house right away, as it was rather inconvenient for him to summon it. The following morning, as everyone descended the stairs for breakfast, several owls arrived, delivering letters from Hogwarts. Ona discovered that this time it was not the familiar two owls. They appeared to be on a fixed route to London, delivering letters to Hermione in Ginevra. On this occasion, the Weasley family had a total of 7 letters, for Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ona, Harry, and the newly enrolled Ginny. Ona and her companions opened the envelope made of yellow parchment, upon which the ink was green. It merely informed them that on September 1st, they were to board the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station to the school. Additionally, there was a new list of textbooks, which was not extensive as most of the required books were a continuation from the first year. Typically, one would only need a standard spellbook by Miranda Goshawk, Level 2. However, the subsequent titles left everyone speechless, breaking up with the Banshee, A Journey with Ghouls, Vacationing with the Harpy, Strolling with Trolls, Sailing with Vampires, Wandering with Werewolves, and A Year with the Yeti. All these were the works of Gilderoy Lockhart. "Goodness," Fred Weasley exclaimed. "Does everyone have to purchase this nonsense? The new defense against the dark arts teacher must surely be a devotee of his, perhaps even a witch." Yet, upon catching his mother's gaze, Fred quickly silenced himself. Interestingly, he was not the last to arrive at the dining room. That title belonged to Percy. The others had already taken their seats at the table, though Ginny accidentally knocked her bowl of porridge to the floor upon spotting Harry, creating quite a clamor. She scrambled beneath the table to retrieve it, emerging with cheeks flushed like the evening sky. Harry and Ona pretended not to notice, though Ona cast a playful glance at Harry, having already perused the letter. The two accepted the slices of bread offered by Mrs. Weasley and commenced their breakfast. Those books were far from inexpensive. George, too, set down the letter, casting a swift glance at their parents. Gilderoy Lockhart's books were indeed quite costly. As Fred busied himself with orange marmalade, his eyes continually flickered towards his parents. "Oh, we'll manage," Mrs. Weasley said, though she appeared somewhat troubled. "I suppose many of Ginny's items can be purchased secondhand." "Oh, you are going to Hogwarts this year as well?" Harry inquired of Ginny. She nodded, her roots of red hair blushing, her elbow inadvertently nudging the butter dish. Flushing, she stole a glance at Harry, feeling a tad embarrassed. At that moment, all attention turned to Percy, who was impeccably dressed, the badge of head boy pinned to his knitted vest. "Good morning, everyone," Percy cheerfully announced. "The weather is splendid. After breakfast, they dispersed. Mr. Weasley headed off to work, while Percy retreated to his room as usual. The twins dragged Ron and Harry outside, while Ona graciously declined their invitation, expressing her need to write a letter home. In truth, Ona did pen a letter, but it took little time, as she sought Mrs. Weasley for another matter. Mrs. Weasley was seated in the kitchen, appearing to have just completed her chores, lost in thought. Clearing her throat, Ona drew Mrs. Weasley's attention and spoke. You see, last year, the clothes endorsed by Gloriana were never worn, and I brought over 2 or 3 sets. I haven't had the right opportunity to present them to you. Oh, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in surprise, although it feels a bit awkward. Ona, you are truly considerate. Moreover, I've also brought the first-year textbooks I requested from the upperclassmen. Though some are slightly damaged, I've mended them. They are quite new, and I suspect they may not have been genuinely utilized. Ona produced the items she had prepared, revealing quite an assortment of books left behind by forgetful young wizards, many of which showed no signs of previous ownership. There were also some advanced texts. Mrs. Weasley could not help but embrace Ona. Goodness, you are simply delightful. You are too kind, madam, Ona replied, feeling a touch bashful. Furthermore, since you have 5 children, I thought it might be prudent to purchase 1 or 2 sets of Mr. Lockhart's books, as it would be impractical for each year to study the same content. This way, they could select the appropriate books based on their lessons, alleviating the need to buy so many at once. Indeed, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands. You're absolutely right. We certainly do not need to purchase 5 complete sets. 1 set should suffice. After all, that amounts to 7 books. No professor could possibly require all 7 in a single lesson. Additionally, Ona handed over all the items she had brought. I also have several spare wizarding robes. As you know, I had my endorsement with Gloriana, so rest assured. These robes are brand new. I believe Ron would find them quite useful, and I would like you to present them to him. Molly Weasley gazed at Ona with a warm smile, then suddenly turned away to wipe a tear from her eye. She truly had a challenging life as a mother of 7. Thankfully, times were not the most difficult at present. Bill and Charlie had become independent and often contributed to the family finances. Their work was perilous, yet well compensated. However, what mother would want her sons to risk their lives for money? Bill and Charlie often reported only good news, but the last time Charlie returned from Romania, with his arms bearing numerous scars, she could not betray even the slightest hint of sorrow, instead forcing herself to maintain composure and urging him to exercise caution. Upon witnessing this, Auna quietly set down his belongings and discreetly departed. It was only after Auna vanished beyond the threshold that Mrs. Weasley allowed her tears to flow through her fingers. After a considerable time, she composed herself and carefully put away the gifts Auna had brought her, fully aware that these items were not hastily prepared. No one would take the trouble to arrive with such tokens only to wait an entire day before presenting them. During lunch, Mrs. Weasley's enthusiasm for Auna astonished the other children, though Ron and Harry welcomed it with open arms. To Ron, Auna was akin to a cherished friend, embodying the ideal companion, exceptionally studious, handsome, and possessing a genial disposition that endeared him to both teachers and peers alike. Conversely, Harry acknowledged Auna's remarkable qualities, lamenting that others often overshadowed him due to their own notoriety, neglecting Auna's humble nature. Otherwise, Harry would feel even more indebted. Ginny seemed to have learned about the clothing Auna gifted her, and she rarely displayed a smile towards him. In terms of appearance, the Weasley brothers were not lacking, yet they paled in comparison to Auna. Ginny harbored no particularly strong feelings for Auna, perhaps because Harry's legend loomed larger. The entirety of Auna's deeds remained unknown to all, possibly only Dumbledore was aware. It could also be that during the holiday, Ginny perceptively noted the unique bond Harry and Ron shared with Gloriosa. Ona and Hermione seemed to have tacitly acknowledged their relationship. No one appears surprised by their companionship, as it feels like a natural progression. However, both Ona and Hermione are acutely aware that this is not yet the appropriate time for romance. As evening descended, Mama Haha delivered Hermione and Glory's reply, inviting them to meet next Wednesday in Diagon Alley, which would likely coincide with Ona's departure. It was reported that Percy declined Mrs. Weasley's suggestion, expressing his willingness to share a single set of Gilderoy Lockhart's books with his siblings and Ginny, deeming it inconsequential. Consequently, the Weasley family decided to purchase only 1 set of books. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Wednesday arrived. Mrs. Weasley rose early, rousing everyone. They each hastily consumed 5 or 6 slices of savory meat sandwiches before donning their coats. Mrs. Weasley lifted a flower pot from the kitchen mantelpiece and peered inside. Not much left, Arthur, she sighed. We need to buy some today. Guest first. Harry, Ona, you come first. She presented the flower pot before them. Harry stood in astonishment, while Ona politely inquired, forgive us, but we have never encountered this before. How does one use it? Oh, I forgot to mention, Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead. They've never traveled using flu powder. Never used it? Mr. Weasley queried. Then how did you manage to get to Diagon Alley last year? By car, Ona chuckled. Oh, Mr. Weasley has his own vehicle, so he wasn't particularly impressed. Well, shall we set off? You've never experienced such a swift method, have you? Now, no more questions. Arthur, Fred, why don't you demonstrate how it's done? Mrs. Weasley shot a stern glance at her husband and assigned a task. Fred pinched a handful of shimmering powder from the flower pot, approached the fireplace, and tossed the powder into the flames. "They'll be fine, Mom. Just watch how I do it." With a whoosh, the fire turned a brilliant green, leaping higher than Fred himself. He strode directly into the flames, shouting, "Diagon Alley," and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 114. Flapowder, you must articulate those words clearly, children, Mrs. Weasley instructed the pair, as George reached into the flower pot. "Make sure not to exit through the wrong fireplace." "Wrong what?" Harry asked anxiously, but George had already been whisked away by the roaring flames. "You know, there are many varieties of magical fire. You must choose correctly. But as long as you speak clearly," Mrs. Weasley reassured them, "they will be fine, Molly." "Don't be so anxious," Mr. Weasley added, taking some flue powder himself. "But dear, if they get lost, how will we explain it to their parents?" Mrs. Weasley fretted. Thanks to Ona's gift, the Weasley family's friendliness rating rose to 90. In fact, their likability was rather easily enhanced. Ona's only concern was that, due to not having interacted with Bill yet, the rating might ultimately plateau. "Rest assured," Harry comforted. "I believe I can manage." "Very well, follow Arthur closely," Mrs. Weasley instructed. "Remember, once you step into the fire, declare your destination." "Elbows in," Ron added. "Close your eyes," Mrs. Weasley advised. "It may be a bit smoky." "Also, don't move around too much," Ron cautioned, "or you might tumble out of another fireplace. But do not panic. Do not emerge too early. Wait until you see Fred and George," Mrs. Weasley concluded. Harry reached for a handful of flue powder, approached the flames, sprinkled the powder into the fire, and stepped in, uttering words that were barely discernible, slightly garbled. "Is that all right?" Mrs. Weasley asked, concern etched on her face. "It's fine," Ona assured, following suit. He took a handful of flue powder and, without hesitation, entered the fire, clearly stating, "Diagon Alley." He felt as though he were being sucked into a colossal socket, his body spinning rapidly. The roaring wind was deafening as he opened his eyes to the swirling green flames, carefully avoiding peculiar tunnels that resembled various fireplaces, occasionally witnessing figures materializing only to vanish. Ona observed a succession of fireplaces whizzing past, catching glimpses of the rooms beyond. He silently resolved that he would refrain from attempting flapowder again unless absolutely necessary. At last, he came to a halt, immediately spotting Fred and Mr. Weasley. "Well," Fred exclaimed, "it seems you arrived first. Is Harry behind you?" Ona shook his head. "No, Harry left before me." The expressions on the faces of Arthur and his son shifted dramatically, and soon after, Ron arrived. "What's wrong? Where is Harry?" Ron inquired, sensing that something was amiss. "I don't know. When I arrived, I only saw Mr. Weasley and the three of them." Ona was well aware that Harry must have gone to Knockturn Alley. Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Percy arrived. Upon learning that Harry had not reached Diagon Alley, worry etched itself on each of their faces. Mrs. Weasley lamented, "Oh dear. I should have paid more attention to him." "There is no need for that, Mrs. Weasley," Ona interjected. "Our immediate concern should be to ascertain where he might have wandered off to." Ron reflected for a moment. "I vaguely recall him mentioning something about Knockturn Alley." Ona nodded. "I heard his cough. It seems he inadvertently misspoke." The Weasley couple exchanged glances, deciding that Mr. Weasley would venture over to see if he could locate Harry, while Mrs. Weasley would take the remaining children to the meeting point at Gringotts. Ona, from a distance, she spotted Hermione, who stood with Glory, both enchanting like fairies, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Naturally, Glory was more conspicuous, but Ona's attention was primarily on Hermione. "Wait, isn't Harry with you?" Hermione and Glory approached Ona, suddenly realizing someone was missing. "We arrived using flue powder, but there was a minor mishap. Harry might have exited through a fireplace earlier," Ona succinctly explained. "The Kings had not come along today. Instead, the Williams had brought them, and they were currently over there, still marveling at the various fairies and creatures that flitted by." "Oh dear, I hope he's all right," Glory remarked. After a while, Hagrid appeared in the distance, his imposing figure unmistakable, accompanied by Mr. Weasley and Harry. "Wonderful, Mrs. Weasley sighed in relief. She had initially intended to search for Ginny, but Ona had advised against further dispersal, suggesting it would be easier to regroup at Gringotts. "Harry, where have you been?" Ron rushed forward to inquire. "Diagon Alley," Hagrid replied sternly, looking rather displeased. "Awesome," Fred and George exclaimed in unison. "The adults never let us go there," Ron explained. "I think it's best to avoid it," Hagrid grumbled. Mrs. Weasley shot a disapproving glance at her sons, then retrieved a large brush from her handbag. Though anxious, she had taken the time to dust off everyone's soot-covered clothing. She noted with surprise that Ona bore no soot, which she attributed to his original Seeker-esque gear. Mrs. Weasley assisted Harry in removing the remaining soot that Hagrid had missed, and then Hagrid announced, "I must be off. See you at Hogwarts." Before departing, he shot Ona a knowing look, signaling him to remember to collect his crossbow when back at school. After bidding Hagrid farewell, Harry and the others proceeded towards Gringotts. Harry whispered to Ona and Ron, "Guess who I saw at Borgin and Burke's?" "Who?" Ron asked, playing along. "Malfoy and his father." Harry exclaimed. "Lucius Malfoy? What was he there for?" Mr. Weasley inquired, his tone vigilant. "Nothing. He was selling something," Harry replied. "He's afraid," Mr. Weasley said. a serious and satisfied expression on his face. "Oh, how I wish to obtain evidence against Lucius Malfoy." "Be careful, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned. "That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew." "You think I can't handle Malfoy?" "Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly as they entered the bank. "By the way, I haven't introduced you," Ona interrupted, gesturing towards the Williams. "These are Hermione's parents." "Ah, you're muggles," Mr. Weasley exclaimed joyfully. "We must celebrate. What is that you have in your hand?" "Oh, you're exchanging muggle currency," he continued, excitedly pointing to the pounds Mr. Granger had produced. "We'll see you in a bit. Ron, Harry, they need to go to the vault to retrieve money." Since Ona's family was unaware of his vault, he joined Glory in exchanging for galleons. Ona and Glory both exchanged a sum of 500 galleons with their enchanted wallets. This amount felt significantly lighter than it had the previous year. Chapter 115. Gilderoy Lockhart awaited Harry and his companions, who soon dispersed. Percy muttered about the need to purchase a new quill, while Fred and George spotted Lee Jordan. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny intended to acquire wands, while Mr. Weasley insisted on escorting the Williams to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. An hour later, they convened at Flourish and Blott's to procure their textbooks. Mrs. Weasley instructed them while leading Ginny away, and before departing, she called out to the twin brothers, "No loitering in Knockturn Alley." The five of them strolled along the winding cobblestone streets. Harry purchased 5 large strawberry peanut butter ice creams, each savoring their treat as they meandered through the alley, admiring the myriad shop windows. Ron lingered wistfully before the display of the complete Chudley Cannons team uniforms in the Quidditch merchandise shop, while Hermione and Glory ventured into a nearby store to procure ink and parchment. In the whimsical joke shop, they encountered Fred, George, and Lee, who were buying a substantial quantity of the effervescing Dr. Filibuster's fireworks, a magical delight that burst into bloom upon contact with water. The twins still had quite a bit of leftover money, most of which was given to them by Ona as a fee for their errands. In a quaint second-hand shop filled with rickety wands, teetering brass scales, and potion-stained old cloaks, they discovered Percy engrossed in reading a book titled How to Attain Power as a Prefect. Ron read aloud the enticing back cover summary. The Hogwarts prefect and their career after graduation. "Leave me alone," Percy snapped. Indeed, Percy was ambitious. He had his sights set on becoming the Minister of Magic. As they departed, Ron whispered about their conversation. An hour later, after replenishing their supplies of herbs and potions, they made their way to Flourish and Blott's. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, all eager to enter, while a prominent banner hung from the upstairs window. Gilderoy Lockhart, signing his autobiography, Magical Me. Today from 12:30 to 16:30. "Shall we purchase his book?" Hermione inquired, having recognized the familiar name. "Well, an entire set," Glory remarked, glancing at the list of titles, puzzled by the necessity of such an acquisition. Most of the crowd appeared to be witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, and a weary-looking wizard stood at the door, exclaiming, "Ladies, please. No pushing. Mind the books." Ultimately, they abandoned their plan to squeeze through the throng, and instead watched the serpentine line stretch from the entrance of the bookstore to the back. Soon, the others arrived. "What is going on?" Mrs. Weasley had just asked when she spotted the banner and exclaimed, "We can meet him in person." Excited, she surged ahead into the crowd, and the Weasley brothers exchanged glances before following suit, while poor Ginny struggled to keep pace with her mother's enthusiasm. Ona and the others could only follow along. Gilderoy Lockhart was right at the bookstore entrance, signing books. Ona and Harry headed inside to collect their copies, while Glory and Hermione remained in a relatively quiet corner outside. "Oh, how splendid!" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, breathless and fluffing her hair. "We shall see him shortly." Lacking any particular interest in Lockhart, the children wandered the bookstore in search of their required textbooks. In truth, none of them intended to touch Lockhart's books unless Mrs. Weasley insisted they each procure a copy for her. Ona encountered Lockhart, who was seated behind a table, surrounded by his own oversized photographs. The faces within those images winking at the crowd and flashing dazzlingly white smiles. Lockhart donned a long robe of a blue hue reminiscent of forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his azure eyes, while a whimsical pointed wizard's hat sat askew atop his wavy golden locks. A short-tempered little man brandished a large black camera, scurrying around him, snapping pictures. Each time the flash erupted brilliantly, plumes of purple smoke billowed from the device. "Step aside," he yelled at Ron, retreating as he sought a better angle. "This is for the Daily Prophet." "How impressive," Ron muttered, nursing his foot that had been stepped on. Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to catch wind of this. Lifting his gaze to spot Ron and then Harry, he stared at Harry for a moment before leaping up and exclaiming, "Is that not Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, buzzing with excitement. Lockhart rushed forward, seizing Harry's arm and pulling him to the forefront, prompting an eruption of applause. Lockhart clasped Harry's hand, urging the photographer to capture the moment. The diminutive man frantically pressed the shutter, clouds of smoke wafting towards the Weasley family and Ona. "You look splendid, Harry," Lockhart beamed, showcasing his own radiant smile. "We could make the headlines together." Ona observed Harry, who appeared utterly bewildered, akin to a marionette, and a smile that seemed more like a grimace lingered on his face. Luck was on Lockhart's side. It seemed no one was vying for the headlines, as he did not bear the surname Wonk. When Lockhart finally released Harry's hand, Harry exhaled in relief, only to find Lockhart's arm draped over his shoulder, pinning him firmly beside him. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart proclaimed loudly, gesturing for silence. "What an extraordinary moment this is. I wish to seize this splendid occasion to announce a small matter that I have kept under wraps for several days." When young Harry walked into Flourish and Blotts today, he merely wished to purchase my autobiography. "I shall gladly bestow this book upon him free of charge." His words were met with applause. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that soon Harry would receive something far more valuable than my humble literary efforts. In truth, he and his classmates would be graced with the presence of a genuine wizard. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense joy and pride that I announce I will be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, while Harry, slightly dazed by Lockhart's exuberance, failed to react even when presented with a complete set of Lockhart's works. He stumbled over to Ona, where Ginny and her friends were seeking shade against the wall, Ginny's new cauldron at her feet. "Here, take these," Harry muttered as he poured the books into the cauldron, mumbling that he would buy more for himself. Before Ginny could respond that it was unnecessary, a bothersome voice interrupted. "You must enjoy this, Potter?" Straightening up, Harry faced Draco Malfoy, who wore his usual condescending smirk. "The famous Harry Potter," Malfoy sneered. "Even entering a bookstore makes you front-page news. Don't be ridiculous. Doesn't he want that?" Ginny glared at Malfoy. "Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend," Malfoy taunted. Casting a glance at Glory, who seemed more interested in gossip, inquiring of Ona about Ginny and Harry. Hermione, too, was eavesdropping intently. Just then, Ron returned, clutching a book. "Oh, it's you." Ron regarded Malfoy as if he had spotted something repugnant on his shoe. "You must be astonished to see Harry here, aren't you?" "What surprises me more is to see you in the shop, Weasley," Malfoy retorted, emboldened by the absence of intervention from Ona. "I suppose your parents will be starving next month to afford these things." Chapter 116. House Elves. Ron's face turned crimson, and he hurled the book into the cauldron, ready to charge at Malfoy, but Harry quickly restrained him. "Ron, Mr. Weasley is here with Fred and George. What are you doing? It's too chaotic here. Let us step outside." "Oh dear, Arthur Weasley." Lucius Malfoy appeared, one hand resting on Draco's shoulder, a similar sneer on his face. "Lucius," Mr. Weasley replied coldly. "I hear your brother is quite busy with work, Malfoy," he said, "with so many inspections. I trust they are compensating you for the overtime?" Ona observed as he reached into Ginny's cauldron, extracting a tome authored by Lockhart. It appeared genuine. "My heavens, you can even afford Lockhart's latest book. It seems being a disgrace among wizards isn't so dreadful after all." Mr. Weasley's face reddened more fiercely than Ron's and Ginny's. Fueled by indignation, "Our perceptions of what constitutes a disgrace among wizards differ vastly, Malfoy." "Naturally," Mr. Malfoy retorted, his pale eyes glinting as they alighted upon Hermione's parents. "Just look at the company you keep, Weasley. I had assumed your family had already descended to the utmost depths." With a clang, Ginny's cauldron was sent flying. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, colliding with a bookshelf, causing dozens of hefty spellbooks to tumble onto their heads. Fred and George shouted, "Hit him." "Dad." Mrs. Weasley hurried towards the commotion, shrieking, "Don't do this, Arthur, please." The crowd recoiled in alarm, toppling more bookshelves. A beleaguered shopkeeper cried out, "Gentlemen, please, have mercy." At that moment, a booming voice cut through the chaos. "Stand back. Gentlemen, stand back." Hagrid reappeared, striding forth and, in the blink of an eye, separating Mr. Weasley from Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Weasley bore a split lip, while Mr. Malfoy sported a swollen eye, still clutching Lockhart's autobiography. He thrust the book into Ginny's hands, malice shimmering in his gaze. "Here, little girl, take your book. It's the finest gift your father can offer," Lucius declared as he wrenched free from Hagrid's grasp, beckoning Draco to follow as they departed. "You shouldn't let him get to you, Arthur." Hagrid reached out to smooth Mr. Weasley's robes, nearly lifting him in the process. "That scoundrel is rotten to the core. His entire family is the same. Everyone knows the Malfoys are not to be heeded. Their blood is tainted, plain and simple. Come, let us leave." The shopkeeper seemed intent on stopping them, yet his stature barely reached Hagrid's waist, rendering him hesitant to act. Ona exchanged a few words with Mrs. Weasley, who then instructed her sons to assist Ona and Harry in restoring the bookshelf. Meanwhile, Hermione offered comfort to the Williams, while Glory engaged in conversation with Ginny nearby. Ona discreetly assisted Ginny in gathering all the books, including the one in her hands, and when no one was observing, stealthily pocketed a notebook that had been concealed among them. Ding. The malevolent diary imbued with the soul has been discovered. It can forcibly eliminate autonomous consciousness while preserving memories, transforming into the God-Eater tome. A one-time fee of 10,000 galleons will be deducted. Do you wish to proceed? Ona temporarily dismissed the diary, for it held no sway over him at present. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of relief, ultimately refraining from broaching the subject of compensation. Seeking redress from any particular party felt inappropriate, and thus they resigned themselves to misfortune. When Mrs. Weasley encountered Arthur once more, her fury was palpable. "What a fine example you set for the children, engaging in public brawls. What will Gilderoy Lockhart think? He must be delighted," Fred quipped. Did you not hear it when we left? I asked that chap from the Daily Prophet if he could include the brawl in his report, claiming it would create quite a stir. Two venerable wizarding families' heads clashing in public for the sake of his autobiographical signature. Following this farce, the group lost their desire to continue their outing, though fortunately, all their purchases had been completed. Upon returning to the hearth at the Leaky Cauldron, the atmosphere had calmed considerably. Harry and the Weasley family opted to use Floo powder for their return, while Ona and her brother accompanied Hermione's family back home. After bidding farewell to the disheartened Mr. and Mrs. Williams and Hermione, Ona and Glory returned to their abode. After dinner, Ona retreated to her chamber, preparing to summon the house elf. Please select the appearance of the house elf. Ona glanced at the list, initially dismissing the first existing house elf appearance, which he found utterly unappealing. The second was a goblin likeness, equally unimpressive, followed by various other forms. Ultimately, Ona's gaze settled upon the final representation, a seashell. Ona pondered over her thoughts, finding the preceding images rather unappealing. Thus, the choice of the sea snail maiden seemed quite delightful. As Ona's hand sank, a beautiful nautilus materialized in his grasp. It has been bound. Shall it be summoned and designated as the current residence? Ona acknowledged without hesitation. The conch shell quivered gently, emitting a radiant beam of light that illuminated the ground before Ona. Soon after, a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years manifested in that space. Her silky black hair cascaded gracefully down to her waist, her complexion was fair, and her features were exquisite. Her eyes sparkled with a striking blue hue, and her ears were delicately pointed. She was adorned in an ancient sea-blue garment. Gazing at Ona, her cherry-red lips formed words as delicate as orchids. Master, please bestow upon me a name. Ona paused for a moment, observing that this young lady bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity from his past life. A starlet named Wang Yin who had portrayed the character Qing in My Fair Princess. Very well, let's call her Wang Yin, he thought. Wang Yin gazed at Ona and inquired, what may I assist you with? First, let us change your attire to something more contemporary, Ona replied, clearing his throat. Understood. Wang Yin responded without a hint of doubt. With a gentle wave of her hand, her clothing transformed into a more fashionable style, albeit slightly more conservative in its fit. Ona felt a slight tinge of disappointment, yet he pressed on, inquiring, how shall I introduce you to others? Wang Yin promptly replied, I am meant to be seen only by you. Ona raised an eyebrow, attempting to extend her hand, while Wang Yin allowed him to touch her arm. The sensation was somewhat chilly, perfectly embodying the phrase ice skin and jade flesh to describe such a girl. A faint smile graced Ona's lips. Why am I the only one who can see you? Wang Yin shook her head gently. I do not know either, but it seems only you can perceive me. As long as you carry the conch, I shall accompany you wherever you go. Ona gently took her hand and inquired, what can you do? Wang Yin displayed no trace of shyness as she replied, I am capable of completing household chores such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Ona then asked with a teasing tone, and what about cooking without rice? He gently pulled her closer, encouraging her to sit beside him. That is certainly feasible. The cost for the necessary ingredients and seasonings will be deducted directly from your funds. Wang Yin responded with a playful smile. Ona silently released her hand and inquired, how will you rest? Wang Yin confidently replied, I shall rest in your absence. I will complete my tasks before your return. Ona then reclined upon her lap and asked, what else can you do? Wang Yin looked at Ona in confusion until he coughed lightly and said, never mind. It's nothing. You may return to your rest. Subsequently, Ona felt Wang Yin assist her to her feet, and once she was seated comfortably, Wang Yin transformed into a beam of light and returned to the conch shell. Ona chuckled at himself, realizing that now he could only contemplate the situation. Chapter 117, regarding the system. The tumult stirred by the mermaid had subsided. And what lay ahead for Ona was the diary of Voldemort, one of his 7 Horcruxes. A sum of 10,000 galleons was insignificant to him now. Thus he consented to the system's modifications of the diary. The primary reason for his visit to the Weasley household was indeed this very diary. Had he not ventured to the Weasley home, he would never have been able to draw near to Ginny. If he were to wait until today to become acquainted with the Weasley family, it would be inappropriate for him, as a young man, to engage with Ginny. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Book of the Devourer, which has eradicated one of the final bosses of this academic year, Tom Riddle's soul fragment, yielding an experience gain of 10,000 and unlocking a portable space. Ona was taken aback, as he had always believed that the system lacked such functionality. Ona has pondered the purpose of the two systems within his eyes. The Harry Potter system primarily offers him peculiar insights into this world, such as house elves, the Hogwarts school map, and the Forbidden Forest map. However, it seems that the experience points are appropriated by the Honor of Kings system. Besides providing him with hero activations, runes, and equipment, the Honor of Kings system consumes the currency and materials of this magical realm, further glorifying the equipment from the Harry Potter world. As previously mentioned, if we consider the Harry Potter system as a game, then the Honor of Kings system functions as its cheat. The Harry Potter system could solely offer Ona elements from the Harry Potter universe. For instance, the house elf he acquired is undoubtedly akin to Dobby. Yet, after the transformative integration of the Honor of Kings system, the options have expanded significantly. Unfortunately, there is no user manual. The two systems complement and yet interfere with one another. Ona has no other recourse but to rely on his own experience and memories to strive for greater strength. Only through this endeavor can he find the confidence to protect himself, his family, and the friends he cherishes. The seemingly simple task of vanquishing Voldemort's diary has left him somewhat disheartened. He believes that preemptively extinguishing all dangers in their infancy is the most prudent course of action. Thus, significant changes have transpired within this world. However, it appears that no divine retribution or punishment has ensued. The game tasks once alluded to penalties, yet subsequently. The main quests beyond the initial few seem to have been obscured, revealing the completion prompts only when he himself initiates the alterations. Regarding experience points, Ona cannot perceive specific data and must rely on the system's notifications. It seems plausible that the main system has been altered by the auxiliary system. Ona held in his hands the Book of Devouring Gods, which was, in fact, the same notebook. He attempted to inscribe a few words, and indeed, the ink was absorbed, subsequently beginning to respond to him. Regrettably, Ona realized that this diary served only to enhance his understanding of Tom Riddle's era and his past during his school days, offering little else, much like an artificial intelligence devoid of internet connectivity. Nonetheless, when Ona experimented with a few spells invented more recently, he discovered that the notebook possessed the ability to learn. Instantly, he pondered whether combining this notebook with his mind hacker skin could yield a magical version of a super artificial intelligence. Ona made an attempt, ultimately to no avail. Firstly, the internet remains underdeveloped, particularly in England, a nation inclined towards conservatism. Furthermore, the notebook's information retrieval is solely reliant on writing, and Ona finds himself unable to connect with the essence contained within the notebook. It is uncertain whether this is due to prior eliminations. Regarding the personal space, Ona did make an exploration and discovered that it is rather expansive. Items such as the conch in the Book of Devourers can be stored here, readily accessible at any moment. Even when placed within this space, should he wish to summon Wang Yin, she can appear before him at will. In light of the current circumstances, Ona is quite content. If he chooses to forego the hidden chamber, this academic year at Hogwarts would likely be an unremarkable one. However, he still yearns to encounter the fabled basilisk. The diary has divulged the means to access the chamber, and like Harry, who possesses the ability to converse with serpents, Ona has also acquired this skill after awakening the Eastern Emperor Tai, commonly referred to as Parseltongue. After much contemplation, Ona resolved to take the risk of unleashing the basilisk in accordance with the original storyline. He believed that harboring such a creature within Hogwarts posed a significant danger. Should Voldemort resurrect after the Triwizard Tournament, this serpent could inflict devastating harm upon the castle. Furthermore, while Professor Dumbledore may have had a plan in place, Ona could not ascertain its specifics. Ultimately, he hoped to derive some advantage from the creature. Now, feeling that the moment was ripe, he intended to activate several heroes at his disposal the following day, although he required additional time to familiarize himself with their nuances. The next day, following his unwavering morning exercise routine, Ona began his first complete performance of the Hu Jiashir Ba Pai, the melody required to activate Kaiwenji, in the courtyard. The melodious strains of the Guqin resonated, carrying a tinge of melancholy, yet none found it intrusive. Instead, they listened intently. Hermione had arrived early that morning. During this period, she had remained industrious, particularly upon learning that Ona had silently completed his entire junior high curriculum and passed his examinations, embarking on self-study of high school subjects. Feeling a sense of urgency, Hermione dedicated herself to her studies during Ona's sojourn in Sweden, apart from a brief trip to Spain with Glory. She endeavored to catch up to Ona's pace, while Glory, though slightly less adept in academics than Hermione and Ona, gritted her teeth to keep up, unwilling to be left behind by her younger brother and the elder Hermione, who resembled more a younger sister. Admiration sparkled in Hermione's eyes. With such an exceptional childhood companion as Ona, she felt no inclination towards a middle-aged figure like Gilderoy Lockhart, thus sparing Ona from the imagined task of dissecting the flaws in his works. Speaking of which, Ona's novel was nearing completion. Initially inspired by Kigo Higashino's The Devotion of Suspect X, he ultimately abandoned that notion, recognizing the cultural disparities between Eastern narratives and the Western milieu of England. Instead, he chose to draw inspiration from the 2010 award-winning crime novel The Dig by Belinda Bauer, her debut work, which recounts the tale of a 12-year-old boy entangled with a serial killer. At the age of 12 himself, Ona found this narrative particularly relatable for readers. Having just concluded the manuscript, he enlisted Wang Jin's assistance in submitting it to Oxford University Press, where it was currently in the printing phase. Given the changing times, Ona dedicated considerable effort to revising it. Fortunately, the events surrounding Dennis Nilsson were not too distant. England, with its rich history of detective fiction, welcomed such narratives. And upon arrival at the publisher's editorial department, his work generated considerable excitement, being deemed a strong contender for the 1993 Golden Dagger Award, with the 1992 award likely going to Colin Dexter's The Way Through the Woods. Ona, however, remained unconcerned, as the initial public release was not anticipated until September. Hermione was astonished by this development and curiously inquired if he had drawn inspiration from Voldemort. Ona merely smiled in response. Chapter 118. The start of a new academic year. Having completed a performance of the Hu Jia Shi Ba Pai, Ona finally accomplished the task of enchanting the celestial strings, thus activating the hero Kaiwenji. Kaiwenji, level 1, passive, long song, upon receiving damage, increases movement speed by 70 for 2 seconds, while restoring a portion of health. Triggered every 10 minutes. Active skills. 1. Siwuxia. By playing a specific instrument, the harp obtained from Chilo increases movement speed by 20 for 3 seconds, while restoring health to herself and nearby allies for 3 seconds. 2. Hu Jiayu. Project sound waves in a designated direction, stunning and bouncing enemies up to 6 times, with each stun lasting 0.75 seconds. 3. Wang Yu Chu. Releases musical notes that surround her, restoring health to the ally in the worst condition every 0.5 seconds for 5 seconds, while enhancing their physical and magical defense. Ona attempted to retrieve the harp she had received from Chilo at that time. Hermione and the others were unaware of the harp's origins. Yet they were quite curious as to why Ona had chosen to abandon the guqin she had diligently studied for an entire vacation in favor of the harp. However, after becoming acquainted with it, the harp was capable of automatically recording its melodies and playing them back. Ona endeavored to utilize the skill of thoughtlessness. For her hero level was merely 1, restricting her to activating thoughtlessness and the passive skill long song. As the melodious notes of the piano resonated, Ona felt a tangible enhancement in his speed. However, he suppressed the urge to persist further and turned to accompany Glory and Hermione for lunch. Time always seems to pass swiftly, and before long, the day arrived for their departure to King's Cross Station on September 1st. Lacking a pre-arranged meeting time with Harry and the others, the trio boarded the train independently upon their arrival at the station. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Weasley family and Harry hurriedly joined them. To be candid, Ona felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the scene where the Whomping Willow fiercely assaulted the flying car. Regarding whether the enchanted vehicle managed to remain concealed in the Forbidden Forest for an entire academic year due to being inadvertently activated, he also felt a sense of loss for having entirely missed this research opportunity. Nevertheless, this experience offered Ona a revelation. One need not solely rely on magical materials, perhaps. Through magical modifications, industrial products could similarly be transformed into magical automatons. Ona contemplated whether to acquire a transformer for amusement while managing the presence of Harry and his companions. This time, the compartment was filled to capacity, even more cramped than before, with Ginny joining them. The originally designed space for 4 was now occupied by girls on one side and boys on the other. Due to Hogwarts' commendable cuisine, Harry and Ron had noticeably grown, and Ona, affected by the enchantment, felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, when Ron and Harry were whisked away by the Weasley twins, purportedly to experience the thrill of pulling a toy rocket aboard the train, Ona chose to remain behind. Hermione then took the opportunity to sit next to Ona, leaning against her without reservations, indifferent to Ginny's gaze, which conveyed both envy and relief. Glory secretly chuckled at Hermione's apparent fear of Ginny's interest in Ona. Hermione exhibited an unwavering protectiveness over her friend. Yet, Glory was unaware that Ginny's greatest concern lay with the perceptive young woman, for Glory was undeniably stunning. If Wang Yan's beauty represented classical Eastern aesthetics, and Hermione's embodied a blend of intellect and a hint of Western audacity, then Glory harmoniously amalgamated Eastern and Western beauty. In terms of temperament, Glory appeared serene and reserved, yet she radiated the warmth typical of Western girls, boasting a multitude of friends, including Hermione and the Patil sisters. In contrast, Hermione's innate pride resulted in a scarcity of close friendships, irrespective of Ona's presence. Although Ginny harbored some animosity towards her, she was swiftly won over by Glory, who discerned Ginny's unique feelings for Harry. Nevertheless, Glory candidly stated that, at present, no boy, including the older students, evoked any special sentiment within her. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Ginny reluctantly bid farewell to her companions and followed Hagrid towards the Black Lake, ready to experience all that a new student should. Everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning the Sorting Hat, as it was a tradition at Hogwarts. This time, they would be taking carriages to Hogwarts. Harry gazed at the horses before him and quietly inquired, "What kind of horses are these?" Ron widened his eyes in astonishment. "What did you say?" Hermione and Glory were equally perplexed, but only Ona, having witnessed Quirrell's demise, understood Harry's implication. "Thestrals," Ona simply replied. "Only those who have witnessed death can see them." "Don't look at me," I guessed, Ona added. Harry's expression darkened as he comprehended that his ability to see Thestrals stemmed from the sacrifice of his parents, realizing that his mother had died before his very eyes. Naturally, Harry felt a wave of melancholy, and Ron accompanied him to one of the carriages, while Ona joined Glory, Hermione, and Neville in another. The sorting ceremony that evening was uneventful, and Ginny was delighted to be sorted into Gryffindor. Ona noticed that the sorting hat appeared considerably cleaner than before, suggesting it had been well cared for over the past year. The only notable moment was Gilderoy Lockhart's speech, which seemed to charm most of the female students, while the majority of the boys silently clenched their forks and knives in discomfort. Fortunately, Glory was not swayed by Lockhart's charisma, which spared many Gryffindor students from undue ire. Percy led everyone back to the common room, where where the new password was honeysuckle, referring to the hummingbird. They returned to the same dormitory, though the plaque on the door now read second year. The following day marked the commencement of regular classes, with Professor McGonagall distributing the timetables at breakfast. The first lesson was herbology alongside the Hufflepuff students. Professor Sprout remained amiable and approachable. Her short stature complemented by a patched hat atop her flowing hair, her attire still speckled with soil, suggesting she had been tending to magical plants since early morning. Ona is still troubled. He has been unable to activate the passive skill of Agudo. The reason lies in his failure to locate a magical plant capable of teleporting wondrous creatures directly. However, during his recent use of Floo powder at Ron's house, he sensed a glimmer of understanding. The preparation of Floo powder seems to involve a particular plant, which may very well be the vital seed that could assist Ona in awakening Agudo's potential. Unfortunately, Floo powder has been monopolized since the 13th century, having been invented by Ignatia Wildsmith, and is strictly controlled by the Floo Network Company, with the Ministry of Magic imposing stringent regulations on it. Ona endeavored to comprehend the mysteries through the Book of the Damned, yet it was evident that Tom Riddle remained in the dark. Chapter 119. Professor Sprout led the class into the third greenhouse for the first time. She retrieved a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. A rich aroma of damp earth and fertilizers mingled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Flowers, as large as umbrellas, hung gracefully from the ceiling. After entering, Professor Sprout positioned herself behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, upon which lay a collection of 20-ear protection sets in various colors. Once everyone was seated, she announced, "Today we shall repop the mandrakes. Now, who can enlighten me on the characteristics of mandrakes?" Hermione eagerly raised her hand, and Ona chose not to contest her. Mandrakes, also known as mandrake roots, are potent restorative agents, Hermione articulated with ease, used to revert those who have been transfigured or cursed back to their original state. Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Sprout exclaimed. Mandrakes are a crucial component of most antidotes. However, they are perilous. Can anyone explain why? Their cries can be fatal. Ona responded calmly when called upon. Absolutely correct. Another 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Sprout continued. Observe, our mandrakes are still quite young. She gestured towards a row of deep pots. The students leaned in for a better view, puzzled, save for Ona and Hermione, who understood well. Each of you, take a pair of ear protection, Professor Sprout instructed. A flurry of movement ensued, and Ona swiftly acquired 3 pairs, distributing them to Hermione and Glory. When I instruct you to don your ear protection, ensure they fit snugly over your ears, Professor Sprout cautioned. When it is safe to remove them, I will signal with 2 thumbs up. Now put them on. The students complied promptly, and the cacophony outside faded into silence. Professor Sprout donned a pair of plush pink earmuffs, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grasped a cluster of leaves, exerting considerable effort to uproot them. What emerged from the soil was not a root, but rather an exceedingly unattractive infant. With leaves sprouting from its head, its skin was a pale green, speckled with spots, and the little creature was evidently wailing at the top of its lungs. Professor Sprout retrieved a large flower pot from beneath the table, nestled the mandrake baby inside, and covered it with damp, dark compost, leaving only the tuft of leaves exposed. She dusted off her hands and raised her thumbs in approval, subsequently removing her earmuffs. Our mandrakes are merely seedlings, and their cries will not be lethal, she stated calmly, as if she had merely watered some begonias. However, they can induce a coma lasting several hours. I trust none of you wish to miss the first day of term. Hence, it is imperative to wear your ear protection while working. When it is time to pack up, I will find a way to capture your attention. The 4 of them were cautioned about the numerous pots and bags of compost nearby, wary of the poisonous tentacles that were beginning to sprout. Professor Sprout delivered a sharp slap to a deep red plant with spines, causing its tentacles to retract from reaching towards her shoulder. Ona, Hermione, Glory, and Neville formed one group, while Harry, Ron, and 2 other Hufflepuff students constituted another. Ona observed that one of the boys, named Justin Finch Fletchley, was attempting to strike up a conversation with Harry. In contrast to the struggles faced by the others, Ona found dealing with the mandrakes remarkably effortless. With a single tug and a swift shove, she expertly buried them. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind. Reminiscent of the famous saying by the beloved Bower's sister, dig a hole and bury him. In comparison, the others labored significantly harder. Ona noted that Harry took nearly 10 minutes to stuff a particularly rotund mandrake into the pot, as it squirmed incessantly, kicking its legs wildly and flailing its tiny fists in a fit of rage. Hermione and Glory also exerted considerable effort. Yet Neville appeared to be in a state of greater distress, nearly losing a finger to a mandrake bite. By the end of the lesson, apart from Ona, nearly everyone was drenched in sweat, suffering from sore backs and aching limbs, their clothes caked in dirt. After washing her hands, Hermione stealthily touched Ona's garments and was intrigued to discover they were utterly pristine. Is this a new style? Hermione inquired. Glory also took note of this and, with a hint of skepticism, contrasted her own attire with Ona's. Why does it seem that your clothes are far superior to mine? This year, they continued to promote Madame Malkin's, with even Harry and Hermione seizing the opportunity. Harry, already possessing a significant reputation, and Hermione, buoyed by Anna's insistence, Both benefited from the exposure. Ona merely expressed her ignorance, brushing off the matter as they hurried back to the castle for a quick shower. For soon it would be time for the first Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall's lessons were invariably challenging, and today was no exception. Though it proved less daunting for Ona and her companions. The task for the day was to transform a beetle into a button, a feat that Ona, Hermione, and Glory managed to accomplish in succession, earning McGonagall's delight as she awarded their house several points. Ona received 10, Hermione 5, and Glory 2. However, Harry encountered difficulties. Despite his efforts, he merely succeeded in making the beetle exercise, as it scurried around the table eluding his wand, remaining untouched. Ron's situation was even graver. His wand seemed to have reached a point of disrepair. Although he avoided the Whomping Willow incident, his wand had taken a tumble while rushing through the platform yesterday, only to be inadvertently stepped on by Mrs. Weasley. Consequently, they had no time to procure a new wand. Ron's wand crackled ominously, emitting sparks. Whenever he attempted a spell, he was enveloped in a cloud of gray smoke that reeked of rotten eggs, compelling everyone to maintain their distance from him. To add to his misfortune, he accidentally squished his beetle and had to seek out Professor McGonagall for another one, which visibly displeased her. Ron had already received a letter that morning from Mrs. Weasley, who planned to take him shopping for his very own wand as a Christmas gift, but that day was still far off. After lunch, Harry and Ron ventured outside, where Ona noticed a brewing conflict with Malfoy. Before Ron could draw his wand to cast a spell on Malfoy, Gilderoy Lockhart made his appearance. The afternoon lesson was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and it was quite unusual for Ona to have not even glanced at the textbook, which she hadn't purchased. Glory also felt a bit overwhelmed. She had asked Ona for assistance, to which Ona cheerfully suggested she read the material herself. Hermione, however, had completed her reading and remarked that if it were true, then Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed quite impressive. So is it true? Glory inquired, as she hadn't finished reading yet. Feeling something was amiss, Ona suggested reviewing the timeline, leading to the realization that unless he had mastered the art of duplication, it was impossible for Lockhart to be both in the snow-capped mountains and accompanying vampires. Hermione succinctly explained that there were also several temporal discrepancies. Let us consider it a literary appreciation class. The content is authentic, yet the protagonist should not be an amalgamation of spells, as the thought processes are entirely different. Ona elaborated, having encouraged Hermione to compile the spells or scenes from each book, which led Hermione to notice several puzzling inconsistencies. I have reason to believe these are the personal experiences of different wizards, merely appropriated. Nevertheless, it was not the time for such discussions, as class was imminent. Chapter 120. Lockhart's debut. The cause of the conflict was rather straightforward. Colin Creevey, a first year from Gryffindor, idolized Harry and wished to take a photograph with him, hoping Harry would subsequently sign it. Naturally, Malfoy seized this opportunity for mockery, leading to a standoff. Malfoy had become quite astute. He understood that to provoke Harry, it was best to do so when he was not accompanied by Ona, for if the two were at a distance, Ona would not intervene. Malfoy fancied himself unafraid of Ona, but rather wished to conceal any discord from Glory. Gilderoy Lockhart's timely arrival was met with a sense of self-importance. He believed Harry had become somewhat arrogant due to the headlines featuring their photograph at Flourish and Blots. Thus, this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class would be conducted jointly with Slytherin. Lockhart waited until all students were seated before clearing his throat to command silence. He held aloft Neville Longbottom's book, Dancing with Trolls, showcasing it to the class. He pointed to his own photograph, and Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. However, I do not boast of that. I do not rely on my smile to ward off the Banshee of Valen. He paused for laughter. Yet aside from Ona and Hermione's smirks, the others merely wore faint smiles. Lockhart remained unfazed. I see you've all procured my complete works. Splendid. I propose we begin with a brief quiz. Do not fear. It merely serves to gauge your reading comprehension. After distributing the papers, he returned to the podium, announcing, "You have 30 minutes. Begin now." The questions were mundane. Favorite color, secret ambitions, greatest accomplishments, birthday, and ideal birthday gift. Even in such a tedious exercise, Ona and Hermione completed their responses. Half an hour later, Professor Lockhart collected the papers and began to peruse them. TSK, hardly anyone remembered my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it during my year with the Yeti in Tibet. A few students might want to reread Wandering with Werewolves. As I clearly stated in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift is the harmonious coexistence of magical and non-magical beings. However, I would not refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. In truth, while Ona possessed an eidetic memory, finding Lockhart's birthday was somewhat distasteful. She could not help but feel a modicum of change in her perception of him upon witnessing such an ostentatious declaration. Mr. Ona Croft and Miss Hermione Granger, full marks. Where are you? Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed with delight, astonished to have two devoted fans in his midst. Ollivander and Hermione raised their hands in a brief gesture. Splendid. Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed with a smile, excellent. 20 points to Gryffindor. Now, to return to the matter at hand. Gilderoy Lockhart bent down to retrieve a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and placed it upon the desk. Now, be cautious. My task is to instruct you in defending against the most malevolent entities known to the magical realm. Within this classroom, you will encounter the most terrifying of creatures. However, remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to any harm. I only ask that you maintain your composure. Ona and Hermione exchanged a glance, and he could perceive the unease reflected in her eyes, while Glory silently retrieved her wand. Ona offered them a reassuring look before turning his attention to the cage. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover, urging them in a hushed tone, I must ask you not to scream, as it would provoke them. He then lifted the cover, revealing a freshly captured Cornish pixie. Seamus Finnegan could not suppress a chuckle. What's wrong? Lockhart inquired with a smile. Well, they aren't particularly dangerous, are they? Seamus gasped between fits of laughter. Do not be so certain. Lockhart replied, shaking his finger in annoyance, resembling Matambo. They could be as cunning as little devils. Hermione and Glory exhaled in relief, having anticipated the creatures to be vampire bats instead. These pixies were a shade of indigo, approximately 8 inches tall. With pointed faces and high-pitched, shrill voices, chattering incessantly, jumping about, and shaking the bars of their cage while making various grimaces at the onlookers. Well, let us see how you handle them, Lockhart declared loudly as he flung open the cage door. The pixies erupted like rockets, with several darting out the window, scattering shards of glass throughout the back of the classroom, while others seized ink bottles and hurled them at the class, tearing books and papers to shreds. As for the destruction of Lockhart's books, Ona and the others found it quite amusing. Some even attempted to toss their backpacks out of the broken window. And amidst this chaos, 2 pixies tried to tug at Neville's ears, prompting Ona and his companions to retaliate. Ona first resolved Nawi's predicament with a consecutive pair of petrification spells, which subsequently attracted the onslaught of the little sprites. Ona need not worry. Hermione and Goyle calmly brandished their wands, utilizing the petrification spell to contend with the diminutive sprites daring to approach them. Harry managed to strike down 2, while Ron, unfortunately, found his wand malfunctioning, creating chaos that surpassed even that of the sprites. The majority of students in the vicinity of Ona took refuge beneath their tables, while the Slytherin students wisely banded together. Goyle and Crabbe endured their fair share of blows in their efforts to shield Malfoy, who, despite their efforts, ended up with ink in his hair, appearing rather disheveled. Observing the impressive feats of Ona and her companions, Malfoy hastily rallied everyone to brandish their wands against the creatures, though with little success. Come now, gather them. They're merely a bunch of sprites. As Gilderoy Lockhart witnessed Ona and her friends petrifying